Yi Fei, a poor student hailing from the countryside, struggled academically and was scorned by his peers. However, an unavoidable calamity unexpectedly turned into a blessing for him. From that moment on, he silently vowed to change the course of his life. Chapter 1. Your weakness is inherently a mistake. Yi Fei, 25 points. As the homeroom teacher's voice echoed in the classroom, a wave of laughter erupted. All eyes turned to the modest boy seated in the last row, their faces adorned with mockery. 25 points? That must be a new record for the lowest score in our class. I could score better even with my eyes closed. This country bumpkin has once again dragged down our class average. Hearing these comments, Yi Fei lowered his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. Clenching his fists beneath the desk, he remained silent. The teacher shot him a glance of disdain before continuing to distribute the exam papers. Once the papers were handed out, the teacher announced the end of class, and students began to leave the school in droves. Yi Fei, why aren't you leaving? A clear voice suddenly rang in his ear. Yi Fei looked up to see Luo Irin, the class monitor. Not only was she the monitor, but she was also an academic prodigy and the school's belle, one of the few who did not look down on Yi Fei. Among all the boys in their senior class, none were immune to her charm, and Yi Fei was no exception. However, due to his family's financial struggles and his poor academic performance, he chose to keep his feelings hidden deep within. Oh, you go ahead. I want to finish the remaining exercises before leaving, Yi Fei replied. Luo Irin nodded and left the classroom without further persuasion. Before long, Yi Fei found himself alone in the classroom. He lingered until darkness enveloped the sky before finally packing his belongings. Upon exiting the school gates, he opted for the narrow path home. Yet, as he traversed a dim alley, he was suddenly blocked by 3 boys approaching from either end. Hey kid, are you trying to hide? The burly Sun Yuan shoved Yi Fei's shoulder, causing him to collide with the wall. I'm not hiding. Yi Fei attempted to defend himself. Where's the money you were supposed to bring? I have no money. Are you daring to talk back? Sun Yuan slapped Yi Fei's face, causing it to swell instantly. Lu Guang, grinning maliciously, reached into Yi Fei's pocket. Upon retrieving an old Nokia phone, his expression soured, and he cursed, "What era are we in? And you're still using a Nokia?" With that, he smashed the phone against the wall. After rifling through Yi Fei's pockets, he only managed to find a little over 30 yuan in change, which infuriated him enough to land a few more punches on Yi Fei. Enough. At that moment, Wang Cheng, who had been recording the incident on his phone, interjected, preventing the other 2 from continuing their assault on Yi Fei. Wang Cheng pocketed his phone and lightly patted Yi Fei's cheek. The gesture, though gentle, felt deeply humiliating. Listen up, kid. Remember to bring 300 yuan tomorrow, or every time we meet, you'll get a beating. With that, he and his companions sauntered away, laughing. Once their figures disappeared from sight, Yi Fei picked up the phone that had been discarded against the wall. Just as he inserted the battery and powered it on, a call came through. Xiao Fei, I just tried calling you, but said your phone was off, a gentle voice on the other end spoke. It was his mother, Zhang Ke. Yi Fei took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound normal, forcing a smile as he replied, Mom, I'm fine. My phone ran out of battery, and I just charged it. How is your studying going? Is the money enough? If not, just tell me, and I'll send more, Zhang Ku inquired. Mom, I'm all right. You don't need to worry about me. The classmates are all very nice. Today, the teacher even praised my progress. Yi Fei feigned cheerfulness. Really? Zhang Ku's excitement was palpable. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? After a few more exchanges with his family, Yi Fei hung up the phone, his expression darkening. Clutching the phone tightly, he bit his lip as tears streamed down his face. Yi Fei's family resided in the countryside, and his enrollment at Haijiao No. 1 High School was facilitated through his aunt's connections. Having spent his early years in rural schools, he struggled to keep pace academically at Haijiao, but he couldn't fathom why he, who diligently studied and caused no trouble, faced such disdain from both teachers and students. He recognized that Wang Cheng and his companions came from affluent families. They extorted him not out of necessity, but for their amusement. What have I done to deserve this? With blood on his lips and his vision blurred, he pondered, Oh, you not understand? Your weakness is inherently a mistake, a raspy voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Startled, Yi Fei glanced around, but saw no one. Are you a human or a ghost? Yi Fei shivered, wanting to flee. Kid, there's no need to look, you won't see me. I only ask you, do you wish to grow stronger and no longer be bullied? The voice persisted. What? Do you propose? Yi Fei inquired. Curiosity piqued at the thought of strength. Memories of his experiences at Haijiao flooded his mind. Why do those teachers and classmates look down on me? Why do I like Luo Irin, yet cannot express it, not even daring to glance at her? Why do Wang Cheng and his friends always target me instead of others? Why can't I provide a better life for my mother and sister, free from the struggles of the countryside? Why? I desire strength. I want to grow stronger. Yifei had never yearned for strength as he did now. Resolutely, he declared, "Fine, I will learn. Excellent kid. You will one day be grateful for the wisdom of your decision today." The ancient voice responded, laced with satisfaction. Without hesitation, Yifei found a patch of grass and began to cultivate. Time passed, and he lost track of how long he had been training until the sound of commotion jerked him back to reality. He felt a warm current flowing through him, bringing immense comfort. The fiery pain on his face had vanished. As he regained his senses, he discerned cries for help in the distance. Several hundred meters away, he spotted two burly men attempting to drag a young woman into a nearby thicket, her mouth covered. Yifei rushed towards them, shouting, "Stop. What are you doing?" As he approached and recognized the two thugs, he was taken aback. The one covering the woman's mouth was a notorious gangster known as Dog Brother, who mingled with many school bullies at Haijo No. 1 High School. His companion was a former student expelled for fighting. Realizing he was face-to-face with these notorious criminals, Yifei trembled in fear neither man was someone he could confront. "Kid, don't get yourself into trouble, just scram." Dog Brother's accomplice glared at Yifei, barking a reprimand. "If you let her go, I will pretend this never happened." Yifei stammered, though terror gripped his heart. "Little brat, do you wish for death?" Upon hearing Yifei's words, the lackey of Dog Brother stormed towards him, brandishing a dagger from his pocket. "Young man, there is no need for you to whisper. They cannot hear my words. Moreover, you need not speak aloud. Simply convey your thoughts in your mind, and I shall comprehend them. Look at you, cowering like this. You're now a cultivator. Dealing with these insignificant pests should be an effortless task." As his words fell, Dog Brother's lackey lunged toward Yifei. Seeing Yifei standing there in a daze, he assumed Yifei was rendered speechless with fear, yet he showed no hesitation as he thrust the dagger towards Yifei's abdomen. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Yifei's garment, it suddenly halted. "You insolent wretch! How dare you disrupt my affairs?" Dog Brother released the young woman and charged at Yifei. "Leave. Do not let me see you again." Yifei cast a cold glance at the two, the lackey and Dog Brother, terrified by Yifei's demeanor, dared not linger. Without uttering a single threat, they fled in panic. "Are you all right?" Once Dog Brother's figures vanished, Yifei turned his attention to the young woman, inquiring gently. Only then did he notice that she appeared to be in her 20s, with rosy lips and white teeth, strikingly beautiful. Her skin was pale and delicate, as if one could draw water from it, and her bosom rose prominently, captivating the gaze. Her long, fair legs were particularly alluring in the night. At that moment, the young woman's tear-stained face revealed a look of fear and unease, evoking a sense of compassion. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Chunwan," she spoke, her voice soft and melodious. Chunwan nodded, expressing her gratitude once more. She lived nearby, and as they walked and chatted, Yifei learned that she had recently rented her apartment and had ventured out to purchase some daily necessities. Wearing his school uniform, Yifei was easily presumed by Chunwan to be a student of Haijo No. 1 High School, which caused her gaze to shift into something peculiar. However, Yifei remained focused on the path ahead, unaware of her unusual reaction. Upon reaching her doorstep, Yifei prepared to take his leave, but suddenly, Chunwan spoke up. Would you be able to stay tonight?" Chapter 2, The New Language Teacher. Upon hearing Chunwan's words, Yifei's mouth fell agape as he gazed at her, his expression one of sheer incredulity. Chunwan, under Yifei's intense scrutiny, felt her delicate face flush with embarrassment, and she hurriedly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. The apartment I rented has 2 bedrooms, and I fear they might come over tonight, so..." By the time she reached the end of her explanation, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. "Boy, agree to her," the old man urged silently, while Yifei internally shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chunwan was undeniably beautiful, with exquisite features, fair and taut skin, and an alluring figure that commanded attention. At her age, she had already blossomed, exuding a unique charm characteristic of a mature woman. Even the campus belle, Luo Irin, paled in comparison to her youthful allure. However, was it truly appropriate to cohabit so soon after their acquaintance? "You ungrateful brat. Do you even realize the treasure standing before you? This girl possesses a rare and extraordinary constitution. Training alongside her and absorbing her unique energy will yield remarkable results. Do you wish to be bullied again?" Noticing Yifei's silence, Chunwan mistakenly assumed he was declining, and a shadow of disappointment crossed her lovely visage. "If you don't want to..." "No, Ido," Yifei quickly interjected. "What? You truly agree?" Chunwan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Upon seeing Yifei's affirmative nod, she nearly leaped with joy. However, as they entered the apartment, Chunwan suddenly became aware of something, her face flushing red with a hint of embarrassment. She recalled that while her rental was indeed a 2-bedroom unit, The secondary bedroom contained nothing but a bare mattress piled high with various odds and ends, completely devoid of any bedding. That room was intended solely for storage. He had just rescued me, and I invited him to stay. I certainly cannot let him sleep on the bare mattress, she pondered, seeking a solution. Must we share a room? The mere thought made her cheeks burn with shame. Yi Fei soon recognized her discomfort and proactively suggested, Sister Chen-Wan, I can sleep on the sofa. His words made her blush even deeper. Although summer was approaching, the living room remained quite chilly. Summoning her courage, she declared, let us both sleep in the master bedroom. You take the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor? That's out of the question, Yi Fei exclaimed in astonishment, refusing vehemently. How could he allow such a delicate young lady to sleep on the floor? Yet Chen-Wan remained resolute. After much back and forth, they finally reached a consensus. They would share a room, but Chen-Wan would sleep in the bed while Yi Fei would take the floor. Yi Fei soon drifted into slumber on the floor, covered by a comforter, while Chen-Wan tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Especially with the young man lying mere feet away. Turning on her side, she propped her chin on her hand, studying Yi Fei's handsome face. In that moment, she realized just how striking he truly was, with well-defined features, a strong jawline, and an air of determination that radiated from his slender form. Yet all these qualities have been obscured by the oversized, tattered school uniform he typically wore. Chen-Wan found herself lost in thought. Oblivious to the moment, she drifted into slumber. A gentle smile adorned her lips, her face radiating with sweetness and satisfaction. Despite the presence of a stranger, a man she had only just met, she felt an unusual sense of tranquility. Je fus injuriat un exceptionnel confortabilité, awakening to the tantalizing aroma of delicious dishes wafting through the air. Wow, Sister Chen-Wan, you've prepared such a delightful feast, he exclaimed, gazing at the bountiful spread on the table, addressing Chen-Wan, who was still busily engaged in the kitchen. With a warm smile, Chen-Wan replied, hurry and wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly. By the time Yi Fei finished freshening up, Chen-Wan was already seated at the dining table, waiting for him. Without hesitation, Yi Fei joined her, devouring the food with gusto. This is incredible, Sister Chen-Wan. You truly are remarkable. Whoever marries you will be so fortunate, he mumbled between mouthfuls. Chen-Wan shot him an exasperated glance, serving him a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee. Eat slowly, you might choke. I need to visit your school later. Let us go together. That one tea do. We're running out of time. Our new Chinese teacher is coming today. And if I'm late, I'll leave a bad impression, which could be disastrous. Yi Fei replied, glancing at the clock. Surely not. Haizhou no. One middle school is renowned across the nation. Anyone who teaches there is no ordinary person. Trust me, the new teacher won't make a fuss over something so trivial. Chen-Wan said with a knowing smile, a hint of mischief gleaming in her eyes. How can you say that? What if the new teacher is like our homeroom teacher, burly and ill-tempered? I'd be in for a rough time, Yi Fei grumbled, his eyes downcast as he sipped his congee. He failed to notice the way Chen-Wan clenched her teeth at his words, nearly spilling the congee in her frustration. Although Chen-Wan had mentioned she would accompany him to school, Yi Fei set off early. Upon reaching the classroom door, he felt the collective gaze of his classmates upon him, their expressions peculiar. I heard Wang Cheng and his gang cornered you last night. His desk mate, Guo Liang, whispered conspiratorially. Yi Fei's expression darkened as he nodded. Those rascals, Guo Liang cursed, leaning closer. Wang Cheng circulated a video of last night's incident in the school group. But thankfully it was dark, so they didn't capture your face clearly. Yi Fei's countenance grew even grimmer. It was no wonder his peers were regarding him in such a manner. Even if they couldn't see his face in the video, most of them likely guessed that the victim was him. I'll walk home with you after school. If they dare to act so brazenly again, I'll hire someone from outside to deal with them, Guo Liang declared angrily. No need for that. Yi Fei shook his head, fixated on his textbook. Thoughts of Wang Cheng and his accomplices made his fists clench tightly, a cold smile forming in his heart. Today, Yi Fei was no longer the same person they had bullied yesterday. From now on, the tables could very well turn. Guo Liang was about to express more. But upon raising his head, he beheld the imposing figure of their homeroom teacher, Zhao Yun, standing at the entrance, accompanied by another individual. The moment he recognized the person behind Zhao Yun, Guo Liang's excitement surged, and he fervently shook Yi Fei's arm, exclaiming, Yi Fei, it's over. I'm in love. I'm in love. Are you not in love? Every day, Yi Fei replied dismissively, without lifting his gaze. Guo Liang came from a wealthy family. Though he was a bit chubby, he possessed a delightful personality, an appealing appearance, and was generous with his spending, making him quite popular among the girls at school. This time is different. It's truly different. Oh no, I realize I've completely fallen. Guoyang continued, almost in a frenzy. Just then, the homeroom teacher approached the podium and tapped on the desk, capturing the students' attention. Class, this is our new Chinese teacher. Before Zhao Yun could finish her sentence, the classroom erupted in a flurry of chatter. Wow, she's so beautiful. Is she our new Chinese teacher? Haha, we're so lucky. Hearing the commotion, Yifei finally lifted his head, and upon recognizing the person standing next to Zhao Yun, his eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively causing him to rise. The new teacher was none other than Chen Wan, someone he had recently parted ways with. Yifei felt his mind racing, struggling to comprehend the situation. The homeroom teacher shot Yifei a disdainful look. Yifei, do you have a problem? When she first met him, she had thought she had found a gem. But after a mock exam, it became evident that she had merely picked up a weed. Her attitude towards Yifei shifted from warm concern to outright disdain. As Yifei noticed Chen Wan discreetly winking at him while others were oblivious, her expression was one of innocence, as if to say, I wanted to tell you all along. It was you who didn't give me a chance. And no problem, Yifei replied, visibly flustered. Then sit down. The homeroom teacher glared at Yifei, continuing, Teacher Chen is an exceptional graduate from Beijing University, and starting today, she will be responsible for teaching our class Chinese. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the classroom. Once the applause subsided, the homeroom teacher delivered a few formal remarks, and after Chen Wan completed her self-introduction, she remained to prepare for the first class of the day, which would be Chinese. Seated beside him, Guoliang persisted in his inquiries. Yifei, do you really know my goddess? Huh? Who is your goddess? Yifei asked, bewildered. Of course, it's our teacher Chen Wan. Wasn't your goddess previously Luo Irin? From this moment on, my only goddess is teacher Chen Wan. Come on, tell me, do you already know her? No. Yifei mumbled, casting his eyes down at his textbook, responding to Guoliang with half-hearted comments. He realized that his memory had significantly improved. He could retain information from the book after just one reading, and concepts that once eluded him were now easily understood. Just as Yifei reveled in this newfound capability, Chen Wan's voice suddenly rose in volume. Classmate Guoliang, please recapitulate the content I just explained. Since the beginning of the lesson, Guoliang had been incessantly pestering Yifei, oblivious to what Chen Wan was discussing. When he finally stood up, his face was flushed crimson, stammering for quite a while before finally managing to utter, Teacher, I don't know. A wave of laughter erupted from the entire class. Instantly, all eyes shifted back to Yifei, filled with amusement, and many boys could not suppress their chuckles. For them, witnessing Yifei's embarrassment in front of the attractive teacher was undoubtedly a delightful spectacle. Gazing into Chen Wan's playful and charming eyes, an inexplicable saying flashed through Yifei's mind. What goes around comes around. He understood that Chen Wan was not merely reprimanding him for his distraction. Rather, she was avenging his earlier remark about the new teacher being a fierce woman. Chapter 3. Encountering a Ghost. Teacher, I don't know either. Before Yifei could speak, a student from the back row suddenly mimicked his voice, provoking another round of laughter. As the laughter subsided, a clear voice resonated throughout the room. Dumu, courtesy name Muji, alias Fanchuan Jushi, was an eminent poet and essayist of the Tang dynasty, the grandson of Prime Minister Du Yu and son of Du Tsongyu. At the age of 26, he achieved the highest degree in the imperial examination during the second year of the reign of Emperor Wenzong. As Yifei finished, an abrupt silence engulfed the classroom. The classmates who had been mocking him gaped in disbelief, their voices abruptly stifled as if they had been choked. Furthermore, his recitation was flawless. How could this be possible? Chen Wan, too, was taken aback. She had noticed Yifei chatting with Guoliang and presumed he was not paying attention to her lecture. Yifei, you must have secretly flipped through your book while pretending to be inattentive. Wang Cheng's voice interrupted the silence. At his words, the realization dawned on many classmates, their astonishment transforming into disdainful glances directed at Yifei. Observing their expressions, Wang Cheng smirked, looking triumphantly at Yifei, his gaze filled with provocation. He yearned to witness Yifei flustered or dejected, yet the outcome was disappointing. Yifei remained composed, not even casting a glance in his direction. Teacher, I did not cheat, Yifei stated, meeting Chen Wan's gaze with unwavering calm. Indeed, denying it even after being caught. I propose that Yifei be expelled from the class to spare us further embarrassment. Another sycophant, Lu Guang, chimed in. Chen Wan furrowed her brow slightly. Her intention was merely to retaliate against Yifei's earlier sarcasm, not to allow Wang Cheng and his cohorts to exploit the situation to torment him. Teacher, I believe Yi Fei did not cheat. At that moment, Luo Yirong, seated in the front row, spoke up. The class collectively stared in astonishment at Luo Yirong's unexpected defense of Yi Fei. What was happening today? The usually aloof and distant campus belle, Luo Yirong, was actually speaking up for this rural newcomer. Wang Cheng's face turned beet red, his gaze directed at Yi Fei now infused with a mix of anger and jealousy. Since the beginning of his first year in high school, he had pursued Luo Yiren for 3 years, yet he had never received a semblance of kindness, let alone any words spoken on his behalf. Yet today, Luo Yiren had spoken up for someone else, and that person was the very rustic he had always looked down upon, which he found utterly intolerable. Chun Wan was initially concerned that Yi Fei might lose face, but upon seeing his clear gaze and composed demeanor, she felt reassured. Go ahead and take the exam, Yi Fei declared with confidence. The classmates in the classroom found it hard to believe. During the last instance, Yi Fei had been caught glancing at the textbook, but this time, everyone was watching him closely, leaving him no chance to consult the book. Could it be mere luck that he happened to remember that one line? Before they could react, Chen Wan posed another question. Ding dang, you sure? Jin Kuaizhu Li. Qi Ji Li Yi. Qin Ren Shi Ji. EBU Shin 11. What does this phrase mean? A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. This content had just been discussed by Chen Wan, and the classmates had only heard it once. Was this truly the academically challenged Yi Fei? However, Chen Wan's inquiries did not cease there. Hu Su Yi Ya, Hangu Yu, Hu Ren Yu, Kilian Yi Tu. This was material that Chen Wan had yet to explain. Just as this thought emerged, Yi Fei's voice resonated through the room. The border guards Chun Sheng and Wu Guang shouted, and Hangu Pass was breached. When Chu Xiangyu set fire, the magnificent Apang Palace was reduced to ashes. The students exchanged bewildered glances, caught off guard. The quicker ones hastily flipped through their textbooks, only to find that Yi Fei had recited every word flawlessly. Qinren Bu Xia Zi Ai, Horen Ai Ji, Horen Ai Ji, Yu Jinji, Yishur Horen Erfu Ai Horen Yi. The Qin people had no time to mourn themselves, yet future generations lamented them. If future generations mourned them but failed to learn from their mistakes, it would only lead subsequent generations to lament them as well. The exchange between the two felt as if it had been rehearsed, with Chen Wan posing the question and Yi Fei immediately providing the translation. As Yi Fei finished the last line, those holding textbooks were left in shock, exchanging glances, their minds echoing a singular thought. Today, we have truly witnessed the extraordinary. The classroom fell silent, with the faint sound of students' breaths audible. Yi Fei, you may take your seat, Chen Wan nodded, signaling that he could sit down. Wang Cheng, seated at his desk, clenched his fists tightly, especially consumed by jealousy when he saw Luo Yiren gazing intently at Yi Fei. Wait, teacher, I object to allowing Yi Fei to sit down. Wang Cheng suddenly stood up, shouting, Wang Cheng, do you have any objections? Chen Wan looked at him, her displeasure beginning to surface. She had long recognized Wang Cheng's attempts to create trouble for Yi Fei, but maintained her composure, responding in a gentle tone. Teacher, Yi Fei is openly disrupting classroom discipline. As a vice class leader, I believe he should not simply be allowed to sit down. Wang Cheng adopted a pose of righteous indignation. Oh, what do you propose we do? Chen Wan's eyes had narrowed into slits, yet her face bore a smile, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. Upon noticing that Chen Wan did not dismiss his opinion, Wang Cheng felt a surge of exhilaration. In his estimation, Yi Fei's audacity to slack off during the new teacher's inaugural lesson would surely provoke the instructor's disdain. I propose that Yi Fei recite the entirety of the Afang Palace Ode before he is allowed to sit down. Should he fail to do so, let him transcribe it 100 times. Furthermore, he must compose a written apology and present it before the entire student body during tomorrow's morning exercise. Wang Cheng's words elicited gasps of astonishment from many students. How merciless Wang Cheng was. The Afang Palace Ode was a topic Chen Wan had only introduced that very day and had barely covered half of its content. It was highly unlikely that any student present could recite it from memory. Should Yi Fei falter, he would be condemned to a monumental task of copying over 60,000 characters. Moreover, reading his apology before all the students would be a complete loss of face, forever tarnishing his reputation at school. Chapter 4. I was indeed correct in my judgment. As Wang Cheng's voice faded, all eyes returned to Yi Fei. It was evident to all that Wang Cheng was deliberately tormenting him. Yi Fei, what are your thoughts? Chen Wan inquired with a smile, her heart secretly brimming with anticipation, as she discreetly winked at him when no one was watching. She certainly did not wish for Yi Fei to embarrass himself. Wang Cheng, however, interpreted her words as an indication of her disapproval of Yi Fei, which only fueled his arrogance. Before Yi Fei could respond, his deskmate Guoliang could no longer contain himself, his face flushed with anger. Wang Cheng, you are going too far. Guoliang, this is none of your business. It would be wise for you to keep your mouth shut and not dig your own grave, Wang Cheng retorted disdainfully, casting a threatening glance at him. Although Guoliang's father was a billionaire, there was still a disparity compared to Wang Cheng's father, especially since Guoliang's construction company was involved in projects for Wang Cheng's family. Wang Cheng had ample means to deal with him. Guoliang, feeling the weight of Wang Cheng's blatant threat, turned crimson with indignation. As Yi Fei stood there in silence, many classmates assumed he was intimidated. Luo Yiren, who had been watching him intently, also displayed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Wang Cheng, eyeing Yi Fei with a mocking smile, taunted, "What's the matter? Yi Fei, are you afraid?" Just when everyone expected Yi Fei to back down, he finally spoke, his voice calm. "Well, if I do manage to recite it, what then?" Wang Cheng, "You can sit down if you manage to recite it. It has nothing to do with me." Wang Cheng scoffed dismissively, well aware of the trap laid before him. "Heh," Yi Fei replied coldly. "For me to recite it successfully merely allows me to sit down. Yet if I fail, I must copy the Afong Palace Ode 100 times and read my apology before the entire student body. Is there any precedent for such an outrageous demand?" Hearing Yi Fei's retort, Wang Cheng became even more convinced that Yi Fei could not possibly recite the entire text, believing he was merely attempting to evade his proposal. With a sneer, he replied, "Oh, what do you intend to do? Why don't we make a wager, with Teacher Chun and the entire class as witnesses?" Yi Fei proposed, extending a finger and speaking with an air of nonchalance. Such calm composure left the whole class momentarily bewildered. Was this truly the same Yi Fei, who had previously been timid and barely noticeable in class? "If I fail to recite the lament of the Apang Palace, I shall transcribe the entire text 100 times and present as self-criticism, reading it aloud before the entire school." However, Yi Fei paused, a cold smile gracing his lips. "If I succeed, I shall not ask you to transcribe the text 100 times or write as self-criticism. Instead, all you need to do is write 'I am a foolish pig' on a piece of paper, affix it to your forehead, and walk 3 laps around the school during recess. How does that sound? Oh, and make sure the paper fully covers your forehead. The letters are uniform in size and clearly visible at a glance." Yi Fei added with a touch of kindness. Boom! As Yi Fei's words hung in the air, the classroom erupted into laughter, with some students clutching their bellies, their heads resting helplessly on their desks, struggling to catch their breath. Even Chun Wan and the 2 beautiful girls, Luo Yiren and another, could not contain their amusement. Their lips curled in suppressed smiles, shoulders shaking in mirth. Had Yi Fei not uttered that final remark, the image of Wang Cheng, adorned with the sign declaring him a foolish pig, wandering among the throng of students, would not have taken shape in their minds. If such a spectacle were to occur, Wang Cheng would undoubtedly become notorious throughout Haizhou's schools. Wang Cheng's face flushed a deep crimson, and he glared at Yi Fei with an intensity that suggested he might devour him whole, gritting his teeth as he spat. "Yi Fei, you are courting death. What? Are you afraid?" Yi Fei ignored Wang Cheng's overt threat, mimicking the latter's previous tone. "Indeed, Wang Cheng, are you afraid? If you are, then cease pretending to be so formidable." Guoliang laughed heartily, poking fun at Wang Cheng, his previous gloom entirely dissipated. As the eyes of the entire class fell upon him, Wang Cheng could hardly contain his rage, wishing to pounce on Yi Fei and tear him apart. He yearned to be the center of attention, but certainly not in this humiliating manner. "Fine, I accept your challenge." Wang Cheng forced the words through clenched teeth, adding, "But I have a condition. You have only 5 minutes. If your recitation exceeds that time, you lose." "Not a problem," Yi Fei readily agreed. Eager classmates, having overheard their exchange, swiftly pulled out their phones, ready to time the challenge. Chun Wan watched with a smile on her face, her demeanor relaxed as a teacher, showing no intention to intervene. Naturally, the students were eager for the spectacle and quickly appointed several class representatives as judges. To everyone's surprise, the usually reserved class monitor, Luo Yiren, did not decline when invited to serve as a judge, readily accepting the role. "Ready, set, go." At the signal from the class representative, the judges began timing simultaneously. However, to the astonishment of the crowd, they did not hear the sound of Yi Fei reciting the text. Their gazes fell once more upon him. "Yi Fei, time is of the essence. Why haven't you begun?" Guoliang urged anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What's the rush? Let me take a sip of water to soothe my throat first," Yi Fei replied, leisurely reaching for an unopened bottle of mineral water on the table. In his heart, Yi Fei harbored a plan. Today, he intended not only to triumph over Wang Cheng, but to do so with flair. He aimed to impart a profound lesson to Wang Cheng, while simultaneously demonstrating to those classmates who had looked down upon him in the past that he, Yi Fei, would no longer be a target for their mockery and disdain. Guoliang wiped the sweat from his brow, a sudden wave of foreboding washing over him. Leaning closer, he whispered to Yi Fei, "Brother, you haven't forgotten to memorize it, have you?" Though Guoliang's voice was barely audible, the attention of the class was riveted upon them, making it impossible for anyone to miss it. Wang Cheng erupted in laughter. "Yi Fei, do recite. Have you forgotten the very first line? Would you like me to remind you?" He continued, "I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a fool, putting on airs with your spectacles. Thinking you're cultured? Damn it, I was worried for nothing." Wang Cheng's sycophants, Sun Yuan and Lu Guang, joined in the relentless mockery. Yet, Yi Fei seemed oblivious to their jeers, calmly taking another sip of water. 5 minutes can feel both short and long. In the blink of an eye, 2 minutes had elapsed. The once eager classmates began to lose hope, and the more irritable ones could no longer contain their frustration. What nonsense is this? What a waste of my time. Truly a pretentious fool. Another 2 minutes passed. Only 1 minute remained. The students glanced at the timer, shaking their heads in unison. Reciting 600 characters in a mere minute? How could that be possible? Even if the book were open for Yi Fei to read aloud, he would not finish in time. Wang Cheng laughed triumphantly. Victory was assured. "It's over, it's over," Guoliang muttered repeatedly, looking utterly despondent. At that moment, Yi Fei's clear voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. 6 kings have fallen. The 4 seas unite. Mount Shu stands tall. The Afang Palace emerges. It looms over 300 miles, blocking out the sun. The northern slopes of Lishan bend westward, leading straight to Xianyang. Though Yi Fei's voice was soft, it was remarkably clear, his pace alarmingly swift, yet each word was enunciated with precision. The entire class widened their eyes, staring at Yi Fei in disbelief. A girl could not contain her astonishment and exclaimed, articulating the thoughts of all, "My heavens, is that a machine gun?" Unperturbed by the astonishment around him, Yi Fei accelerated his tempo further. Thunder strikes suddenly. The imperial car passes, the distant sound of wheels, lost to oblivion. Wang Cheng's expression darkened considerably. Yi Fei spoke with such rapidity that he struggled to keep pace, even when reading from the book before him. What further infuriated him was Yi Fei's enunciation, so precise that it thwarted any attempts at slander. Casting a glance at the timer, Wang Cheng regained a measure of composure and scoffed. "So what if you're quick? There's still 20 seconds left. Let us see how you manage to memorize the remaining bulk." No sooner had he spoken than Yi Fei's recitation speed surged once more. The lamentations of the Qin people are fleeting, yet the sorrow of future generations lingers. Those who mourn without learning from the past will only perpetuate their own grief. Ding! As the final syllable left Yi Fei's lips, the timer's signal rang out. The classroom fell eerily silent, with no one daring to speak, save for the alarm marking the end of time. Students exchanged glances, their astonishment evident in their eyes. Guoliang's pudgy face flushed with excitement, his youthful pimples seemingly aglow, as if he were the one who had just recited the text. In that moment, he felt compelled to give Yi Fei a resounding thumbs up. "That was impressive. Kid, I knew I had not misjudged you. You are indeed a concealed gem." Thud. Chapter 5. Chen Wan's outburst. In the hushed classroom, one could hear a pin drop. The gazes directed at Yi Fei resembled those one might cast upon a curious creature. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Chen Wan promptly announced the dismissal. "Yi Fei, please visit my office after lunch." Before departing, she cast Yi Fei a meaningful glance. Wang Cheng, who had been lost in despair, seemed to regain a flicker of hope upon hearing Chen Wan's words. "I have not lost yet. He is merely a poor country lad. So what if he can recite? He is still nothing but a loser, still subject to my bullying." With this thought, Wang Cheng's confidence returned, and he looked at Yi Fei, saying, "Don't get too cocky, Yi Fei. You've offended the new teacher. Let us see how you fare in the future." Oh, contrary to Wang Cheng's expectations, Yi Fei did not appear the least bit intimidated. Instead, he merely replied nonchalantly, "I am more concerned about our wager." Wang Cheng's face flushed crimson. After lunch, Yi Fei arrived at the office, finding only Chen Wan inside. Upon knocking, he was beckoned in by a raised head. "Teacher Chen, did you need to see me?" Yi Fei approached her and stood attentively. "There is no one else here. You may call me Sister Chen Wan." Chen Wan lifted her head and smiled radiantly, exuding an undeniable charm. Today, she was dressed quite formally in a pale pink professional suit, paired with a white blouse. The top button left undone. From Yi Fei's vantage point, he could clearly discern an alluring expanse of fair skin. The profound curves of her figure resembling an abyss that threatened to ensnare his gaze. Feeling a touch dizzy, Yi Fei instinctively turned his attention to Chun Wan's desk, where he was startled to find his previous examination results displayed prominently. Chun Wan seemed oblivious to the shift in Yi Fei's gaze. Noticing his eyes fixed on the report card laid upon the table, she smiled and remarked, "I have reviewed your past examination results, and to be frank, they are rather disappointing." Upon hearing this, Yi Fei could only manage a bitter smile. His previous academic performance could hardly be described as merely unsatisfactory. It was nothing short of abysmal. Having studied in a rural area where educational resources were severely lacking, he once encountered a teacher who was tasked with instructing multiple subjects simultaneously. While he excelled in his rural school, upon his arrival at Haijo No. 1 High School, he found himself overshadowed. Despite his relentless efforts, the considerable gap in foundational knowledge made it exceedingly difficult to keep pace with his peers. However, do not lose heart. Chun Wan continued. From your report cards, I can see you have been steadily improving. Yi Fei nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a twinge of moisture in his eyes. In the past, his teachers had dismissed him as worthless after witnessing his initial mock exam scores, treating him like a burden and subjecting him to ridicule. Not a single person had recognized his gradual progress. Perhaps, even if they had, it would have gone unnoticed. Thank you, Sister Chun Wan. Yi Fei took a deep breath, his expression earnest. Chun Wan smiled gently. There is no need for formality between us. At this point, her brows slightly furrowed as she continued. However, this alone is insufficient. You are aware that the time until the college entrance examination is dwindling. At your current rate of progress, it is unlikely you will secure admission to even a second-tier university. I understand. Yi Fei nodded. Indeed, if he continued with his previous study methods. Though he was making strides, the best outcome by exam time would likely be acceptance into a decent vocational school. That was certainly not the future he envisioned. Nevertheless, things had changed. Formulas that had once eluded him or challenging to memorize were now clear as day. He could recite text verbatim after merely a single reading. Sister Chun Wan, rest assured, I will double my efforts and strive for a commendable score come exam time, Yi Fei declared solemnly. Recognizing the genuine concern Chun Wan held for him, it is reassuring to hear your confidence. I called you here to let you know that if you encounter any difficulties in your studies, you may approach me directly. She paused for a moment, playfully winking at Yi Fei. Of course, this assistance is not limited to just language arts. Remember, I was the science top student back in my day. Yi Fei had never witnessed Chun Wan displaying such playful demeanor. Staring at her, he blurted out, "Does that mean I can only come to you when I have academic issues?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Yi Fei was a student, and Chun Wan was his teacher. Naturally, he could only approach her regarding academic matters. As expected, Chun Wan feigned a fierce expression. "What else do you wish for?" Before Yi Fei could apologize, she blushed slightly and whispered, "For other matters, it is best to come when no one else is around." By the end of her sentence, her voice had become almost inaudible. Suddenly, Chun Wan appeared to recoil as if plunged into icy waters, wrapping her arms around herself, beginning to tremble slightly. Yi Fei was taken aback by Chun Wan's sudden transformation, exclaiming, "Sister Chun, what is the matter?" "It's nothing, just an old ailment. I'll be fine after a while," Chun Wan replied, crossing her arms, her teeth chattering as she spoke. At that moment, her face was drenched in cold sweat, devoid of any color, which contradicted her claim of being fine. "What? The Yin energy?" Yi Fei nearly gasped in disbelief. "Oomph. I have told you before that this girl before you is a rare embodiment of pure Yin energy. For cultivators, a pure Yin body is an extraordinary talent. If for an ordinary person, it is a calamity. Ordinary individuals do not understand how to guide the Yin energy and can only allow it to roam chaotically within their bodies. The longer it persists, the more pronounced the Yin energy becomes, leading to greater suffering when it erupts. Is there any benefit to my cultivation beside her?" Yi Fei suddenly inquired, struck by a thought. "Then what should we do?" Seeing the signs of Chun Wan fainting, Yi Fei grew anxious. "Ancestor, please speak up," he internally cried in desperation. "Of course, it goes without saying. What method?" Yi Fei quickly pressed for an answer. "Break the barrier. As long as you absorb the Yin energy within her, her symptoms will naturally dissipate, and that Yin energy will also greatly benefit you." Yi Fei glanced at Chun Wan and resolutely shook his head again. He did not deny his affection for her, but he absolutely could not take advantage of her misfortune and do something to betray her trust. Moreover, they were still in the office. Ancestor, I still wish to know if there are other treatment methods, Yi Fei said, gazing at Chun Wan with concern. His heart soared momentarily, yet his elation lasted barely 3 seconds. Upon learning the treatment method, Yi Fei was once again rendered speechless. Massage therapy? Chapter 6, Massage Therapy. The treatment Yi Fei discovered required the alignment of internal true essence with a massage of specific acupoints to suppress the yin energy within Chun Wan. Ancestor, is there truly no other treatment method? Yi Fei hesitated, glancing back to find Chun Wan's face pale as a ghost, frost forming on her brows, her entire being curled up and trembling. No longer hesitating, Yi Fei said to Chun Wan, Sister Chun, I know a massage technique that can temporarily alleviate your condition. All right, I trust you. Chun Wan trembled as she nodded, her voice barely audible. With her assent, Yi Fei wasted no time. He took hold of Chun Wan's hand and began to knead several acupoints on it. Simultaneously, he directed his true essence into her body with focused intent. At that moment, Chun Wan's body felt like an ice cavern, her blood nearly congealed with cold. Yi Fei instinctively intensified the flow of his true essence. Chun Wan's complexion gradually improved. Having endured this strange affliction, she had visited countless hospitals, yet none offered effective treatment. Each episode required her to endure alone, even in the sweltering heat of a sauna. Her body still felt as if trapped in an icy prison. However, just moments ago, Yi Fei's massage therapy seemed to infuse her body with a warm current. At this juncture, Yi Fei paused. Chun Wan slightly opened her eyes, gazing at Yi Fei with a hint of confusion. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, Why have you stopped? Chun Wan, the next area to be massaged is somewhat special. It is the Tianqi acupoint, Yi Fei replied, feeling a touch of embarrassment, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Who would have thought you were so traditional? Haven't you heard that one should not avoid treatment due to modesty? Right now, I am the patient, and you are the doctor. Moreover, I am your sister. Chun Wan chuckled, her smile reassuring. Even if the treatment is complete, I trust you. Very well then. Yi Fei scratched his head, feeling bashful. Chun Wan smiled again and closed her eyes, reclining in the chair, ready for the continuation of Yi Fei's treatment. However, as she shut her eyes, she recalled a question. Tianqi acupoint? Where is that exactly? She was not a doctor, after all. How could she possibly know the location of the Tianqi acupoint? Just as Chun Wan was about to ask Yi Fei, she felt a warm hand gently pressing down, followed by another. Realizing what was happening, she squeezed her eyes shut, playing the part of an ostrich. Yi Fei's situation was hardly any better. At that moment, he felt as if grass were sprouting from his chest, accompanied by a herd of wild horses galloping across a vast prairie. Ouch, that hurts, Chun Wan murmured, her brows slightly furrowed, yet she kept her eyes closed. Taken aback, Yi Fei forced himself to concentrate, repeatedly reciting the 5-character peaceful heart mantra. Looking up, he saw that Chun Wan's exquisite face had regained its previous vibrant allure, making her even more captivating. Is the treatment over? Chun Wan inquired, sensing Yi Fei's hands had ceased their movements. There's still the other side, Yi Fei replied awkwardly. Hearing this, Chun Wan nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Fei took a deep breath to steady his nerves. He understood that while Chun Wan appeared to have recovered on the surface, the underlying yin energy within her was merely lying dormant. If he were to stop now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Within an hour, the yin energy in Chun Wan would erupt once more and with even greater ferocity. At that point, suppressing it would be far more challenging. Resolute, Yi Fei gritted his teeth and resumed chanting the 5-character peaceful heart mantra, meticulously following the previous steps to massage Chun Wan once more. When all was said and done, Yi Fei felt as though his inner essence had been entirely depleted. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his complexion was pale, and he felt utterly drained. With a slight misstep, he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. As Yi Fei's hands came to a halt, Chun Wan opened her eyes. Upon doing so, she was met with the sight of Yi Fei, pale and sprawled on the floor. In that moment, she realized that Yi Fei's earlier treatment was likely far more arduous than she had imagined. Gazing at Yi Fei, who appeared as though he had just endured a grave illness, Chun Wan felt an acute pang in her heart, as if it had been tightly gripped. She hastily seized his arm, intent on assisting him to his feet. Xiao Fei, what is the matter with you? Are you unwell? Yi Fei waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, sitting on the ground. Sister Chun Wan, I assure you, I merely need a moment to catch my breath. Look at you. How can you say you're fine? I will take you to the hospital immediately. In her anxiety, Chun Wan became flustered, gripping Yifei's arm as she insisted on escorting him. Yifei managed a faint smile, saying, "Sister Chenwan, I truly am all right. I just need a brief rest. However, your own condition is what I wish to discuss." Upon hearing this, Chenwan's delicate features fell into a melancholy expression. She was all too aware of her affliction, which was, in truth, an incurable ailment. Since her first episode at the age of 9, she had lost count of the number of specialists she had consulted, renowned doctors from both home and abroad, but none had offered any hope for a cure. Had it not been for a remarkable individual who had once provided her with a prescription to alleviate her suffering, she feared she would not have lived past 20. Now, she sensed that the effects of that prescription were waning. Her journey to Haijo was a quest for a tranquil place to spend her remaining fleeting days. "I know what you are about to say." Chenwan offered a gentle smile, her lovely face tinged with sorrow. "This is an incurable condition. A wise man once foretold that I would not see my 25th year. I can cure you." Yifei interjected, lifting his gaze and fixing her with a determined stare. "What did you say?" Chenwan trembled slightly. Disbelief etched upon her features as she regarded Yifei. "I said, Sister Chenwan, I can cure your illness. Is what you say true?" Chenwan's eyes widened, filled with astonishment as she scrutinized Yifei. Had it been anyone else making such a claim, she might have dismissed it as a jest. Yet, Yifei had just effectively managed her condition, a feat even that remarkable individual had been unable to achieve. "Sister Chenwan, I possess a method to treat your affliction. Although my current abilities are insufficient," Yifei stated earnestly. The accumulation of the profound Yin energy within her body required a substantial amount of true essence, which Yifei, having only recently become a cultivator, did not yet possess. However, with the enhancement of his cultivation, curing Chenwan would no longer be a formidable challenge. "Very well, I believe you," Chenwan affirmed with a serious nod. "Sister Chenwan, do not be troubled. While I may not be able to cure you at this moment, I can manage to suppress your symptoms." Yifei reassured her with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chenwan recalled Yifei's previous treatment, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Yet, Yifei's expression grew slightly solemn as he continued. "Sister Chenwan, your health is currently fragile. You must take care of yourself, for in your present state, you cannot endure the treatment." Chenwan, having long suffered from the relentless assault of the dark Yin energy, appeared outwardly unaffected, yet her physical constitution was exceedingly frail. Yifei aimed to treat Chenwan and eradicate the dark Yin energy within her entirely. Naturally, this malevolent energy would not yield easily, and it was likely that a fierce battle would ensue, with Chenwan's body serving as the battleground. Given her current precarious state, she could scarcely endure such a confrontation. "What shall we do?" Chenwan, aware of Yifei's reasoning, inquired. Yifei furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. As the saying goes, jade nurtures the person, and a person nurtures jade. Quality jade possesses remarkable therapeutic qualities for the body. "Will this truly be effective?" Chenwan asked, her voice tinged with skepticism. "Absolutely," Yifei affirmed with a nod. "Ordinary jade is of no use. However, the jade I refer to has been refined by my own hands, and its effects are distinctly different." As they approached the classroom door, a cacophony of noise erupted from within. Yifei's presence at the entrance immediately drew the attention of all. In an instant, the classroom fell silent. Yifei surveyed the room, and his gaze landed on Wang Cheng, whose presence was particularly conspicuous. Wang Cheng was lounging on Yifei's desk, feet propped on a chair, half of his body leaning forward as he engaged in conversation with Luo Yiren, who seemed entirely indifferent to him, her focus fixed on her textbook. "Yifei, what is the matter? Did the teacher give you a good scolding?" Wang Cheng's sycophantic accomplice, Sun Yuan, approached Yifei with a mocking grin. Blocking his way at the door, Yifei cast a fleeting glance at Sun Yuan, disregarding him entirely as he proceeded toward his seat. "Yifei, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you?" Sun Yuan, incensed by Yifei's blatant dismissal, shouted angrily and swung his hand toward the back of Yifei's head. Little did Sun Yuan know, Yifei was no longer the same pushover he once was. It was as though Yifei possessed eyes in the back of his head. Just as Sun Yuan's hand was about to connect, Yifei swiftly turned around and firmly grasped Sun Yuan's wrist. "I have no desire to cause trouble at school, but that does not mean I am afraid of it. Should you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige after school, and it will also serve to settle last night's score," Yifei declared coldly, fixing Sun Yuan with a piercing gaze. Unlike the others present, Yifei was a student from the countryside. Gaining admission to Haijo No. 1 High School was no small feat for him, and he wished to avoid tarnishing the school's reputation or worrying his family. Under the icy intensity of Yi Fei's gaze, Sun Yuan felt every hair on his body stand on end, rendering him motionless. It was only after Yi Fei released his grip that he staggered several steps back, stunned. Once he regained his composure, Sun Yuan's fury ignited. Who does Yi Fei think he is? Just a country bumpkin, a mere pauper, daring to act so arrogantly before me? I was actually intimidated by a poor rural boy. As he noticed the collective gaze of his classmates upon him, Sun Yuan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. To hell with you. With a furious shout, Sun Yuan seized a stool from the podium and hurled it at Yi Fei's head as he turned to leave. This blow was fueled by Sun Yuan's pent-up resentment, delivered without any intention of restraint. Should it connect, it would surely result in a gruesome scene. A few female students watching gasped in terror. Sun Yuan, what are you doing? Yi Fei, be careful. The cries of Luo Yiren and Yi Fei's deskmate, Guoliang, rang out, but their attempts to intervene came too late. A loud crash echoed through the room, followed by a muffled grunt. The stool did not strike Yi Fei. Instead, Sun Yuan was sent flying backwards, crashing violently against the wall near the door with a resounding thud. Slumped against the wall, he sat on the floor, retching a mouthful of bile, unable to rise. A distinct shoe print marred his chest. An eerie silence enveloped the classroom, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The gazes of the students fell upon Yi Fei, their expressions akin to those who had witnessed a specter. Was this truly the Yi Fei they knew? Just this morning, Wang, Cheng, and others had been showcasing the video they recorded the night before, wherein the person being bullied was scarcely recognizable due to the poor lighting. Yet, nearly all the students had surmised that the victim was indeed Yi Fei. How could the timid boy, who had been bullied yesterday, transform into such a formidable figure today? The impact of this revelation surpassed even the moment when Yi Fei recited his lesson in class. Yi Fei scanned the room, nodding towards Luo Yiren, who had spoken in his defense, before making his way back to his desk. He halted beside it, fixing his gaze on Wang Cheng, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Wang Cheng felt an unsettling chill under Yi Fei's scrutiny and hesitated to leave his seat. The collective gaze of the class bore down on him, and to vacate his desk now would imply that he was intimidated by Yi Fei. Yi Fei, we are all classmates. Isn't your treatment of Sun Yuan a bit excessive? Wang Cheng remarked coldly. Indeed, Yi Fei, you are being rather vicious. Sun Yuan was merely joking with you, and yet you have injured him. His words were echoed by Lu Guang, another of Wang Cheng's sycophants and one of the bullies from the previous day. I knew it. This country bumpkin doesn't deserve to be in our class, chimed in Lu Guang's classmate, a tall athlete. Yi Fei cast a glance at the trio, a playful smile gracing his lips. Oh, what do you intend to do? You've harmed Sun Yuan. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. You must kneel and apologize to him, and allow us to give you a good beating. Wang Cheng sneered at Yi Fei. And what if I refuse? Yi Fei retorted. Refuse. Wang Cheng's smirk deepened at this. Then you shall face the consequences. As he spoke, Lu Guang and the athlete rose, flanking Yi Fei, effectively trapping him in the middle. Each held a leg of a stool, their cold laughter echoing ominously. Yi Fei, today I shall impart to you the ways of the world, you rustic fool. When Wang Cheng saw Lu Guang and the athlete blocking Yi Fei, a sense of triumph washed over him, and he bellowed, Attack. The duo had been eagerly awaiting Wang Cheng's command, and upon hearing a shout, they swiftly brandished the legs of their stools and hurled them toward Yi Fei. Bang! Two dull thuds resonated as Lu Guang and the athlete were sent sprawling backward, colliding violently with the blackboards behind them. Thud! Thud! The sounds echoed, and like Sun Yuan before them, they fell to the ground, unable to rise again. In stark contrast, Yi Fei stood unwavering, maintaining his previous stance as if he had not moved an inch. He turned to Wang Cheng, a broad grin revealing his pristine white teeth. Now it's your turn. Please enlighten me on how to navigate life. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze fixed on Yi Fei as if he were witnessing a ghost. You! Slap! Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Fei delivered a resounding slap, sending him tumbling off the table and sprawling on the floor in utter disgrace. Apologies, but I am not accustomed to looking up to others, Yi Fei remarked coolly, glancing at the dirt-streaked Wang Cheng. Chapter 8. I see you have a death wish. Boom! Yi Fei's assertive actions sent shockwaves throughout the room. Who was Wang Cheng? A figure of notoriety in Haizhou, hailing from a distinguished family and known for his lavish spending. He had amassed numerous sycophants and had committed countless misdeeds in Haizhou. Who dared to challenge him? Even when encountered, most would turn a blind eye. Yet now, Yi Fei had the audacity to slap Wang Cheng off the table. Wang Cheng's right cheek swelled visibly, soon displaying 5 distinct handprints. Yi Fei, how dare you strike me? He exclaimed, clutching his face in disbelief. What? Do you have a problem? Ye Fei de Tortet Coldi. You are merely a country bumpkin. How dare you lay a hand on me? I will have your head. Wang Chung roared, seemingly driven to madness as he lunged for Yi Fei's throat. Bang! Just as his hands approached, a swift kick landed in his abdomen, sending him crashing back to the ground. Damn it, Yi Fei, if you have the guts, kill me. Wang Chung shouted from the floor, remaining seated this time. As long as you cannot kill me, you are finished. Not just you, but your family as well. I hear you have a mother and a younger sister in middle school. Rest assured, once you are gone, I will take good care of them. Ha ha ha. Wang Chung cackled madly, emphasizing the word care. Seeking death. At his words, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. A dragon has its reverse scale. To touch, it is to invite death. Yi Fei's family was his reverse scale. Wang Cheng's taunts had undeniably crossed Yi Fei's line. With lightning speed, his hand shot out, delivering a swift slap that sent Wang Chung, still seated on the ground, flying. Upon landing, Wang Chung gasped and vomited blood, 2 of his white teeth mingling with it. Strike me harder. The more you hit me, the more I shall care for your mother and sister in the future. Wang Chung, unrepentant, wore a mad grin on his face, a sight that sent chills down the spines of all who beheld it. Truly, he was obstinately defiant. Yi Fei shook his head and strode over to Wang Chung, grasping the collar of his shirt with his left hand and delivering a resounding slap with his right. The sharp crack of the blows echoed throughout the space. If you have the guts, then kill me. Wang Chung shouted. Slap. Yi Fei, just wait, I will not. Slap. Countless slaps later, Wang Cheng's face was swollen and grotesque, resembling that of a pig, with blood and saliva oozing from the corners of his mouth. Just as he attempted to speak, he caught sight of Yi Fei's hand poised to strike again, causing him to tremble in fear. Grandfather, please stop. I realize my mistakes. Upon hearing this, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and laughter erupted from the crowd. Wang Chung, already a sight to behold with his swollen visage, felt his face burn even deeper with embarrassment at the sound of their mirth. However, at that moment, he could not afford to care about his pride. He recognized from Yi Fei's gaze that if he did not relent, the onslaught would continue unabated. With a swift motion, Yi Fei released Wang Chung, who crumpled to the ground. With many eyes fixed upon him, Wang Chung hung his head, wishing for a crevice in the earth to swallow him whole. Just as he turned to flee, Yi Fei's voice rang out once more. Halt! Wang Chung, having taken a single step, froze in his tracks and turned to face Yi Fei, his expression darkening. Despite having called him grandfather, did Yi Fei still intend to show him no mercy? You seemed quite comfortable sitting at my table earlier. Shouldn't you clean it before you leave? Yi Fei stated coolly. Wang Chung sighed in relief at the words. Yet humiliation gnawed at him. He silently resolved to endure this indignity, knowing he would find ways to deal with Yi Fei in the future. With his head bowed, he approached Yi Fei's table and, under the gaze of the crowd, wiped it down with his own clothing, then cleaned the chair he had occupied before finally looking up at Yi Fei. Is it satisfactory now? Yi Fei didn't even glance in his direction, returning to his seat as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, a stern figure appeared at the door. Upon seeing the disarray and the sight of Sun Yuan seated at the entrance, his round face darkened further. Sun Yuan, why are you sitting here? Although Sun Yuan had been kicked by Yi Fei earlier, he had not suffered any serious injury due to the lack of force behind the blow. After resting for a while, he was nearly fully recovered. Upon witnessing the arrival of the stern figure, he became animated, feigning a look of grievance as he exclaimed, You have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I might have been beaten to death. What? Who dares to be so audacious as to strike you? She inquired, pointing at Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan stood up, gazing in Yi Fei's direction, raising his hand to declare that he had been struck by Yi Fei. At that moment, Yi Fei, who had been looking down, lifted his head to meet Sun Yuan's gaze. Their eyes locked, and Sun Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he were being hunted by a wild beast, overwhelmed by an urge to soil himself. Sun Yuan, I am inquiring about who harmed you, she demanded, noticing his stunned silence, her brows furrowing in frustration. Interrupted by the sudden outburst, Sun Yuan reluctantly turned to her, managing a smile that was more sorrowful than joyous. If I were to say it was my own doing, would you believe me? A roar of laughter erupted from the crowd once more. The stern woman's face flushed crimson. She had been outwitted in front of everyone. Pointing furiously at Sun Yuan, she shouted, Get out! At that moment, Sun Yuan wished for death. Offending this fierce woman would surely lead to a torturous existence ahead. He had intended to reveal that it was Yi Fei who had struck him. But upon seeing Yi Fei's gaze, An inexplicable fear took hold of him, and his words morphed into the absurdity he had just uttered. "Please allow me to explain," he began, but was cut off by the woman's furious interruption as she pointed towards the door and bellowed, "Leave." With no choice, Sun Yuan fled in disarray. "And you too, get out as well," the woman barked at Lu Guang and the others. Once their awkward figures vanished through the door, she stepped onto the stage, her chilling gaze sweeping over the crowd, fixing on Wang Cheng with renewed intensity. At that moment, all eyes turned to Wang Cheng, for everyone knew that the injuries he bore were inflicted by Yi Fei, and they were eager to see whether he would dare to name him. I. Wang Cheng stammered, a sudden flash of inspiration striking him as he cleared his throat. "Ahem, I have recently been feeling quite unwell. These are not the marks of a beating, but rather the remnants of cupping." He feigned a cough, adding dramatic flair. At his declaration, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted, quickly igniting uncontrollable mirth among the remaining spectators. Many could hardly contain themselves, their faces flushing with amusement. Even Luo Yiren, at that moment, had her head resting on the table, her shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter, clearly struggling to hold back her mirth. If there were still two individuals unamused, they were Yi Fei and the stern woman on stage. The woman's expression darkened, her countenance seemingly ready to drip with fury. "Cupping? Do you take me for a fool? Is it customary to perform cupping on the face?" Her anger reached a boiling point, disregarding Wang Cheng's background as she pointed at him and scolded, "Unwell? I see you are merely a fool. Get out." Another uproar of laughter ensued, and amidst the cacophony, Wang Cheng hurriedly lowered his head and fled in embarrassment. Chapter 9. It turns out to be a little dog. Wang Cheng, having escaped in a fluster, took only a few steps before encountering Sun Yuan and the other two, who were seated by the garden. "Wang Xiao, have you also come out?" Sun Yuan and the others were taken aback upon seeing Wang Cheng. It is important to note that Wang Cheng's status was distinct from theirs, and they had to show him some respect. They never expected that Wang Cheng had also been expelled. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng's expression darkened. He inwardly cursed. "Isn't that obvious? I'm here because I've been thrown out." "Wang Cheng, will this matter just end here?" Lu Guang inquired, casting a glance at Wang Cheng. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Who was Yi Fei? Merely a poor country bumpkin, someone they had previously bullied and ridiculed. Yet just moments ago, this impoverished youth had the audacity to confront them and beat them, leaving them utterly humiliated. Is this how it ends? Wang Cheng's eyes glinted with malice. How can it be so? You dare to strike me and expect it to be forgotten? I will contact someone from the underworld to deal with Yi Fei. Today, I shall ensure his downfall. Wang Cheng grimaced, clutching his cheek where Yi Fei had knocked out two of his teeth. Where shall we go now? Sun Yuan asked. Where else? To the infirmary. Of course, Wang Cheng exclaimed, exasperated as the movement tugged at his injuries, making him wince in pain. In no time, the four of them were bowing and apologizing, and they were not met with further hostility. Wang Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, but as he passed by Yi Fei, he cast a peculiar glance filled with a hint of expectation. He was there, poised to witness the unfolding drama. Unfortunately, Yi Fei kept his head down and did not spare him a glance, which only fueled Wang Cheng's indignation as he silently cursed, "You little brat, just wait." He then settled down quietly. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. Two tall, imposing men with fierce expressions appeared at the entrance. "Who are you? Do you know where this is?" Zhao Yun shouted upon seeing the two men. Bang! Before Zhao Yun could finish her sentence, the leading thug kicked her in the abdomen, sending her staggering back, her face paling. Seeking revenge from the underworld, I Haven T asked, so it's best you keep quiet and don't bring trouble upon yourselves or your families. The leading man spat, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Having never witnessed such a menacing scene, everyone fell silent, like a flock of chicks in the presence of a hawk. A few recognized the identities of the two men and widened their eyes in shock, instinctively covering their mouths to stifle any sounds. The leading man was thoroughly pleased with the crowd's reaction, smirking with arrogance as he bellowed, "Who is Yi Fei?" With that, he pulled out a Zippo lighter from his pocket, flicked it open, and lit a cigarette with a snap, taking a long drag. The most exhilarated among them was undoubtedly Wang Cheng, who could hardly contain his anticipation for the moment when Yi Fei would be brought to tears, broken and battered. "He is Yi Fei." Wang Cheng rose to his feet, pointing at Yi Fei, and shouted loudly, "Yi Fei, you worthless scum. It would have been one thing to be idle, but you've now entangled yourself with unsavory characters." Upon uttering these words, Wang Cheng's gaze towards Yi Fei shifted dramatically. While Zhao Yun fixed him with a fierce glare, wishing she could strangle him. The reactions of the crowd did not escape Wang Cheng's notice, and a smug smile crept across his face. Yi Fei, let's see how you escape this. Wang Cheng, you speak nonsense. Yi Fei is not that kind of person. Guo Liang retorted indignantly. If Wang Cheng succeeded in attributing such disgrace to Yi Fei, he would undoubtedly become a public enemy. I too believe Yi Fei is not like that, chimed in Luo Yirong from the front. Seeing Luo Yirong come to Yi Fei's defense only fueled Wang Cheng's anger and jealousy. Despite his daily efforts to win Luo Yirong's favor, he had received nothing but disdain. Yet here she was, repeatedly speaking up for this provincial bumpkin. This thought ignited a seething rage within Wang Cheng, and he turned his ire towards Luo Yirong as well, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Ah, Luo Yirong. Some people may seem familiar, but their true nature can be deceptive. I hope you're not being fooled, or perhaps you too have become involved. Upon hearing this, Luo Yirong's face flushed crimson with indignation. Just then, the leader of the menacing group pounded the door twice and sneered, "Stop wasting my time. I'll ask again, who is Yi Fei?" "Oh, that's me." Yi Fei, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stood up and spoke in a calm voice. The leader immediately recognized him and exclaimed, "So you are the one?" His eyes widened in shock as he trembled, seemingly having lost his voice. The menacing leader's mind raced with one thought. How could this cursed figure be here again? "I am Yi Fei. Are you seeking revenge?" Yi Fei gazed at the two men at the door with a serene demeanor, though his eyes glinted with coldness. He had recognized them as the same individuals who had attempted to drag Chun Wan into the woods the previous night, only to be dealt with by him. However, he had not anticipated that they would return so soon. "And no, we mistook you for someone else." The leader stammered, visibly shaken upon meeting Yi Fei's gaze. "Dog brother, that is indeed Yi Fei. Why are you still standing there? Didn't you come to take revenge? Hurry and deal with him." Wang Cheng shouted in frustration, seeing Dog brother hesitate. Dog brother, upon hearing this, felt a shiver run down his spine. When he met Yi Fei's steely gaze, he cursed Wang Cheng internally. "What is this? Am I here to fight him? Clearly, I'm the one about to get beaten. If I could overpower him, would I have waited until now?" While Dog brother mentally scolded Wang Cheng, he forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. Brother Fei, this is all a misunderstanding. We mistook you for someone else. We will leave immediately." The crowd stood in stunned silence at this unexpected turn of events, especially upon learning about the background of Dog brother. One couldn't help but wear a look of disbelief. Who is Dog brother, you may ask? He is a notorious ruffian well known throughout the entire East District, and yet he dares to address Yi Fei as Brother Fei? Moreover, he seems to harbor a genuine fear of Yi Fei. Wang Cheng was on the verge of exploding with rage, pointing at Dog brother and cursing vehemently, "You surname go. Promise me you would teach him a lesson, and now you just walk away?" Dog brother and his companion seemed to ignore Wang Cheng's words entirely, lowering their heads and preparing to leave. "Stop right there. Do you think this is some sort of public restroom, where you can come and go as you please?" At this moment, Yi Fei coldly admonished them, halting their escape. The two of them, who were just about to flee, suddenly froze in their tracks. Dog brother turned around, a sycophantic smile adorning his face, and said, "Brother Fei, whatever you command, I shall comply without fail. Since you have come seeking vengeance, you might as well introduce yourself." Yi Fei remarked, feigning ignorance as he gazed at Dog brother. "I am Go Chong from the East District, known as Dog brother. Almost everyone who associates with the underworld here has heard of my name." Dog brother promptly introduced himself, his face adorned with a fawning expression. "Oh, so you're the little dog." Yi Fei responded with an indifferent demeanor. Dog brother's face morphed into a grimace more sorrowful than tears, yet he quickly affirmed, Yes, that's me, the little dog." At this moment, even if he had the audacity, he wouldn't dare to correct Yi Fei. The events of the previous night were still vividly etched in his memory. Yi Fei cast a meaningful glance at Wang Cheng and said nonchalantly, "Since you are here, do as others have instructed you to deal with me." Chapter 10, The Bet. Dog brother glanced at Wang Cheng upon hearing this, his expression wavering in hesitation. "What? Do you not wish to act?" Yi Fei's countenance suddenly grew cold. Upon sensing Yi Fei's intent to take action, Dog brother's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily declared, "Brother Fei, please." He then led his underling toward Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Go Chong and his companion were supposed to be his hired muscle to deal with Yi Fei, yet he never anticipated that, merely due to Yi Fei's words, they would pivot to confront him instead. If he were to be humiliated before the entire class, his reputation would be utterly ruined. What do you intend to do? Go Chong, you are merely a dog raised by my family. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my father will not let you off lightly. Wang Chung shouted, his bravado faltering. Wang Cheng's father was a prominent real estate developer in Haizhou City, often entrusting matters of demolition to Go Chong and his ilk. It was through this connection that Wang Chung became acquainted with Go Chong. Following Wang Cheng's father, Go Chong had indeed made some money. However, hearing Wang Chung dismiss him as merely a dog raised by their family, his expression darkened considerably. After all, he was a figure of some repute in the East District, and to be insulted as a dog by a mere young wastrel was intolerable. Furthermore, today's situation was instigated by Wang Chung himself. Initially, he had only intended to inflict some minor injuries on Wang Chung, but now he had changed his mind. Wang Xiao, our relationship is merely one of cooperation. Not only you, but even your father wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. Go Chong retorted, his smile devoid of warmth. Go Chong contemplated his situation with clarity. Although Wang Cheng's father was a wealthy developer, offending him would only result in losing future contracts. However, if they failed to provide an explanation to Yi Fei today, it was likely that both brothers would meet their demise here. You dare! Wang Chung bellowed. With a swift motion, Go Chong struck Wang Chung, sending him staggering to the ground. Subsequently, Go Chong and his two henchmen unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Wang Chung for a full 7 or 8 minutes before they relented. Brother Fei, do you think this is sufficient now? Go Chong inquired, glancing at Yi Fei with a subservient expression. Yi Fei cast a glance at Wang Chung, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog, and replied nonchalantly, weren't you here to seek revenge on him? What does that have to do with me? Being astute, Go Chong quickly seized upon Yi Fei's words and affirmed, yes, I am indeed here to settle the score with Wang Chung. He then raised his voice to address their classmates. This scoundrel Wang Chung frequently bullies others at school, and I have long found him displeasing. I came here today to teach him a lesson and encourage him to behave properly. The classmates exchanged bewildered glances. While it was true that Wang Chung often bullied others, hearing such words from Go Chong, a notorious thug, felt utterly disingenuous. Moreover, it was clear that he had initially claimed he was looking for Yi Fei. Despite their confusion, one thing was evident. The infamous bully, Go Chong, was deeply intimidated by Yi Fei. With this realization, many students began to regard Yi Fei with a peculiar expression. Brother Fei, are we free to leave now? Go Chong asked, looking at Yi Fei for permission. Do not let me see you again. Yi Fei commanded. Yes, yes. Rest assured, Brother Fei, we will certainly keep our distance from now on. Go Chong replied, bowing and scraping before hastily fleeing the scene. Once Go Chong and his associate had departed, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Yun, fixed a fierce gaze upon Yi Fei and demanded, Yi Fei, what is your relationship with those gangsters? I do not know them. Yi Fei replied coolly, meeting her glare. You expect me to believe that? Zhao Yun shrieked, pointing an accusatory finger at him. If you didn't know them, why would they come looking for you? I knew it. We should never have accepted someone like you into our class. Your poor grades have already dragged the entire class down, and now you're associating with gangsters. Yi Fei's expression darkened at her words. When he first joined the class, Zhao Yun had reviewed his report card and believed she had struck gold, showering him with care. However, once the results of a mock exam came in, her demeanor shifted dramatically. The previously warm inquiries vanished, replaced by sarcastic remarks, and she frequently used him as a cautionary example to reprimand others. While Go Chong was present, Zhao Yun had refrained from speaking against Yi Fei, understanding that he was affiliated with thugs. Yet, as soon as they left, she seemed eager to vent her frustrations on Yi Fei, clearly attempting to take out on him the grievances she had suffered at the hands of Go Chong. I am speaking to you. Are you listening? Why do you not respond? Zhao Yun, perceiving Yi Fei's silence as a sign of weakness, grew increasingly emboldened. Do not think that your silence absolves you. I shall report this matter to the school, and you can await your expulsion. Expulsion? Yi Fei's gaze turned icy as he faced the homeroom teacher, coldly asserting, on what grounds do you intend to expel me? On the grounds that you rank at the bottom of your class, and that you consorted with thugs to assault students at school. Zhao Yun retorted, a sneer on her lips. Teacher, it is evident to anyone that those two ruffians were sent by Wang Chung. Why do you shift the blame onto Yi Fei? Guoliang could no longer contain himself and interjected. Guoliang, I haven't addressed you yet. You, like Yi Fei, also languish at the bottom of the class. You're no better. Do you believe I won't expel you alongside him? Zhao Yun barked, pointing an accusatory finger at Guoliang. Expelled? Oh, I am so terrified. Guoliang feigned fear, exaggerating his expression for effect. Unlike Yi Fei, Guo Liang hailed from a wealthy family, and even if he were expelled from Haijiao one high school, his father could easily arrange for him to attend another institution. Zhao Yun was incensed by Guo Liang's brazen attitude. Just as Guo Liang was about to continue his taunts, he was interrupted by Yi Fei, who had remained silent until now. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes at Zhao Yun, a glint of cold determination flickering within them. Teacher Zhao, you claim that my grades are the lowest in the entire grade. Dare you engage in a wager with me? Let us bet on the outcome of the second mock examination in a week's time. Why would I wager with you? Zhao Yun coldly questioned. If I lose, I shall voluntarily withdraw from school. Yi Fei stated, his voice calm, yet resonant, echoing like thunder throughout the classroom. Yi Fei, what are you doing? Guo Liang exclaimed in shock, gripping Yi Fei's arm. He was acutely aware of Yi Fei's precarious family situation. His admission to Haijiao one high school had been contingent upon connections, and his family harbored hopes for his success in the upcoming college entrance examination. Upon hearing Yi Fei's declaration, Zhao Yun's heart leapt with joy. Should Yi Fei indeed withdraw, the average grades of the class would surely rise significantly without him dragging them down, consequently boosting the overall college admission rates and enhancing her own rewards. Oh, pray tell, what are the terms of this wager? Zhao Yun inquired, casting a glance at Yi Fei. The wager will hinge on whether I can place within the top 100 of my grade in the upcoming mock examination. If I fail to achieve that, then I shall concede defeat, Yi Fei articulated. If I lose, I will voluntarily withdraw from school. What? Yi Fei's words struck the classroom like a thunderclap, leaving his classmates wide-eyed and incredulous, their gazes fixated upon him. Yi Fei, have you lost your mind? Guo Liang pushed Yi Fei forcefully, believing this to be an act of self-destruction. How many students are there in the senior year of Haijiao number 1 high school? Over 4,000. Among them, more than half are repeat students. What was Yi Fei's previous ranking? Over 4,000. The absolute bottom. Aizono. One high school is renowned nationwide. Here, there are virtually no poor students. Even the so-called poor students are merely average when compared to the school's high achievers. Yi Fei, a student languishing at the bottom of his class, harbored an audacious dream of placing within the top 100 of his grade in the upcoming mock examination just a week away. Such aspirations seemed utterly fantastical. How could Yi Fei, with his apparent lack of sense, dare to envision himself among the top contenders? It was evident that he had been influenced by some external stimulus. In our class, there was scarcely a handful of students, perhaps fewer than 10, who ranked within the top 100 of the grade, and here he was aiming for the top 10 of our class. If he managed to break into the top 100, I would eat my words in front of the entire class. A multitude of classmates exchanged whispers, casting skeptical glances in Yi Fei's direction, none of them believing in his ability to succeed. Undeterred by their disparaging remarks, Yi Fei reiterated, if I do manage to secure a spot in the top 100, I want you to apologize to me in front of the whole class. Chapter 11. You can't do it, Yi Fei. This is your own assertion. When the results are announced, do not claim that I pressured you. Zhao Yun maintained a composed facade, yet her heart raced with excitement. She began to fantasize about the improved class average and heightened college admission rates following Yi Fei's departure from school, envisioning herself as a revered teacher, showered with gifts and admiration for parents. The notion of Yi Fei breaking into the top 100 was absurd. How could that ever be possible? Of course, I stand by my words, Yi Fei affirmed with a nod. Very well, I accept your challenge, Zhao Yun hastily replied, as if fearful of Yi Fei's potential change of heart. As the bell rang, Zhao Yun quickly announced the end of class and exited the room, leaving behind a classroom buzzing with chatter. Students pointed and discussed Yi Fei, incredulous at his boldness. Are you out of your mind, Yi Fei? That she-devil clearly wants to expel you, Guo Liang exclaimed anxiously. I understand. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Yi Fei reassured, grabbing his backpack and hastily leaving the classroom. He made his way to the small shop near the school entrance. After a brief wait, Chun Wan's charming figure appeared before him, her face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing Yi Fei. Where shall we go? Chun Wan inquired cheerfully. Perhaps to Jade Street, Yi Fei replied, uncertain. In the East District, there existed a Jade Street renowned for its exquisite jade ornaments, conveniently located not far from Haijiao one high school. However, Yi Fei had only heard of it and knew its location. He had never ventured there before. Upon arriving at Jade Street, the duo was greeted by a plethora of dazzling shops lining the streets. They made their way into the largest establishment, named Jade Full House. The store boasted an opulent, antique-inspired decor, and several beautiful saleswomen were engaged in explaining the merchandise to customers. Upon noticing Chun Wan and Yi Fei's entrance, They merely cast a glance, offering no assistance. Having spent considerable time in the store, the saleswomen had developed an instinct for discerning a customer's purchasing power based on their attire. Chunwan, dressed in a modest yet charming professional outfit for her first day of work, appeared pleasant but wore nothing of great value. Yifi, clad in the school uniform of Hydro No. 1 High School, certainly did not present an image of someone capable of affording fine jade. With no one attending to them, Yifei relished the peace and, despite it being his first visit, felt at ease as he began to explore the store on his own. Was he channeling his inner energy into his vision? Upon hearing the words, Yifei was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with a sense of perplexity. Nonetheless, he proceeded as instructed. However, the ethereal vapor emanating from the jade ornaments appeared exceedingly faint, almost negligible. Spiritual energy. Yifei immediately grasped the revelation. This vapor was, indeed, spiritual energy, but what was to be done? Yifei gazed vacantly at the price tags of the jade adornments displayed in the cabinet, stunned to discover that these pieces, priced in the thousands, were mere trinkets. What kind of jade would suffice? What standards must be met to qualify as spiritual jade? Yifei inquired. 5 strands of spiritual energy? Yifei found himself at a loss for words. A cursory glance at the jade ornaments revealed that most possessed only a single strand of spiritual energy. Some were devoid of any, essentially mere stones. Was this the so-called century-old establishment, where a counterfeit would incur a 100-fold penalty? Yifei silently scoffed. After scrutinizing for a good 10 minutes, Yifei finally located a piece that barely possessed 5 strands of spiritual energy. He pointed to the jade and addressed the saleswoman. Miss, could you kindly retrieve that piece for me to examine? The saleswoman, standing not far from Yifei, was rather attractive and was enthusiastically promoting to a middle-aged, rotund gentleman at that moment. Upon hearing Yifei's request, she cast him a glance but chose to ignore him. She had noticed Yifei and his companion upon their entrance, particularly the striking Chunwan. Though she considered herself beautiful, she paled in comparison to Chunwan. Jealousy clouded her judgment, prompting her to feign ignorance of their presence. Moreover, she could easily discern that Chunwan's professional attire likely cost less than 1,000. While Yifei appeared to be a mere impoverished student, what wealth could they possibly possess? Seeing the saleswoman's pretended deafness to Yifei's request, Chunwan furrowed her delicate brows and said, "Could you assist us in bringing that jade pendant for our perusal?" The saleswoman retorted sharply, "Are you blind? Can't you see I am attending to a valued customer?" Furthermore, she added, "Do you have any idea how much that pendant costs? You 2 paupers wish to take a look. If you break it, can you afford the damages?" Her outburst drew the attention of all the patrons within the store. Yifei frowned and asked, "Is this how your establishment conducts business? We came here to purchase jade. Are we not your customers? Is this how you treat your clientele?" The saleswoman scoffed at his words. "You, considered our customer? Perhaps you should take a good look at yourself." Her laughter echoed, disdainful and mocking. The middle-aged gentleman beside her guffawed. Where does this beggar come from? To think he could come here to flirt and pose as a wealthy man. Truly a sight for sore eyes. As he turned his gaze toward Chunwan, his eyes widened with the lust of desire, and he nearly drooled. "Little sister, you would be wise to open your eyes. This boy is clearly a pauper. Don't let him deceive you." Adorned with 4 or 5 rings, including gold and jade, and a conspicuous green ring on his thumb, the gold chain around his neck gleamed, practically announcing his nouveau riche status. Chunwan recoiled from the middle-aged man's lecherous gaze, choosing to disregard him. "Hey there, little sister, how about you and I? All you need to do is be my lover, and I shall promptly gift you a mini coupe, along with a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan, declared the middle-aged man. A mini coupe? 10,000 a month? Upon hearing this, the female shop assistant cast a jealous gaze at Chunwan, her envy nearly driving her to madness. A mini costs at least over 200,000, and here as someone who receives 10,000 monthly without lifting a finger? She spent hours each day standing in high heels at the store, and her monthly salary, including commissions, barely amounted to 10,000. Noticing Chunwan's indifference, the middle-aged man remained unfazed. He had ample experience dealing with such young couples. Turning to Yifei, he said, "Kid, you look like a student. If you break up with her and promise to cease all contact, I will give you 100,000 yuan. What do you say?" With a smile adorning his face, the middle-aged man regarded the 100,000 as mere pocket change. However, for an ordinary family, it was a substantial sum, especially for a young lad from humble beginnings. 100,000? Yifei blinked, scrutinizing the middle-aged man with a peculiar smile. "Do you truly wish to support her?" The middle-aged man replied arrogantly, "What is wrong? Do you have an objection?" You should be well aware of your place. A woman as beautiful as her is not meant for someone like you. Yi Fei chuckled, his expression devoid of any trace of anger from the humiliation. While he had no objections, he did have a suggestion. Gazing intently at the middle-aged man, his smile grew increasingly enigmatic, causing the latter to feel somewhat uneasy. The customers in the store observed Yi Fei with curiosity, eager to see how he would respond. If a common person were to endure such humiliation, they would likely be consumed by rage, either flushed with anger or ready to confront the middle-aged man. Yet, Yi Fei's calm demeanor puzzled them. As they speculated on Yi Fei's forthcoming reaction, he spoke, "I fear you may be unable to do so. If I am not mistaken, 2 years ago, you lost your capabilities as a man, did you not?" This statement rendered everyone present momentarily speechless. Lost the ability as a man? That could only imply impotence. To their astonishment, this seemingly robust man was, in fact, a living eunuch. How ironic that a man suffering from such a condition would seek to support a woman, essentially expecting her to mother him. A chorus of murmurs arose among the crowd. Even the shop assistant, who had previously been enthusiastic in her support of the middle-aged man, now regarded him with a strange expression. "You're talking nonsense." The middle-aged man, his face flushed with embarrassment, pointed at Yi Fei, angrily rebuking him. Yet, the guilt etched on his face was impossible to conceal. Initially, a few bystanders had doubted Yi Fei's claims, but upon witnessing the middle-aged man's reaction, they began to believe him. "Kid, stop spouting such nonsense while everyone is watching." The middle-aged man stammered, growing increasingly flustered. "Am I speaking nonsense?" Yi Fei chuckled. "You had a car accident 2 years ago, didn't you? Beneath your abdomen. Precisely 1.5 inches below the navel. A scar from that time should still linger. If you wish to prove that you are not impotent, then lift your garment and reveal whether there is a scar. If none exists, it would naturally demonstrate that my claims are unfounded." Upon finishing his words, beads of cold sweat began to form on the middle-aged man's brow, and his gaze towards Yi Fei was akin to that of a man encountering a ghost. This was his most closely guarded secret, one even his own wife was oblivious to. How did Yi Fei come to know? In an effort to conceal the truth of his impotence over the past 2 years, he had taken to surrounding himself with 4 or 5 women during social gatherings, always lewdly teasing the young and beautiful. Through his meticulous facade, no one had ever uncovered this secret until today, when a mere boy had the audacity to expose it within this jade shop. Who was this insolent youth, daring to spout nonsense? Did he not believe that he could make him see no more of tomorrow's sun? The middle-aged man glared at Yi Fei, his eyes filled with menace. Yet his tone was weak. "I say, my friend, if you refuse to acknowledge your condition, why not lift your shirt for all to see?" The crowd chimed in, "Indeed. We are all men here. You would not be at a loss." They pressed him further, each voice adding to the cacophony, as the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. With every eye upon him, and some filled with expectation, the middle-aged man's countenance grew grim. A mere boy thinks he can compel me to lift my shirt? Such a dream is laughable." He scoffed coldly at Yi Fei before turning away and hastily making his way towards the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. In his haste, he nearly stumbled, almost falling in a most embarrassing manner. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, he hurriedly vanished from view. Once he was out of sight, Chen looked at Yi Fei, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "How did you know that fellow was?" As she trailed off, her cheeks flushed, unable to utter the word impotent. "Ah, I am a divine physician. I can discern ailments at a glance. Otherwise, how could I possibly treat your affliction, Sister One?" Yi Fei declared, lifting his chin with an air of shameless bravado. "You are rather full of yourself," Chen Wan teased, her eyes gleaming with mirth as she playfully raised her hand, as if to twist Yi Fei's ear. After sharing a few laughs, Yi Fei then turned his attention back to the female shop assistant. However, under his gaze, the assistant gasped, quickly crossing her arms over her chest, as though his eyes possessed a magical power to strip her of her garments. Observing her exaggerated reaction, Yi Fei was left speechless. His earlier boast about being able to see others' ailments had merely been a jest with Chen Wan. He had not anticipated that the shop assistant would take it so seriously, nor react so dramatically, as if a mere glance from him would tarnish her purity. "Now, shall we present that piece of jade for our viewing?" Yi Fei remarked coldly, finding it difficult to bestow any warmth upon the assistant given her prior demeanor. The female attendant now harbored a certain apprehension towards Yi Fei, fearing that he might, as he had earlier, publicly expose any hidden ailments she might possess. "The jade pendant you're interested in is far too expensive for me to authorize. Only our manager has the authority to retrieve it," the attendant explained. "Then why are you still standing there? Go fetch your manager," Yi Fei commanded. "All right, please hold on," the attendant replied, hurrying up to the second floor. In the office on the second floor of Yumantang, the portly man who had been publicly shamed by Yi Fei for his impotence earlier was sipping tea. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, the manager of Yumantang. "Mr. Song, what troubles you so? Do calm down." The manager chuckled, pouring tea for the hefty middle-aged man, Song Jun. "I just encountered a wretched little scoundrel in your store, and it infuriated me." Song Yun huffed, recalling the earlier incident on the first floor, feeling a fire still igniting in his chest. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. The female attendant entered and addressed the manager. "Manager, there are customers downstairs who wish to see the jade pendant in the central display case." "Oh." The manager raised an eyebrow, for the central case was quite special, containing jade of considerable value, with the least expensive piece likely costing several $100,000. Only he had the authority to access it. Before the manager could respond, Song Jun abruptly rose, asking, "Is it that little scoundrel from downstairs?" His eyes widened, bloodshot with fury, startling the attendant who instinctively took a step back, yet she affirmed, "Yes, it is them. Damn it, they infuriate me." Song Jun cursed, angrily smashing the teacup he held onto the ground. "Oh, so it is those who have offended Mr. Song who wish to see the jade?" The manager's eyes narrowed slightly at this revelation. The attendant nodded. "Having offended Mr. Song, they dare to come to our store to purchase jade? You go down and inform them that we will not sell them any jade. Have security escort them out," the manager said with a cold smile. "Very well." The attendant agreed, but just as she turned to leave, Song Jun called out to her. "Wait," he interjected, stopping the female attendant. "What's the matter, Mr. Song? Still not satisfied? Let security teach them a good lesson," the manager jested. Teaching them a lesson would be too lenient. Song Jun chuckled sinisterly, a glint of malice in his eyes. Since they wish to buy jade, let them do so. He beckoned the attendant closer and shared a scheme with her. "Brilliant, Mr. Song, what an astute idea," the middle-aged manager praised, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "Ha ha, they're nothing but paupers wishing to buy jade. Let us see how they can afford it." Song Jun erupted in laughter. Soon, the attendant returned, a key in hand. As she opened the safe, she cradled the jade, but did not hand it to Yi Fei. Instead, she presented it to Chun Wan, reminding her, "You must be careful with this. It is worth over 500,000. Should it be damaged, you'll be liable for the cost." Chun Wan nodded and extended her hand to grasp the jade pendant. However, just as her fingers brushed against it, the female attendant had already released her grip. With a sharp sound, the pendant fell, shattering into numerous pieces, the crisp sound echoing in the ears of the onlookers. "What are you doing? Didn't I ask you to hold on to it?" the attendant exclaimed, pointing aggressively at Chun Wan. Chun Wan gazed at the fragmented jade, feeling somewhat helpless. "What do you mean? Let me tell you. This jade is worth over 500,000. It was damaged while in your hands. What do you propose we do?" the attendant retorted, unyielding in her accusation. Before the conversation could proceed further, the attendant reached out, attempting to claw at Chun Wan's delicate face. "Stop, Xiao Fei." Chun Wan grasped Yi Fei's arm, exclaiming, "I hadn't even seized it yet." "I understand, Sister Chun. Leave this matter to me," Yi Fei replied with a smile, turning to face the attendant. His expression now icy. A surge of anger simmered within him. The attendant's intentions were truly malicious. Had he not acted swiftly, her assault could have marred Chun Wan's beauty. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Yi Fei's senses had sharpened significantly beyond that of an ordinary person. The attendant's deliberate act of releasing the pendant, while Chun Wan was unsteady, had not escaped his notice. From the moment they entered the store, Yi Fei had been the one expressing his desire to purchase the pendant, yet the attendant had handed it to Chun Wan instead of him. Subsequently, she had intentionally shattered the pendant to frame Chun Wan and even attempted to disfigure her face. All of this seemed rather peculiar. They bore no grudge against this attendant. What could possibly motivate her actions? Recalling the middle-aged man who had gone up to the second floor, Yi Fei began to understand the attendant's motives. "You want to handle it? How do you intend to resolve this? You damage our property and seek to inflict harm? Do you even recognize where you are?" The attendant shrieked, clutching her wrist. As her words fell, 5 fully armed security guards emerged from behind, encircling Yi Fei and Chun Wan, their expressions filled with mockery. "Today, if you do not compensate, you shall not leave here on your own 2 feet. With the guards present, the attendant found her confidence. Her gaze towards Yi Fei filled with venomous hatred. "You think I will walk out of here without an explanation?" Yi Fei retorted with a cold smirk. These individuals truly regarded him as a soft target. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and arrest them," the attendant screeched. The guards had already received the manager's signal and showed no hesitation. The leading security officer drew his baton and charged toward Yi Fei, aiming to strike him dead rather than simply apprehend him. Seeking death. Yi Fei's eyes glinted coldly. He responded swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to the officer's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Do you dare to retaliate? Upon witnessing this, the other security guards shouted in unison, brandishing their batons and charging towards Yi Fei. The sound of violent impacts echoed, followed by a series of dull thuds, as the 4 guards encircling Yi Fei were sent sprawling, their batons slipping from their grasp. Each of them bore a distinct footprint upon their chests. The female clerk stood frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that these guards, who had previously appeared so imposing, had been swiftly subdued by Yi Fei. Please don't hit me. I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. The moment Yi Fei turned his gaze towards her, the clerk shrieked in terror. Yi Fei merely scoffed, refraining from any further action, despite her insolence. She was nothing more than a mere pawn in this scenario. I know you cannot resolve this matter. Take me to your manager, Yi Fei declared, acknowledging that the mastermind behind this incident was likely the middle-aged, rotund man. Yet he understood this was not without the manager's complicity. Having come to Yu Mantang to purchase jade, they were first met with disdain from the staff, only to later find themselves framed for wrongdoing, with the guards intending to inflict harm upon them. If Yi Fei did not demand an explanation now, he would truly be at their mercy. The clerk, intimidated by Yi Fei's formidable presence, nodded vigorously and led the way. Chen Wan, this is a trivial matter. It is unnecessary for you to intervene. Allow me to handle it. Yi Fei smiled at Chen Wan before following the clerk to the second floor. At Yu Mantang, on the second floor, in the manager's office, the middle-aged manager lounged in his chair, legs crossed, sipping tea with an air of indifference, hardly glancing at Yi Fei. The clerk approached him and merely mentioned that Yi Fei wished to discuss compensation, omitting the incident involving the guards, leading the manager to mistakenly believe that Yi Fei was merely seeking mercy after being intimidated. The clerk discreetly signaled the manager, but he paid her no heed, remaining oblivious to her cues. That jade pendant is worth 500,000, correct? I can compensate you for that, Yi Fei asserted nonchalantly, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Shall we discuss the matter of your scheme to frame us? What scheme? I don't understand what you're talking about. The middle-aged manager was taken aback by Yi Fei's calm mention of 500,000, his eyes darting before he continued. Furthermore, who stated that the jade pendant was worth 500,000? That was merely its price before carving. The piece was crafted by the renowned master Lu Yidao from Jiangnan. The current value is at least 2 million. Out of pity for you, I'll let you off with 2 million. Shall it be cash or bank transfer? The manager grinned smugly, as if he had Yi Fei cornered. Is that so? Yi Fei smiled, casually surveying the decor of the manager's office before he replied. I've heard that Yu Mantang is a century-old establishment. Indeed, the manager replied with pride. Our jade pieces are certified by the National Jade Association, each accompanied by a certificate. Counterfeiters face a 100-fold penalty. Boy, what does this have to do with your compensation? A 100-fold penalty? That makes things rather straightforward. Yi Fei nodded. Within the small cabinet of your esteemed establishment lies a jade sculpture of Guanyin, priced at 1.5 million. In truth, it is a composite of 2 separate pieces, marred by a significant flaw. Moreover, the jade quality is rather mediocre, likely not worth even 150,000. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged manager sprang from his chair as if propelled by springs, pointing at Yi Fei and exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting, you rascal?" Yi Fei chuckled softly and continued. Next to the Guanyin jade is a longevity lock, tagged at 300,000, purported to be an ancient jade from the Ming dynasty. In reality, it has been artificially aged and is not jade at all, merely a rather unique stone, worth perhaps no more than 3,000. If the customers outside were to learn of these truths, what consequences might ensue? And if those who have previously purchased jade from your shop were to discover this, what repercussions would follow? Yi Fei maintained a cheerful demeanor, yet his words struck the manager's heart like a sharp dagger. The manager's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. The reputation of Yu Mantang as a century-old establishment with a promise of fake goods for 100-fold compensation would be irreparably tarnished should the patrons below find out that they were sold counterfeit items. These customers would likely leave in disgust and never return, spreading the word to their acquaintances, dissuading them from visiting. Should those who had purchased jade from here learn of this scandal, they would undoubtedly seek refunds. Yet, this was not the most terrifying prospect. If some of these customers were to take their jade to an appraisal center and it were deemed counterfeit, the store would be liable for immense compensation. Even if only half of the purchasers sought redress after verifying their acquisitions, Yu Mantang would face ruin. Contemplating the myriad consequences of such a revelation sent chills down the manager's spine, and he was startled to find that his shirt was completely soaked with cold sweat. Clinging to his back, the female clerk, wide-eyed, had worked here for 2 years and was utterly unaware that such a reputable establishment as Yu Mantang would engage in selling counterfeit goods. Watch your tongue, boy. Be cautious, or you may not exit this door, the middle-aged manager warned, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Yi Fei. He then turned to the female clerk and commanded, "Go fetch old Wang and the others." However, the clerk remained still. "What are you waiting for?" the manager demanded. Manager, Captain Wang and the others probably cannot come." The clerk stammered. "Why not?" The manager cursed. "Have those good-for-nothings slipped away again?" No. They've offended this customer and have been dealt with. They're currently on the floor and unable to rise," the clerk explained. "What?" The manager's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Fei was somewhat pleased with the manager's reaction. He smiled faintly, crossed his legs, and mimicked the manager's earlier posture, saying, "Now, shall we discuss compensation?" The manager's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment's hesitation, he waved the clerk away and shut the door before approaching Yi Fei. In a hushed tone, he warned, "Listen here, this establishment is under the protection of Xiongyi." "Xiongyi?" Yi Fei raised an eyebrow slightly. "Indeed, you may not be fully aware, but the true owner of this establishment is none other than Master Xiong, and to offend him is to court disaster." The middle-aged manager, believing that Yi Fei was intimidated by Master Xiong's reputation, spoke with a sense of arrogance. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Fei interrupted him, declaring, "I do not recognize him." The manager let out a grunt, his body swaying slightly, nearly succumbing to the shock of Yi Fei's words, and he inwardly cursed. "How dare you not recognize him? What are you trying to achieve?" The manager, suppressing his voice, growled. He was thoroughly exasperated by Yi Fei's obstinacy. "I came to your store to purchase jade, intending to enhance your business, yet I was ridiculed by your staff. Shouldn't an apology be in order?" Yi Fei stated. "Indeed, an apology is warranted." The manager nodded, feeling a slight relief. However, before he could catch his breath, Yi Fei's voice rang out once more. "I have been unjustly wronged by your establishment. Should there not be compensation?" Yi Fei continued. "Compensation is indeed necessary." The manager gritted his teeth, regretting his earlier decision to acquiesce to the rotund man. Song Jun's suggestion. Fortunately, Song Jun would reimburse the cost of the shattered jade pendant, so he was not at a total loss. "Let us settle this. I will offer you 10,000 yuan as compensation for your troubles. How does that sound?" The middle-aged manager inquired tentatively. "Do not rush. I have not yet finished speaking," Yi Fei replied. "I was assaulted without cause by your security personnel. Should there not be compensation for that? You must understand, I'm still a minor. Your brutal treatment could potentially leave me with irreversible health issues, even affecting my future development and leaving me with lifelong regrets." The middle-aged manager was nearly apoplectic. "Assaulted by security? And you claim it has left you with lasting damage?" The 5 security guards are currently sprawled on the ground, while you, young man, appear quite unharmed. The manager was tempted to ask Yi Fei, "Where's your sense of reality?" Yet, he found himself saying instead, "Very well, I will compensate you. Thus, I shall offer you a total of 100,000 yuan. Is that acceptable? Do not be hasty. I have yet to conclude." Yi Fei waved his hand dismissively, a faint smile gracing his lips. The middle-aged manager swayed slightly, feeling an overwhelming urge to strangle Yi Fei. "Are you some sort of toothpaste needing to be squeezed for every last drop?" Yi Fei, unfazed by the manager's demeanor, continued, "Your malicious actions have prematurely exposed me to the darker aspects of humanity, which have severely tainted my spirit. It is you who have sullied my purity. Should there not be compensation for this?" With a thud, the middle-aged manager collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 14. A million in compensation. "Young man, do not overstep your bounds. This establishment is under the auspices of Master Xiong. To offend him is to invite calamity." The manager growled in fury, completely incensed by Yi Fei's provocations. "Rest assured, you need not worry about that. We should now discuss the specifics of the compensation," Yi Fei replied calmly. "The harm you have inflicted upon me amounts to at least 1 million yuan. Out of pity, I shall round it down to a neat 1 million. The middle-aged manager was rendered speechless by rage. Indeed, this is a debt from June that must be settled swiftly. The middle-aged manager had not anticipated that the words he had previously uttered to Yi Fei would so soon return to haunt him. "What? Do you refuse to comply?" Yi Fei's gaze turned icy, compelling the clients downstairs to gain a thorough understanding of the true nature of your establishment, Yuman Tang. After declaring this, Yi Fei made a motion to rise and depart. Wait. The manager's heart raced as he hurried to obstruct Yi Fei's exit. Very well, I shall comply. The manager was acutely aware that permitting Yi Fei to walk away would undoubtedly spell doom for the store, and his own fate would be even more dire. Master Xiong had entrusted him with the management of this establishment, yet he had allowed it to falter. Master Xiong was a formidable underground figure in Haizhou City. Offending him could result in dire consequences, perhaps even a fate sealed within a concrete-filled sack in the dead of night. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Yi Fei. As for the extortion of 1 million, he would simply report the incident to Master Xiong, who would undoubtedly deal with Yi Fei personally. I currently lack sufficient cash. I will require a few days to procure it. The manager contemplated delaying the payment, hoping that before he could transfer the funds to Yi Fei, Master Xiong would have dispatched someone to handle Yi Fei, rendering the payment unnecessary. What era are we in? Who still relies on cash? Yi Fei cast a disdainful glance at the manager, retrieving a bank card from his pocket. Let us proceed with the transfer. The manager's breath caught in his throat. Reluctantly, he transferred 1 million from his personal savings to Yi Fei. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fei's phone chimed with a notification, 1 million received. Such swiftness. Yi Fei tucked away his phone and remarked to the manager, a pleasant collaboration. The manager, internally seething with rage, wished nothing more than to curse Yi Fei to oblivion. As Yi Fei rose to exit the manager's office, he noticed the manager following closely behind and said, "There's no need to see me off. I shall return often." Who the hell is seeing you off? I merely wish to verify your departure, the manager thought bitterly, though he replied, of course. Just as Yi Fei was about to step through the door, his pace suddenly faltered. The manager felt a pang of anxiety. Could this rascal be up to some trickery again? Yi Fei paid no heed to the manager's thoughts. His attention was drawn to an antiquated wooden box on the display shelf. Before his exit, Yi Fei casually scanned the antique shelf and instinctively tapped into his inner essence, which left him astounded. He discovered that the unassuming wooden box emanated a rich aura, far more potent than that of the shattered jade pendant he had encountered earlier. Manager, what is that object? Yi Fei inquired, pointing at the wooden box. The middle-aged manager followed Yi Fei's gesture and, upon recognizing the item in question, exhaled in relief. That box was brought in by an elderly farmer a few days prior. However, our jade shop only deals with jade-related items. Though the box is an antique, it is composed of ordinary jujube wood and holds little value. He had purchased it for 500 yuan due to its decent craftsmanship and had since left it unattended. If the young brother fancies it, I shall gladly gift it to you. The middle-aged manager, unconcerned, chuckled and remarked, having already given 1 million. What's another 500? With a smile, Yi Fei graciously accepted the offer. As he held the wooden box in his hands, a gleam of unrestrained joy sparkled in his eyes. The manager, feigning amusement, secretly berated Yi Fei for being unsophisticated and inexperienced. Could it be that I've struck gold? Yi Fei's eyes brightened at the thought. In a world where spiritual energy was scarce and the number of cultivators was uncertain, discovering an artifact once owned by a practitioner was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. Golden core stage? Yi Fei's eyes shone even brighter upon hearing this, for he, too, was a cultivator, albeit a novice at the first layer of Qi refinement. With 9 layers in total, the Qi refinement stage was followed by the foundation establishment stage, and only then came the golden core stage. Having just reached the first layer of Qi refinement, he had already begun to sense the myriad wonders that cultivation brought, and he couldn't help but marvel at the strength of those at the golden core level. As this realization dawned upon him, a foolish grin spread across his face. "Oh, Ancestor, grant me a treasure to broaden my horizons," Yi Fei said, blinking in anticipation. After enduring a period of weakness following the tribulation of the Celestial King, he faced betrayal from his subordinates, who colluded with his enemies to attack him, culminating in a siege by 5 Celestial Kings that shattered his celestial body, leaving him with only a fragment of divine consciousness and no magical artifacts to his name. Just then, a knock on the manager's office door interrupted his thoughts, and a female clerk rushed in, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Manager, something's wrong. A customer fainted while examining the jade downstairs," she exclaimed in a state of panic. With his own matters resolved and unexpectedly receiving a treasure, Yi Fei felt no inclination to further burden the middle-aged manager and decided to head downstairs on his own. Upon reaching the first floor, he noticed a large crowd gathered, seemingly observing something of great interest. "Where is she?" Yi Fei scanned the area, failing to locate Chen Wan. As he peered into the throng, he realized that she was at the center, surrounded by concerned onlookers. In the midst of the crowd lay an elderly man, distinguished by his graying hair and traditional Tang suit, sprawled on the ground, eyes shut, with barely perceptible breaths. Chun Wan was kneeling beside him, performing CPR. "Little girl, don't waste your efforts. He's beyond saving," someone in the crowd urged. "Yes, save your strength. You've done your best. Let's wait for the ambulance," another voice chimed in. Chun Wan, however, remained undeterred. This is a fainting spell caused by a brain condition. CPR won't help. There's no point in such futile efforts." At that moment, a discordant voice interjected, dripping with sarcasm. The speaker was a young man, around 30, clad in an Armani suit with a slick hairstyle, presenting himself as a paragon of societal success. Yet, his words incited the ire of the crowd. "How can you speak like that? Not only do you refuse to help, but you also criticize this girl who's trying to save him. What disgrace." Someone retorted. "Indeed, he may look respectable, but his character is utterly reprehensible. A true wolf in sheep's clothing." The young man turned crimson as the crowd criticized him. He had merely wished to showcase his prowess before Chun Wan. But little did he anticipate incurring the wrath of the onlookers. "What have I said wrong? I am a doctor. Can I be mistaken?" he defended, brandishing his work badge. "You're a doctor, yet why aren't you saving lives?" questioned someone in the crowd. "Indeed, why are you standing here making snide remarks instead of aiding this man?" "Oh, so you're a doctor. My apologies, I misspoke. You are not a mere beast in human guise, but a beast in medical garb." The young man's face flushed deeper, and he exclaimed, "You know nothing. This elder has fainted due to a cerebral ailment. CPR would be utterly futile. Moreover, judging by the elder's complexion, his illness has likely persisted for quite some time, possibly a terminal condition, even brain cancer. As a Western physician, I am devoid of the necessary equipment to assist." Upon hearing his words, the crowd wavered in their skepticism, yet none offered him a sympathetic glance. Why hasn't he awakened? How could it possibly be useless? Chun Wan, her arms weary and nearly numb, sank to the ground, murmuring to herself. At that moment, a warm hand rested on her shoulder. Turning, she saw it was Yi Fei, akin to finding a pillar of support. "Xiao Fei, do you have a way to save this elder?" she implored eagerly. Chun Wan, Jia wishes to save him? Yi Fei inquired with a smile. "Do you truly have a method?" Chun Wan's excitement was palpable. How could this elder's condition be treatable? "Do not make a spectacle of yourself." The previous young man scoffed at Yi Fei's words. Yi Fei disregarded the young man entirely, turning to Chun Wan with a smile. "If you wish for him to live, then I shall attempt to save him." 15. The four-symbol needle method. What nonsense! Do you even comprehend the nature of his illness? How dare you claim you can cure him? The young physician scoffed derisively. "I assert that I can awaken him." "And I shall," Yi Fei replied calmly. "Haha, who is this brash young lad? Judging by your attire, you are but a student. If you manage to revive him, I shall gouge out my eyes to serve as your light bulb." The young man bellowed mockingly. "Young man, do not involve me in your folly." The middle-aged manager approached Yi Fei, concerned. If the elder were to perish due to a sudden illness within their establishment, it would merely bring them bad luck, and they would bear no responsibility. However, if Yi Fei intervened and failed to save him, the ramifications would be significant. "I shall take responsibility for any outcome," Yi Fei replied, casting a glance at the middle-aged manager before ignoring him entirely. He retrieved a wooden box from the manager, extracting a set of silver needles. What is this young man doing? Is he attempting acupuncture? Can acupuncture be utilized for emergency aid? This is utterly ridiculous. The young physician's derision grew bolder. Who employs traditional Chinese medicine these days? It has long been discredited as superstition, lacking any scientific foundation. Yet, Yi Fei paid no heed to their taunts. He took a silver needle and flicked it with his finger. Ding! The silver needle emitted a crisp, resonant sound, and the previously cacophonous first floor fell into an immediate hush. As they turned their gaze towards Yi Fei, the silver needle in his hand had already been inserted into the old man's Tianjing acupoint. Subsequently, Yi Fei struck again, his speed with the needles so swift that, even with their eyes wide open, onlookers could only perceive fleeting shadows. The four symbols needle technique is comprised of four forms: the azure dragon's tail, the white tiger's head, the cunning tortoise's probe, and the crimson phoenix's embrace. Each form necessitates the infusion of true essence to unleash its enigmatic power. The technique Yi Fei had just employed was the first form, the azure dragon's tail, which, given the meager true essence within him, he could barely manage. However, upon retracting the needle, the old man did not awaken. The young physician, seeing this, grew increasingly audacious in his ridicule. Haha, this old man hasn't regained consciousness. I told you this kid was just seeking attention. Do you believe me now? Sighs of resignation filled the crowd. It was indeed hopeless. Yi Fei remained unfazed as he helped the old man into a sitting position, then placed his palm firmly on the elderly man's back. To everyone's astonishment, a dark, bluish blood was expelled, and the old man's eyes began to flutter open. He awakened. The old man is awake, shouted a sharp-eyed member of the crowd. Could it truly be? How is this possible? The young doctor's expression morphed into one of disbelief, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. How could acupuncture possibly cure a brain ailment? Could this be the legendary four symbols needle technique? Suddenly, an elderly voice resonated from the assembly. As a sprightly old man emerged, flanked by several physicians in white coats. These doctors had silently arrived at the jade shop, and, until now, had remained voiceless. Upon witnessing Yi Fei retract the needle, the leading elder finally spoke. Indeed, this is the Azure Dragon's tail from the Four Symbols Needle Technique. Yi Fei cast a glance at the elder and replied nonchalantly, "What? It truly is the Four Symbols Needle Technique. Remarkable. I never imagined I would witness such a long-lost skill in my lifetime. It is indeed miraculous." The elder exclaimed in astonishment. "Quickly, lift the old man onto a stretcher," commanded the arriving doctors, finally snapping to their senses. A flurry of medical personnel hurried forward, inadvertently pushing Yi Fei aside. Outside the jade shop, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 screeched to a halt at the entrance, and a commanding middle-aged man swiftly emerged from the vehicle. "Master Xiong has arrived." One onlooker gasped at the sight of the imposing figure. "Is that Yin Xiong, the overlord of the Haizhou underground? It is said he has connections that even the city leaders of Haizhou must respect. That's an armored Mercedes. It must be worth millions. When will I ever attain such prestige?" murmured the crowd in hushed tones. The middle-aged manager of the jade shop quickly approached Yin Xiong. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face. "Master Xiong, you slap." Before the manager could finish his sentence, Yin Xiong struck him, leaving him dazed. "Where's Old Song? Take me to him at once. If anything has happened to Old Song, I will hold you responsible," Yin Xiong demanded, his brow furrowed with a menacing aura. "Who is Old Song?" The middle-aged manager covered his face and cautiously inquired. It was the elderly gentleman, Yin Xiong, who had collapsed in the store. What? The elder was actually a member of the Song family, causing the manager to widen his eyes in shock, rooted to the spot. There could only be one elder, revered by Yin Xiong, who commanded such seriousness, the patriarch of the illustrious Song family in Haizhou. Goodness, that elderly man belonged to the Songs. The manager was rendered speechless by the revelation. At that moment, a champagne-colored Bentley Mulsanne pulled up in front of Yumantang. From a vehicle emerged a middle-aged man and a youthful girl, approximately 17 or 18 years old. "Mr. Song has arrived. Quickly, come with me," Yin Xiong exclaimed, hastily taking the manager's arm as they approached the two newcomers. "Mr. Song," Yin Xiong greeted respectfully upon reaching the middle-aged man. "How is my father now?" Song Jiming asked anxiously upon seeing Yin Xiong. "Rest assured, Mr. Song, Elder Song has regained consciousness and is currently out of danger," the manager promptly replied. "That's a relief. Let's proceed inside," Song Jiming said, taking the lead. At that moment, Elder Song was being lifted onto a stretcher by several staff members. "Father, grandfather," both Song Jiming and the young girl called out in unison. "You've come." Elder Song, now recovering with a rosy complexion, appeared no different from a healthy individual, though for safety's sake, he needed to be taken to the hospital for further examination. "Qinghua, you're here too. I'm fine, don't worry about me." Elder Song smiled upon noticing the young girl beside Song Jiming. "Father, please refrain from speaking and let us get you checked out of the hospital," Song Jiming urged with concern. "I know my body well." Elder Song shook his head. "I feel much better now. By the way, I must express my gratitude to that young man. If it weren't for him, I might never see you all again." As Elder Song spoke, he turned to look for Yi Fei, but found no trace of him. Where's that young fellow?" the elder inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Indeed. Where'd he go?" "He was just here a moment ago." The onlookers turned to the direction where Yi Fei had stood, only to realize that not only had Yi Fei disappeared, but also Chen Wan, who had been with him. "Father, please go for your examination. Rest assured, I will find this benefactor," Song Jiming insisted, wanting to alleviate his father's worries about his health. "You must help me locate that young man. I truly wish to thank him," Elder Song reiterated as he was about to board the ambulance. Once the ambulance departed to take Elder Song away, Song Jiming finally exhaled in relief, though his brow furrowed with concern. In a vast sea of humanity, Haizhou was a city with a population exceeding 10 million. Even with the resources of the Song family, searching for someone without any leads was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The middle-aged manager, upon realizing that the collapsed elder was indeed the patriarch of the Song family, felt his heart sink to the depths. It was over. This time, it was truly over. The Song family was the epitome of true nobility in Haijo. As the saying goes, wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations. A family can only be considered a prominent lineage if it thrives for over 3 generations, and the Song family epitomizes such a lineage, standing at the pinnacle of affluence. The middle-aged manager, however, was struck by a sudden fainting spell in the presence of the Song patriarch, almost leading to a fatal outcome. The mere thought of this ignited a fierce impulse within him to end it all. No, I cannot allow it to conclude like this, he fervently exclaimed inwardly, racking his brain for a means of self-preservation. Do you have any leads on that young boy? At that moment, the voice of Song Jiming resonated. The onlookers shook their heads in response. Despite their eagerness to forge a connection with the Song family, neither Yi Fei nor Chun Wan was known to them. Suddenly, the middle-aged manager seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming loudly, that young lad was wearing the uniform of Haijo No. 1 High School. My classmate, the youthful maiden Song Qinghua, standing beside Song Jiming, displayed an expression of astonishment. The individual who saved her grandfather turned out to be your classmate? How is it that I was unaware of such a person at Haijo No. 1 High School? Song Qinghua furrowed her delicate brows in contemplation. Haijo No. 1 High School? Song Jiming raised an eyebrow, nodding in agreement. Having this lead was sufficient. With the Song family's influence in Haijo, he was confident they would soon locate the individual. Meanwhile, Chun Wan and Yi Fei, the subjects of the ongoing discussion, were strolling down the street. As the paramedics lifted the elder Song onto a stretcher, Yi Fei and Chun Wan seized the opportunity to discreetly depart from Yumantang. Unbeknownst to them, they were not alone in their stealthy exit. The young doctor who had previously claimed he would remove his eyes as a wager if Yi Fei could revive the patient also slipped away. As they walked, Chun Wan gazed at Yi Fei, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Little Fei, you are truly remarkable, even skilled in acupuncture, and you managed to awaken a patient whom the doctors had deemed hopeless. Yi Fei chuckled, then, with a hint of regret, replied, I apologize, Sister Chun Wan, for causing such a commotion today without finding a suitable jade pendant for you. It's all right. I have faith in you. If we can't find it today, we can always try again tomorrow. With you as my little miracle worker, I am unperturbed by the fear of relapse, Chun Wan said with a gentle smile. They exchanged a knowing glance. Oh, what are those people doing? Chun Wan looked up to see a crowd gathered outside a shop, pointing animatedly at a stone. Above the shop, a massive sign boldly proclaimed the words gambling on stones. Chapter 16, Naive Flirting Techniques. Gambling on stones? What is that? Yi Fei questioned, perplexed by the characters on the sign. Ah, there's actually a gambling stone shop here? Chun Wan exclaimed. Sister Chun Wan, do you know what gambling on stones entails? Yi Fei inquired. Yes, I know a bit, she replied. The stones displayed are not ordinary. They are jade roughs. The jade sold in the market is cut from these very stones. Gambling on stones essentially involves wagering whether these roughs contain jade. Jade is extracted from these stones? Yi Fei's eyes widened in astonishment, as this was his first encounter with such knowledge. Indeed, however, the majority of these roughs do not contain jade. Thus, gambling on stones carries significant risk, and one may very well face a disastrous loss. However, once jade is carved from its rough stone, the profits can be astonishingly remarkable. Chun Wan remarked, Sister Chun, do you understand the art of stone gambling? Yi Fei inquired, turning towards Chun Wan. Chun Wan felt a bit flustered. During her previous travels to Yunnan, she had encountered jade gambling and purchased a few pieces for fun, yet she had failed to extract even a single green thread. Because of this, her peers had teased her for quite some time. Observing Chun Wan's demeanor, Yi Fei surmised that she was likely not well-versed in the matter. Why don't we take a look? Yi Fei suggested. Today, both he and Chun Wan had come to purchase jade, and since jadeite is a form of jade, finding one imbued with 5 spiritual energies was no easy feat. Perhaps they might stumble upon an unexpected treasure here. Perhaps it's best not to, Chun Wan replied. Shaking her head, she was concerned that if Yi Fei were to discover the allure of stone gambling, he might become entranced. In the realm of stone gambling, there exists a saying, one cut can lead to poverty, another to wealth, and one can even slice through burlap. Stone gambling possesses a certain enchantment that surpasses the thrill of mere gambling. Countless individuals have become captivated by the prospect of a fortunate cut, only to find themselves ensnared in its allure, ultimately facing ruin. Had Yi Fei known of Chun Wan's apprehensions, he would have surely laughed. since embarking on his cultivation journey. Yi Fei's resolve had been fortified beyond measure. How could he possibly succumb to such trivial temptations? No worries, let's just take a look. Perhaps we will encounter a jade suitable for you, Sister Chen. If someone else manages to cut a piece, we can simply purchase it, Yi Fei said with a smile. Unaware of Chen Wan's thoughts, Chen Wan, upon hearing this, could only nod in resignation. As the two approached, they were met with a chorus of sighs from the crowd. Ah, yet another one ruined. Over 100,000 yuan, just like that, gone to waste. It would be quicker to burn the money for warmth, wouldn't it? Over 100,000. That could cover the down payment for a modest apartment. A group of people murmured in discussion. Yi Fei, hearing their chatter, gazed towards the center of the crowd. There, beside the stone-cutting machine, sat a middle-aged man, dejected and pale, with shattered stones strewn about him. Clearly, he was the one who had just faced ruin. Over 100,000, just like that? Yi Fei was taken aback. In their countryside, that amount could build a decent house. As the spectators realized there was no more excitement to behold, they began to disperse, each selecting their own rough stones. Sister Chen, let us choose a rough stone to play with, Yi Fei said with a grin. Feeling emboldened by the 1 million yuan he had received from the manager at Yumantang. Prior to today, he might not have even been able to afford the cheapest rough stone. Stone gambling is categorized into two types, half gambling and full gambling. Half gambling involves rough stones that have been partially opened by merchants or polished with a grinding machine, revealing hints of green or white cotton through the openings. Such stones have a high probability of yielding jadeite, but their prices are also elevated. Full gambling, on the other hand, pertains to untouched rough stones, which are relatively inexpensive, yet carry a higher risk. Upon understanding this, Yi Fei eagerly dragged Chen Wan towards the full gambling area. The surface of the raw stone bears a striking resemblance to that of ordinary rocks, making it exceedingly difficult for an untrained eye to discern whether jadeite lies within. Jadeite is indeed a variety of jade, prompting Yi Fei to ponder whether he could ascertain its presence by examining the stone for any signs of spiritual energy. Resolutely, he decided to take action. He quietly channeled his true essence into his eyes, sweeping his gaze across the various raw stones. None. This one too. Devoid of any indication, Yi Fei scanned through numerous stones, yet failed to detect any emanation of spiritual energy. Was it possible that the jadeite's essence was concealed beneath the stone's surface, eluding his perception? A flicker of realization struck him. Ah, spiritual energy. Just as his thoughts wandered, a particular raw stone caught his attention, for which a faint aura of spiritual energy was emanating. Could it truly be? Yi Fei felt a surge of excitement, understanding that the absence of spiritual energy in the previous stones was not due to his inability to perceive it, but rather because those stones harbored no jadeite at all. Although the energy radiating from this stone was exceedingly subtle, it nonetheless validated his ability to use this method for discerning the presence of jadeite within raw stones. Xiao Fei, why are you grinning foolishly at that stone all by yourself? Chen Wan inquired, noticing Yi Fei's unmoving focus on a particular stone. Just a country bumpkin. Unfamiliar with the world, is it? Has he become dumbfounded? An incongruous voice interrupted. The speaker was none other than the young doctor whom Yi Fei and Chen Wan had encountered previously at the Jade Mansion. For reasons unknown, he had also arrived at this location and stood conveniently beside them. Hello, beautiful. I am Fan Wenbin, a neurosurgeon at the People's Hospital. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? The young doctor mocked Yi Fei before turning to Chen Wan with a self-assured grin, extending a business card from his wallet towards her, presenting himself with an air of pretentious charm. Chen Wan cast a fleeting glance at the young doctor. Choosing to ignore him, Yi Fei glanced at the card and remarked, "Oh, a doctor from the People's Hospital and an attending physician at that. Truly impressive for one so young. However, if I recall correctly, someone mentioned that if I could revive that elderly man, he would offer his own eyes to me as a light bulb." Yi Fei's expression turned mischievous as he regarded Fan Wenbin. This fellow is not really named Fan Wenbin. He is clearly a fool, seeking trouble. Yi Fei felt compelled to retaliate against him for his audacity. Chen Wan couldn't suppress a giggle at the eager expression on Yi Fei's face, though she shot him a warning glare to cease his antics. Fan Wenbin's face flushed crimson, recalling the humiliating events that had transpired at the Jade Mansion. Ever since witnessing Chen Wan's devoted efforts to save lives, he had been profoundly affected, especially by her enchanting visage and alluring figure, which stirred a deep yearning within him. He vowed to win her heart. Everything he had done since was merely an attempt to capture her attention. However, he never anticipated that Yi Fei would actually succeed in reviving someone. It is important to note that the elder's ailment resides within the brain. The brain is the most enigmatic part of the human body and remains one of the least understood realms by mankind to this day. Brain diseases present a formidable challenge in the field of medicine on a global scale. Yet, this very affliction was seemingly alleviated by the reckless application of a few needles by this insufferable young man before me. After the elder regained consciousness, Fan Wenbin realized he had made a fool of himself and, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, discreetly departed. However, he did not venture far, instead lurking nearby, observing from a distance. Upon seeing Yi Fei and Chun Wan emerge from the establishment, he stealthily followed them into the stone gambling shop, with the intention of becoming acquainted with Chun Wan to further his pursuit. Little did he anticipate that, after he had just mocked Yi Fei, he would be publicly humiliated by Yi Fei in front of Chun Wan without having left a favorable impression on her. Fan Wenbin's face reddened with indignation as he pointed at Yi Fei and exclaimed, "What are you, anyway?" "I am conversing with Chun Wan." "When did it become your place to interject? A country bumpkin attempting to dabble in stone gambling? How utterly ridiculous." Having been present in the stone gambling shop for some time, he had learned Chun Wan's name from Yi Fei's reference to her, and his earlier remarks were merely a facade of bravado. Turning away from Yi Fei, he addressed Chun Wan, saying, "Ms. Chun, you are selecting raw stones, I see. I had some exposure to stone gambling during my studies abroad and possess a fair understanding of jadeite raw stones. Perhaps I could assist you in your selection?" Chun Wan, already harboring a dislike for Fan Wenbin, felt her countenance grow cold upon hearing him deride Yi Fei. As if ignoring Fan Wenbin's words entirely, she approached Yi Fei and inquired, "So, Xiao Fei, have you taken a liking to this raw stone?" Fan Wenbin's smile faltered instantaneously. The stone Chun Wan referred to was indeed the one Yi Fei had sensed a hint of vitality within, albeit the energy was exceedingly faint. Any jadeite cut from it would likely fetch a value comparable to that of the raw stone itself, rendering it unnecessary. Just as Yi Fei was about to shake his head, Fan Wenbin moved closer, and upon seeing the raw stone Chun Wan had pointed to, he began to scoff. "Uncultured country bumpkin, utterly lacking in discernment. This raw stone is devoid of python patterns, blemishes, or even fissures, if it were to yield jadeite. It would truly be a miracle." After making his statement, he glanced at the price tag of the raw stone and feigned enlightenment, saying, "Only 5,000 yuan? That makes sense. A country bumpkin like you wouldn't have much money and could only afford such cheap goods." This insufferable fellow buzzed around like a fly. Truly a nuisance. Chapter 17. The Gamble Beyond the Stones. "Ha ha." Yi Fei's expression of helplessness instantly provoked laughter from those selecting raw stones around him. This young man speaks wisely. I hold the utmost disdain for those who, with a little money, seek to flirt with young ladies, boomed a robust middle-aged man with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, what an absurdity. If you're not here to select raw stones, kindly step aside and do not disturb us. Look at his effeminate demeanor. He brings shame upon us men. What being a country person? I am indeed from the countryside, and I have come to gamble on stones. Dare you challenge me?" The rugged middle-aged man uttered another remark, which elicited a round of applause. Fan Wenbin stood there awkwardly, his face shifting colors like a chameleon, oscillating between shades of blue and purple. He longed to confront the man, yet the towering figure of the middle-aged man, along with the two bodyguards clad in black standing behind him, instilled a sense of trepidation in him. "Do you dare to wager with me, kid?" Fan Wenbin, unable to confront the middle-aged man, directed his frustrations towards Yi Fei. He thought, surely, he could intimidate this young lad. Yi Fei chuckled silently to himself, raising an eyebrow. "What shall we wager? You believe there's jade within this rough stone? Let's bet on it. If we can extract jade from it, you win. If not, I prevail." "Do you dare?" Fan Wenbin asked, his face a mask of provocation. "And the stakes?" "Her," Fan Wenbin shouted, pointing at Chun Wan. "If you lose, you must leave her. A pauper like you is unworthy of her. She deserves a better life. If you win, I shall grant you 100,000. How about that? Do you dare?" Fan Wenbin challenged. "I'm not interested," Yi Fei replied, immediately losing interest. "Are you afraid?" Fan Wenbin's face was twisted in derision, revealing his disdain for what he perceived as cowardice. Yi Fei lifted his gaze to meet Fan Wenbin's, stating solemnly, "It is not fear, it is principle. Sister Chun is a living person, not a mere object to be wagered. Neither you nor I have the right to place her as a bet." Upon hearing this, Chun Wan smiled gently, her gaze softening as she looked at Yi Fei. "Let us set the wager at 100,000. If you lose, you owe me that amount." Fan Wenbin insisted. 100,000 is too trifling. I have no interest in such a paltry sum. It must be no less than 500,000, Yi Fei scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Fan Wenbin's eyes narrowed, a playful glint in them as he regarded Yi Fei. Is that your final word? You do realize you are merely a student, and your faded school uniform speaks volumes of your financial state? 500,000? You likely don't even possess 5,000. Indeed. Yi Fei nodded affirmatively. Xiao Fei, do not act impulsively. Chun Wan urged, tugging at Yi Fei. Do not worry, Sister Chun. I am confident. Yi Fei replied with a smile. Seeing the confident smile on Yi Fei's face, for reasons unknown, Chun Wan refrained from further protest. Very well, I accept the wager. Fan Wenbin declared hastily. Kid, 500,000 is the stake. When you lose, I shall relish in your humiliation, Fan Wenbin thought with a cold smirk. The wager captured the attention of those around them, drawing a crowd who abandoned their search for rough stones to witness the spectacle. Once Yi Fei completed the transaction, the shop owner assisted him in transporting the rough stone to the cutting machine. At that moment, the machine was in use, necessitating that Yi Fei and his companions wait in line. The individual operating the cutting machine was none other than the middle-aged man who had previously lost his wager. To everyone's surprise, it was not long before the man selected another piece of rough stone for cutting. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the basin-sized rough stone was swiftly cleaved in two. As the cutting mechanism halted, a crowd eagerly gathered to inspect the outcome, which was met with a chorus of sighs. Alas, yet another disappointment. This rough stone was valued at 200,000. And who would have thought that such an expensive piece could fail to yield jade? Old Su, being in his zodiac year, was indeed experiencing a streak of bad luck and should not have attempted to cut stones this year. A multitude of voices began to murmur. It may be premature to declare it a failure. These two pieces are still substantial, and perhaps they might still reveal some green, one spectator suggested. The dejected middle-aged man, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of hope. Yes, they are still sizable. There may yet be jade within. Encouraging himself, he quickly secured one of the pieces for another attempt. The sizzling sound resumed as the stone was once again divided, but still, no jade emerged. The other piece yielded the same result. Nothing. Thud. The middle-aged man collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. Now it's your turn, kid. Seeing the man's resignation, Fan Wenbin hastily urged Yi Fei, as if the latter's fate was about to mirror that of the middle-aged man. Yi Fei, seemingly oblivious to Fan Wenbin's words, was fixated on the smallest of the four discarded pieces of rough stone, his expression serene while a tempest swirled within. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. There were indeed 7 strands of spiritual energy. What quality of jade could this be? Yi Fei was inwardly astonished. Having watched the middle-aged man finish cutting, Yi Fei understood it was now his turn. He activated his true essence in his eyes to discern any jade within the stones. However, as he inadvertently glanced at the discarded rough stones, he was momentarily taken aback. The smallest of the discarded pieces emanated 7 strands of spiritual energy, and the area where the middle-aged man had cut was precisely aligned with the energy, indicating that had he cut a little deeper, he might have struck jade. I must acquire it. Yi Fei silently urged himself, instinctively moving toward the middle-aged man. Hey kid, what are you doing? Fan Wenbin exclaimed in dissatisfaction as he noticed Yi Fei ignoring him and approaching the middle-aged man. Yet, Yi Fei paid him no mind. Excuse me, sir. Are you selling these discarded rough stones? Yi Fei inquired as he approached the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked up at Yi Fei, then glanced at his discarded stones, a hint of confusion crossing his face. These wasted stones held no potential for jade. Why would this person want to buy refuse? Yes, of course. I purchased these stones for 200,000. If you offer me 100,000, they are all yours. The middle-aged man licked his lips, a cunning expression creeping onto his face. Haha, Yi Fei chuckled, pointing to his own piece of rough stone. I am about to cut a stone myself. Having never done so before, I want to practice on a waystone first. If you think I am a fool, then so be it. You can keep these stones for yourself. Ah, young brother, please don't leave, don't go. The price is negotiable. The middle-aged man, taken aback by Yi Fei's refusal to purchase, hastily called out to him. The raw stone had been cut into such a state that it was practically worthless. Akin to an ordinary rock, Yi Fei pointed to the smallest piece of raw stone and nonchalantly remarked, I only want that smallest one to practice, 500 yuan. Take it or leave it. The 4 pieces of raw stone must be sold together. They cannot be sold separately. If you want them, it's 10,000 yuan for all 4. The middle-aged man, having finally caught hold of Yi Fei, was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. Initially, Yi Fei felt a twinge of sympathy for the man, reluctant to take advantage of him, but that fleeting sense of guilt had completely vanished. Yi Fei did not wish to engage in further dialogue and was about to agree when, before he could speak, Fan Wenbin impatiently exclaimed, "A poor fool is indeed a poor fool, treating refuse as treasure. Are you going to cut or not?" "Indeed, young brother, it's merely a matter of 10,000 yuan. If you want it, just buy it." Others chimed in. With the pressure of so many onlookers, Yi Fei's face flushed with embarrassment, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Fine, I'll buy it." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, felt a surge of pride. So he is just a novice. A few words of taunting have compelled him to spend 10,000 yuan on this junk. How could he be anything but novice? At that moment, Yi Fei appeared as though he had been cornered and was compelled to maintain his dignity by making the purchase. "Chenwan, I'm fine," Yi Fei reassured her, shaking his head as he retrieved his bank card and swiped it on the shopkeeper's POS machine, instructing the shopkeeper to hand the cash to the middle-aged man. Once the transaction was completed, he walked directly toward the smallest raw stone, picking it up and cradling it as if it were a precious gem. His expression, which had been stern, could no longer be contained, revealing a joyful smile. As for the remaining 3 pieces, he did not cast them a single glance. What is up with this young brother? Why is he so delighted to hold that smallest piece of refuse? Didn't he want to practice? Why not choose the largest one? The crowd expressed their astonishment, and those with keen insight began to suspect the truth. The middle-aged man, who had previously been so self-satisfied, felt a sinking sensation upon seeing Yi Fei's smile, realizing, oh no, it dawned on him that Yi Fei's true objective was that smallest piece of refuse. Far from mere practice, he had claimed. With regret flooding his heart, the middle-aged man lamented, watching Yi Fei's elation. He would gladly pay not just 10,000 yuan, but even 100,000 yuan for that piece. Damn it, I've been duped, he shouted internally. After a lifetime of hunting, he never expected to be outsmarted today. This young man was no novice. He was clearly a cunning little fox. Chapter 18. Defeated by Nonsense. "Chenwan, take this piece of raw stone," Yi Fei said, handing her the small stone he had cradled. His hopes of suppressing the dark energy within her were now entrusted to this small piece of raw stone. "Young brother, weren't you supposed to practice? Why are you giving it to Yi Fei?" The middle-aged man questioned in disbelief. The raw stone had already been sliced 3 times without revealing any jade, leading him to doubt that the piece chosen by Yi Fei would yield emerald. It was merely a casual remark. Yi Fei responded nonchalantly, having no need to conceal his earlier intentions now that the raw stone was in his possession. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. A rustic fool treating a worthless chunk as a treasure. Fan Wenbin, unable to tolerate Yi Fei's smugness, immediately began to mock him. Worthless? Yi Fei chuckled, offering no further explanation, and proceeded to move the raw stone he had purchased. Fan Wenbin, incensed that Yi Fei had chosen to ignore him, seethed inwardly, vowing, "Just wait. I'll see if you can still smile later." "Hey, brother, hurry up and cut the stone. We're all waiting for you," someone urged. "Indeed, that piece cost only 5,000 yuan. Why bother with meticulous markings? Just slice it straight through the middle," another chimed in. "Right, let us not waste everyone's time." "Fine, I shall cut it in half." Given the stroke of good fortune he had experienced, Yi Fei was in high spirits and acquiesced to the crowd's suggestions. Moreover, he understood that the jade within this stone held little value. Regardless of the quality of the jade, as long as he could extract some, victory was assured. The sound of the cutting machine filled the air as the stone, roughly the size of a human head, was sliced down the center. The onlookers could no longer contain their excitement, rushing forward before Yi Fei even had the chance to turn off the machine. Upon inspecting one of the cut surfaces, the crowd collectively shook their heads and sighed. Fan Wenbin attempted to push his way forward for a better look, but was unsuccessful. Seeing the crowd's disappointment ignited his excitement. "Hey, brother, what's the verdict? Did you lose your bet?" Fan Wenbin pressed one of the onlookers. "Yes, it's a loss. Today is truly bizarre. We had nothing but losses. Not a single win in sight. Lost. Fan Wenbin erupted in laughter, reveling in Yi Fei's misfortune. "So, how does it feel to lose?" Chenwan, overhearing this, grew concerned for Yi Fei. Lost? If Xiao Fei lost, how will he come up with that 500,000? "No, I must find a way to help him raise the money," she resolved silently. Who would have thought this young brother would lose? What a pity. I wanted to see him put that arrogant fellow in his place, someone lamented. Indeed, I wanted to see that too, others echoed, feeling regret for Yi Fei. Fan Wenbin, unfazed by the crowd's sentiments, gazed triumphantly at Yi Fei. You've lost. What do you have to say now? Yi Fei remained unfazed, calmly shutting down the cutting machine before turning to face Fan Wenbin. Lost? Who says I've lost? He replied coolly. You little rascal, are you attempting to weasel out of this? That raw stone was clearly a bust, yet you dare claim you haven't lost? What's the matter? Can't scrape together the 500,000. Kneel before me and bow 100 times, and perhaps I'll consider extending your repayment deadline. Fan Wenbin laughed boisterously, reveling in his moment of triumph since encountering Yi Fei. You are shameless, Chen Wan exclaimed angrily, pointing at Fan Wenbin for humiliating Yi Fei in such a manner. After speaking, Chen Wan turned to Yi Fei and comforted him. Xiao Fei, you need not worry. Sister will find a way to help you. Yi Fei smiled, touched by Chen Wan's unwavering support. Sister Chen, rest assured, I have yet to lose. Not lost. You must be dreaming. Fan Wenbin scoffed. The results are already out, and you still dare to claim you haven't lost? Oh, is that so? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. I can see that this raw stone has indeed failed, but you seem to have forgotten the terms of our wager. What a joke. How could I forget? The bet was whether this raw stone contained jade. Fan Wenbin retorted without hesitation. But as he spoke, an unsettling realization dawned upon him, and the smile on his face froze. Indeed, their original wager was whether the raw stone contained jade, not whether it would appreciate or depreciate in value. Since jade had been extracted from the stone, did it not mean that this young man had won? Although the jade was of inferior quality, it was undeniably jade, thus securing his victory. The onlookers began to comprehend the implications. Fan Wenbin, almost rudely, seized the middle-aged man who had previously posed a question and urgently inquired. Did this raw stone yield jade? Having selected rough materials in the half-gambling zone, he was unaware of the bet between Yi Fei and Fan Wenbin. What? There's jade? Fan Wenbin stood frozen in disbelief. Didn't you just say failed? He bellowed. The middle-aged man, incensed by Fan Wenbin's brutish behavior, retorted with a sneer. Isn't that obvious? A 5,000 yuan raw stone yielding the most inferior jade, worth less than 1,000. Is that not a failure? I lost. I actually lost. And to the most worthless jade. Fan Wenbin muttered, his eyes vacant. Xiao Fei, the raw stone yielded jade. Does that mean we have one? Chen Wan exclaimed, her excitement ignited by the murmurs around them as she grasped Yi Fei's hand. Indeed, we have triumphed, Yi Fei replied with a smile. The outcome is clear. Now shall we fulfill our wager? He cast a cold smile at Fan Wenbin. No, this round does not count. What you extracted is merely worthless junk. It is not jade. Fan Wenbin screamed in agitation. What do you intend to renege? Yi Fei's expression darkened at his words. It matters not. That junk does not qualify as jade. At most, this is a tie. Do you dare to wager again? Fan Wenbin argued defensively, unwilling to accept defeat, especially not at the hands of such worthless jade. This kind of jade, if found discarded on the street, he would not even spare a glance. The surrounding crowd, hearing Fan Wenbin's feeble excuses, cast him disdainful glances while feeling a twinge of sympathy for Yi Fei. The junk jade was the lowest quality of all. It could be deemed jade or stone. Even if Yi Fei's jade was of a glutinous variety, at this moment, Fan Wenbin had no viable excuses left. Another wager? Yi Fei narrowed his eyes at Fan Wenbin. How can you be so shameless? Upon hearing Fan Wenbin's evasive arguments, Chen Wan was infuriated. Grasping Yi Fei's hand, she declared, Xiao Fei, let us depart. There is no need to engage with such a disreputable individual. Feigning ignorance of Chen Wan's words, Fan Wenbin turned to Yi Fei and proposed. Very well. Let us wager once more, this time with that worthless piece you purchased earlier, still with a stake of 500,000. Do you dare? Indeed. Yi Fei replied with a smile, his demeanor seemingly innocuous, yet his narrowed eyes glimmered with a cold intensity. Observing Yi Fei's agreement, Fan Wenbin exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before he could relax, Yi Fei's voice resonated once more. Nonetheless, it is indisputable that you lost the previous round. Although that worthless material is of poor quality, it is still jadeite. Thus, the 500,000 is a debt you owe me. This time, I shall use that amount as the wager. Should I lose, we shall consider the matter settled. However, if I emerge victorious, you shall owe me 1 million. If you refuse, then so be it. I have no interest in gambling with a person of dubious integrity. Who knows whether you would attempt to evade payment once more? Yi Fei stated calmly. Fan Wenbin's expression shifted dramatically. He was unwilling to let the matter rest so easily. After a moment of struggle, he clenched his teeth and conceded, very well. I accept your terms. However, I have a condition. If another worthless piece is cut, It shall be deemed merely a stone, not jadeite. Naturally, Yi Fei nodded in agreement. Young brother, you possess remarkable audacity. Why not allow me to serve as the referee this time? I am eager to see who would dare to resort to trickery in my presence. The burly man who had earlier chastised Fan Wenbin interjected with a hearty laugh. Yet, his self-introduction elicited gasps from the onlookers. What? He is Wei Kuan, the Wei Kuan of Dawei Real Estate? It is said he is the wealthiest man in Haizhou. It's not as grand as you claim. While Wei Kuan is affluent, securing the position of Haizhou's richest is no small feat. He is merely one of the strongest contenders. Is it truly Wei Kuan? What is he doing here? I have heard that municipal leaders treat him with utmost respect. Upon hearing the burly man's declaration, Fan Wenbin's expression soured considerably. Wei Kuan, the founder of Dawei Real Estate, had risen from humble beginnings to establish a company worth over 10 billion 5 years ago, making him one of Haizhou's elite tycoons. Over 90% of the properties in Haizhou were developed by Dawei Real Estate. The company had expanded beyond the Haizhou region and into the nation, with many speculating that Wei Kuan's wealth had surpassed 100 billion. If not, it was certainly close. With Wei Kuan as the referee, even if Fan Wenbin had 10 times the audacity, he would not dare to cheat. Offending Wei Kuan would mean he could not find a foothold in Haizhou with just a single word from him. Damn it. How could it be Wei Kuan? What was he doing here? Fan Wenbin seethed internally. Chapter 19. Not for sale. Haha. Young brother, you do not believe I am unworthy to serve as the referee, do you? The burly man, unfazed by the crowd's chatter, laughed as he addressed Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled and replied, with Mr. Wei as the referee. It cannot be better. Huh? Upon hearing Yi Fei's composed remarks, Wei Kuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was indeed unexpected for Yi Fei to remain so unfazed after learning of his identity. Wei Kuan was, after all, the foremost tycoon of Haizhou, and countless individuals sought to curry favor with him daily. Aligning oneself with Wei Kuan signified a swift ascent to success. Yet, Yi Fei's calm demeanor upon discovering Wei Kuan's status was far from ordinary. In contrast, Fan Wenbin's reaction upon learning of Wei Kuan's identity was markedly inferior and not even comparable. Had Yi Fei been privy to Wei Kuan's thoughts, he would have surely laughed aloud. What the richest man in Haizhou? What of a top-tier magnate? He remained merely an ordinary individual. Yi Fei, however, was a cultivator, potentially the only one of his kind on Earth. I shall serve as the judge. Do you have any objections? Wei Kuan inquired, turning to Fan Wenbin, though his tone had grown considerably colder. No objections, Fan Wenbin hastily replied. No objections? How could he possibly lack them? Yet at that moment, even if he had reservations, he dared not voice them. Yi Fei took the rough stone from Chun Wan's hands, secured it, and instead of cutting it directly, he picked up the adjacent polishing machine, preparing to polish the stone. Young man, this rough stone is merely leftover waste from someone else's cutting. There's no need to polish it. Just slice it straight down the middle. Indeed, it's merely a matter of one cut. There's no need for such fuss. It's just scrap. What is there to polish? The crowd chimed in, none holding faith in Yi Fei. They regarded the stone, which had been cut several times before, as devoid of any potential for jade. As for the rough stone Yi Fei had chosen earlier that yielded jade, they all deemed it a stroke of luck. Otherwise, why would the jade he had cut be of such negligible value? Waste. Be careful. You may end up blinding yourselves with its brilliance. Yi Fei chuckled inwardly, undeterred by the crowd's remarks, and began polishing with care. At that moment, aside from Fan Wenbin, who was directly involved, the most anxious individual was the middle-aged man who had sold the waste to Yi Fei. Both shared a common hope, for Yi Fei to fail. Naturally, Fan Wenbin's expectations were higher, wishing that Yi Fei would produce nothing. Otherwise, losing $1 million to Yi Fei would lead to his financial ruin. In contrast, Chun Wan was not as anxious as they were. Even if Yi Fei lost, it would merely result in a cancellation of debts, and Yi Fei would not suffer any loss, alleviating her worries. The sound of the polishing machine reverberated, capturing the attention of all present. It was essential to note that this piece of waste was tied to a 1 million wager. Ah, it's showing green. Young man, stop polishing, it's showing green. After only a few strokes, an astute observer in the front suddenly exclaimed, halting Yi Fei from continuing. I see it too. It's really emerging green. My heavens. Could it be that this piece of waste truly contains jade? Amidst the cacophony of their exclamations, Yi Fei deftly peeled away a piece of stone the size of a coin, revealing the jade concealed within. Under the brilliant illumination, a captivating verdancy emerged before the onlookers, its rich hue reminiscent of an unmelting spring stream, luring one into a state of enchantment. reluctant to awaken from such reverie. My goodness, how exquisite! What remarkable quality of jade could this be? One individual exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. The color is pure and vibrant, perfectly balanced without any hint of malice. Judging by this clarity, it must be of the ice type. Could this truly be the fabled imperial green? To have unearthed such a gem from mere waste? I cannot be dreaming. As the murmurs of awe spread, the crowd surged, eager to catch a glimpse of the jade. Stop! Everyone, please remain calm. Wei Kuan bellowed, striving to quell the frenzy among the throng. His two bodyguards rushed forward to assist, ensuring the spectators maintained a respectful distance from Yi Fei. Young man, may I see this raw stone? Wei Kuan inquired, directing his gaze toward Yi Fei. Certainly, Yi Fei replied, nodding as he handed the raw stone to Wei Kuan. Such a rich green, Wei Kuan marveled at the jade, yet did not linger. Instead, he passed it to an elderly gentleman beside him. Su Lao, you are the expert in this field. Could you ascertain the quality of this jade? Ha! Wei Zong, you flatter me, the elder humbly responded, accepting the raw stone without hesitation, producing a magnifying glass to examine it closely. Why does this elder seem somewhat familiar? I feel as if I have seen him before. I too sense a familiarity, another remarked. Fool, he is none other than Su Jingluan, the president of a national gemstone association. Su Lao is a luminary in our jade community, if you do not recognize him. How dare you claim to be part of this circle? At last, one individual identified the elder, and the crowd's expressions shifted to one of enlightenment. Su Jingluan, the president of the National Gemstone Association, renowned as the king of Yunnan jade, is undoubtedly an expert of experts in the realm of jade raw stones. Every piece he touches multiplies in value, often by dozens or even hundreds of times. However, in recent years, due to his advanced age, Su Jingluan seldom offers his expertise to others. Wei Kuan's influence is indeed extraordinary, managing to enlist Su Lao himself to select raw stones. Impressive, truly impressive. The crowd was left in awe, feeling that their visit today was well worth it. Meanwhile, the proprietor of the gambling stone shop, upon learning of Su Jingluan's identity, felt his face flush with excitement. Su Jingluan, that is indeed Su Jingluan. If he were to place a sign outside tomorrow proclaiming, Su Jingluan has gambled stones here, the raw stones his shop would likely be snatched up in no time. As the discussions ensued, Su Jingluan concluded his examination of the raw stone, retracting his magnifying glass and declaring, the texture is exquisite, the green is pure, saturated, and evenly distributed, brimming with vitality. Indeed, this is the imperial green. With those words, the entire shop erupted into a frenzy. Imperial green. This is truly imperial green. The rarest of treasures in jadeite. Some merchants have dedicated their lives to this precious stone, yet never encountered the illustrious imperial green. This underscores its extraordinary rarity. Even wealth does not guarantee possession. Young brother, how about selling me this raw stone? I offer 1 million. 1 million for imperial green? Are you dreaming? I will raise it to 5 million. Please, sell it to me. I'll go to 8 million. What do you think, brother? If that's not enough, I can increase the offer. The jadeite had yet to be fully extracted, merely revealing a surface the size of a coin, yet it incited fervor among the crowd, igniting a bidding frenzy. Observing the enthusiastic offers, Fan Wenbin stood pale and devoid of color, while the middle-aged man who had previously sold the raw stone to Yi Fei for a mere 10,000 lamented his decision. This little rascal must be cursed. How could he possibly encounter imperial green? Fan Wenbin seethed inwardly, fixating on the raw stone in Wei Kuan's hands, his eyes gleaming with envy. His singular thought was, how splendid it would be if that were mine. Chun Wan was equally exhilarated, her cheeks flushed with delight as she genuinely rejoiced for Yi Fei. In contrast, Yi Fei remained remarkably composed. Upon hearing Su Jingluan declare the jadeite as imperial green, he was merely taken aback. He had heard of the name's renown, but never anticipated encountering it today. Young brother, do speak up. If the price does not meet your expectations, we can negotiate further. As the crowd fixated on him, Yi Fei smiled calmly and replied, my apologies, but I have other plans for this jadeite. It is not for sale. What? Not for sale? Young brother, do you realize the value of this jadeite? Selling it could finance your entire life. Indeed, young brother, heed my advice and consider selling. The crowd chimed in, urging Yi Fei, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Not for sale. As the crowd fell silent, Wei Kuan, still holding the raw stone, addressed Yi Fei. Young brother, I have a humble request. Would you consider selling me this raw stone? I am willing to offer 50 million. 50 million? At this astonishing offer, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Though the jadeite revealed only a small portion of its potential, none could ascertain its true size. Wei Kuan boldly proposed 50 million at such a moment. Truly, he was a man of considerable wealth. To be candid, this imperial green holds great significance for me. I sincerely hope you will part with it. If this price does not suffice, feel free to increase your offer, Wei Kuan stated earnestly. The onlookers were bewildered, eager to seize the raw stone for themselves. Fan Wenbin, consumed by jealousy, nearly lost his composure, inwardly shouting, "This little rascal is merely a country bumpkin. What right does he have to possess this imperial green? It should rightfully belong to me." However, the raw stone now rests in Wei Kuan's possession, and even with the bravest of hearts, he would not dare seize it. Yi Fei felt somewhat uneasy under Wei Kuan's penetrating gaze and could only shake his head with a rueful smile, saying, "Mr. Wei, to speak candidly, this imperial jade is of great significance to me. It pertains to the life of someone very important to me. Therefore, I must sincerely apologize. This imperial jade is intended to suppress the profound Yin energy within Chen Wan. Regardless of the sum Wei Kuan might offer, his answer remains resolute. Not for sale. Chapter 20. 1 million. How I despise it. 50 million is insufficient. Care to increase? Yet, astonishingly, Yi Fei still refused to part with it. The gazes of the onlookers shifted towards Yi Fei, now tinged with incredulity. This fellow seems to lack appreciation for the situation. Wei Kuan's brow furrowed as well. Given his current stature, he was accustomed to being met with deference and flattery. He had offered a staggering price for the jade in Yi Fei's hands. Yet this young man dares to decline? Young man, Mr. Wei desires your jade. It is a privilege for you. You ought to present the jade to him promptly, lest you appear ungrateful. Before Wei Kuan could respond, Fan Wenbin sprang forth, shouting. Fan Wenbin had his own agenda. On one hand, he spoke on behalf of Wei Kuan, hoping to curry favor and alter the negative impression he had previously made. On the other hand, he sought to sow discord between Yi Fei and Wei Kuan. If Wei Kuan were to develop a dislike for Yi Fei, he might declare Yi Fei the loser when the time came for judgment, and the crowd would not oppose Wei Kuan's wishes. Of course, if Yi Fei were to provoke Wei Kuan into forcibly seizing the jade, that would be even more delightful for him. He was simply too eager to witness Yi Fei's misfortune. Silence. Who do you think you are to interject here? A bodyguard beside Wei Kuan reprimanded Fan Wenbin angrily. Throughout the ordeal, both Yi Fei and Wei Kuan had not cast a single glance in Fan Wenbin's direction. In their eyes, he was merely a foolish clown, unworthy of their attention. Fan Wenbin's face flushed crimson, humiliated by the bodyguard's rebuke in front of so many witnesses. Oof. Dog-biting dogs, the two of you deserve each other. He cursed inwardly, now harboring resentment towards Wei Kuan as well. Wei Kuan's gaze fixed upon Yi Fei, sharpening with an unspoken, formidable pressure. In an instant, the entire stone gambling establishment fell silent. No one dared to utter a word. This imperial jade was of paramount importance to Wei Kuan, compelling him to expend considerable resources to summon the reclusive Su Jingluan to assist him in its acquisition. Logically, given his status, obtaining an imperial jade should not pose a challenge. However, the specific type he sought was quite rare, requiring freshly cut jade. At that moment, he contemplated whether to force Yi Fei to relinquish the jade. Yet, upon observing Yi Fei's unwavering composure beneath his intense scrutiny, Wei Kuan hesitated. This young man is certainly no ordinary individual. A thought emerged in Wei Kuan's mind, dispelling any notions of coercion. Since the young brother is unwilling to part with it, then so be it. Wei Kuan's stern expression suddenly softened into a smile, instantly alleviating the tension in the air, which had felt almost suffocating moments before. Although imperial green is rare, it is not beyond my reach, so you need not worry, Mr. Wei. Since I have promised you, I will certainly find a piece of imperial green to treat your mother's ailment, Su Jingluan remarked. Then I am in your debt, Su Lao. Wei Kuan responded with a nod of gratitude. You truly are an extraordinary young man. Here is my business card. Should you reconsider and wish to sell this jade, please contact me at your earliest convenience. Price is not an issue, Wei Kuan said, producing a finely crafted business card and handing it to Yi Fei. The onlookers gazed at the card in Yi Fei's hand with gleaming eyes, eager to snatch it away. After all, it was Wei Kuan's card. If it were to be sold, it could command a price of 1 million, and there would surely be buyers. Certainly, Yi Fei nodded, recognizing the value of the opportunity. Were it not for the treatment of Chen Wan's illness, he would have been more than willing to sell the jade to Wei Kuan. Young sir, may I assist you in extracting this jade? I assure you, I will not damage a single strand of the jade flesh. At that moment, the owner of the stone gambling shop approached Yi Fei, cautiously inquiring. That would be most appreciated. Yi Fei agreed with a nod. Not at all. It is no trouble whatsoever, the shopkeeper exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. He had been in this business for quite some time, but had never encountered an opportunity to personally unveil a piece of imperial green. How could he not be thrilled? Yi Fei handed the raw stone to the shop owner and then turned to Fan Wenbin. Mr. Fan, isn't it time to fulfill our wager? Hearing Yi Fei's address, Fan Wenbin felt a surge of anger, nearly cursing under his breath. Despite hiding in the least conspicuous corner, this rascal still sought him out. I don't have that much money on me right now, Fan Wenbin reluctantly replied. What? Do you intend to welch on your bet? Yi Fei frowned at the response. To renege on a bet presided over by me, Wei Kuan? I shall see who has the audacity to do so. Wei Kuan interjected with a cold snort. Under Wei Kuan's gaze, Fan Wenbin shuddered, nearly collapsing to the ground. I will pay, he stammered, quickly asking for Yi Fei's bank account number to initiate a transfer. Ding! Ding! 2 notification alerts chimed simultaneously. Yi Fei checked his phone to find a message confirming the arrival of 1 million. Meanwhile, Fan Wenbin glanced at his phone, which displayed a balance reminder. Upon seeing the meager sum of less than 10,000 left in his account, he felt tears welling up. That was 1 million. I despise this. Fan Wenbin lamented inwardly as he left the gambling shop like a soulless shell. The shopkeeper did not keep Yi Fei waiting long. Soon, the raw stone was sliced open, revealing a piece of jade approximately the size of an egg. The shopkeeper carefully presented the jade to Yi Fei, cradling it in his hands with a tenderness that perhaps rivaled that of a mother holding her child. Yi Fei nonchalantly accepted the jade, pocketing it with ease, eliciting a collective gasp from the onlookers, who were left speechless. Goodness, such nonchalance. Did he truly consider it akin to a mere egg? Having found the appropriate spiritual jade, Yi Fei sighed in relief, bid farewell to Wei Kuan, and departed with Chun Wan. Once outside the gambling stone shop, Chun Wan exhaled deeply, patting her proud chest as if she had only just relaxed. Sister Chun, what troubles you? Yi Fei inquired with a smile. I was incredibly tense just now. I truly feared that Wei Kuan might act against you, disregarding his status. Thankfully, he did not. I was utterly frightened, yet you appeared utterly unfazed, she retorted, casting Yi Fei a sidelong glance. Indeed, when Wei Kuan stood in silence, merely observing Yi Fei, an invisible pressure enveloped the crowd, akin to a mountain pressing down upon their shoulders. At that moment, Chun Wan noted that Yi Fei was the only one whose expression remained unchanged. Seemingly olivios torstive kunesh oppressive demor. Was Yi Fei truly unperturbed? Clearly not. This merely suggested that his inner strength was formidable. Listening to Chun Wan's grievances, Yi Fei smiled without offering further explanation. He had indeed felt the weight of the pressure emanating from Wei Kuan. However, he was no longer the ordinary student of yore. He had evolved into a cultivator. The pressure Wei Kuan exerted was merely a byproduct of wealth and power, effective against others, but ineffectual against Yi Fei. What significance did such pressure hold? Yi Fei smiled dismissively, pondering instead the terrifying might of a true cultivator's aura. Had he possessed the cultivation of the golden core stage, even a mere hint of his presence would have compelled those present to kneel, trembling in fear. Though Yi Fei had yet to reach the golden core stage, having only recently embarked on his journey of cultivation, he was confident that if Wei Kuan attempted to forcefully seize him, even his 2 bodyguards would prove insufficient to contend with him. Yi Fei resided in an old house belonging to his aunt, far from the school and in a state of disrepair, long designated for demolition. His aunt's family had moved out long ago, and the place had remained vacant until Yi Fei's arrival. Initially, when Yi Fei came to Haizhou to study, his aunt had hoped he would stay in their villa, which boasted a pleasant environment and ample space. However, his cousin Su Zilin vehemently opposed this, declaring that should Yi Fei move in, she would vacate the premises. Ultimately, it was Yi Fei who insisted on residing in the old house, resolving the issue. Gazing at the large cracks in the bedroom wall, Yi Fei fell into silence. His aunt, Chan Hong, had always treated him kindly. His admission to Haizhou No. 1 High School was due to her connections. Yet, his uncle, Su Haishan, had always looked down upon their family, adopting an air of superiority in the presence of Yi Fei's relatives. In the same school and grade as Yi Fei, his cousin Su Zilin had once sternly warned him not to disclose their relationship to anyone. Occasionally crossing paths at school, Su Zilin regarded Yi Fei with the indifference one might show a stranger. After all, their family was a billionaire dynasty. How could they possibly regard their impoverished relatives with favor? Yi Fei chuckled to himself in self-mockery. He nodded silently. Ancestors. May I forge a jade talisman for Sister Chunwan? He pondered inwardly. For other cultivators, even those in the foundational stage, such a feat would be unthinkable. If you wish to assist that girl, you must first elevate your cultivation swiftly, came the reply. Yi Fei was left speechless. After a night of diligent practice, he arrived at class early the next day. Just as he was engrossed in his studies, the classroom suddenly buzzed with commotion. Yi Fei, someone is looking for you. A classmate shouted. Raising his head, he spotted a strikingly beautiful girl with an air of aloofness standing at the classroom door. It was none other than his cousin, Su Zilin. Despite the many eyes upon her, Su Zilin remained unflustered, her chin slightly raised, radiating an air of superiority. Upon noticing Yi Fei's gaze, she coldly commanded, Yi Fei, come out for a moment. Chapter 21, The Four Prominent School Beauties. Su Zilin's tone was rigid, firmly authoritative. Yi Fei fronit, disliking her haughty demeanor filled with an air of superiority. Nevertheless, he complied, as it would be unwise to disregard her, especially out of respect for his aunt. They moved to a secluded area, and Yi Fei said, speak your mind. I still have exercises to complete. Su Zilin looked at him in surprise. After several days apart, she sensed a change in Yi Fei. Previously, he had been a timid student with poor academic performance, overly cautious even in his own home, afraid to speak loudly. Yet now, even under her scrutiny, he met her gaze with composure. His voice, though soft, was clear and assertive. Confidence. A word suddenly sprang to Su Zilin's mind. Yes, confidence. Yi Fei now exuded a self-assuredness that was a stark contrast to the meek boy he once was. Su Zilin felt momentarily dazed, questioning whether she was mistaken. After all, Yi Fei was merely a poor student from the countryside, with poor grades and a timid disposition. What grounds did he have for such confidence? What do you want from me? Yi Fei asked, noticing Su Zilin's prolonged silence as she stared at him. Su Zilin scoffed, regaining her haughty demeanor. Tomorrow is the weekend. My mother wants you to come over for dinner tonight. I understand, Yi Fei nodded. I've already conveyed the message. Whether you go is up to you. Su Zilin retorted, her irritation flaring as she turned on her heel, leaving Yi Fei standing alone. The silence was palpable, and the gazes of his peers felt as though they were regarding a spectacle. Even the class monitor and school beauty, Luo Irin, gazed intently at Yi Fei. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if she found him somewhat inscrutable. Just as he settled into his seat, his deskmate, Guo Liang, seized Yi Fei's arm with palpable excitement and inquired, come on, when did you get to know the school beauty, Su Zilin? Su Zilin is considered the school beauty? Yi Fei was taken aback. Isn't Luo Irin our school's beauty? No way. Guo Liang exclaimed dramatically. You seriously don't even know about our school's four renowned beauties? Four renowned beauties? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, genuinely oblivious. In the past, he had dedicated himself entirely to his studies to enhance his grades, scarcely having enough time to spare for such matters. He only knew of Luo Irin's status as a beauty due to their shared class. The four recognized beauties of our school are the invincible academic prodigy Luo Irin, the enigmatic Song Qinghua, the commoner beauty Li Yunzhu, and the proud girl Su Zilin. How could you not know this? Guo Liang scolded, looking at Yi Fei as if he were a fool. Proud girl? The title for Su Zilin made Yi Fei chuckle involuntarily. It was indeed a fitting description. Now that I know Luo Irin and Su Zilin, who are the other two? Yi Fei inquired, intrigued. Guo Liang, noticing Yi Fei's interest, eagerly launched into an elaborate description, clearly well-versed in the topic. I presume I need not elaborate on Luo Irin's reputation in our class? Guo Liang stated. Yi Fei nodded. Luo Irin was the top student at Haizhou one high school, consistently ranking first in her grade, having never scored below 700 in any examination out of a total of 750 on the mock tests. To call Luo Irin an invincible academic prodigy was indeed an understatement. Guo Liang continued. As for the proud girl Su Zilin, she hails from a wealthy family. I've heard her father, Su Haishan, is the chairman of Su's trading company. Su Zilin is quite proud and aloof, rarely engaging with anyone outside her circle of acquaintances, which is why everyone refers to her as the proud girl. Regarding our class beauty, Song Qinghua, it is said that she has an impressive background, although no one knows the specifics. She rarely appears at school, and even her classmates seldom catch a glimpse of her. Yet her grades consistently place her among the top 10 in her grade. Thus, she is regarded as mysterious. I've only seen her once, and her beauty is truly. Guo Liang's face lit up with a rather foolish expression. Yi Fei chuckled, unable to resist saying, you might want to wipe the drool. Guo Liang instinctively reached to wipe his mouth, only to realize from Yi Fei's mischievous grin that he had been teased, looking rather vexed as he exclaimed, "I always thought you were quite the honest guy. Turns out you're just a shy flirt. How'd I not notice this before?" After that, he continued to introduce Yi Fei to the last beauty. As for Li Yunju from Class 8, she is dubbed the commoner beauty simply because she stands apart from the other three. Li Yunju comes from a modest background, and I've heard her family struggles financially. Even her tuition fees are cobbled together by her family. However, Li Yunju is exceptionally kind and approachable, displaying no airs, which has garnered her the most supporters in school. After saying this, Guoliang seized Yi Fei by the collar, assuming a fierce demeanor. "Young man, you still haven't divulged how you came to know the campus belle." Su Zilin. As far as I know, she rarely acknowledges others, let alone seek them out. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei recalled the stern warning Su Zilin had given him long ago. "Do not disclose our relationship to anyone." His smile faded, and he replied calmly, "What if I claim she's my cousin? Would you believe it?" Guoliang laughed heartily. "I didn't realize you had a sense of humor." But that joke fell a bit flat. However, upon noticing the shadow of unease on Yi Fei's face, his laughter abruptly ceased. "You can't be serious, can you?" Guoliang probed cautiously. "Why haven't you mentioned this before? If you had revealed your connection to Su Zilin earlier, Wang Cheng and the others might not have dared to bully you so brazenly." "Get lost," Yi Fei retorted. "Come on, must you be so heartless? After all we've been through together, how could you?" Guoliang continued his banter, but Yi Fei chose to ignore him and resumed his reading. After school that afternoon, Yi Fei remained in the classroom for half an hour, studying before gathering his belongings to leave. His extended study session was not due to an insatiable thirst for knowledge, but rather a desire to avoid an awkward encounter with Su Zilin on the way. Upon arriving at the Fuyin Garden community, Yi Fei rang the doorbell of a row house, and the door was opened by a gentle woman in her 30s, his aunt, Zheng Hong. Her mildly reproachful, yet caring words warmed Yi Fei's heart. "Aunt, I was reading at school, so I arrived a bit late. I apologize for worrying you," Yi Fei said with a smile. "Ah, you were studying. That's wonderful. Focus on your studies, and when the time for the college entrance exam comes, aim for excellent results to make your mother proud." Zheng Hong replied affectionately, ruffling Yi Fei's hair in approval. As Yi Fei entered the living room, he noticed Su Haishan and his daughter, Su Zilin, both present. Su Haishan was intently watching the news broadcast on television, while Su Zilin was absorbed in her phone. Upon seeing Yi Fei, Su Zilin couldn't help but scoff. "Humph, such pretense. Who doesn't know your academic performance? Studying, really? Who would believe that?" Zheng Hong's brows furrowed immediately. "Linlin, how can you speak to Xiao Fei like that? He is, after all, your brother." "Brother?" Su Zilin's face contorted with disdain. "Mom, can you guess how much Yi Fei scored in the recent mock exam?" Before Zheng Hong could respond, she continued, 250 points. Out of a total of 750. He managed to score 250, placing him at the very bottom of the grade. "A cousin like that is simply beyond my reach," she muttered under her breath. "With such scores, what right does he have to attend a prestigious school?" Yi Fei's face flushed crimson, his hands clenched tightly into fists within his sleeves. Yet he refrained from defending himself. He knew that Su Zilin's words were the bitter truth, and he understood that anything he might say at that moment would be feeble and ineffective. To earn the respect of others, one must demonstrate their capabilities through tangible achievements. With a fierce glare directed at Su Zilin, Zheng Hong turned to Yi Fei and let out a slight sigh, yet she displayed no signs of astonishment, as it was evident that she had long been aware of Yi Fei's academic performance. "Xiao Fei, do not be disheartened by your grades. With diligence, improvement is certainly attainable," encouraged her aunt, gently patting Yi Fei on the shoulder. Yi Fei released his clenched fists and replied with a smile, "Aunt, rest assured, I will strive diligently. I am determined to gain admission to a prestigious university and not disappoint your expectations." Su Zilin, overhearing this, let out a cold laugh, ready to mock, but was met with the stern warning in Zheng Hong's gaze. She opted to lower her head and focus on her phone, dismissing the two of them. Yet, her mind was consumed with a singular thought. With less than 3 months until the college entrance examination, could someone with such grades truly hope to improve by several hundred points and gain admission to a top university? What a far-fetched jest. Chapter Yirmi Iki Yefi. Let me take you for a ride. Noticing the disdain in Su Zilin's eyes, Yi Fei chose not to engage in a rebuttal. The mock examination was just around the corner. When Su Zilin received the results, even if Yi Fei uttered not a single word, the impact of that moment would outweigh the power of 1,000 words spoken now. Seeking to avoid inciting conflict, Yi Fei excused himself to the restroom. Soon after, Zheng Hong had prepared the meal, And at that moment, Su Haishan finished watching the news, switched off the television, and approached the dining table. Xiao Fei, I know the principal of a vocational school that specializes in training operators for excavators. Although it is a vocational institution, it boasts considerable strength. Graduates earn a monthly salary of 5,000 to 6,000 right out of school. Would you like me to speak with the principal on your behalf? Su Haishan proposed after taking a few bites of his meal. Given your current grades, it seems unlikely you could aspire to an undergraduate program. The costs of a specialized college are exorbitant, far beyond what your family can afford, and some specialized schools are inferior to vocational institutions. At least there, you would acquire a valuable skill, he added. Though his words seemed to consider Yi Fei's future, they were, in truth, an exhibition of Su Haishan's connections and a display of superiority. Should Yi Fei acquiesce? It would not be long before Su Haishan concocted some excuse about the school being fully enrolled, evading the issue altogether. This was not the first instance of such behavior. Su Haishan seemed to relish it. Moreover, the tone of Su Haishan's remarks carried an air of condescension, subconsciously affirming his belief that Yi Fei was incapable of gaining university admission. What do you mean by that, Su Haishan? Why are you so certain that Xiao Fei cannot attend university? Zheng Hong interjected, slamming her chopsticks down in indignation. I am merely considering Xiao Fei's best interests. You're well aware of his academic performance. Do you truly believe it is realistic for him to improve by several hundred points in a few months to gain admission to a prestigious university? It would be wiser to prepare for alternatives. Su Haishan defended himself with a smile, as if his intentions were genuinely for Yi Fei's benefit. Zheng Hong fell silent. Though she too wished for Yi Fei to attend a prestigious university, she recognized the stark reality. Significant improvement in such a short time was nearly impossible. Upon hearing Su Haishan's words, Yi Fei merely smiled, yet within his heart, he mused about the expression that Su Haishan would, or should he discover that Yi Fei currently possessed nearly 2 million in his bank account. Surely, it would be quite a spectacle. After Su Haishan finished speaking, Yi Fei finally replied, Thank you, uncle, but I prefer to take the exam myself. Perhaps I might excel unexpectedly. Su Haishan chuckled in response, but inwardly deemed Yi Fei ungrateful, choosing not to press the matter further. In an instant, the entire dining hall fell silent. The atmosphere at the table grew exceedingly peculiar. With a sharp sound, Su Zilin tossed down her chopsticks and declared that she was full. Grabbing her small bag and heading outside. Where are you going? Zheng Hong hurriedly inquired from behind. I'm taking Xiao Fei with me, Zheng Hong stated. My friend doesn't even know him. Why would I take him along? Su Zilin naturally resisted the idea of including Yi Fei. Then you're not allowed to go. Zheng Hong declared bluntly. All right, I surrender. I'll take him along if it pleases you. Su Zilin begrudgingly conceded, turning to glare at Yi Fei. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come over. However, before he could refuse, Zheng Hong had already retrieved Yi Fei's backpack and cheerfully said, Xiao Fei, you have been in Haizhou for quite some time without a proper outing. Today is a perfect opportunity to accompany Lin Lin for some leisure. While studying is crucial, balance between work and rest is equally important. Besides, I worry about Lin Lin playing outside alone. With you by her side, I will feel more at ease. Zheng Hong's words elicited an eye roll from Su Zilin, who stood nearby, seeing that his aunt had expressed such sentiments. Yi Fei reluctantly agreed and followed Su Zilin out of the villa. He ambled at his own pace behind her. As they exited the community, the sound of car horns filled the air. Yi Fei glanced up to see several sleek sports cars lined up at the entrance, a sight that was undeniably captivating. Lin Lin, the first car in line, is a bumblebee. A girl leaned out from the passenger seat, waving at Su Zilin. This girl, known as Cheng Jia, was a student at Haizhou No. 1 High School and Su Zilin's close friend. As Su Zilin approached the car, Yi Fei had no choice but to follow suit. Lin Lin, why did you take so long to come out? We've been waiting for you forever. I have a handsome guy to introduce to you. Cheng Jia chattered excitedly as she awaited Su Zilin's arrival, but suddenly halted upon noticing Yi Fei trailing behind her. Hey, who are you? Why are you following our Lin Lin? Cheng Jia raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Yi Fei. Su, this friend from the countryside can't possibly be your boyfriend, right? He looks a bit lacking. Still wearing his school uniform out in public. It's hilarious. Chuckled Cheng Jia's boyfriend, Shi Chun, from the driver's seat. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Lin could never choose someone like him. Cheng Jia retorted, pinching Shi Chen's arm. He is my cousin, Yi Fei. He also attends Haizhou No. 1 High School and will be joining us shortly, Su Zilin replied with exasperation. If possible, Su Zilin would prefer that no one knew of her connection with Yi Fei. However, she was even less inclined to let others misunderstand that Yi Fei was her boyfriend. Cousin? I've never heard you mention him before. Wait, Yi Fei. That name sounds familiar. Cheng Jia suddenly widened her eyes, pointing at Yi Fei and exclaiming, during our last mock exam at school, I heard someone scored 250 points, coming in last in the whole grade, and that person's name was Yi Fei. It couldn't possibly be him, could it? 250 points? Ha ha, my friend. I didn't see that coming. You're quite the talent. Shichen leaned on the steering wheel, laughing heartily. All right, we're not at school anymore, so why discuss grades? Suzy Lean waved her hand in annoyance. Which car should I take? I certainly don't want to ride in yours and witness your display of affection. After saying this, Suzy Lean shot a displeased glance at Yi Fei, regretting bringing him along, especially since he remained silent while Shichen mocked him. His meek demeanor only fueled her frustration. Don't worry, Lin Lin, I've arranged for you a handsome driver, Cheng Jia said cheerfully. Just as she finished speaking, the door of a white Jaguar F-Type behind the Bumblebee opened. A young man stepped out, appearing to be around their age, 17 or 18, dressed in a gentlemanly manner. Hello, Lin Lin. I'm Kong Xian, a friend of Shichen's. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kong Xian approached Su Zilin with a charming smile, greeting her, while Yi Fei standing beside her was completely overlooked. Su Zilin was momentarily taken aback by Kong Xian's sudden appearance. She shot Cheng Jia an annoyed glare, reproaching her for the surprise attack, yet still greeted Kong Xian. Hello, I am Su Jiding. She glanced at Kong Xian, then at the silent Yi Fei beside her, inwardly lamenting that, indeed, people cannot be compared, though they were of similar age. And Yi Fei was not unattractive. The disparity in their demeanor was like night and day. Lin Lin, there's still room in my car. Why don't you join me? Kong Xian gallantly opened the car door, smiling as he invited Su Zilin to get in. Once she was seated, he gently closed the door, and everything felt so perfect, brimming with gentlemanly grace. After shutting the door, Kong Xian glanced at Yi Fei, a look of disdain on his face, as if just noticing him, and said, buddy, sorry, my car is full. Why don't you check if there's room in someone else's? With that, he left Yi Fei standing there alone and got into the car. Yi Fei was unfazed, his gaze directed toward the Bumblebee. Sorry, this is a couple's car. We don't want an extra light bulb. Shichen shrugged, looking at Yi Fei with a look of amusement. My car only accommodates beautiful women, and clearly, you don't meet the criteria, remarked the owner of the Audi TT behind them. Moving back, my car is also full. It was just washed, and I certainly don't want to wash it again. The drivers behind all rolled down their windows, rejecting Yi Fei's request for a ride. With their heads resting on the car door, they mockingly gazed at Yi Fei, appearing as if they were spectators awaiting a show. Kong Xian, seated in the Jaguar, smirked subtly, revealing a faintly proud smile, while the co-pilot, Su Zilin, furrowed her brow in disapproval. Yi Fei shrugged, displaying little interest in the gathering of these affluent second-generation elites. Had it not been for his aunt's encouragement, he would have likely declined the invitation outright. Just as Yi Fei was preparing to depart, the window of the last Porsche 911 lowered, unveiling an exquisite face. Yi Fei, come join me in my car. Following the sound, Yi Fei turned to see a familiar visage emerging from the Porsche, and astonishment washed over him. He recognized her well. It was none other than Luo Iran, the formidable class leader and the campus belle. Chapter 23, Private Club. Noticing Yi Fei's momentary daze, Luo Iran broke into a smile. What's wrong? Have you forgotten me after just over an hour? Yi Fei chuckled and stepped towards her vehicle. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Luo Iran is actually inviting this fellow into her car? A collective disbelief rippled through the crowd, who had anticipated Yi Fei's humiliation. Luo Iran was not typically part of their circle, often declining their invitations. This outing had only come to fruition because Cheng Jia had leveraged her acquaintance with Luo Iran, much to the delight of the male members of their group. Some had even washed their cars and sprayed perfume inside, hoping Luo Iran would choose their vehicle. To their dismay, she arrived driving her own car, a luxury that surpassed all others present, valued at over $1 million. They lamented this fact for quite a while. The ultimate shock, however, was that Luo Iran invited Yi Fei, whom they regarded as a country bumpkin, to join her. What luck this bumpkin has! Many muttered under their breath. Su Zilin was also taken aback upon realizing it was Luo Iran who had invited Yi Fei. Though both were considered campus beauties from Haijiao No. 1 High School, they were not close. However, recalling Yi Fei's class, she found some solace in the thought that Luo Iran might have felt pity for him. Meanwhile, Kong Xian, seated beside Su Zilin, was overshadowed by a shadow of resentment. Few were aware that Kong Xian and Luo Iran were actually middle school classmates. During their third year, he had pursued her and even penned a love letter. However, that very night, his parents received a warning from a powerful figure, someone they could not afford to offend. From that moment on, Kong Xian understood that Luo Yiran was not someone within his reach. He could hardly fathom that she would invite a rural lad, whom he deemed utterly insignificant, into her car. Linlin, your cousin actually knows Luo Yiran? It seems his background is rather intriguing, Kong Xian inquired nonchalantly. Yi Fei is my cousin from my second aunt's side. He has lived in the countryside since childhood. It was through my mother's connections that he was able to transfer to Haizhou No. 1 High School. What kind of background could he possibly have? His acquaintance with Luo Yiran is solely because they're in the same class, Su Zilin scoffed. Oh, I see, Kong Xian chuckled. Damn, this country bumpkin has truly struck gold by getting a ride with Luo Yiran. Shi Chun cursed, then impatiently commanded, since we're already on board, let us set off. Everyone, keep up. With that, he started the vehicle and led the way. As Yi Fei sat in the car, he surveyed the interior adorned with a distinctly feminine touch and jested with Luo Yiran, class monitor. You've hidden your wealth quite well. Who would have thought you're a little heiress? Luo Yiran, while driving, cast a glance at Yi Fei and replied with a smile. I never imagined Su Zilin was your cousin. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei shrugged. Noticing his silence, Luo Yiran regarded him with curiosity. Yi Fei's demeanor over the past few days had completely overturned her previous impression of him. She was intrigued by what had transpired in his life to provoke such a significant transformation. The Yi Fei she once knew was timid, cautious, and fearful of confrontation, even reluctant to meet her gaze. Yet now, he stood before her, composed and unflinching, able to jest at the sight of her luxury vehicle without a hint of trepidation. As she studied him, Yi Fei also lifted his gaze, their eyes locking. Luo Yiran felt her cheeks flush and quickly turned her head, seemingly focused on the road. After a moment of silence, unable to contain herself, she spoke up. Yi Fei, your transformation has been quite remarkable. I find it hard to read you now. I am genuinely curious about what has happened. Yi Fei, reflecting inwardly, acknowledged the truth in her observation. Indeed, his changes were significant. When he first arrived at Haizhou No. 1 High School, he harbored feelings for Luo Yiran but lacked the courage to express them. Even speaking to her would make him blush, causing him to instinctively lower his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Deep within, he harbored a profound sense of inferiority. Yet now, he could maintain his composure and engage in conversation with her. Haha, class monitor, did you know that curiosity about someone is the beginning of affection? Yi Fei remarked with a smile. Ha! Luo Yiran playfully spat, her cheeks tinged with pink. I used to think you were just a studious type. Who knew you could be so witty? I truly misjudged you. For some reason, at that moment, Yi Fei exuded a sense of comfort, and Luo Yiran found herself relaxed in his presence, her words flowing more freely than before. Such openness would have been impossible in the past. Huh, that's because you don't truly know me. Once you do, you might just want to hit me, Yi Fei responded with a grin. I already want to hit you. Luo Yiran waved her small fist and spoke defiantly. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation within the vehicle, blissfully unaware of the passage of time. After approximately 20 minutes, the convoy began to exit the city, and the car in front slowed down, coming to a halt in an open-air parking lot. Once Luo Yiran parked the car, Yi Fei stepped out and realized they had reached the outskirts. Yet, rather than a sense of desolation, the area was bustling with a variety of luxury vehicles. Even brands like Mercedes and BMW were commonplace, scarcely drawing attention. Could this possibly be a private club? Yi Fei gazed up at the opulent, palace-like architecture before him, silently marveling at the audacity of city dwellers to erect such a lavish establishment in the wilderness. One could scarcely fathom such grandeur, surpassing even the residences of powerful cultivators in the realm of cultivation. Surpassing in grandeur, indeed, Yi Fei thought skeptically. Suspended in the heavens? Spanning 1,000,000 miles? Majestic peaks as artificial hills? Essence liquid flowing like streams? Are these claims of yours truly credible? He questioned with astonishment. Yi Fei was momentarily rendered speechless. Ah, you poor country bumpkin, have you never beheld such an upscale venue? Is it perhaps that your poverty has constrained your imagination? A voice interjected, ill-timed and mocking. Yi Fei turned to see it was the owner of the Audi TT, the very individual who had previously refused to allow him into the vehicle. Now regarding Yi Fei with a provocative gaze. Another self-important fool. Yi Fei inwardly cursed, recognizing the man's intentions were aimed at impressing Luo Yiran. Such individuals were hardly worth his attention. Guo Chunhai, you're being excessive. Luo Yiran furrowed her brows, addressing the Audi TT owner with displeasure. Am I wrong in my assessment? He hails from the countryside. Is he not a country bumpkin? Guo Chunhai chuckled, patting the back of his head as if recalling something, he continued, "Oh, I believe I heard you scored a mere 250 on your last mock exam. Quite impressive indeed, haha. How tiresome." Yi Fei shook his head in resignation. Finding Guo Chunhai as bothersome as a fly buzzing around him, successfully inciting his disdain. With a languid lift of his eyelids, Yi Fei remarked, "I understand your eagerness to belittle me, showcasing your urban superiority to capture Luo Iren's attention. Yet, do you not realize that you now resemble a peacock, flaunting its vibrant feathers before a female, while inadvertently exposing its most unsightly rear?" A suppressed laugh escaped Luo Iren at Yi Fei's vivid analogy, finding it both amusing and rather cutting. However, Yi Fei's composed retort caused Guo Chunhai's face to flush crimson, his finger pointing at Yi Fei in anger, ready to retaliate. "What did you just say?" Guo Chunhai fumed. "Guo Chunhai, what are you doing? Hurry up and come inside." At that moment, Shi Chun emerged from within, urging the three of them to enter. "Wait for me, you little brat." Guo Chunhai cursed through clenched teeth before turning and striding into the club. Guo Chunhai's father is the deputy chief of the Haizhou Police Department, making Wang Cheng appear diminutive in comparison. Offending Wang Cheng was one thing, but now having crossed Guo Chunhai as well could lead to trouble in the future, wouldn't it? Luo Iren glanced at Yi Fei, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Whether it's one sheep or a flock, they can all be driven away. With debts, there is nothing to fear. With too many lice, one does not worry about the bites. Let them come at us." Yi Fei's languid words left Luo Iren momentarily speechless. With utmost seriousness, she responded, "I've come to realize that you've made a rather astute observation. The way you are right now, you truly invite a beating." Chapter 24. Not to be provoked? Upon entering the club, Yi Fei was genuinely taken aback by its opulence. Even the term magnificent seemed a disservice. The lavish surroundings were a sight to behold. They were escorted by the staff to a private room, no less than 100 square meters in size, adorned with the utmost luxury, complete with a wine cabinet and a bar, essentially a small tavern. As Yi Fei and Luo Iren entered, Guo Chunhai emitted a heavy snort from his nose, deliberately turning his head away to avoid looking at him. "What were you two discussing outside? Everyone has been waiting for you," Shi Chun inquired, noticing Guo Chunhai's displeasure. "Nothing much," Guo Chunhai replied dismissively, unwilling to divulge the humiliation he had suffered before Yi Fei to those present. With a smile, Yi Fei chose not to pry into Guo Chunhai's silence, and instead found a corner to sit. Just as Luo Iren was about to join him, Chang Jia, prompted by Shi Chun, rushed over and grasped Luo Iren's hand, saying, "Iren, what are you doing sitting there? Come on, let us go over there and pick some songs." Without giving her a chance to protest, she pulled Luo Iren away. Luo Iren cast Yi Fei a helpless glance, resigning herself to follow Chang Jia to the song selection. Yi Fei observed the attempts to isolate him, but remained unfazed. He had never intended to meld into the circle of these wealthy heirs. Having ridden in Luo Iren's car earlier had already sparked discontent among several young men present. One, upon seeing Yi Fei enter, couldn't he help but scoff derisively. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "This private room is truly spacious. I've been here a few times before and never managed to book such a large room. It seems Shi Chun is quite the pull. Some country bumpkins must be taking a good look. They might not get another chance like this." At his words, the crowd turned their attention towards Yi Fei, their eyes gleaming with mockery. Shi Chun glanced at Yi Fei, smirking disdainfully. "I don't have such clout," she clarified. "The larger rooms on the third floor are not only reserved for those with wealth. One must also possess a matching status. We owe this one to Kong Xiao." "It's nothing much," Kong Xian said, his face betraying a hint of pride while feigning indifference. "My father is a gold member here, and I'm merely riding on his coattails." A gold member, indeed. One individual couldn't help but exclaim, "I heard that to become a gold member here, one must spend at least 10 million annually?" "You are correct," came the reply, "but that is merely one of the criteria. Merely reaching an annual expenditure of 10 million is insufficient to attain gold membership." With a smile, Kong Xian nonchalantly tucked his gold membership card into his pocket. This gesture sparked envy among those present, causing them to momentarily forget their mockery of Yi Fei. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of the private room, and a captivatingly beautiful woman, exuding an aura of irresistible charm, entered, holding a bottle of red wine. "I hope I am not interrupting your enjoyment," she said, her smile preceding her words, radiating a mature allure that left many of the young men present utterly mesmerized. Upon seeing the newcomer, Kong Xian quickly stood and inquired, "Sister man, what brings you here?" I heard from below that young Master Kong has brought friends to enjoy themselves here. So I brought a bottle of wine to enhance your gathering, hoping not to disturb your pleasures. The enchanting woman, known as Sister Man, replied. The fact that such a mesmerizing woman was the owner of the establishment and had personally come to deliver wine to Kong Xian changed the way the onlookers viewed him, filling their gazes with admiration and envy, as they wished to be the recipient of such attention themselves. Kong Xian felt a mix of surprise and honor, and when he noticed the glances directed at him, he felt a swell of pride. Waving his hand, he laughed. "Ha ha, Sister Man, you jest. It is our honor that you came over. How could it possibly be a disturbance?" Sister Man smiled, placed the bottle of red wine down, exchanged pleasantries with the group, and then took her leave. Once Sister Man departed, the entire private room erupted in excitement. "Wow, it's a 1996 law fight," one exclaimed upon examining the wine on the table, unable to contain his astonishment. While it did not compare to the 1982 law fight or the rarer 1964 vintage, this bottle was still valued at over 10,000 on the market. Shi Chun chuckled. "Young Master Kong, that lady just now is the owner of this establishment, correct?" "Indeed." Kong Xian nodded proudly. "Sister Man is the proprietor of this club." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "I heard that the powerful figure behind this club is Master Xiong. Is that true?" Guo Chunhai inquired. "Indeed. Sister Man is Master Xiong's woman," Kong Xian affirmed. A collective gasp filled the room. "Master Xiong? Yin Xiong. He is one of the most influential figures in Haizhou City, a big shot in the underground forces, known for his formidable connections. Even the leaders of Haizhou City treat him with utmost respect," Guo Chunhai remarked, astonished. "Yin Xiong. He is someone even my father would not dare provoke." Young Master Kong must have met Master Xiong to have Sister Man come and toast him, Guo Chunhai could not help but ask. Hearing this, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed Kong Xian's face. Although his father possessed some wealth and was a gold member of the club, he merely knew Sister Man and had not yet reached the level of acquaintance with Yin Xiong. "Of course, I have even toasted Master Xiong before," Kong Xian replied with a smile. "Impressive. I admire you. Come, Kong Xiao, I raise my glass to you from this day forth. I shall stand by you as a brother." The atmosphere within the private room was vibrant, with Kong Xian undoubtedly at the heart of this small circle. Beside the karaoke stage, Cheng Jia nudged Su Zilin's shoulder and remarked, "Did you see that? A true prince like Kong Xian, while your cousin is merely a loser. Do not act foolishly." She emphasized the word cousin with a mocking tone. "What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Fei is indeed my cousin." Su Zilin shot Cheng Jia a glare, clearly irritated. Nearby, Luo Yiren smiled quietly, choosing not to interject. If anyone in the room remained unaffected, it was only Luo Yiren and Yi Fei. The latter sat in a corner, an outsider in this gathering, sipping tea from the table, feeling distinctly out of place. Kong Xian noticed Yi Fei casually drinking tea, showing no intention of coming over to toast him, and a sharp glint crossed his eyes. He dared not provoke Luo Yiren. But Yi Fei was merely a country bumpkin. Surely he could be challenged. "Ah, Bruta República del Yemen. I reckon you Haven Tea had the pleasure of such fine liquor in the countryside. Have you? Be sure to indulge a bit more later," Kong Xian said with a smile. "Sure," Yi Fei replied, seemingly oblivious to the underlying message in Kong Xian's words, nodding with a grin. Kong Xian felt a momentary pause, as if his punch had landed in thin air, leaving him vexed and unable to vent his frustration. "Hey, bumpkin, be careful not to swallow your own tongue later," Guo Chunhai sneered. "Oh, just a reminder, this empty wine bottle is worth over 1,000. Don't forget to take it with you when you leave. It might cover half a year's living expenses." A group of people chuckled at Yi Fei, with no one stepping forward to defend him. Su Zilin frowned slightly at the mockery directed at Yi Fei, but soon relaxed, thinking to herself, "Let him face some hardship. Perhaps he will learn a lesson. It's better than him pretending to be superior when he lacks real ability." With this thought, Su Zilin abandoned any intention of coming to Yi Fei's aid. Within half an hour, the private room was saturated with the mingling scents of smoke and alcohol. Unable to bear the stench any longer, Yi Fei decided to step outside for some fresh air. As he exited the room, Su Zilin followed closely behind. "Is there something you need?" Yi Fei asked, glancing back at Su Zilin. "I advise you, do not harbor any intentions towards Luo Yiren. She will never look your way." Su Zilin said, hands on her hips, her tone icy. "Oh, thank you for the advice," Yi Fei replied flatly. Su Zilin, seeing Yi Fei's demeanor, felt even more exasperated. "You and Luo Yiren are from entirely different worlds. She only let you into her car out of pity. Do not get carried away with false hopes. After witnessing today's event, do you feel nothing? Kong Xian is of your age. Yet even the owner of this establishment personally serves him drinks. Though he is still in high school, his future is destined for greatness. He and Luo Irin are of the same ilk. I'm warning you for your own good, to prevent you from getting hurt later. Yi Fei chuckled softly at her words, internally shaking his head. Huzilin, oh Huzilin. You remain utterly oblivious to the identity of the person standing before you. What if Kong Xian hails from a wealthy family? He is still but an ordinary mortal. As for me, I'm a cultivator. No matter how immense his fortune may be, no matter how vast his wealth, in the presence of a formidable cultivator, he is merely an insignificant insect. The so-called wealth and connections are but ephemeral illusions when confronted with absolute power. Yet, Yi Fei naturally would not divulge this to Su Zilin. Just as Su Zilin prepared to continue reprimanding Yi Fei, the door to the private room swung open, abruptly halting her words. A tipsy Shi Chan emerged, draping an arm around Chang Jia, in search of the restroom. Isn't there a restroom inside? Su Zilin inquired, puzzled. It's already occupied. We're heading to the public restroom. Chang Jia hastily replied, her face inexplicably flushing as she sought to cover up. Oh, then do be careful, Su Zilin remarked. Once Shi Chun and her companion departed, Su Zilin resumed, however, you did one thing correctly just now, refraining from retorting to Kong Xian and his companions in the private room. Each of them is not someone you can afford to provoke. With that, she tossed a final admonition, take care of yourself, before re-entering the private room. Yi Fei shook his head in resignation. His cousin truly possessed an inflated sense of self-importance. His silence toward Kong Xian's taunts in the private room was merely due to indifference. Yet Su Zilin misconstrued it as cowardice, as if he feared confrontation. There may indeed be individuals he cannot provoke, but Kong Xian and his companions are certainly not among them. Had they crossed the threshold of his patience, Yi Fei would not hesitate to impart upon them an unforgettable lesson. Chapter 25. The plan falls through. Yi Fei glanced at his phone and noticed an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Frowning, he realized that apart from his family, only a select few were privy to his number. Could something have happened at home? Yi Fei pondered, yet he answered the call. Hello, who is this? Are you Yi Fei? Came a somewhat urgent voice from the other end. Did you visit the Jade Streets, you Mantang, yesterday, and awaken an elderly man there? The person you saved is Elder Song. Where are you? He wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had suspected the identity of the man he revived was extraordinary, but he never anticipated that within a single day, they would have uncovered his background and even acquired his phone number. Yi Fei surmised that Elder Song likely sought more than just a meeting. Although he had awakened Elder Song the previous night, he had not cured him. This meant that while Elder Song was awake, his ailment persisted. Elder Song wishes to see me. He probably desires me to heal his affliction, Yi Fei mused with a smile. After all, the nature of Elder Song's illness resided in his brain. If it were curable by anyone else, it would not have remained unresolved until now. Ye Fei, not wishing to linger, decided it would be prudent to investigate further, thus providing the address. I am at a private club. I know the place. I will come to fetch you immediately. The caller responded before promptly disconnecting the call. Upon the disconnection of the call, Yi Fei discovered multiple missed calls from the same number, which he had failed to hear due to the overwhelming noise in the private room. Cheng Jia and Shi Chun were entangled in a flirtatious rendezvous en route to the public restroom. Before they even reached the restroom door, Shi Chun had already embraced Cheng Jia from behind, his hands slipping beneath her clothing. Cheng Jia's face flushed crimson, as if she were on the verge of dripping with moisture. Shi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he reached to unfasten Cheng Jia's trousers. Suddenly, the door of a stall creaked open, revealing a corpulent middle-aged man with a round face and ears. Upon witnessing Cheng Jia's alluring demeanor, the man's eyes gleamed with desire, and he could not restrain himself from asking, "Young man, how about letting me have this lady? The price is negotiable." As he spoke, he shamelessly groped Cheng Jia's voluptuous figure. Cheng Jia, already aflame with desire from Shi Chen's caresses, shivered at the man's bold touch. "What the hell?" Shi Chen exclaimed, furious that this man dared to lay hands on his girlfriend. "You're the real lady here. Your whole family is a bunch of ladies." The middle-aged man's expression darkened. "How dare you insult me?" "Insult? I'll give you something to remember," Shi Chen declared, raising his fist and striking the man squarely on the nose. With a sickening crunch, the man clutched his face, a stream of crimson blood seeping through his fingers. Yet Shi Chun was not finished. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, sending the drunken man sprawling to the ground. At that moment, Cheng Jia regained her senses and urgently pulled at Shi Chun. "Stop. If you continue, someone might die. After delivering a few more kicks, Shi-chan growled, "Don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll hit you every single time." The middle-aged man, nursing his injuries, spat a curse before retreating in disgrace. "Hey, you two finished so quickly?" Guo Chunhai laughed heartily upon seeing Shi-chun and Chung Jia in her. "I didn't realize you were such a quick shooter. Damn it. One idiot ruined the mood. We didn't do anything." Shi-chun groused, irritation etched on his face. The others, intrigued, quickly inquired about the incident. Meanwhile, in the opulent private room on the top floor of the club, the largest and most extravagant one, exclusively owned by Yin Xiong, a bald middle-aged man reclined on a plush sofa, watching a performance by a dozen beautiful young women on stage. Each girl was strikingly attractive, their slender figures a rare sight. On the man's lap sat a seductive woman, none other than Sister Man, who had previously entered Yi Fei's room to serve them drinks. At that moment, Sister Man appeared as the dutiful wife, delicately feeding the man peeled grapes from her hand. The only person capable of eliciting such devotion from the club's owner was none other than he. The identity of the middle-aged man soon became evident. He was none other than the notorious underworld figure, Yin Xiong. With a creak, the private room door swung open, revealing a plump middle-aged man who entered, pinching his nose and wearing a disgruntled expression. "Hey, Boss Guan, what happened to you? You just stepped out for a moment, and now you look like this?" Yin Xiong inquired, astonished. "Ah, don't even mention it. I encountered a man and a woman at the restroom door. The woman was quite young, but appeared rather provocative. You know my tastes. I thought she might be a prostitute, so I asked the man if he would let her go with me, and I ended up getting beaten up." The middle-aged man lamented, clearly agitated. "Oh, who had the audacity to strike one of my guests?" Yin Xiong's eyes narrowed as he questioned. "I have no idea who they were. I had a bit too much to drink and stumbled up to the third-floor restroom. What can I say? Talk about bad luck." The middle-aged man cursed. "The third floor?" Sister Man chuckled upon hearing this. "I believe I know who it was." "Oh, pray tell," Yin Xiong replied, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Today, there is only one private room on the third floor that has been booked. It must be them. The person who reserved the room is Kong Xingyan's son, Kong Xian. He is here with some friends for a gathering," Sister Man said with a grin. "And who is Kong Xingyan?" The middle-aged man could not help but ask. "Just a small-time businessman in the building materials industry, with a fortune of a few $100 million. Sister Man replied nonchalantly. "Damn it," the middle-aged man exclaimed in frustration. "I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a small-time boss. I lose more than that every time I go to Las Vegas. Rest assured, Boss Guan, since you were assaulted on my territory, I shall ensure you receive justice," Yin Xiong declared, turning to a bodyguard standing behind him. "Xiao Dao, take a few men and bring them here." The bodyguard nodded in acknowledgement and exited the private room. Meanwhile, in the third-floor private room, the group listened to Shi-chen's recounting of events, secretly feeling sympathy for him. "It's only 10 o'clock. What's so late about it? Don't you understand? At this hour, the nightlife is just beginning," one person remarked with a tone of disdain. "Hey, Yifi, are you just afraid that the people Shi-chun hit might come looking for you? If you're scared, just say so. We won't laugh at you," Guo Chunhai chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "Rest easy, Brother Yi. In this establishment, no one dares to lay a finger on us," Kong Xian said with a smile, seemingly trying to reassure Yi Fei. Shi-chun, already irritable, found further provocation in their words and shouted, "If you want to leave, then damn it, leave. Who's stopping you? Why drag the beautiful Su along?" "Exactly. Is anyone stopping you? You're the one clinging stubbornly here." A group of voices mocked Yi Fei. "Su beauty, the choice is yours. Stay with us or leave with this bumpkin," Shi-chun said, gazing at Su Zilin. "Yi Fei, perhaps it's best you leave first." "I'll stay here for a while longer," she replied. Su Zilin furrowed her brows, feeling a tinge of reproach towards Yi Fei for being the one to step forward. "With so many people present, who granted you the privilege to speak?" "Haha, kid, did you hear that? Beauty, Su has asked you to leave. What on earth are you still doing here?" Shi-chen laughed heartily. "Call your aunt and explain the situation." "I will naturally take my leave," Yi Fei replied, casting a fleeting glance at Su Zilin, his tone indifferent. As for Shi-chun, he chose to disregard him entirely. With a sudden crash, Yi Fei's words triggered Shi-chun to violently smash the bottle in his hand onto the ground, shattering it and causing the girls in the private room to scream in fright. "Are you deaf? Beauty, Su has told you to leave, and yet you linger here. Are you itching for a fight?" Shi-chun said, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Yi Fei. A cold glint flickered in Yi Fei's eyes. He paid no heed to the provocations, not out of fear, but simply due to his disinterest. Yet, It appeared that these individuals mistook his reluctance to engage as a sign of weakness. Sai Fei shook his head inwardly. This group of reckless, rich, second-generation heirs truly lacked depth. They failed to consider that those who found themselves in the third-floor restroom were certainly not without connections. Did they really believe that no one here could challenge them? If not for his aunt's instructions, Yi Fei would have preferred to ignore this cousin of his. However, since Su Zilin had spoken, he felt there was no longer a need to remain. As he rose to depart, his expression shifted, and he instinctively glanced towards the door of the private room, a contemplative look crossing his face. It seemed that leaving now would not be so simple. Chapter 26. Grant me some face. Yi Fei stood up, but did not take a step toward the exit, which only served to infuriate Shichun further. With a loud bang, Shichun seized a bottle from the nearby table and hurled it to the ground near Yi Fei, shattering it into pieces. Hurry up and leave. The crowd inwardly cursed at Luo Yiren's actions. Yi Fei offered a wry smile to Luo Yiren, remarking, "It seems that even if I wish to leave, it is no longer a viable option." "Kid, what do you mean by that? You're not having second thoughts, are you?" Guo Chunhai sneered. "Do you think this is a public restroom? You can come and go as you please? Get out of here already. Have you considered your own worth? Without us, would you even have the right to be here?" The group mocked him coldly. Bang! Before they could finish their taunts, the door to the private room was kicked open, and a dozen fully armed bodyguards clad in black surged into the room. The leader, wielding a sharp knife, was none other than the subordinate referred to as Knife by Yin Xiong. Who was it that caused a ruckus in the restroom? Knife surveyed the room with a cold smile. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned toward Shichun. "Who are you? Who the hell let you in here?" Guo Chunhai, closest to the door, was startled by the sudden intrusion and immediately began to curse loudly upon realizing they were bodyguards. Bang! Guo Chunhai had yet to finish his tirade when a swift kick from Xiao Dao sent him hurtling backward, causing him to land with a thud and expel a retch of distress. "How noisy!" Xiao Dao brushed off the non-existent dust from his shoes and grumbled, then turned his gaze towards Shichun. "Is it you, brat? What will you do if I touch you? I'll end you." The disdainful look from Xiao Dao ignited Shichun's fury, prompting him to retort vehemently. "You have quite the sharp tongue, but don't tremble when the time comes." Xiao Dao sneered, instructing his companions, "Take him away." Two bodyguards advanced toward Shichun. As he prepared to resist, one of them struck him in the chest, causing him to gasp and crumple, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, rendering him speechless. Truly absurd. One bodyguard seized Shichun by the collar, lifting him as one might a lifeless dog. "Stop. What do you intend to do? If you dare to harm Shichun, his father will not let you off lightly." Cheng Jia shouted in a piercing voice. Regrettably, the men in black paid her no mind. Kong Xian realized that if he did not intervene now, the core status he had just established in this small circle would collapse. "My friend, is there some misunderstanding in this matter?" Kong Xian approached Xiao Dao. "Whether it's a misunderstanding is not for you to decide." "Of course, it's not for me to decide either." Xiao Dao glanced at Kong Xian, saying, "If you wish to stand up for him, then come with us. Let us discuss things in front of the principal parties." Kong Xian's expression shifted. After a moment's hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine, we'll go together." Xiao Dao chuckled, leading the way with his entourage. Once the men in black had exited, Kong Xian turned to the others in the private room. "You need not worry. My father is a gold member here, and they would not dare to harm us. Besides, this is the territory of Xiong Yi." Although he spoke to everyone, his words were more self-encouragement. After finishing, he stepped out of the room, followed closely by the others. Yi Fei quietly instructed Luo Yiren and Su Zilin beside him, "Stand by my side. If anything unexpected occurs, I may not be able to ensure your safety." Luo Yiren nodded. However, Su Zilin scoffed, unconvinced that Yi Fei could protect them, believing he only sought to impress Luo Yiren and harboring a dislike for him. In the top-floor private room, Yin Xiong swirled the red wine in his glass, surveying the timid young men and women at the door. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "So, you are the ones who assaulted my guest? That's him, this little scoundrel. Even in ashes, I would recognize him." The middle-aged rotund man pointed at Shichun, cursing vehemently. He then stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Shichun's face, splitting his lip and drawing blood. "How dare you?" Shichun, having never endured such humiliation in front of so many, shouted furiously and struggled to charge at the middle-aged man. However, the two bodyguards beside him swiftly restrained his neck, rendering him immobile. Shichun gasped for breath, his face flushed with rage. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, raising his foot to kick Shichun again. "Stop it!" Cheng Jia screamed, tears streaming down her face. "Please, no more beating. We can compensate you." Kong Xian's expression darkened as he gazed at Yin Xiong, seated at the center. My father, Kong Xingyan, is a golden member here. Could you show some leniency and let this matter rest? Show you leniency? Yin Xiong erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. What are you? Boy, even your father, Kong Xingyan, wouldn't dare ask me for such a favor. The cold glint in Yin Xiong's eyes was intimidating. Kong Xian's face flushed crimson. I warn you, this is Lord Xiong's territory. Young Master Kong has toasted him. Escalating this will benefit no one. Guo Chunhai recalled Kong Xian's earlier words and warned loudly. Toasted Lord Xiong? The middle-aged man glanced at Yin Xiong, who met his gaze, creating an odd atmosphere between them. Kong Xian, believing Guo Chunhai's words had intimidated the two, replied nonchalantly, Indeed, I have toasted Lord Xiong. I trust this minor issue can be resolved without needing to summon him. Just then, Sister Man, who had just stepped in from outside the private room, couldn't help but laugh at Kong Xian's remark. Inside the room, the middle-aged man nearly doubled over with laughter. Ha! Lord Xiong, this kid claims he toasted you, but doesn't even recognize you. Truly hilarious. What? Lord Xiong? Kong Xian's eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. This bald middle-aged man was Lord Xiong, the notorious underworld boss of Haizhou. In an instant, Kong Xian's face transformed from red to a deep shade of purple, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Today was an utter embarrassment, a disgrace beyond measure. The others behind Kong Xian finally realized the gravity of their offense. Their faces drained of color. The bald man before them was indeed the one who commanded respect and fear in Haizhou, causing cold sweat to bead on their foreheads. Boss Guan, how do you propose we resolve this? Yin Xiong relinquished the decision to the middle-aged man. With a sly grin, the middle-aged man approached Cheng Jia, his gaze lecherous and unrestrained. We want. Cheng Jia stammered, panic-stricken. We can pay you and apologize. Pay? I lack nothing in this world except for money. The middle-aged man sneered, gripping Shi Chen's chin. Aren't you the one who complained about me touching your woman? Today, I'll do it right before your eyes. Let's see what you can do about it. As his words hung in the air, Cheng Jia's face turned pale, while the expressions of the other young men and women grew horrifically white. Though they were spoiled, rich kids, they had never encountered such a scene, leaving them utterly helpless. At that moment, the middle-aged man's hand reached out towards Cheng Jia. Stop! Su Zilin pulled Cheng Jia behind her and said coldly, I warn you. I have already called the police. You better not act recklessly. Yi Fei, upon hearing his cousin's words, could only close his eyes in disbelief. This was not a warning. It was merely adding fuel to the fire. Indeed, as soon as Su Zilin finished speaking, the atmosphere in the private room seemed to freeze. Ha ha ha! Yin Xiong's laughter echoed throughout the room, sending chills through the listeners. Good, call the police. I want to see which officer dares to step into my territory. His expression was terrifyingly fierce. The middle-aged man, arms crossed, sneered repeatedly. I only intended to teach you a small lesson, but since you have broken the rules first, do not blame me for being ruthless. Yin Xiong smirked, pointing at Cheng Jia, Su Zilin, and Luo Yiren. You three will stay here to accompany us for drinks today. I can let this matter go. Young Master Xiong, you can't. Kong Xian hurriedly interjected, but before he could finish, a thug kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. Who do you think you are to instruct young Master Xiong on what to do? The thug scoffed. Grab those three. Everyone else, get out. Yin Xiong ordered his bodyguards. As the command was given, 3 bodyguards advanced towards Su Zilin and her companions, intending to seize them. The 3 women screamed in fright as the bodyguards charged at them. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 violent impacts, the bodyguards were sent sprawling before they even touched the women. Yi Fei stepped forward after kicking the bodyguards away and said calmly, So, you're a young Master Xiong? I ask you to spare them, and let today's events end here. Chapter 27. Are you qualified now? Silence. The room fell deathly still, with everyone regarding Yi Fei as though he were a fool. Spare you? Who the hell are you? This was the collective thought of the crowd. Haha, interesting, interesting. It has been a long time since anyone dared to demand respect from me, and now 2 individuals appear at once. Yin Xiong's face bore a playful smile. Kid, who are you and who is backing you? Speak up. I want to see if they are worthy of my respect. Though Yin Xiong laughed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Me? Yi Fei also smiled, seemingly oblivious to Yin Xiong's predatory gaze. I am merely an ordinary student, without any backing. Boom! As soon as Yi Fei finished speaking, the air in the room felt as if it had solidified. Good, 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 Yin Xiong repeated thrice, locking his gaze on Yi Fei. Kid, very well, you have successfully enraged me. Clap, clap. Yin Xiong applauded, and in an instant, dozens of armed bodyguards rushed in, encircling Yi Fei and the others with cold laughter. It seems I've been too low-key for too long, and even the most insignificant individuals dare to provoke me. Kid, since you think you are quite capable, I will give you a chance to prove yourself. Yin Xiong sneered. It is over, Kong Xian lamented, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze towards Yi Fei was filled with loathing. There was still room for reconciliation. If only we had pleaded for mercy. The esteemed Master Xiong would surely not have made things excessively difficult for us, considering my father's reputation. Now, this rustic has ruined everything entirely. The others, upon hearing Kong Xian's words, directed their eyes at Yi Fei with palpable animosity. What does this country bumpkin intend to do? This fool, does he want to bring about our demise? Does he not realize who he is up against? If this imbecile truly brings about our ruin. A group of them began to curse under their breath. Kid, if you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. Hua Chunhai shouted vehemently at Yi Fei, then turned to Yin Xiong, saying, Master Xiong, we do not know him at all. Indeed, we are not acquainted with him. We are not in league with this rural simpleton. The others chimed in unison. At that moment, a beautiful woman who had performed on stage approached Yin Xiong, casting an odd glance at Yi Fei, and whispered a few words in Yin Xiong's ear. In an instant, Yin Xiong sprang to his feet, glaring at Yi Fei with a menacing glare. You, so it was you. Yesterday, you extorted $1 million from me in my establishment? Yin Xiong ground his teeth. I had yet to seek you out, yet you have come knocking on my door. Very well, I shall settle both old and new grievances together. Yi Fei glanced at the woman speaking with Yin Xiong and recognized her as the waitress from last night at Yumante. What? Yi Fei actually extorted $1 million from Master Xiong? Is he seeking death? How could this be? Yi Fei is merely a country bumpkin. How could he possibly extort Master Xiong? Kong Xian and the others were nearly petrified upon hearing Yin Xiong's words. Who is Yin Xiong? He is a formidable figure in the underground forces of Haizhou. Even the leaders in Haizhou City afford him respect. He is a true tyrant. Yet, this rustic from the countryside dares to extort money from Yin Xiong, and $1 million at that. Is this not courting death? Despite being surrounded by dozens of bodyguards, Yi Fei remained unperturbed, calmly stating, If you wish to settle the score with me, then let them leave first. I will stay behind to entertain you. Indeed, Master Xiong, allow us to depart first. He has a grudge against you, which has nothing to do with us. Exactly, we do not know him at all. Master Xiong, if Yi Fei has offended you, you may do as you please. We have not wronged you. Kong Xian and the others hastily agreed, eager to distance themselves from Yi Fei's impending doom. Yi Fei, speak up. It is you who has offended Master Xiong. It has nothing to do with us. Do not drag us down with you. Cheng Jia, seeing that Yin Xiong remained silent, anxiously urged Yi Fei to take the blame. Yi Fei surveyed the group with disdain. Were it not for the desire to keep his secrets from being exposed before them, he would not care whether they lived or died. Very well. I am curious to see how you will play this. Yin Xiong nodded and instructed the bodyguards behind him. Expel them all. Upon hearing Yin Xiong's words, Kong Xian and the others felt as if they had received a reprieve, eagerly rushing towards the door. At that moment, they unconsciously overlooked Yi Fei, failing to inquire about his fate. Year, shall we hasten our departure? Cheng Jia urged, tugging at the immobile Luo Year beside Yi Fei. Year, are you foolish? Remaining here serves no purpose. It will be wiser to leave with me and await news outside, Cheng Jia insisted. However, Luo Year calmly shook her head, stating, This matter is not related to Yi Fei. He should not bear it alone. You all may go. My decision is made. Su Zilin also chose to stay, her frustration evident as she gazed at Yi Fei. Though she held a disdain for him, he was nonetheless her cousin. Despite her irritation at Yi Fei for taking a stand at this moment, she could not abandon him. Cheng Jia, Year, you should leave. I will stay with Yi Fei, Su Zilin declared. Yi Fei turned to glance at Luo Year and Su Zilin, saying, You all should depart. Your presence here would only hinder me. Indeed, Year Zilin, remaining here will only impede him. It will be more prudent to step outside and contact our families. Perhaps they could devise a plan to save him. Cheng Jia quickly concurred. Su Zilin, exasperated by Yi Fei's bravado, felt her frustration mounting, yet she begrudgingly acknowledged Cheng Jia's reasoning. Irritated, she pulled Luo Year, insisting, Year, let us go. Let him flaunt his bravado alone. Reluctant to leave, Luo Year cast a worried glance at Yi Fei. Seeing this, she nodded and followed the two women out. Kid, you are quite audacious. Yin Xiong grinned, revealing his teeth, and commanded the group of bodyguards. Let us teach this brat a lesson. The bodyguards responded in unison, resembling a pack of lions launching a ferocious assault on a solitary sheep. Brandishing their weapons as they advanced towards Yi Fei, with dozens of armed bodyguards converging upon him, their intent was not merely to instruct Yi Fei on how to behave, but rather to reduce him to a mere pulp. Seeking death, Yi Fei murmured, a cold glimmer igniting in his eyes. His body surged into action, propelling him forward like a cannonball. Boom! The sound of heavy impacts resonated throughout the room as bodies began to fly backward in response. Yi Fei moved through the throng of bodyguards as if he were a tiger amidst sheep, delivering punches and kicks that sent each assailant soaring off the ground. The bodyguards could scarcely catch a glimpse of Yi Fei's fleeting shadow, let alone strike him. Within mere moments, the carpet was strewn with the sprawled figures of the bodyguards, all lamenting their plight. Just as Yi Fei was about to send the last bodyguard flying, a sharp whistling pierced the air as a flying knife shot towards the back of his head, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Just an inch away from its target, Yi Fei seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, swiftly pivoting as if he had eyes in the back of his head. In an instant, two fingers emerged, firmly pinching the flying dagger just as it was about to pierce the center of his brow. How could this be possible? The dagger wielder behind, Yin Xiong, was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as he exclaimed in disbelief. Caught. It had actually been caught. His mouth agape in astonishment. He was filled with incredulity. Known as Little Dagger, he had earned his place as Yin Xiong's trusted confidant through his extraordinary skill with throwing knives. With this remarkable ability, he had caused countless masters to meet their demise beneath his blades. Since his debut, he had never missed a shot. Yet just moments ago, he had launched a lethal attack while Yi Fei had his back turned, only to have it intercepted. It was important to note that his daggers were specially crafted, combined with his extraordinary arm strength, delivering such force that even a steel plate an inch thick could be pierced. Yet, Yi Fei had caught it effortlessly, as if it were merely a trifle, his fingers not even flinching back an inch. How could this be? How could this possibly be? However, Yi Fei would not grant him a moment to process the situation. Calmly, he stated, to come without reciprocation is impolite. Your dagger is returned to you. With that, he flicked his wrist, sending the dagger hurtling back with a speed several times greater than its initial trajectory. No, Little Dagger screamed, raising his hand in an attempt to block it. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The dagger swiftly embedded itself in the palm of his hand, traversing the bones of his arm before emerging by his shoulder blade, burying itself deep into the wall of the private room. With a resounding thud, the moment the dagger left his grasp, Little Dagger's entire right arm exploded in a crimson mist. A piercing, inhuman scream echoed throughout the room. "Oh, my arm, my arm," he wailed, collapsing to the floor, clutching his shoulder, only to succumb to unconsciousness after a few cries. Yi Fei remained composed, not even casting a glance at the unconscious Little Dagger. That dagger throw had been aimed at his life. Yi Fei showed no mercy to those who sought to kill him. Rendering him one-armed was already an act of remarkable leniency. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the women in the private room gazed at the transformed scene, now resembling a hellish battlefield, each one letting out shrieks of terror. Yi Fei, with his hands in his pockets, turned to Yin Xiong and said calmly, "Tell me, do I now possess sufficient qualifications to merit your respect?" Chapter 28. The Price of Arrogance. Yi Fei's words lingered in the ears of those present, leaving them momentarily stunned. Indeed, did he meet the criteria? If Yi Fei was not deemed qualified now, then who could possibly be? The previously arrogant and domineering middle-aged man now sat on the floor, his legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to cease their quaking. Yin Xiong squinted at Yi Fei, yet there was no trace of fear upon his face. "Boy," he conceded, "I admit I misjudged you. You truly possess formidable skills. However," Yin Xiong's tone suddenly turned frigid. "If you believe that such tactics can compel me, Yin Xiong, to yield, then you're gravely mistaken." Yin Xiong sneered coldly, his expression appearing rather ferocious. He turned to Sister Man beside him and instructed, "Go, summon Mr. Wu." Just as Yin Xiong's words fell, a resounding voice penetrated the closed door of the private room from outside. "No need, I've already arrived." Even before his presence was felt, the sonorous voice echoed within the room. Bang! The door of the private room swung open. A middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a crew cut entered. His piercing eyes shone brightly, and although his muscles were not overly developed, he exuded an aura akin to that of steel. This man was none other than Wu Kuan, the formidable guardian of the establishment whom Yin Xiong had summoned at great expense. "Mr. Wu, your arrival is truly fortuitous," Yin Xiong exclaimed, slapping the armrest of the sofa as he rose with a hearty laugh. He paid no heed to Wu Kuan's aloof demeanor, considering it entirely to be the norm. After all, Wu Kuan was a martial artist, a genuine master of external strength. Wu Kuan's gaze swept across the individuals in the room, his eyes akin to blades, cutting through the air and making each person feel a sharp discomfort. Every individual he scrutinized instinctively lowered their heads, until, that is, his gaze fell upon Yi Fei. At this moment, Yi Fei was also curiously observing him. Yin Xiong, is this the person you wish me to deal with? Wu Kun inquired. Glancing at Yi Fei, but finding nothing particularly remarkable about him, he responded nonchalantly. Indeed, Mr. Wu, it is he. I implore you to take action, Yin Xiong replied, gritting his teeth in affirmation. Consider this carefully. This fellow possesses no internal energy. He is merely an ordinary person. I have only agreed to intervene 3 times for you. Are you certain you wish to squander one of those opportunities on a mere commoner? Wu Kuan remarked with a hint of smirk. In his eyes, Yi Fei was nothing more than an insignificant insect, unworthy of his effort. Yes, I am certain. Yin Xiong gritted his teeth, resolute. To expend an opportunity for a martial artist intervention was a painful decision, even for him. However, if he failed to deal with Yi Fei today, the news would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation in Haizhou. Money could be regained, but his standing could not. I hope, Mr. Wu can subdue this fellow and leave him for me to handle. Yin Xiong insisted through clenched teeth. Very well. Wu Kuan nodded in agreement. Turning to Yi Fei, he stated, Listen well, you have heard what was just said. Surrender now and await Yin Xiong's verdict. You are but a mere mortal, incapable of comprehending the strength of a martial artist. If I must act, you will either perish or be gravely injured. Wu Kuan regarded Yi Fei with disdain, his gaze akin to that of a giant observing an ant, ready to crush it at will. Lofty and arrogant. You wish for me to surrender? Yi Fei chuckled, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, I do this for your own good. You are merely an insignificant mortal, no different from an insect in my eyes. The power of a martial artist is beyond your imagination, Wu Kuan proclaimed, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Ha ha ha. Yi Fei could not help but burst into laughter. Wu Kong's expression suddenly turned cold. What are you laughing at, boy? Do you think you can force me to surrender? Yi Fei's demeanor equally hardened. And may I inquire, what exactly are you? Do you truly believe you possess the authority to compel my submission? Wu Kong's gaze was frigid, like 2 sharp swords aimed directly at Yi Fei. As a martial artist, particularly one of considerable strength at the outer force level, Wu Kong was accustomed to being treated as a distinguished guest wherever he went. Even the notorious underworld figure Yin Xiong from Haizhou would honor him with utmost respect, never daring to show the slightest negligence. Yet today, in this very place, he found himself questioned by a brash young man whose origins were unknown. How could this not incite his fury? You seek death. Wu Kong nearly spat the words through clenched teeth, each syllable laced with menace. Me? It seems the one courting death is you. Ye Fi retorted sharply, a sharp-tongued brat. I shall see if your skills are as formidable as your words. Wu Kong, consumed by rage, let out a derisive laugh. I had intended to spare your life, but it appears that is no longer necessary. Since you dare to provoke a martial artist of the outer force, prepare to pay with your life to quell my wrath. By the end of his declaration, his voice was as chilling as ice from the depths of the abyss, causing everyone in the private room to shudder. Yi Fei regarded Wu Kong with a cold smile. You are far too verbose. Prepare to meet your end. With a thunderous roar, Wu Kong propelled himself off the ground. A resounding boom echoed as the concrete floor beneath the carpet yielded to his might, leaving a foot-shaped indentation an inch deep. While Wu Kong's figure shot towards Yi Fei like a cannonball. Upon witnessing Wu Kong's aggressive move, Yin Xiong finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his status had been preserved. However, there was a tinge of regret. He had intended for Wu Kong to subdue Yi Fei and then hand him over so that he could deal with Yi Fei at his leisure, simultaneously sending a warning to the underlings of Haizhou about the consequences of crossing him. But now, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Yi Fei had provoked Wu Kong to the point of fury. It was unlikely that his fate would turn out well. Preserving his body intact would likely be the best outcome for this young man, Yin Xiong mused silently. Suddenly, before Yin Xiong could ponder further, a sharp crack echoed through the air, reminiscent of a whip snapping, resonating in everyone's ears. He then witnessed a figure soar through the air like a discarded sack, hurtling towards the wall of the private room. With a resounding crash, the figure collided with the wall, causing the entire room to tremble violently as if an earthquake had struck, leaving everyone unsteady and tumbling to the ground. Clouds of dust descended, sending the women in the room into another round of terrified screams. Haha, I thought this lad was formidable, yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Mr. Wukong. Truly, Mr. Wukong, you are unmatched. Before Yin Xiong could fully regain his footing, he erupted into laughter, rising while casting a glance towards the center of the room, eager to flatter Wukong. However, when he finally discerned the figure standing at the center of the private room, it felt as though his throat had been constricted, rendering him unable to utter another word. For standing there was none other than Yi Fei, the very individual who had been violently thrown against the wall moments ago. In an instant, Yin Xiong contemplated a bewildering possibility. How could this be possible? Yin Xiong's mind screamed. Wu Kuan was a martial artist, a bona fide master of external strength. Yin Xiong's eyes widened to an almost comical degree, his mouth agape, as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Fei remained in the center of the room, hands casually tucked into his pockets, his demeanor unchanged, as if he had never moved at all. What is the matter with you? Yi Fei inquired with a smile, looking at Yin Xiong. A violent coughing fit erupted from the wall, and Wu Kuan's disheveled figure emerged from the gaping hole. At that moment, he was covered in dust, his clothing in tatters, the arrogance he once exuded utterly vanished. His right cheek was swollen, bearing a distinct handprint. Mr. Wu? Yin Xiong could not help but speak as he gazed at Wu Kuan. Yet, Wu Kuan paid him no mind and approached Yi Fei step by step, his expression darkening. I admit, I underestimated you. I did not anticipate that you, like me, are also a master of external strength. But, here, Wu Kuan's words turned venomous. You are clearly a master of external strength, yet you pretended to be an ordinary person, catching me off guard. Is this not a tad despicable? I am a master of external strength? How would I know? Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback by Wu Kuan's accusation, then burst into laughter. Wu Kuan mistakenly believed himself to be Yi Fei's equal in martial prowess. Alas, he was gravely mistaken. Yi Fei was no mere martial artist, but rather a cultivator, a being infinitely superior to any martial artist. Naturally, Yi Fei had no intention of disclosing this to Wu Kuan. If Wu Kuan was under the wrong impression, then so be it. Chapter 29, Do Not Be Cowardly. What? Yin Xiong was rendered speechless by the exchange between the two. Yi Fei was also a martial artist. Moreover, he was an external strength master, just like Wu Kuan. How could this be? He was barely of age. Cold sweat broke out on Yin Xiong's forehead. This was the first time he had lost his composure since Yi Fei's arrival at the penthouse suite. Even when witnessing Wu Kuan being slammed into the wall by Yi Fei, he had been shocked but composed. However, this was different. Yi Fei was not yet 20, and he was already a master of external strength. What would this mean for the future? Who could confidently claim that he would not grow even stronger? To offend such a young and seemingly limitless powerhouse would surely lead to dire consequences for him. As he pondered this, a chill ran down Yin Xiong's spine. He suddenly realized that his shirt had become soaked with sweat, clinging to his back. Wu Kuan was left speechless by Yi Fei's words. Kid, do not be so arrogant. You are a master of external strength, and so am I. Just now, I merely fell into your trap due to a lack of understanding. Wu Kuan remarked with a grim expression. Oh, Yi Fei shrugged nonchalantly, offering no comment. Yi Fei's indifferent demeanor only served to further inflame Wu Kuan's anger. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and strangle Yi Fei, though such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Both were formidable martial artists, and Wu Kuan could not contend with Yi Fei. Since we are both martial artists, there is no need for hostility, Wu Kuan stated, fixing his gaze on Yi Fei. How about this? I will mediate between you, and you will apologize to Yin Xiong. Let today's incident end here, shall we? You want me to apologize to him? Yi Fei responded, a playful smile appearing on his face. Although Wu Kuan claimed to be mediating, his bias toward Yin Xiong was unmistakable. Moreover, despite asserting their equal standing as martial artists, Wu Kuan adopted a condescending posture toward Yi Fei, clearly underestimating him due to his youth. What are you laughing at? Wu Kuan furrowed his brow. What are you? That I should apologize to him. Yi Fei's tone turned icy as he concluded his statement with a cold smirk. Crack, crack. This was the second time Yi Fei had openly questioned Wu Kuan's worth. Do you truly wish for a destructive confrontation? Wu Kuan's expression darkened. The fish may perish, but the net shall not tear. Yi Fei replied with a chilling smile. Now, put away your hypocritical facade. Do you think I am oblivious to your schemes? Had he been seen through? Wu Kuan's heart tightened, yet he feigned ignorance. What do you mean? I do not understand your words. I merely wish to mediate between you two, considering you are both martial artists. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? With a look of disdain, Yi Fei was no longer inclined to engage in superficial pleasantries with Wu Kuan. Upon learning that I am a martial artist, you feign a desire for mediation. Yet your true intention is to subjugate me into submission. Yi Fei directly exposed Wu Kuan's scheme. And so what? You were the one causing trouble in Yin Xiong's territory. Shouldn't you apologize? Wu Kun retorted defensively. Hey, Yi Fei replied coldly. If it were merely that, there would be no issue. However, Yi Fei's voice suddenly halted, his gaze towards Wu Kuan radiating an intimidating chill. A martial artist values courage, perseverance, and unwavering resolve. If I were to bow my head and apologize today, it would breed resentment within me, which over time could fester into a mental block. While it may not affect me in the short term, it would lie dormant within, akin to a malignant tumor. When I reach a critical juncture in my training, it could erupt. The consequences could be as mild as stagnation in my cultivation or as severe as death on the spot. Tell me, do you believe you have calculated wisely? Yi Fei scoffed. I must admit, your intentions are truly malicious. Wu Kuan stared at Yi Fei in shock, unable to fathom that his concealed thoughts had been so easily discerned and publicly unveiled. Having been exposed, Wu Kuan no longer felt the need to hide his true feelings. A sinister smile crept onto his face as he remarked, I never expected someone of your tender years to harbor such thoughts. Truly remarkable. If you continue to grow at this rate, one day there might indeed be another master like the Dragon Master in the land of Huaxia. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. Youngster, blame your misfortune on yourself. Who told you to be so reckless before your growth? Wu Kuan's face bore a strange smile as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fei, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. The thought of extinguishing a young genius who could potentially become a master thrilled him immensely. So, after I expose your plot, you wish to take action? Yi Fei sneered, advising him to ponder carefully before making a move, considering who it was that had just been sent flying. Wu Kuan, far from feeling angered, instead let out a maniacal grin that was chillingly sinister. How unfortunate for you. Under normal circumstances, I would have no means to deal with you. However, the situation has changed. As he spoke, Wu Kuan flipped his right hand, revealing a pea-sized crimson pill emanating a faint metallic scent. His eyes were filled with madness and a hint of obsession, resembling a famished predator fixated on a naked beauty. Youngster, perhaps you have yet to comprehend what this is? Wu Kun tiaklet. This pill is known as the boundary-breaking pill. Consuming it allows an outer strength practitioner to possess the power of an inner strength practitioner for a brief period, though the effects will leave one bettered for 3 months. The chance to personally eliminate a potential master is a worthy price. With that, he swallowed the pill in one gulp. Instantly, Wu Kuan's body flushed crimson, the veins on him bulging like massive worms, creating a grotesque appearance. A piercing pain erupted, causing him to let out a harrowing scream, while a formidable force surged forth from his body. The air in the room vibrated as his long robe stirred without wind, and those closest to him, including Yin Xiong, were sent flying by the sheer force. Wu Kuan's eyes turned blood red, his demeanor resembling that of a lunatic. With a thunderous roar, he thrust his palm towards Yi Fei. Bellowing die. Even before the hand reached its target, a powerful gust, laden with an overwhelming sense of pressure, surged towards Yi Fei. Youngster, circulate your true essence throughout your body. Do not falter, confront him. The sound of a violent clash resonated throughout the suite. The turbulent air from their collision surged forth, wreaking havoc within the confines of the room. Some frail individuals were struck down and fainted under the force of the blast. With a resounding thud, one figure was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, causing the already devastated suite to tremble once more. Coughing, Yin Xiong and his companions waved their arms to disperse the swirling dust. Through the haze, Yin Xiong spotted a tall figure standing at the center of the suite. His heart filled with joy, and he hurried over, exclaiming, Congratulations, Mr. Wu. Congratulations, Mr. Wu. That impudent boy dared to challenge you, truly seeking his doom. However, as he approached, the flattering smile on Yin Xiong's face froze, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. Less than a yard away, a handsome and refined face was now looking at him with an enigmatic smile. Yin Xiong wiped his eyes, and when he finally distinguished that face, he was on the verge of tears. A singular thought consumed him. How could it possibly be you again? Standing at the center of the private room was none other than Yi Fei. Do continue, Yi Fei said, his smile radiating an innocent charm akin to that of a friendly neighbor's son. Yet, to Yin Xiong, that smile sent a chill down his spine, compelling him to shudder involuntarily. Mr. Yi, is it truly you? Yin Xiong forced a grimace that was more grotesque than a cry. Who else could it be? Did you expect anyone else? Yi Fei replied with a cold smirk. At once, Yin Xiong found himself at a loss for words. As if a stampede of 1,000 alpacas surged through his mind. Who did I think it was? Naturally, I assumed it was Wu Kuan. Damn it. Wu Kuan is utterly useless. Under normal circumstances, losing would be one thing, but to be bested even after taking drugs is simply unacceptable. Yin Xiong cursed vehemently in his thoughts, wishing he could extend his grievances to the female ancestors of Wu Kuan's lineage. As the dust began to settle, Yin Xiong surveyed his private room, which resembled a refuse heap more than anything else, and felt an overwhelming urge to weep without tears. A harsh cough echoed from the walls, followed by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. "Ah, Mr. Wu," Yin Xiong called out loudly. It was then he noticed that the figure that had fallen from the wall was none other than Wu Kuan. How could this be? Wu Kuan gasped, spitting blood as he lay on the ground. "I consumed the breaking realm pill. My strength should be comparable to that of an internal energy master. How could I still not be your opponent? You're not an external energy master. I never claimed to be an external energy practitioner." Yi Fei replied with an indifferent smile. "Are you an internal energy master?" Wu Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he shook his head. "No. My previous strength was already on par with an internal energy master. Even a peak internal energy practitioner shouldn't be able to defeat me so easily." "My Dantian!" Wu Kuan screamed again, this time with a more pitiful tone. "You vicious fiend, you've destroyed my Dantian." He glared at Yi Fei with venomous hatred. Suddenly, it seemed he had realized something, shivering as he looked at Yi Fei with the terror of encountering a ghost. "You strike with such force that it penetrates flesh and bone. You're not an internal energy master. You're a transformation realm master. I despise you." With that, Wu Kuan spat another mouthful of blood and fell into complete unconsciousness. Chapter 30. Must resolve it, a transformation realm master. Upon hearing Wu Kuan's words before losing consciousness, Yin Xiong nearly fainted from sheer shock. This seemingly 17 or 18-year-old youth was actually a transformation realm master. What constitutes a master? In the martial arts world, there exists a saying, "Masters are like dragons, soaring through the heavens." This phrase not only describes the immense power of a master, who has transcended the mortal realm and is no longer bound by worldly laws, but it also emphasizes their rarity. Even if they were to commit murder, the laws of this mundane world could not touch them. Moreover, it speaks to the scarcity of such masters. In all of Huaxia, there are but a handful of them. Each of these masters is a figure that is seen only in fleeting glimpses, elusive as a divine dragon. Yin Xiong never anticipated that today he would encounter a master, and even more astonishingly, one so youthful. What was even more critical was that he had inadvertently offended this esteemed figure. At this moment, Yin Xiong felt a profound desire for escape from his predicament. In fact, he found himself somewhat envious of the unconscious Wu Kuan, who, in his state of oblivion, had no burdens to bear. Perhaps it was time to settle the accounts between them. Just then, Yi Fei's voice rang out. With a resolute thud, Yin Xiong fell to his knees before Yi Fei, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. "Master Yi, please spare my life. It was my folly not to recognize your greatness. I implore you to show mercy and grant me my humble existence." He continued to bow fervently, the sound echoing like a battering ram against the floor. In an instant, a large bump had formed on his forehead, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Yin Xiong understood that the young man before him was a prodigious master. If Yi Fei were to take offense and dispose of him, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. No one would dare to offend a youthful master on his behalf. Furthermore, bowing before a master was not an act of shame, but rather a mark of respect. The onlookers huddled in the corners of the private room were utterly astonished. Who was Yin Xiong? He was a formidable underground overlord in Haizhou, a figure whose mere footfall could send tremors through the city. Yet, here he was, a powerful figure, kneeling before a youth and pleading for mercy. The scene was nothing short of surreal. Yi Fei frowned slightly, observing Yin Xiong's fervent attempts to pound the ground with his head. He felt no satisfaction from this display. Instead, it left him rather uninterested. He was not one to relish in intimidation. Moreover, throughout the events of the day, he had not suffered any losses. "Enough, rise," Yi Fei commanded. With a firm stomp, a surge of force emanated from the ground, lifting Yin Xiong upright without inflicting any harm. Yin Xiong's eyes widened. His gaze towards Yi Fei filled with increasing reverence. Truly, the supernatural was beyond comprehension. Let today's events conclude here. I hope you will refrain from troubling those young ladies, Yi Fei stated calmly. "Yes," Yin Xiong replied with utmost respect. Even if he possessed an ounce of courage, he would not dare to pursue those individuals any further. As Yifei was about to continue speaking, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his season driver, Song. I've arrived at the club, Mr. Yi. Where are you now? He inquired. I'm in the private room on the top floor. Just come directly, Yifei replied, hanging up before turning back to Yin Xiong. I do not wish for too many people to know about today's events. Understood. We will remain silent. The crowd hastily assured him. Soon, the door to the top floor suite swung open, revealing a serious-looking young man in his 30s. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, even this resolute individual was taken aback. His gaze swept over the gathered company before finally locking onto Yifei. He recognized Yifei instantly, having seen his photograph before. As I approached and was about to speak, I suddenly recognized that standing opposite Yifei was none other than Yin Xiong. The young man furrowed his brows, unable to contain his reprimand. Yin Xiong, what on earth are you doing? Brother Xing, what brings you here? Yin Xiong gazed at the unexpectedly appearing young man, equally astonished. This youth appeared to be around 30, while Yin Xiong was already in his 40s. Yet, Yin Xiong addressed this young man as brother. While others might be unaware of this person's background, Yin Xiong was fully cognizant. Before him stood Xing Jun, the driver of the head of the Song family from Haizhou. The Song family of Haizhou. Now, that was the true colossus of Haizhou. Although Yin Xiong held a prominent position in Haizhou, that was merely in the eyes of ordinary people. When compared to a super-rich family like the Songs, he was leagues away, not even in the same realm. Xing Jun disregarded Yin Xiong's inquiry and warned him sternly. Yin Xiong, Mr. Yi is the savior of Old Song. If you dare to show disrespect to Mr. Yi, no one will be able to save you. The savior of Old Song? Yin Xiong was taken aback once more. Indeed, it was Mr. Yi who had revived Old Song from his sudden coma last night, as Xing Jun explained. Last night, he was the one who awakened Old Song? Yin Xiong gazed at Yifei in shock, and upon noticing the school uniform Yifei wore, a look of realization crossed his face. Observing Yin Xiong's silence, Xing Jun's expression darkened, and he pressed. You haven't offended Mr. Yi, have you? Yin Xiong was instantly rendered speechless. He had not just offended Yifei. He had practically sought to eliminate him. Yet, all that was now in the past. Contemplating this, Yin Xiong inwardly cursed Xing Jun. Could you not have arrived a bit earlier? Had I known he was Old Song's savior, I would never have dared to treat him that way. Now, I wish to show him disrespect, but do I even dare to? The young man before him was a master of the transformation realm. However, due to Yifei's explicit instructions to maintain confidentiality, he could not voice these thoughts to Xing Jun. Seeing Yin Xiong's silence, Xing Jun's demeanor grew increasingly unfriendly. Yin Xiong opened his mouth, unsure of how to explain, and could only look to Yifei in a pleading manner. Observing Yin Xiong's submissive posture, Yifei found himself at a loss for words. Yin Xiong was, after all, a formidable figure in Haizhou, yet he now appeared like a bullied little wife. It was indeed a sight to behold. He did not show me any disrespect. Yifei stated, the matter here has been resolved. Please take me to see Old Song. Yes. Seeing Yifei had no intention of pursuing the matter, Xing Jun lost interest in it as well. He led the way, quickly guiding Yifei to an inconspicuous Phaeton vehicle outside the clubhouse. Once Yifei was in the car, Xing Jun executed a swift maneuver, and the vehicle shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. More than half an hour later, the Phaeton driven by Xing Jun arrived in the northern district of Haizhou. Unlike the eastern district, the northern district was renowned as a wealthy area. Here, every property easily commanded prices in the millions. A legend had long circulated in Haizhou about the northern district. One day, should you encounter an inconspicuous elderly lady rummaging through a trash bin for beverage bottles on the street, do not look down upon her. It is quite possible that the entirety of your wealth pales in comparison to merely a fraction of her savings. As the vehicle entered the northern district, it showed no signs of deceleration, continuing its journey northward towards the lofty Tianyun mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the car was halted, and Xing Jun produced an identification document for the inspection officer before they were permitted to ascend further. Subsequently, they encountered 2 more checkpoints, with each subsequent examination becoming increasingly rigorous. Ultimately, the vehicle came to a stop at a private estate atop the mountain, having taken nearly an hour to arrive. Upon disembarking, Yifei realized they were positioned in an open-air parking lot within the estate, which was no less than the size of a football field, brimming with an array of luxury vehicles, truly reminiscent of an extravagant auto exhibition. What a lavish lifestyle the wealthy lead. Exiting the parking area, Xing Jun led the way while Yifei leisurely followed, occasionally surveying the estate's exquisite layout. Xing Jun moved swiftly, creating an impression of running despite merely walking. Initially, He assumed Yi Fei might struggle to keep pace and considered slowing down. However, upon noticing Yi Fei maintaining a consistent distance behind him, he dismissed that thought. Though Yi Fei's gait was unhurried and he appeared relaxed, frequently glancing around, he managed to remain within 2 meters of Xing Jun. Upon entering the estate, Yi Fei's demeanor was remarkably calm, exhibiting curiosity without the trepidation typically displayed by those encountering such opulence. This composure prompted Xing Jun to regard him with newfound respect. After traversing nearly 5 minutes, they arrived before a standalone villa resembling a castle. Xingge, has the person arrived? Just as they were about to enter, a melodious voice, as sweet as a lark, emanated from within the villa. Instinctively, Yi Fei looked up to see a striking young lady, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, approaching them. She possessed a delicate oval face with porcelain-like features, her fair and tender skin unadorned by makeup, yet she exuded an ethereal beauty that seemed to eclipse all others. In her hands, she carried a tray, embodying grace and tranquility, with a faint otherworldly aura that made her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. Just a fleeting glance at such an enchanting figure sparked an involuntary affection within. To Yi Fei's astonishment, upon seeing her, his inner essence began to circulate uncontrollably. By heavens! A congenital Tao body. How can this be? The congenital Tao body is in harmony with the heavens. Indeed, it cannot be mistaken. She truly possesses a congenital Tao body. Young man, regardless of the means you employ, you must win her over. Otherwise, you risk betraying your mentor and ancestral teachings. Chapter 31. Within 5 minutes. The Song family will be begging to see me. Failing to win her over equates to betraying my mentor and ancestors? What a perplexing notion. Master, summer is almost upon us. Yet you are still in the spring of your thoughts. Yi Fei mused silently. How dare you speak like that? You little rascal. Do you understand the nature of this girl? She possesses a constitution known as the innate Tao body. Did you not mention it before? Yi Fei replied helplessly. Do you even know what an innate Tao body entails? No. Yi Fei admitted candidly. Let me enlighten you. The innate Tao body is a physique that is innately attuned to the great Tao, a favored child of the heavenly path. Such individuals, once they embark on their cultivation journey, can become terrifyingly powerful. They face no bottlenecks whatsoever. What? No bottlenecks. This revelation astonished Yi Fei. Since his foray into cultivation, he had gleaned considerable knowledge about it. He understood that the later stages of cultivation became increasingly arduous, with some formidable cultivators being stymied by a single bottleneck for thousands of years. How long? Ye Fei inwaited. Such an extended duration? He exclaimed in disbelief. Do you have any idea how long it took the other 9 immortal emperors to reach their level of power? Over 10 million years. Each of them is an ancient being, having lived for millions of years. Now, do you still consider 8,000 years a long time? Yi Fei could not suppress a curse in his heart. To think that someone could ascend to the rank of immortal emperor in a mere 8,000 years, while others had to toil for tens of millions. Such a disparity was staggering. Wait, master, she possesses the innate Tao body. What does that have to do with me? Yi Fei could not help but inquire. There's another title associated with her, he continued, blinking in surprise. Indeed, she is referred to as the optimal cauldron. The optimal cauldron? Yi Fei echoed instinctively. Even on a planet as deficient in spiritual energy as Earth, an innate Tao body can emerge. The Immortal Realm is vast beyond comprehension, far exceeding Earth dimensions. Over countless epochs, why has only one innate Tao body managed to thrive? Why? Yi Fei asked, curiosity piqued. Because those with the innate Tao body are often captured before they can fully mature, to be used as cauldrons. Utilizing an innate Tao body as a cauldron may not grant the same boundless cultivation potential as the body itself, but it significantly enhances one's comprehension of the heavenly Tao, facilitating breakthroughs in overcoming bottlenecks. Now, young one, do you grasp the value of the innate Tao body? Therefore, you must go to great lengths to win her over. Master, you cannot possibly desire for her to become my cauldron, can you? Yi Fei suddenly widened his eyes. Dual cultivation? Yi Fei blinked in astonishment. Very well. I shall do my utmost. Yi Fei replied resignedly. Such an endeavor requires not only talent, perseverance, and great wisdom, but also immense fortune to accompany you. However, he never anticipated that Yi Fei's fortune would be so extraordinary. First, he encountered an exceedingly rare, profound in body. And now he had come across an even more exceptional innate Tao body. Indeed, it is a must. Ye Fei conjudet reluctantly. Do not feel burdened, young one. Winning her over ultimately serves her best interests. The innate Tao body is far too unique, akin to the coveted flesh of Tang Sung from your Earth's Tales. There must be more than one cultivator on this earth. Once she is discovered by the malevolent practitioners, escaping the fate of the cauldron will be utterly impossible, even if she wishes for death. Miss Xing Jun said respectfully upon seeing the young girl. You must be Yi Fei, right? With a smile. Song Qinghua extended her delicate, white hand and said, I am Song Qinghua. Song Qinghua? Yi Fei murmured, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name. I'm also a student at Hydro No. 1 High School, Song Qinghua said with a smile. Ah, Yi Fei exclaimed, suddenly recalling why the name seemed so familiar. You are the enigmatic Song Qinghua, one of the 4 renowned beauties mentioned by Guo Liang. Enigmatic? Song Qinghua blinked, clearly unaware of the title she held at Hydro No. 1 High School. Just as Yi Fei was about to explain, a voice interrupted them. Cousin, is grandfather's medicine ready? A young man in his 20s, with an overly slick appearance, descended the stairs. Upon recognizing Yi Fei beside Xing Jun, his brow furrowed. So you were the one who saved my grandfather? His tone was flippant, laced with disdain. He doesn't look impressive at all, the young man commented, turning to Xing Jun. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? This kid is just a bumpkin. How could he possibly treat my grandfather's illness? At this remark, not only Yi Fei but also Song Qinghua and Xing Jun frowned in disapproval. Mr. Baifeng, I can assure you that it was indeed Mr. Yi who saved Elder Song last night, Xing Jun explained. Oh, so you were present then? Baifeng replied. Xing Jun was momentarily speechless. Seeing Xing Jun's reaction, Baifeng chuckled. It seems you cannot be certain after all. Xing Jun, how can you call yourself a bodyguard? You brought an unknown person before my grandfather? Fortunately, I intervened. What if he had ulterior motives? Can you bear the responsibility for that? Baifeng, you're being excessive. Yi Fei is my classmate. Song Qinghua said, her brow furrowed. Excessive? Baifeng raised an eyebrow and laughed. I see nothing excessive about it. For the safety of my grandfather, strict measures are necessary. Besides, even if he has no ill intentions, he comes from the countryside. Who knows what kind of bacteria or viruses he might carry? After finishing his mocking remarks to Song Qinghua, Baifeng turned to Yi Fei with a cold demeanor. Kid, you may have swindled elsewhere, but targeting the Song family is tantamount to courting death. Before I change my mind, get out of here at once. He sneered, pointing to the entrance of the villa. Yi Fei couldn't help but admire the young man's ability to switch his demeanor so swiftly. However, this fellow seemed rather self-important. Oh, is this how the Song family treats their savior? Yi Fei remarked, casting a calm glance at Baifeng. A savior? You think you are worthy of that title? Baifeng erupted into loud laughter. You insolent brat, get out of here at once, or you shall leave horizontally. As he spoke, he signaled to the 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance of the villa. The 2 promptly approached, flanking Yi Fei, their gazes fixed upon him with the vigilance of sentinels guarding against thieves. Baifeng, young Master Biao. The voices of Song Qinghua and Xing Jun resonated simultaneously. Do not speak. My decision is final. Baifeng raised his hand imperiously, silencing their protests. He then turned to Yi Fei and bellowed, Brat, are you not leaving yet? A smile graced Yi Fei's face, devoid of any anger. He glanced at his phone to check the time, and then extended a hand. What? Do you intend to take action? Baifeng sneered dismissively at Yi Fei's gesture. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. Baifeng, look at the trouble you've caused. Song Qinghua exclaimed, her anger palpable as she stamped her foot. Though she was the cherished granddaughter of the Song family patriarch, her youth rendered her powerless within the family hierarchy. Her inherently gentle disposition led her to previously disregard family affairs, resulting in the bodyguards heeding Baifeng over her. At that moment, genuine fury ignited within her. Regardless of whether Yi Fei could cure the Elder Song's ailment, the fact that he had saved the Elder's life the previous night warranted the respect of the Song family. What did it matter how powerful the Song family was? Yi Fei had not sought their favor. Rather, it was the Song family that needed him to heal their patriarch. Yet, instead of gratitude, they displayed such disdain upon his arrival. Yi Fei had already been in the villa for quite some time, yet no one of authority had deigned to show their face, allowing a mere junior to mock him. Realizing this, Yi Fei understood everything. Beg you? Baifeng laughed uproariously, as if he had heard the most absurd jest. You must still be half asleep. He then ordered the 2 bodyguards, keep a close watch on him. This country bumpkin has likely never seen anything of value. Make sure he doesn't take anything. Baifeng, you have gone too far. Song Qinghua's complexion turned icy, as she could no longer contain her rebuke. Xing Jun shook his head. With Yi Fei already being driven away by Baifeng, he felt no need to intervene further. However, he inwardly lamented that this young Master Biao was likely to land himself in serious trouble today. The scene at the top floor of the Incheon Club had left a profound impression on him. Throughout the journey, he had observed Yi Fei closely, and all signs indicated that Yi Fei was no ordinary individual. Too far? Cousin, you are still young and unaware of the treachery of human hearts, Bai Feng feigned concern. Adopting a condescending tone, Song Qinghua, uninterested in her self-important cousin's words, turned to ascend the staircase. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase above. Soon, a middle-aged man with a distressed expression hurried down the stairs. It was Song Qinghua's father, Song Jiming. His steps were brisk, and his face bore a hint of panic. Dad, how is Grandpa? Uncle, why did you come down? The voices belonged to Song Qinghua and Bai Feng. Just moments ago, the elder had collapsed again. Should old Master Song fall into an eternal slumber, the very foundation of the Song family would be shattered. Ah, Xiao Xing. Didn't you go to fetch that little divine doctor? Has he arrived? Song Jiming's eyes lit up upon seeing Xing Jun standing in the villa. What nonsense divine doctor? He is nothing but a charlatan from the backwoods. I just had him thrown out. Bai Feng exclaimed loudly. What? At these words, Song Jiming was initially taken aback, then filled with fury, his countenance darkening ominously. Bai Feng, however, remained oblivious to Song Jiming's change in demeanor, continuing to boast. Hee. Uncle, you should have seen it. That kid is just a country bumpkin, probably only 17 or 18 years old. What could he possibly slap? Before Bai Feng could finish, a sharp sound resonated throughout the villa. Chapter 32. The Challenges of Teaching a Disciple atop Tianyun Mountain. Within the opulent conference room of the Song family's estate, all the prominent figures gathered. Alongside the core members of the second generation, there was also a notable presence, Bai Feng. Bai Feng was not part of the Song family's second generation, nor was he a central figure among the third generation. His presence here was a result of his own folly. At this moment, Bai Feng knelt on the floor of the conference room, head bowed in despair. No one paid him any mind. All eyes were solemnly fixed on the video being projected from the slides. The video, captured by a surveillance camera, depicted Chun Wan desperately attempting to revive old Master Song. The footage continued to play, soon showcasing Yi Fei employing the four symbols needle technique to awaken the elder. Pause. The video halted, freezing on Yi Fei's face. The lights in the conference room flickered on, revealing to everyone that it was this very Yi Fei who had brought old Master back from the brink. Song Jiming cast a glance at the assembly and spoke. The individual who summoned him was I, under the old Master's name. Originally, the little divine doctor was already here, but he paused, his gaze turning stern as it swept over Bai Feng. It was due to Bai Feng's overconfidence that he took it upon himself to have the bodyguards expel the divine doctor. Now, old Master lay once more in a state of unconsciousness, with doctors still striving to save him, yet showing no signs of recovery. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone could sense the barely contained anger in Song Jiming's deep voice. Brother, what did the doctor say? At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s inquired. The doctor said we must be psychologically prepared. Song Jiming sighed heavily, closing his eyes in resignation. With this, all eyes turned toward Bai Feng, who knelt in the conference room, their gazes filled with a desire to confront him fiercely. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Bai Feng's face turned ashen, devoid of any color. A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s, spoke coldly. She was none other than Bai Feng's mother. Isn't it just money he wants? The Song family has plenty of it. How much does he desire? 100 million? If that is insufficient, then 200 million. Humph. To be associated with the Song family is a blessing he could only dream of. How dare he ask for money? Doesn't he fear the consequences? Indeed, with just a word from a Song family, renowned doctors and experts would rush to our aid. What is he, that he dares to threaten us? Isn't he just a student? Let us pressure his school. I refuse to believe he would not comply. The crowd chimed in, as if granting Yi Fei the opportunity to treat old Master Song was an immense favor that warranted Yi Fei's utmost gratitude. Song Jiming shook his head in disbelief. Even at this moment, these individuals could not set aside their pride as members of the Song family. The pressing issue was not whether Yi Fei would come, but rather that they could not locate him at all. Interrupting the discussions, Song Jiming spoke in a hushed tone. What? How can he possibly be untraceable? You haven't even searched. How can you claim he is missing? Then let us search his residence. A commotion erupted among the group. After Yi Zai Shenyi left, I instructed Xing Jun to pursue him. Unfortunately, after leaving the estate, it was as if Yi Zai vanished in a thin air. Even Xing Jun could not find a trace. Song Jiming's voice carried a hint of resignation. Even Xing Jun cannot locate him? The crowd was taken aback. They were well aware of Xing Jun's capabilities. Ostensibly, he was old Master Song's driver, but in truth he was his personal bodyguard, a retired soldier from an elite special forces unit. The Song family had invested significant resources to secure Xing Jun's services, and over the years, he had thwarted countless assassination attempts and ambushes. His prowess had long been recognized by the Song family. The fact that even this master tracker could not uncover Yi Fei's whereabouts sent a ripple of panic through the conference room. Could he have taken a taxi? One person ventured to suggest, unable to contain their thoughts. This speaker was Bai Feng, fully aware that he had caused a significant mess and desperate to make amends. However, his comment drew looks of incredulity from the others, as if he were a fool. A taxi? What sort of place is this? This is the most affluent residential area in Haizhou. Not only would a taxi be unable to navigate up the mountain, but even unfamiliar private vehicles would be stopped at the first checkpoint. Furthermore, Yi Fei was unfamiliar with this place and would never be able to hitch a ride with a stranger. Fool, someone muttered under their breath, their voice soft yet audible to all present. Bai Feng's face flushed crimson with shame and anger. Just then, the door to the conference room was flung open. Dad, something's wrong. Grandpa. Song Qinghua's face was etched with concern. At her words, a sense of dread filled the hearts of those present, as a troubling thought crossed their minds. Could it be? The elderly patriarch, Song Jiming, stared wide-eyed, his complexion pale, and his hands trembled. The others were utterly panicked. The Song family, though a prominent aristocracy in Haizhou, had previously been just one among many affluent families, not particularly distinguished among them. It was the venerable Song Yongshang, the elder of the Song family, who had truly elevated the family to its zenith, allowing it to stand out among Haizhou's numerous wealthy clans and become the foremost among them. The elder was the pillar of the Song family, the very essence of its existence. Although in recent years he had taken a step back from family affairs, he remained the soul of the entire clan. As long as he lived, the family had a steadfast anchor, and those with ulterior motives would think twice before acting rashly. However, should the elder pass away, the adversarial forces against the Song family would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to divide the family, possibly even uniting to besiege them. Even a powerhouse like the Song family could not withstand the onslaught of numerous rival factions. At that juncture, the very foundation of the Song family would crumble. No, upon seeing the distressed expressions of those around her, Song Qinghua realized they had misconstrued her intent and quickly clarified, "Grandfather is still in a coma." Just then, a collective sigh of relief spread among them. As long as the elder was alive, those hostile forces would hesitate to act. Yet, as they processed this information, they were alarmed to discover that, in just that brief moment, their garments had become drenched with cold sweat. At that moment, Song Qinghua's voice rang out once more. The doctor has stated that grandfather has at most 12 hours left. If he does not awaken, she left the sentence unfinished. But the implication was clear to everyone present. Bang! A middle-aged man slammed his fist onto the conference table and declared solemnly, "We must locate that Dr. Yi at any cost. Indeed, we will turn Haizhou upside down to find him. Mobilize all the resources of the Song family. We must locate him within 12 hours. The others echoed his sentiments. Song Jiming nodded in agreement. Since we are all of one mind, let's not waste any more time. Remember, we will spare no effort and consider no consequences. We must find Yi Fei within 12 hours. Bai Feng, you need not remain kneeling here." Song Jiming glanced at Bai Feng. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had been kneeling in the conference room for what felt like an eternity, and his knees had gone numb. Just as he was about to rise, Song Jiming's voice rang out again. "Go kneel at the entrance of the villa until we find the young doctor." Thud! Bai Feng collapsed back on the ground. The others regarded him with indifference. Not a single soul showed him sympathy. Not even his mother dared to intercede on his behalf amidst the collective ire. Once they exited the conference room, everyone began reaching out to their contacts, seeking information about Yi Fei. That night, the entirety of Haizhou seemed to erupt into chaos, with countless individuals awakened from their slumber by phone calls, all searching for someone named Yi Fei. Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, the Song family had been thrown into disarray. This cultivation lasted a single night. When Yi Fei awakened from his meditative state, he discovered that dawn had broken. After a night of practice, Yi Fei realized that the true essence within him had doubled. and his sixth senses had become exceptionally acute. He could even discern ants foraging 100 meters away with remarkable clarity. Master, have I now advanced to the second layer of Qi training? Yi Fei inquired joyfully. Does this mean I can craft a jade talisman for Sister Chenwan? He asked eagerly. Almost, came the response. Hee. Yi Fei chuckled with delight, reflecting, indeed. The spiritual energy here is abundant. If I could establish a residence in this place, my cultivation speed would surely accelerate tremendously. Master, didn't you mention that the Song family would seek me out? It's been an entire night, yet they haven't approached me. Yi Fei suddenly recalled and questioned. Ah, Yi Fei exclaimed in astonishment. How could this be? Master, why are you doing this? Yi Fei asked, perplexed. Why? Yi Fei responded. Then master, what should I do now? He queried. You, an ancient being who has lived for countless millennia, still have the audacity to call others old, Yi Fei thought to himself, harboring a silent retort. You insolent brat, what did you just say? Chapter 33. If you don't court death, you want to die. Before long, a throng of individuals surged towards Yi Fei. Leading the pack was Song Qinghua's father, Song Jiming. Approaching Yi Fei, he spoke sincerely. Young divine Dr. Yi, I apologize for my family's negligence last night. I hope you can forgive us. After speaking, he turned sharply, commanding, come forth and apologize to young divine Dr. Yi. Following Song Jiming's words, a figure sluggishly emerged from the back of the crowd. It was Bai Feng. At that moment, Bai Feng bore no resemblance to the arrogant individual Yi Fei had encountered the previous night. He appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, clad in the same dusty attire he had worn before, with dirt smeared on his knees. It was evident that Bai Feng had been kneeling since Yi Fei had departed, only brought along when the Song family learned of Yi Fei's whereabouts. Had they not located Yi Fei, Bai Feng would likely still be kneeling at the entrance of the villa. Young divine Dr. Yi, I beg your forgiveness for my disrespect yesterday, Bai Feng reluctantly stated as he was summoned by Song Jiming. Your apology seems rather insincere, Yi Fei remarked, slowly pursing his lips. He did not believe that Bai Feng would genuinely apologize. Kneel down, Song Jiming barked. What? Bai Feng turned, disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Song Jiming. As a core member of the Song family's third generation, the direct grandson of Song Lao and the nephew of Song Jiming, he felt that merely apologizing to Yi Fei was already a significant concession. Yet now, Song Jiming demanded that he kneel before this country bumpkin in front of so many people. It was a humiliation more unbearable than death. Bang! A bodyguard, signaled by Song Jiming, forcefully kicked Bai Feng's knee, causing him to lose his balance and drop to his knees before Yi Fei. The formidable impact caused Bai Feng's knee to collide violently with the ground, compelling him to let out a cry of anguish. Apologize, Song Jiming spoke coldly. An increasing number of Song family members arrived, yet none dared to speak on behalf of Bai Feng. Once the elder Song passes away, the foundation of their power would crumble. Other prestigious families in Haizhou might unite, descending upon the Song family like vultures, eager to divide the spoils. Under a collapsing nest, how could there be unscathed eggs? Bai Feng's mother had also arrived, but merely watched silently from the crowd, too afraid to step forward. Bai Feng's expression was one of mortification and fury. His teeth nearly ground to dust, his eyes aflame as he glared at Yi Fei, wishing he could pounce upon him and tear him to shreds. Alas, in that moment he dared not act. Do you find me distasteful, wishing to eliminate me at once? Yi Fei remarked, casting a casual glance at Bai Feng. Bai Feng was taken aback. How could Yi Fei discern his thoughts? Just as he was about to protest, Yi Fei's voice rang out again. No need to deny it. I relish the sight of your helpless ire. Bai Feng stammered. How could that be? Yesterday I wronged you. Esteemed little divine doctor, I am here to apologize, not to harm you. Please forgive my offense. Lowering his head to avoid Yi Fei's gaze, he muttered through clenched teeth. Yet his mind was already devising ways to exact revenge on Yi Fei. Once Yi Fei healed Elder Song, he would no longer hold significance for the Song family. At that juncture, as a core member of the third generation of the Song family, disposing of Yi Fei would be an effortless task. Though still kneeling, Bai Feng's thoughts began to conspire on how to torment Yi Fei to the utmost humiliation. Very well, I forgive you, Yi Fei replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the members of the Song family finally exhaled, their anxious hearts momentarily at ease. Bai Feng sprang to his feet, urging Yi Fei, then what are you waiting for? Quickly, treat my grandfather. Cure? What ailment? Yi Fei's expression turned one of confusion. You fickle boy. Bai Feng, seeing Yi Fei's demeanor, erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Had he endured such humiliation merely to have Yi Fei treat the elder? Yet now, Yi Fei feigned ignorance, refusing to attend to Elder Song's ailment. Had all his suffering been in vain? I merely agreed to forgive you. When did I promise to treat Elder Song? Yi Fei replied, a mocking smile on his lips as he observed Bai Feng's sudden transformation. The members of the Song family paused, realizing Yi Fei's intent. He had indeed only agreed to forgive Bai Feng, and their assumptions had been misguided. I've already knelt to apologize. What more do you want? Bai Feng shouted in anger at Yi Fei. Yi Fei chuckled coldly, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Bai Feng. Do you think I am unaware of your schemes? You now extend your apologies to me, yet it seems you harbor a deep-seated animosity towards me, driven by the circumstances. Once I have restored Old Song's health, it is likely that before you even step out of the Song residence, the bodyguards you dispatched will seize you and transport you to an unknown location. A look of shock crossed Bai Feng's face. He had not anticipated that Yi Fei could articulate his thoughts with such precision. Indeed, it was precisely his intention. What? The members of the Song family gasped upon hearing Yi Fei's words, instinctively turning their gaze towards Bai Feng. Upon witnessing Bai Feng's ghostly expression, they understood the gravity of the situation. Rascal! Song Jiming exclaimed in a fit of rage, wishing he could rush forward and deliver a lethal kick to his foolish nephew. He failed to consider that if Yi Fei were to heal Old Song, he would have saved his life twice and given Old Song's character. Who in the entire Song family would dare to harm Yi Fei? Moreover, even without this connection to Old Song, Yi Fei's extraordinary medical skills would compel the Song family to cultivate a favorable relationship with him rather than offend him. I propose that Bai Feng be stripped of all rights and privileges as a core member of the third generation of the Song family. He shall be dismissed from all positions within the Song family enterprises. From this day forth, Bai Feng shall not hold any position in the Song family's industries and shall not claim to be a member of the Song family in any external dealings, apart from receiving a monthly living stipend. Song Jiming declared coldly before everyone present. What? Bai Feng could not suppress a scream upon hearing this. As a core member of the third generation of the Song family, he had been managing 3 publicly listed companies at a young age, reaping dividends exceeding hundreds of millions each month. This was merely in terms of wealth. Furthermore, his status as a member of the third generation of the Song family allowed him to command respect throughout Haizhou. Wherever he went, he was revered and exalted. Song Jiming's proposal was tantamount to expelling Bai Feng from the Song family. Apart from receiving a monthly stipend of $1 million, he would have no further ties to the Song family. He would no longer be the esteemed young master of the Song family, nor would he be the executive overseeing assets worth hundreds of billions. Instead, he would be reduced to a mere wealthy scion, relying on a basic stipend, waiting idly for time to pass. For others, a monthly living stipend of $1 million might be considered a fortune. However, for Bai Feng, it felt as if he had plummeted from paradise into the depths of hell. Yet, the subsequent remarks from the crowd unveiled to him the true essence of despair. I second that. A stern-looking middle-aged man stated coldly. Over the years, Bai Feng has abused his position within the Song family to commit various misdeeds. I propose that the family's inspection team conduct a thorough investigation into Bai Feng's actions immediately. This individual, older than Song Jiming, was the son of Song Jiming's uncle and thus a nephew of Old Song, a member of the second generation of the core family, wielding immense power. I second that. Another member of the second generation chimed in. I second that. I second that. A chorus of second generation core members followed suit, not sparing a glance at Bai Feng. I second that. At that moment, a frail female voice emerged. The utterance of this final voice plunged Bai Feng into an abyss of despair, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. The final speaker is none other than Bai Feng's mother. Mother! Bai Feng cried out, feeling his entire body tremble. Although death was not imminent, the stains on his reputation would lead to his complete marginalization within the family, leaving him with no chance of redemption. The middle-aged woman, her expression weary, cast a glance at Bai Feng before closing her eyes. Fenger, you truly lack understanding. From now on, simply be content as the wealthy heir you are. With a thud, Bai Feng collapsed onto the ground, a wave of infinite regret washing over him. He lamented why he hadn't sincerely apologized to Yi Fei earlier. He regretted harboring thoughts of revenge against Yi Fei. Their enmity was hardly significant. Alas, it was too late. He had ruined everything. Had he not acted foolishly, he would not have faced such dire consequences. He had single-handedly destroyed his own future. Dr. Yi, are you satisfied with this resolution? Rest assured, Bai Feng shall no longer have access to a single resource from the Song family. He poses no threat to you henceforth. Moreover, I can assure you that from now on, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Song family. Anyone who dares to harm, you will be considered our enemy. And we shall not rest until justice is served. Song Jiming declared with unwavering conviction. Not rest until justice is served? The second-generation core members of the Song family were taken aback by Song Jiming's words, staring at him in shock. His proclamation effectively tied the Song family's fate to Yi Fei's. Yi Fei was merely a poor student, regardless of his medical prowess. Did he truly warrant such allegiance from the Song family? Second brother, Jiming. A group of voices rose in protest. Enough. Song Jiming waved his hand to silence them, stating, "As the acting head of the family, I have made this decision. You are to execute it." The crowd exchanged glances but refrained from voicing further objections. Song Jiming was the designated acting head of the family, a title bestowed by the elder Song upon realizing his terminal illness, aimed at preventing internal strife within the family should any unforeseen event occur. Though not the eldest among the second-generation core members, nor the one who had contributed the most to the family, Song Jiming adhered to his role with diligence. In critical matters, he always consulted with the other core members, never acting unilaterally. They had never anticipated that his first decree as acting head would be this. Yi Fei was somewhat moved by this display. Unbeknownst to Song Jiming, Yi Fei was a practitioner of the mystical arts. Moreover, Song Jiming was still unaware of whether Yi Fei could heal Elder Song. In such circumstances, Song Jiming's bold declaration was indeed remarkable. Your future father-in-law seems quite formidable. Future father-in-law? How does that even make sense? He hasn't even met Song Qinghua. How could her father be his future father-in-law? Dad, it seems Grandpa is not doing well, Song Qinghua said anxiously, her delicate features reflecting her concern. Chapter 34. I'm sorry to have disappointed you. At the summit of Tianyan Mountain, within the Song family villa, Yi Fei, guided by Song Qinghua, hurried towards Elder Song's room. In the expansive hospital room, exceeding 100 square meters, an array of sophisticated medical equipment is meticulously arranged, surpassing even that of conventional hospitals in both completeness and advancement. Who are you? And by what authority did you enter? The attending physician, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, despite the mask covering his face, could not conceal the arrogance emanating from his demeanor. Upon noticing Yi Fei, who stood behind Song Qinghua, he barked, "Get out immediately." Yi Fei furrowed his brow, disregarding the doctor, and instead turned his attention to the ailing Song Lao. At that moment, Song Lao lay with his eyes tightly shut, his face bearing a pallid hue, and his breathing was barely perceptible. Were it not for the nearby ECG monitor, many might mistake the figure on the bed for a lifeless corpse long departed. The elements are in disarray. The 3 souls and 7 spirits have drifted away. Fortunately, the fetal light of the soul remains intact. There is still hope. Ye Fi murmured. You boy, did you hear me? The middle-aged physician, witnessing Yi Fei's indifference, was instantly incensed and gestured for his staff to remove him. Upon turning, he was taken aback to see Song Jiming and others following Yi Fei. "Mr. Song, what brings you here?" The doctor stammered in disbelief. Song Jiming nodded at the doctor as a form of greeting before fixing his gaze on Yi Fei, urgency etched upon his face. "Dr. Yi, please observe. These instruments are of no use. Let us remove them," Yi Fei remarked, gesturing towards the chaotic array of needles and tubes affixed to Song Lao. "You insolent fool. What nonsense are you spouting?" The attending physician erupted in fury at Yi Fei's words. Before Yi Fei could respond, Song Jiming shot the doctor a glare and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Remove all of this." "What?" The physician exclaimed in shock, unable to believe his ears. "Mr. Song, these instruments are what sustained Song Lao's life. To remove them would yield catastrophic consequences. If these instruments were effective, Song Lao would not be lying here in this state," Yi Fei countered, shaking his head. The attending physician found himself momentarily speechless, his breath hitching in disbelief. "Do you even comprehend the field of medicine? Do you realize these are the most advanced instruments in the world? You likely cannot even name them, yet you dare to declare them useless?" "I may not know their names," Yi Fei acknowledged, "but I am capable of saving Song Lao's life." "Preposterous. Do you understand the nature of Song Lao's affliction? It is brain cancer. The human brain is a realm untouched by the divine. Brain cancer remains an insurmountable challenge globally. You, an inexperienced youth, dare to claim you can cure him?" The doctor ridiculed loudly. "I assert that I can heal him. Should you refuse to remove them, so be it. I'm not in a hurry. However, it seems Song Lao has little time left," Yi Fei replied nonchalantly. "Remove them and stop your prattling." Song Jiming, feeling the weight of Yi Fei's words, commanded sharply, "Mr. Song, you are endangering Song Lao's life." The physician shouted in protest. Reluctantly, he ordered the removal of the instruments, feigning oversight as he left the ECG monitor in place. The physician's subtle machinations did not escape Yi Fei's notice, yet he chose to remain indifferent. "Doctor, may we remain here to observe?" At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward to inquire. He was none other than Song Jiming's cousin, the one who had previously suggested a thorough investigation into Bai Feng. The others, upon hearing this, turned their gazes toward Yi Fei, their faces subtly revealing an air of anticipation. Even Bai Feng, who was to be investigated, had entered the ward, harboring unknown thoughts, also wishing to witness Yi Fei's treatment. What a charade. I am eager to see how you will remedy old Song." The attending physician scoffed, refraining from leaving immediately. Instead, he crossed his arms and prepared to witness Yi Fei's folly. When he observed Yi Fei extracting a pouch of silver needles from a wooden box, the attending physician could not suppress his derision. "Is the treatment method you speak of acupuncture?" "I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese acupuncture. It is merely useless theatrics and cannot heal ailments." Yi Fei chose to ignore him, retrieving a 6-inch silver needle from the pouch. Just as he aimed to insert the needle into old Song's Zhenwei acupoint, that untimely voice rang out once more. "You haven't even sterilized the needle. Are you not afraid of bacterial infection?" The middle-aged attending physician's words, though seemingly a caution, dripped with sarcasm and disdain. He added, "Truly unprofessional." Yi Fei paused his movements and turned to face the attending physician, his expression growing cold. It appeared this man had not fully grasped his previous statement. "If you continue to prattle, you may leave," Song Jiming warned sternly, his countenance darkening. The middle-aged doctor had never witnessed such a fierce demeanor from Song Jiming. His face turned pale with fright as he stammered, "I was merely reminding him. My needles do not require sterilization." Yi Fei replied nonchalantly, swiftly piercing the silver needle into old Song's Zhenwei acupoint. Once the needle was inserted, Yi Fei's movements accelerated instantaneously, silver needles appearing and vanishing in his hands with remarkable speed. No matter how hard they strained their eyes, the onlookers could only see fleeting shadows and failed to discern how Yi Fei administered the needles. At that moment, a new silver needle appeared in Yi Fei's hand. This needle, a full 8 inches long and thinner than a strand of hair, stood straight the instant he infused it with his true essence. This time, Yi Fei's movements became more deliberate and cautious. As the onlookers in the ward beheld the acupoint he was targeting, their eyes widened in shock, instinctively covering their mouths to suppress any sounds. The Baihui acupoint. Good heavens! He intends to insert that silver needle into the Baihui acupoint at the top of the head. Those who possessed even a modicum of knowledge regarding acupoints understood that the Baihui acupoint was a critical point in the human body. A slight miscalculation could lead to death or serious injury. Yet, Yi Fei dared to insert an 8-inch silver needle into the Baihui acupoint. Had he not previously saved old Song's life, they would have suspected that Yi Fei was intent on harming him. As the silver needle pierced the Baihui acupoint, Yi Fei infused his true essence into old Song's body. A low hum resonated through the air. The silver needles that were originally motionless in old Song's body suddenly triggered a chain reaction upon the insertion of an 8-inch needle. Dozens of silver needles vibrated, emitting a faint, quivering sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Subsequently, these silver needles transformed into a vivid crimson, as if they had been set ablaze. At last. One person could not restrain a gasp. In that moment, no one reproached the speaker. All attention was fixated on the needles, their eyes wide with astonishment. Was this magic? No, this was a miracle. This singular thought echoed in the hearts of the onlookers. Yet, their astonishment did not cease there. The needles trembled, and at the points where they met old Song's garments, a pattern formed from the shadows of the needles gradually became discernible. Astonishingly, it revealed a vibrant azure dragon gracefully undulating upon the fabric, alive and animated. Shortly thereafter, the azure dragon flicked its tail and vanished into old Song's body, disappearing without a trace. Sigh. At the moment of the dragon's disappearance, a collective sigh escaped the crowd, as if they had not witnessed acupuncture, but rather an awe-inspiring performance of art. A sense of lingering regret emerged within them. With a swift motion, Yi Fei retracted the 8-inch needle, and a jet of black blood erupted from old Song's Baihui point, shooting forth like an arrow. Yi Fei meticulously cleaned the needle before retrieving the others from old Song's body. However, even after Yi Fei completed this task, old Song showed no signs of awakening. Do not awaken, do not awaken. Bai Feng's gaze remained fixed on Old Song, his heart fervently praying in anxiety. He had been utterly devastated by Yi Fei. Regardless of whether Old Song would awaken, he would never have another chance at redemption in this lifetime. Yet, if Old Song did not awaken, it would mean that Yi Fei had inadvertently caused his demise. In that scenario, Yi Fei would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the furious Song family. Perhaps Bai Feng's desperate prayers were answered. Just as everyone awaited anxiously, the heart monitor emitted a piercing alarm. Beep, beep. The parabolic curve on the screen had transformed into a jagged line, the heartbeat indicator displaying a stark 0. Had they failed? The expression of the Song family turned ashen, their faces paling with sorrow. Ha ha, he hasn't awakened, he hasn't awakened. In a moment of unrestrained joy, Bai Feng could not help but exclaim. Yi Fei ignored Bai Feng, turning instead to Old Song, who lay on the hospital bed, and bellowed with fervor, "Awaken! Buzz!" Old Song, who had been completely still, suddenly sat upright, as if jolted back to life by Yi Fei's commanding voice. Wow! A stream of black blood erupted from Old Song's mouth, instantly filling the room with a putrid stench reminiscent of rotten eggs. After expelling this foul blood, Old Song's tightly closed eyes gradually opened. "Oh, you seem rather pleased that Old Song has not awakened," Yi Fei remarked, casting a glance at Bai Feng. "I apologize for disappointing you." The members of the Song family also regained their composure, their expressions turning angrily toward Bai Feng. Bai Feng sat on the ground, his expression vacant, a singular thought echoing in his mind. It is over, utterly finished. Chapter 35. The moment has arrived. Emerging from Old Song's hospital room, Yi Fei powered on his phone, only to receive an immediate call. To his surprise, it was Chun Wan's voice on the line, prompting him to answer promptly. "Xiao Fei, why is your phone always unreachable?" Chun Wan's tone carried a hint of concern. Feeling the depth of her care, Yi Fei's heart warmed, and he fabricated a small lie. "Oh, my phone died and shut off. I forgot to charge it." "Chun Wan, did you need something? Could you please omit that something?" Chun Wan gently chided. "Next Monday is the mock exam, and this weekend everyone is studying at school. Where have you been?" Yi Fei wished to keep his secret hidden, even from those closest to him, as he could not explain the reasons behind his transformation. "I see," Chun Wan replied, her voice softening. Suddenly, she paused and continued. "I heard that you made a bet with teacher Zhao in front of the entire class." "Yes," Yi Fei nodded in acknowledgement. The tale of his wager with the homeroom teacher had spread throughout the school, thanks to the students' and teachers' deliberate sharing, so Chun Wan's awareness was not surprising. "Given your past performance, it will not be easy to rank in the top 100 for this mock exam," she expressed, a note of anxiety creeping into her voice. "It is indeed quite difficult." Yi Fei conjured it. If he were still the former Yi Fei, attempting to place among the top 100 would be an insurmountable challenge. However, the present Yi Fei was no longer that individual. He was now a cultivator. His comprehension, memory, and logical reasoning had reached unparalleled heights. "Perhaps I could plead with teacher Zhao on your behalf," Chun Wan cautiously suggested, sensing Yi Fei's sensitivity. Yi Fei chuckled lightly. "No need, Chun Wan. I will study diligently over the next few days, and I am confident that my performance will not disappoint." "Your confidence is reassuring," Chun Wan replied softly, though inwardly she sighed. Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, upon learning of his bet with Zhao Yun, she had already approached the teacher, only to be met with a firm refusal and some sarcastic remarks about minding her own business. Chun Wan's comment was merely a probe to gauge the possibility of reconciliation, and it seemed neither party was willing to yield. After a few more exchanges, Yi Fei ended the call, entirely unaware that a pair of snake-like eyes were fixed upon him, absorbing every word he had spoken. "Young Dr. Yi," as Yi Fei put away his phone, he heard the voice of Song Jiming. "Oh, Mr. Song, is there something you need?" Yi Fei inquired, surprised. No, Song Jiming spoke, his words somewhat disjointed, his face betraying an unmistakable excitement. In the brief moment that Yi Fei stepped out, Old Song had already begun to articulate his thoughts. Were it not for the necessity of a full-body examination, he might have already been on his feet. "Little Divine Doctor, you are truly remarkable. My father has awakened, and his consciousness has returned to normal," Song Jiming exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. No need. Song Jiming quickly waved his hands. The family's nutritionist would undoubtedly devise a comprehensive recovery plan for Old Song. At this moment, Yi Fei had transformed in Song Jiming's eyes into a miraculous healer. Such a minor matter did not warrant troubling him further. As the two conversed, the middle-aged attending physician, having completed Old Song's examination, emerged with palpable excitement. "Mr. Song, it's a miracle, simply miraculous. The cancer cells within Old Song have vanished, His body is now healthier than that of an average young person, the doctor proclaimed, his voice filled with exuberance. He was eager to share this news with the entire world. What he witnessed: cancer cells, the most formidable of diseases, particularly one affecting the brain, had been cured by a youth not yet 20 through the art of acupuncture. Upon seeing Yi Fei beside Song Jiming, the middle-aged doctor's eyes lit up, and he promptly knelt before Yi Fei. He leaned forward, arms outstretched, as if to embrace Yi Fei's legs, exclaiming, "Divine Doctor, you are a true healer. Please forgive my previous disrespect. I wish to learn acupuncture from you." Yi Fei deftly sidestepped the physician's advance, for he was not accustomed to unsolicited embraces, especially from an unattractive, unfamiliar middle-aged man. "My acupuncture is rather unique. You might find it difficult to master," Yi Fei replied nonchalantly. Yi Fei was not being overly protective of his skills. His four symbols acupuncture technique could only be wielded by cultivators. Even if an ordinary person learned all the steps of acupuncture without the infusion of true essence, they would merely be imitating without effect. The middle-aged doctor's face fell, disappointment washing over him. "Father." At that moment, Song Qinghua emerged from the hospital room, calling out to Song Jiming while her gaze shifted towards Yi Fei, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "What is it, Qinghua?" Song Jiming inquired. "Grandfather wishes to see Yi Fei," Song Qinghua informed him, her eyes again seeking Yi Fei's, seemingly awaiting his consent. "Old Song wishes to see me?" Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, but nodded in agreement. Upon entering the hospital room with Song Qinghua, Yi Fei observed that Old Song had changed out of his hospital gown and donned a set of white leisure practice attire, appearing vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to his previous state of near lethargy. "Hello, Old Song. I am Yi Fei," he greeted with a smile. Song Yongchong fixed his gaze on Yi Fei, noticing that Yi Fei met his eyes without a hint of trepidation towards someone of his stature, only exhibiting respect for an elder. This prompted a hearty laugh from him. "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth." Old Song nodded, seemingly quite pleased with Yi Fei. "Young friend Yi, you have saved this old man twice, and I have only now found the time to express my gratitude. It is truly impolite of me." "Old Song is being too courteous," Yi Fei replied with a smile, unbothered. "Ha, young friend, Yi shows kindness without seeking recompense. Such virtue is rare and commendable. Yet, I am not one to forget a favor." Old Song shook his head and remarked. Yi Fei offered a faint smile. There was little worth seeking from the Song family. "Youth, is there truly nothing you desire? The innate Tao body beside you is certainly one. What do you think of this estate?" Old Song, noticing Yi Fei's silence, took the initiative to inquire. "This place?" Yi Fei casually glanced around and nodded. "It is indeed quite nice, but alas, it is not mine." Indeed, the spiritual energy here was considerably more abundant than in other locations. If he could cultivate here every day, his progress would accelerate significantly. That is indeed the case. Old Song chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly. "What?" Two voices echoed simultaneously, one belonging to Yi Fei and the other to Song Qinghua, who looked at her grandfather in astonishment. Yi Fei may not have been aware of the estate's value, but she was acutely aware. This manor was unparalleled in Haizhou, situated in the most prime location. Just the land alone was worth billions. The Song family had invested considerable effort and utilized the finest materials from around the globe to construct this estate. Historically, aside from Song Qinghua, none of the younger generation of the Song family were permitted entry without Old Song's consent, underscoring his profound affection for this residence. Yesterday, upon entering this villa, Yi Fei had been disparaged by Bai Feng, who had hastily expelled him, likely due to Bai Feng's eagerness to experience the role of the male host in his new home. If this estate were to be put on the market, even a sky-high price of 20 billion would attract numerous factions vying for it. Today, the manor was not merely a matter of monetary value, but a symbol of status. Even someone as serene as Song Qinghua could not help but exclaim in surprise upon hearing that her grandfather intended to gift the estate to Yi Fei. "Old Song is being too gracious. This is your residence. Moreover, such a gift is rather excessive." Yi Fei expressed mild astonishment, then shook his head in refusal. Though he was unaware of the true worth of the manor, he understood it to be quite valuable. If young friend Yi is concerned that I might have nowhere to stay upon leaving, there is no need for such worries," Old Song chuckled, shaking his head. "In truth, this is not my home." Yi Fei looked at Old Song in surprise. "My actual dwelling is situated at the foot of the mountain. This place is merely where I have been recuperating. Now that I have recovered, it no longer serves a purpose," Old Song explained with a smile. "Though the estate is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to my life." Young friend, ye has saved my life twice. Gifting you this manor is hardly significant. Old Song. Just as Yi Fei was about to refuse, he was interrupted by Old Song's wave. Yi Xiao, you need not decline. This residence may indeed be suitable for the youth. However, for someone of my advanced years, it feels somewhat vacuous, lacking a certain vitality, rendering it less comfortable than my dwelling at the foot of the mountain. After finishing his statement, Old Song turned to Song Qinghua beside him and instructed, Qinghua, go outside and convey my command. All members of the Song family must vacate this estate within 1 day. Henceforth, this manor shall belong to Yi Xiaoyu, and no one is permitted to enter without his explicit permission. Those who contravene this order will face the family's regulations. Understood, grandfather, Song Qinghua replied, nodding before departing to relay the message. Yi Fei, witnessing this, could only manage a wry smile, responding, then I must express my gratitude to Old Song. Chapter 36, Goodness. I was deceived. Upon exiting Old Song's hospital room, Yi Fei, still unfamiliar with the estate, had to rely on Song Qinghua to guide him to the bedroom for rest. As they traversed the path, Yi Fei observed numerous members of the Song family bustling about, loading packages and luggage into vehicles. Upon spotting Yi Fei behind Song Qinghua, their activities came to an abrupt halt, and they collectively gazed at him, their expressions peculiar. Clearly, they had received word of Song Qinghua's announcement. Yi Fei wished to avoid becoming the subject of their scrutiny and hastened his steps to evade their gaze. Throughout the journey, Song Qinghua occasionally glanced at Yi Fei, her eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. Yi Fei, I find myself intrigued. You are of a similar age to me, yet your medical prowess is remarkable. Moreover, as far as I know, your academic performance has not been particularly outstanding. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Song Qinghua posed the question, pausing at the end to phrase her observation delicately, in consideration of Yi Fei's pride. Yi Fei could only chuckle at her words. He had ranked at the bottom of his class, hardly fitting the description of not particularly outstanding. Come on, impress her, a voice chimed in, tinged with a sense of satisfaction, though it no longer urged Yi Fei to pursue Song Qinghua. Oh, it's nothing, he replied dismissively. If you choose not to share, then I shan't bother. I'm not particularly interested. Song Qinghua huffed lightly, gesturing toward the bedroom ahead. That is your room. You may enter on your own. I shan't accompany you. With that, she gave Yi Fei another playful huff before turning to depart. Should the Song family witness their ethereal and serene princess displaying such a temper before Yi Fei, they would surely be astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Is this truly our little fairy? She seems to be upset, Yi Fei mused, watching Song Qinghua's figure fade from view, blinking in contemplation. It appeared she was still displeased with his earlier characterization of her as adorable. Who would have thought you, seeming so dense, would possess such charm in courting? Huh? What did you say? He retorted in frustration. Goodness, I was deceived. With a resigned demeanor, Yi Fei entered the bedroom to commence his cultivation. Since his cultivation had reached the second level of qi refinement, the true essence within him had more than doubled. Although employing the four symbols needle technique felt somewhat easier than before, he still found himself weary after the acupuncture session with Elder Song. In the following days, Yi Fei secluded himself in his bedroom for meditation, even having meals delivered to him. The Song family, witnessing this, assumed that Yi Fei was expending a great deal of energy to treat Elder Song, and thus refrained from disturbing him. Elder Song further instructed all family members to be cautious during the moving process, ensuring no noise would interrupt Yi Fei's focus. It was not until nightfall that a knock echoed at his door. It was none other than Song Qinghua. The Song family had nearly completed their move, and Song Qinghua had come to bid farewell to Yi Fei. In the stillness of the night, at 2 o'clock in the morning, atop Tianyan Mountain, the Song family's estate had transformed into Yi Fei's private sanctuary. In Yi Fei's bedroom lay an emerald the size of an egg, a piece of imperial green he had cut from a gambling stone just days prior. Master, can I begin crafting spiritual talismans now? Yi Fei inquired within his mind. The prospect of creating a basic talisman did not particularly excite him. Yet, he felt a subtle tension mixed with apprehension and exhilaration. Master, will you not guide me in this process? Yi Fei asked, somewhat taken aback after recalling the memories. I can assist you now, which may allow you to easily produce a talisman. However, this would deprive you of practical experience and limit your potential for growth. While you might not notice the effects immediately, it will hinder your development in the long run. Even if you do manage to grow, you would merely become a flower in a greenhouse, fragile and easily crushed. Yi Fei nodded thoughtfully and proceeded to craft the spiritual jade according to the methods he remembered. He divided the piece of imperial green into 5 sections. However, by the end of a single night, he had already wasted 3 of them. On that weekend, Yi Fei remained secluded, diligently crafting talismans until darkness enveloped the sky. After discarding yet another piece of imperial green, he finally succeeded with the last remaining fragment. Haha, I did it. I finally succeeded, Yi Fei exclaimed, holding the last piece of imperial green in his hands, overwhelmed with excitement. In truth, he had not believed that he could successfully craft a jade talisman on his first attempt using only these 5 pieces of jade. His encouragement for Yi Fei to engage in hands-on practice was merely to help him accumulate experiences from failures. He had little hope for actual success. To his astonishment, Yi Fei had truly succeeded. Master, what do you think? Is it the yin-absorbing formation? Have I succeeded? Yi Fei asked carefully, cradling the jade talisman in his hands. This piece of imperial green had been sculpted into the shape of a small mouse, reflecting Chun Wan's zodiac sign. As the finest material among jades, this imperial green, now intricately engraved with the yin-absorbing formation, appeared even more vibrant and alluring, surpassing the beauty of polished jade. Moreover, this jade talisman, after being inscribed by Yi Fei into the yin-absorbing array, possesses not only the ability to absorb the profound yin energy, but also offers a remarkable effect of shielding its bearer from the ravages of heat and cold, making it an invaluable treasure. As for the craftsmanship of this mouse, it truly defies description. Haha, Yi Fei had never studied seal carving. Thus, he felt quite content to have shaped a figure using his true essence. Although he did find the mouse somewhat unappealing. Ancestor, how many times did you fail when you first learned to craft talismans? Yi Fei suddenly recalled something and inquired. Despite this, his actions astonished the sect he belonged to, leading to him being cultivated as a prodigious disciple. Being a native of Earth, Yi Fei was blissfully unaware of such matters. It was utterly humiliating to be compared unfavorably by his own disciple. Chapter 37. Fury. Yi Fei eagerly placed the jade talisman into his backpack and resumed his meditation and cultivation. Just as dawn broke, he descended the mountain and hailed a taxi, heading straight for school. Today was Monday, marking the day of his school's second mock examination, with the first subject being Chinese. Yi Fei arrived early at the classroom, intending to hand the jade talisman to Chun Wan before the exam, thus relieving her of any concerns regarding the eruption of profound yin energy. However, as the exam commenced, Yi Fei still had not seen Chun Wan, and the invigilator who was supposed to be her turned out to be the disgruntled class teacher, Zhao Yun. Naturally, Yi Fei had no desire to engage with such a sour demeanor. Suppressing his confusion, after completing the Chinese exam, he seized the opportunity between tests to call Chun Wan, only to be met with a notification that her phone was turned off. Yi Fei, upon hearing this, had no choice but to temporarily stifle his worries and prepare for the next exam. After finishing the mathematics test, it was already noon. During the lunch break, he ventured to Chun Wan's office, only to find it empty. Inquiring with other teachers revealed that Chun Wan had not come to school at all today, without any prior notice. No wonder Zhao Yun had been in such a foul mood earlier. Yi Fei muttered to himself, yet a sense of unease gnawed at him. Given Chun Wan's dedication, it was inconceivable for her to be absent without cause. Even if she had matters to attend to, she would not neglect to inform anyone. In the afternoon, after completing the comprehensive science and foreign language exams, evening had fallen. Yi Fei dialed Chun Wan's number once more, only to be met with the same result. Her phone was still off. A sense of agitation began to rise within him, accompanied by a foreboding feeling that something was amiss. Ignoring his classmate, Guoliang, who had approached to chat, Yi Fei exited the classroom, determined to check on Chun Wan at her residence. Just a few steps outside the classroom door, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he was astonished to see it was Chun Wan calling, and he hastily answered. Sister Chun, where are you? I didn't see you today. Yi Fei exclaimed. However, a mocking laugh echoed from the other end of the line, accompanied by the unmistakable voice of a man. Yi Fei's heart plummeted to the depths, his pupils constricting as he forced out 2 words through clenched teeth. By phone. Young one, you actually recognize my voice? It seems you missed me quite a bit. Ha ha ha. The boisterous laughter of by phone echoed through the phone. Your beautiful teacher is in my grasp. You have 1 hour to reach the peak of Yangui Mountain, or else, TSK. Bai Feng's voice took on a sinister tone. I haven't indulged in such a splendid beauty for a long time, especially a beautiful teacher. I believe my brothers here would also relish the chance to savor your lovely teacher. Anxiety gripped Yi Fei's heart, yet he forced himself to maintain his composure. Pretending to be unconcerned, he retorted, by phone, I think you should consider changing your name to Bai Chi instead. She is my teacher, not my wife. Do you think you can threaten me into a death trap by merely capturing a teacher? I truly worry about your intelligence. What sort of foolish brain concocts such a scheme? Bai Feng hissed through clenched teeth. You little brat, stop pretending. Let me tell you the truth. I overheard your conversation with this woman at the door of the old man's hospital room. Do you think I would capture her without reason? Realizing that Bai Feng was aware of his special relationship with Chen Wan, Yi Fei decided to drop the facade. He replied coldly, how can I be certain that you have truly captured Sister Chen Wan, and that her phone wasn't stolen instead? At this point, Yi Fei was nearly convinced that Chen Wan was indeed in Bai Feng's clutches. His words were merely to ascertain her safety. Don't try to play tricks with me. Whether you believe it or not, remember this. In 1 hour, if you don't show up, I'll... Bai Feng's frantic roar reverberated through the phone. I don't believe you. Yi Fei scoffed, decisively hanging up the call before Bai Feng could finish. After disconnecting, Yi Fei's eyes glinted with cold fury. His chest felt ablaze, and the veins in his clenched fists stood out prominently. Bai Feng, you had better pray that Sister Chen Wan is unharmed, he murmured softly, as if speaking to himself. Yet his words carried the chilling weight of a frigid gust from the depths of hell. At that moment, his phone vibrated once more. Glancing at the caller ID, Yi Fei narrowed his eyes. He had hung up so decisively earlier because he suspected Bai Feng's target was him, rather than Chen Wan. Bai Feng's abduction of Chen Wan was merely a bait to lure him in. It seemed his intuition was correct. Hello, young one, listen closely. Bai Feng's frantic voice erupted from the other end of the line. Then the sound diminished. Yet, Yi Fei could still discern that Bai Feng was conversing with someone. Speak now. The young one wishes to hear your voice. However, after Bai Feng's command, silence ensued. A sharp slap echoed through the phone-s speaker, causing Yi Fei's heart to lurch. Following the slap, a pained cry broke through. Sister Chen Wan, Yi Fei shouted into the phone, losing all semblance of calm. The anguished cry was unmistakably Chen Wan's, a sound born from her suffering. Xiao Fei, you mustn't come over there. Chen Wan's words were abruptly cut off, transforming into muffled sobs as someone covered her mouth. Shortly after, Bai Feng's voice echoed through the phone. Listen carefully. Come to the summit of Yangui Mountain alone, and I will give you just 1 hour. If you fail to arrive, Bai Feng's sinister chuckle resonated as he hung up. Crack. The Nokia brick phone in Yi Fei's grasp was crushed instantaneously by his immense strength. His eyes turned a fiery red, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent boiling within him. He had never before felt such a profound urge to kill directed at another. Yi Fei dashed towards the school gates, only to be intercepted by a police car. Yi Fei, you are accused of colluding with the underworld and deliberately assaulting a fellow student. You are under arrest. Please come with us, a portly, middle-aged officer announced as he emerged from the vehicle, handcuffs in hand, ready to apprehend Yi Fei. Colluding with the underworld and assaulting a classmate? A glimmer of realization struck Yi Fei as he spotted Wang Chang seated inside a Mercedes behind the police car, smirking cunningly, his face flushed with the scent of alcohol. It was evident to Yi Fei that this officer was merely a pawn of Wang Cheng's scheme. His eyes widened, fixated on the approaching officer, and he bellowed, "Get lost!" Boom! With the force of his powerful shout, the officer was propelled backward, crashing against the police car. Instantly, chaos erupted at the school entrance. With car alarms blaring and the sounds of panic screams filling the air, Wang Cheng, initially eager to witness Yi Fei fall into his trap, was taken aback by the unfolding scene, nearly wetting himself in fear. He hastily urged the driver, "Hurry, drive." The car door swung open from the outside, and Yi Fei entered with determination. "Yi Fei, what do you intend to do?" "I warn you," Wang Cheng stammered, his voice trembling. "Silence." Yi Fei bellowed, casting a cold glance at him. "To Yangui Mountain, or face death." In that moment, Yi Fei resembled a deity of death, instilling terror in those who beheld him. Wang Cheng trembled uncontrollably, rendered speechless. Without needing a command, the driver promptly steered the car toward Yangui Mountain. 15 minutes later, the Mercedes arrived at the foot of Yangui Mountain. Yi Fei exited the vehicle and swiftly ascended the mountain. The summit housed only an abandoned temple, surrounded by desolate terrain, offering no shelter. Bai Feng had brought Chen Wan to the peak, likely to that very temple. Yi Fei moved with remarkable speed, disappearing from the foot of the mountain in the blink of an eye. While an ordinary person would take over half an hour to reach the summit, Yi Fei accomplished it in a mere 10 minutes. You arrived quite promptly, Bai Feng proclaimed, emerging from the temple amidst a throng of followers. "Where is Chen Wan?" Yi Fei demanded coldly. "Go bring that woman here." Bai Feng, upon hearing Yi Fei's words, chuckled lightly, dismissing the tone of questioning. and commanded his men to bring Chen Wan over. In Bai Feng's eyes, the moment Yi Fei set foot here, he had already become a piece of meat on his chopping block. Soon, Chen Wan was brought forth by one of his men. Upon seeing that Chen Wan was neatly dressed and had not sustained any injuries, Yi Fei let out a long sigh. The tension he felt finally easing. However, when his gaze fell upon the clear handprint on Chen Wan's right cheek, his body stiffened. How dare that wretched woman refuse to greet you? This slap was merely a lesson for her. Bai Feng scoffed disdainfully. Behind Bai Feng, a group of burly men clad in black crossed their arms, their eyes scanning Yi Fei and Chen Wan with malicious smiles. You shall pay for this. Yi Fei's chilling voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the crowd. Chapter 38. The Fury of the Reverse Scale. A dragon has a reverse scale. To touch it means certain death. Chen Wan is the reverse scale of Yi Fei. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from Yi Fei, enveloping everyone present. In that moment, the temperature of the entire temple seemed to drop several degrees. The black-clad men, who had previously looked on with mockery, felt a shiver run down their spines upon meeting Yi Fei's icy gaze. A singular thought arose in their minds. Are those truly the eyes of a human? Charged together, the first to react was a scar-faced man in his 30s, who shouted as he brandished his machete and lunged at Yi Fei. Yi Fei roared, his foot striking the ground with force as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball towards the assailant. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the black-clad man halted momentarily before being hurled backwards at an even greater speed. In midair, he spat out a jet of blood that stretched a full meter. A deep imprint, a full inch into his chest, bore witness to the force of Yi Fei's strike. Blood seeped through his clothing. Before he even hit the ground, death had claimed him. Hiss! The remaining black-clad man, who had been poised to charge, collectively gasped in horror at the sight. They were not bodyguards of the Song family, but rather desperate rogues hired by Bai Feng with his own savings. Each one a villain, stained with countless crimes. Yet even these hardened criminals felt their courage falter upon witnessing Yi Fei's violent display. Quick, all together, kill him, or we shall perish. Bai Feng screamed, shaken by Yi Fei's brutal blow, regretting ever provoking this harbinger of death. However, at that moment, he found himself with no escape. He understood that from the instant he had kidnapped Chen Wan, a mortal conflict had been set in motion. Do not rush. I intend to spare none of you. Yi Fei sneered coldly, and before they could react, he transformed into a blur, charging toward the black-clad man. Bang! 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 With each sound that echoed, a figure was hurled into the air. In less than a minute, those originally encircling Yi Fei had all fallen to the ground, sprawled in disarray, their fates unknown. After effortlessly dispatching these individuals, Yi Fei turned to face Bai Feng, who remained rooted in place, and said with a calm demeanor, Now, it is your turn. Bai Feng's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of astonishment. He had endeavored to overestimate Yi Fei, even exhausting his entire fortune to hire these desperate men to confront him. Yet, it became evident that he had gravely underestimated Yi Fei. What stunned him further was the realization that the mercenaries he had hired with such extravagant sums were utterly ineffectual against Yi Fei. Bai Feng locked his gaze on Yi Fei. Although astonished by Yi Fei's prowess, there was no trace of fear upon his countenance. You little pest, I must concede. I underestimated you. I never anticipated your medical expertise would be accompanied by such remarkable skill. But so what? No matter how formidable you are, can you evade a bullet? Bai Feng's voice escalated, and as he withdrew his hand from behind him, a handgun was revealed, its muzzle aimed directly at Yi Fei. Bai Feng's expression twisted into a sinister grimace. Now, kneel before me. Yi Fei let out a cold laugh, allowing the gun to point at him without yielding. Instead, taking a step closer to Bai Feng. I command you to kneel. Bai Feng's demeanor grew increasingly malevolent as he roared. For reasons unknown, despite wielding a firearm. An unsettling feeling gnawed at his insides upon witnessing Yi Fei's unflappable composure. The distance between Yi Fei and Bai Feng was a mere 10 meters. Yet Yi Fei advanced slowly, each step seemingly pressing upon Bai Feng's heart, causing it to tremble. Bai Feng's grip on the gun began to tremble as he shouted, I warn you, do not come any closer. Finally, unable to withstand the psychological strain, Bai Feng fired. Bang! After the shot rang out, Bai Feng exhaled deeply. What a fool, seeking his own demise. He muttered contemptuously, disoriented by the recoil. When he regained his vision to ascertain whether Yi Fei had succumbed, he was astounded to find that Yi Fei was nowhere in sight. Are you searching for me? A frigid voice suddenly resonated behind Bai Feng. He turned to find Yi Fei's familiar face, one that filled him with dread. Impossible. How could you still be alive? Bai Feng screamed in disbelief. At such a short distance, precise aiming was unnecessary to hit the target. Yet, he could not fathom why Yi Fei remained unharmed. Bai Feng bellowed, raising his hand and firing once more in Yi Fei's direction. This time, Yi Fei was even closer. However, he still missed. Yi Fei's figure reappeared behind Bai Feng, gazing at him with a chilling smile. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out repeatedly, yet all shots found empty air. Yi Fei appeared like a ghost, materializing behind Bai Feng each time the gunfire ceased. Ultimately, Bai Feng succumbed to despair. With only a single bullet remaining in his handgun, he chose not to aim at Yi Fei again, but instead directed the weapon towards his own temple. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Yi Fei spoke. Is it not too easy for you to die this way? Simultaneously, Yi Fei's hand, akin to a vice, seized Bai Feng's hand that clutched the pistol. Bai Feng, in a state of dismay, discovered that he could not even muster the strength to move a single finger. Moments later, he felt the gun slip from his grasp, and by the time he realized it, Yi Fei had already claimed it. Crack! The tungsten steel handgun, in Yi Fei's hands, was effortlessly molded into a lump of scrap metal within mere blinks of an eye. You are not human. You are a demon. Bai Feng screamed, pointing at Yi Fei. This is the hand that struck Sister Chenwan, isn't it? Yi Fei remarked coldly, seizing Bai Feng's outstretched right hand and applying a sudden, forceful grip. A sickening crunch echoed as Bai Feng let out a heart-wrenching scream. When Yi Fei finally relinquished his hold, Bai Feng's right hand resembled that of a gelatinous creature, its bones utterly shattered. Bai Feng cried out in agony. Kill me. Just kill me. The response he received was a sharp slap. Yi Fei's palm struck Bai Feng's face, sending his body hurtling through the air. Just as Bai Feng was about to hit the ground, Yi Fei swiftly delivered a kick, launching him skyward once more. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless sounds of impact resounded throughout the temple. Each time Bai Feng neared the ground, Yi Fei would deliver another kick, propelling him back into the air. After a good half hour, Yi Fei, having lost interest, allowed Bai Feng's body to descend freely. Thud! Bai Feng crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yi Fei paid no heed to whether Bai Feng was alive or dead, instead making his way towards the unconscious Chenwan. He wished to keep his secrets hidden for a while longer and did not want the gruesome scene to terrify her. As he lifted the unconscious Chenwan, Yi Fei furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a low sigh. These people are quite swift in their arrival. With that, he vanished into the night, cradling Chenwan. 5 minutes later, a team of dozens of special police officers gradually surrounded the temple. At Chenwan's home, once she succumbed to deep slumber, Yi Fei finally exhaled a breath of relief and quietly exited her room. Chapter 39. I am allergic to pigs. Concerned that Chenwan might be shaken by the events of the day, he remained in the living room. In truth, Yi Fei's worries were unfounded. Chenwan slept soundly, only awakening at dawn to find Yi Fei in the living room, prompting her to recall the events of the previous night. During breakfast, Chenwan made no mention of the prior day's occurrences, behaving as though nothing had happened. This reaction rendered Yi Fei, seated opposite her, somewhat uneasy, for her demeanor was strikingly abnormal. Dear Sister Chenwan, do you not wish to know what transpired last night? Yi Fei inquired tentatively. Chenwan, upon hearing this, smiled gently and responded, and what exactly happened last night? Yi Fei found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. The events of the previous night were not easily shared with Chenwan, as they involved not only his own secrets, but also the lives of those at the mountain's peak. For Chenwan, it would be safest to remain blissfully unaware. Moreover, since learning of Chenwan's abduction, Yi Fei had been in a state of turmoil. He worried that the violent actions he had taken at Yangei Mountain might frighten her. Noticing Yi Fei's demeanor, Chenwan couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, I understand that this pertains to your secret, which makes it difficult for you to disclose. I can certainly empathize. At this point, she playfully winked at Yi Fei, as if to suggest that she too harbored secrets she had yet to reveal, such as her origins. Yi Fei exclaimed, suddenly realizing that aside from knowing Chenwan graduated from Beijing University, he was otherwise woefully uninformed about her. Before Yi Fei could voice his thoughts, Chenwan continued. In truth, I'm not as naive as you might presume. Due to my background, I possess some understanding of certain extraordinary individuals in this world. Therefore, you need not feel guilty about keeping things from me. She smiled at Yi Fei, adding, all I need to know is that I was kidnapped yesterday and that you rescued me. Isn't that sufficient? Indeed, Yi Fei nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Since Chenwan seemed unaffected by the previous day's events, he chose not to pursue the topic further. Halfway through their meal, Yifei suddenly remembered the jade talisman he had crafted and realized he had yet to present it to Chunwan. Sister Chunwan, please wait a moment. I have a gift for you, he exclaimed, rushing to the living room sofa to retrieve a brocade box from his backpack. This box was something Yifei had discovered in the villa gifted to him by Old Song. Its original purpose remained a mystery, but he found it quite exquisite and decided to repurpose it. To Yifei, anything left behind by the Song family was rightfully his. Sister Chunwan, this is a jade talisman I crafted. If you wear it close to your body, you need not worry about falling ill again, Yifei said with a smile. Chunwan's eyes sparkled with delight, her face radiating an uncontainable joy as she asked, "Ah, it's ready so soon?" "Indeed," Yifei replied, grinning. "Let us see if you like it." Holding the brocade box with enthusiasm, Chunwan nodded vigorously. Yifei felt a surge of happiness seeing her so elated. Chunwan's body had long been plagued by the oppressive energy of the Xianyin, making it difficult to eradicate completely. Yifei wished to help her eliminate this hidden danger. But there were only two methods available. One involved waiting until his own cultivation improved enough to employ the fourth technique of the four symbols needle method, known as the Crimson Phoenix welcomes the source, to treat her. The second method was one he dared not mention to Chunwan, fearing her reaction. At present, Yifei was unable to completely cure Chunwan's ailment. However, with the Jade Talisman, he could ensure that she would no longer have to endure the agonies of the Xianyin's manifestations and that her life would be safeguarded. This situation proved advantageous for both Yifei and Chunwan. The dark Yin energy within Chunwan diminished, while Yifei could enhance his cultivation by absorbing this very energy. As Yifei indulged in his thoughts, Chunwan had already opened the ornate box and couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. Wow! Upon hearing her exclamation, Yifei's smile broadened. Then, Chunwan continued. What an adorable little pig. Xiaofei, did you carve this? A pig? Yifei's smile faltered. Ha ha ha. Young man, I always thought you sculpted a dog. Who would have guessed it was a little pig? Oh dear, I'm getting old. My eyesight is failing. After that, another hearty laugh erupted. Yifei's face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into a crevice of the earth. How utterly embarrassing. Xiaofei, what's wrong? I find this little pig delightful. Why do you look so dismayed? Chunwan inquired, puzzled. Yifei grimaced, Sister Chunwan, could we avoid mentioning pigs? I'm allergic. Naturally. Chunwan did not believe Yifei's far-fetched claim and asked incredulously, why? I think this little pig is charming, but I carve a mouse. Yifei's expression conveyed utter disillusionment. Chunwan paused at his words, glancing back at the jade talisman in the box. She then noticed that the pig's tail seemed rather unusually long. Puffed. Chunwan couldn't help but giggle, but I still think it resembles a pig. Observing je fils dejected demanor, her logter intensifid. Yifei, feeling indignant, protested, is my carving truly that poor? The moment he uttered these words, Chunwan laughed so hard she could barely stand, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. She complained to Yifei, can we refrain from telling jokes during meals? Yifei. The remainder of their breakfast was spent amidst Chunwan's laughter. Even while eating, she held the little pig with one hand and occasionally waved it in front of Yifei. After leaving Chunwan's home, Yifei did not head straight to school, but instead strolled towards a commercial street not far away. Yesterday, in a fit of anger after receiving a call from by phone, he had crushed his durable Nokia phone. If his family tried to call and couldn't reach him, they would surely worry. Yifei had no desire to cause them concern, so he needed to purchase a new phone promptly. Thankfully, his SIM card remained intact. Yifei was no longer the impoverished youth who had just arrived in Haizhou. He need not fret over the cost of a mobile phone. After all, he had nearly 2 million in savings untouched in his account. With money in hand, Yifei felt a newfound confidence. Spotting a mobile store that had already opened, he entered. The store was spacious, with 5 female attendants gathered at the counter engaged in conversation, while another was mopping the floor and had yet to notice Yifei's arrival. Upon seeing him enter, the 5 chatting attendants glanced his way, then promptly turned back to their discussion. Yifei donned a uniform of Haizhou No. 1 High School. Due to frequent wear and numerous washes, it had become somewhat faded, rendering him rather unrefined in appearance. Nevertheless, he comprehended the sentiments of those around him and remained unbothered, engrossed in the array of exquisite mobile phones displayed at various counters. Excuse me, are you in search of a mobile phone? A gentle voice resonated beside him, prompting Yifei to turn and discover that it belonged to the young female clerk who had been mopping the floor earlier. This clerk, of a similar age to him, was indeed a beauty, her looks rivaling those of Luo Yiran, the class monitor in Yifei's class. Particularly striking was her simple ponytail and her fair, unblemished skin, which exuded a refreshing and gentle aura. Li Junju, what are you babbling about over there? Hurry up and get back to mopping. A sharp voice pierced the air just as Yi Fei was about to respond. And you, what are you loitering around for? Can't you see the floor is dirted by your presence? As Yi Fei turned to look, he noticed a woman in her 30s, heavily made up, from the group of chatting clerks, pointing at him and scolding. You there, what are you staring at? Yes, I'm talking to you. Young man, I've encountered plenty like you. Aren't you merely using the pretext of purchasing a phone to catch a glimpse of Li Junju? I hear she is the school beauty at your Haijo number 1 high school, even dubbed the commoner school beauty. It's utterly ridiculous. After delivering her scathing remarks, she added mockingly, you're still too naive. Remember to shed that school uniform the next time you come. Upon hearing the heavily made-up woman's words, Yi Fei instantly recognized the identity of the lovely clerk beside him as Li Junju, the commoner school beauty mentioned by his desk mate, Guo Liang. Additionally, Yi Fei gleaned from the middle-aged woman's remarks that many students from Haijo number 1 would feign interest in purchasing phones just to steal glances at Li Junju. Owing to her employment there, it was evident that the middle-aged clerk had mistaken him for one of those students. Observing Li Junju's expression, it seemed she shared that belief. Yi Fei felt utterly speechless. His sense of injustice deepened. Though he had little interest in the gossip, he had absorbed some details from Guo Liang's chatter, suggesting that Li Junju's family was facing some difficulties, possibly incurring substantial debt. Turning to Li Junju, he queried in surprise, aren't you still in school? Why are you working here? The 4 renowned school beauties of Haijo were not only known for their beauty, but also for their academic prowess. Among them, Luo Iran stood out with exceptional grades, earning her the moniker of Invincible Scholar. The other beauties, including Yi Fei's proud cousin, ranked among the top 50 in their grade. Haijo No. 1 high school was among the top-ranking schools nationwide. Being in the top 50, there meant one could effortlessly secure admission to a prestigious university. With only a few months left before the exams, it seemed implausible that Li Junju would forsake her prospects at a top university to work as an ordinary clerk. Yi Fei and Li Junju were unfamiliar with each other, and a straightforward inquiry was somewhat presumptuous. Nevertheless, true to her reputation as the campus belle, Li Junju graciously responded, I am merely working part-time here. I am not a formal employee. Yi Fei nodded, silently conceding that Guo Liang's observations were indeed accurate. It seemed that Li Junju's family was likely facing difficulties. After all, it was quite unusual for her to seek part-time work during the demanding 3rd year of high school, especially in a role as unremunerative as cleaning. This line of thought evoked memories of Yi Fei's own arrival at Haijo number 1 high school. Had it not been for his aunt's assistance, he too might have opted for a similar part-time job to alleviate his family's financial burden. An impulse to assist Li Junju arose within him, not merely because she was the school's belle, but because she reminded him of his own struggles upon his arrival in Haijo, save for his academic performance, of course. Can you also sell phones here? Yi Fei inwaited. Gazing at Li Junju, she regarded him with surprise. In truth, she had noticed him the moment he stepped into the mobile store. Upon seeing his school uniform, she had assumed he was not there to purchase a phone, but rather to see her. Yet now, his tone suggested he was indeed interested in making a purchase. Although skeptical, Li Junju nodded, saying, I am not a formal staff member, but I can sell phones. The only difference is that my commission is half that of a regular employee. Yi Fei nodded again. Then please assist me in recommending a model. Certainly. May I inquire about your preferences regarding the phone, such as features or price range? Li Junju adopted a professional demeanor, realizing that a successful sale would yield her a commission, however modest, still a welcome aid in her current financial predicament. Preferences? Yi Fei had modest requirements. The phone merely needed to make and receive calls. However, since he intended to assist Li Junju more thoroughly, he added, let us aim for one with good quality and an attractive design. The 5 female staff members nearby, having overheard their exchange, quickly discerned that Yi Fei was indeed there to purchase a phone. The heavily made-up woman who had earlier mocked him sneered, humph. A poor boy flaunting his parents' hard-earned money in front of female classmate. If you're so capable, why not buy an iPhone? Yi Fei dismissed her provocations, but found himself intrigued by the mention of the iPhone. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to Li Junju and asked, what is an iPhone? Li Junju cast a glance at him, her expression betraying a hesitation to respond. Upon noticing her demeanor, Yi Fei reassured her with a smile. Rest assured, the money I intend to use for the phone is entirely my own earnings, not my family's funds. Now, could you enlighten me about what an iPhone is? Li Junju cast a glance at Yi Fei before nodding and saying, the iPhone 14 is the latest model released by Apple this year, which indeed aligns with the 2 points you mentioned. However, its cost-effectiveness is quite low, priced at over 10,000. I would not recommend this phone. Yi Fei smiled and replied, then I'll take this model. Please bring me two. He thought of his sister, Yi Xian, who was about to enter high school, and decided to seize the opportunity to buy her one, to bring her some joy. 2. Upon hearing this, not only was Li Yunju taken aback, but even the 5 female staff members who had been eavesdropping were stunned. 2 iPhone 14s would amount to nearly 30,000. Anyone can boast, can't they? I could claim my father is a millionaire too. Buying 2? Are you going to use one and discard the other? The heavily made-up woman scoffed again. Yi Fei was growing increasingly weary of her taunts and shot her a glare, impatiently retorting, I'm purchasing 2, one for making calls and the other for receiving them. Is that too much to ask? When Li Yunju retrieved 2 unopened phones, Yi Fei promptly pulled out his bank card and declared, let us settle this with a card. The decisive nature of Yi Fei's action left everyone present momentarily stunned. With Yi Fei producing his bank card, none doubted his financial capability. The heavily made-up woman exchanged a glance with Li Yunju, her eyes darting as she quickly approached Li Yunju, saying, Shao Li, haven't you finished mopping the floor yet? You should get back to it. She then turned to Yi Fei, putting on a flattering smile, Sir, let me assist you with the invoices for these 2 phones. She leaned closer to Yi Fei, attempting to push Li Yunju aside. Yi Fei swiftly sidestepped and waved a hand in front of him, saying, Madam, you have bad breath. I'm afraid I cannot tolerate such odorous company. Would you kindly step aside? With that remark, even the heavily made-up woman, known for her thick skin, felt her face flush crimson. She pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Fei, exclaiming, How dare you speak to me like that? Didn't your family teach you manners? Born of a mother, but without a father's guidance. Initially, Yi Fei had no desire to engage with her, but upon hearing the last remark, his expression turned icy. What did you just say? His voice was frigid, laced with an unsettling chill. That statement was undoubtedly the greatest taboo for Yi Fei throughout his life. I said you were born of a mother, but without a father. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp slap resonated across the room. You dare strike me? Do you have any idea who I am? The heavily made-up woman, clutching her face, looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. I care not for who you are. Repeat that, and I shall end you. Yi Fei's eyes were bloodshot, his voice gritted with fury. Such an icy tone left no one present thinking he was jesting. The heavily made-up woman, now pale with fear, ultimately refrained from repeating her words, pointing at Yi Fei and cursing, You'll pay for this. With that, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Upon the connection of the call, she exclaimed loudly, Hello, brother dog, I've been attacked. Right in the mobile phone store. Hurry and bring some people over. It was just a little. Just come quickly. As the heavily made-up woman uttered the word little, Yi Fei's gaze shifted towards her, startling her into a shudder, and she dared not complete her sentence with the derogatory term that followed. Li Junju observed Yi Fei, noting his calm demeanor, and quietly urged, You should leave quickly. The person she called is a notorious thug in the Eastern District, someone you cannot afford to provoke. No sooner had Li Junju finished speaking than the heavily made-up woman erupted in a torrent of insults. Li Junju, you treacherous little wretch. What were you just saying? Don't think I didn't hear you. What? Someone buys a phone and you've been bribed? Just like your mother, you're all worthless. Destined to suffer for a lifetime. Li Junju's expression darkened at the woman's vitriol. Yi Fei suddenly turned with a cold glare, if you don't want another slap. Shut your foul mouth. The heavily made-up woman flinched at Yi Fei's intimidating demeanor, but after making her call, she seemed emboldened, pointing at Yi Fei and challenging, Kid, if you have guts, don't leave. Yi Fei dismissed her rants, patiently waiting for Li Junju to finalize the paperwork. It was evident that she wished for Yi Fei to leave swiftly, efficiently handling the procedures. However, she was a moment too late. Just as she handed the phone and invoice to Yi Fei, a voice boomed from outside the store. Who is the blind fool that dared to strike my woman? Blinding his own dog eyes. At that moment, a group of thugs wielding clubs stormed into the mobile phone store, led by the very brother dog the woman had mentioned. Upon seeing him, the heavily made-up woman rushed over, wailing, Brother dog, you've finally come. If you hadn't arrived, I would have been bullied to death. Her tone shifted to a whiny pitch. Don't cry, sweetheart. Let me take care of this for you. Brother dog patted the heavily made-up woman in his arms, scanning the store and bellowing. Who is the blind fool that dared to harm my woman? Come out. The woman pointed at Yi Fei. It's him. Just as she finished her sentence, Yi Fei turned around. You kid. Brother dog cursed as he followed the woman's indication. However, upon seeing Yi Fei's face, his mouth fell agape, the words stuck in his throat, making him choke. Brother dog, it's this little scoundrel, the heavily made-up woman shouted. with a resounding slap. Her words were cut short, but it was not Yi Fei who struck her. It was Brother Dog. Holding her face in disbelief, she looked at Brother Dog and exclaimed, "Brother Dog, why did you hit me? You shouldn't have hit that little." Before she could finish, another sharp slap landed on her face. "I'm hitting you. To speak frankly, I have long harbored a deep-seated disdain for you. Were it not for the comfort you provided, I would have already kicked you to the curb," Dog Brother exclaimed, directing his ire toward the heavily made-up woman. "Enough of the theatrics. Ye Fei interjected coldly, interrupting Dog Brother's performance. With a mocking smile, Yi Fei regarded Dog Brother, saying, "Little dog, I did not expect our paths to cross so soon again. Truly, life is replete with unexpected encounters." It turned out that this Dog Brother was none other than the notorious Go Chong, whom Yi Fei had previously dealt with. Hearing Yi Fei's derisive address, Go Chong felt a bitter pang, as though 1,000 alpacas were sprinting within his heart. Realizing he had done everything to evade this harbinger of misfortune, only to encounter him once more. At that moment, he wished he could utter a phrase he had learned from another thug who claimed to have a primary school education. "Damn it, how old are you?" Chapter 41. Yi Fei's taboo. Go Chong harbored a secret unknown to outsiders. He possessed an extraordinary intuition for danger. This instinct was innate. It was precisely this acute awareness that allowed a school dropout with no particular skills to rise to prominence as a well-known thug in the entire East District. However, upon encountering Yi Fei, this once reliable instinct seemed to falter. Their first meeting occurred when he attempted to harm Chen Wan, only to be blindsided by Yi Fei. At that time, Yi Fei appeared as an ordinary youth, exuding a sense of timidity and fear when faced with societal ruffians, giving no impression of danger whatsoever. Consequently, he was thoroughly beaten. Their second encounter transpired within the confines of Yi Fei's classroom, where he received a call from Wang Cheng, seeking vengeance. Upon seeing Yi Fei again, an instinctual sense of dread and reluctance washed over him, compelling him to retreat and refrain from provoking Yi Fei. Trusting this instinct, he took the risk of offending Wang Cheng, knowing it could lead to a lack of job opportunities, yet he still delivered a sound thrashing to Wang Cheng. Today marked their third encounter. Now, Yi Fei emanated an aura that made Go Chong hesitant to meet his gaze. He felt an uncontrollable urge to bow his head, bend his waist, and even prostrate himself. He understood that this was due to his finely tuned sensitivity, perceiving what others could not easily discern. Just a few days had passed. Go Chong marveled internally. In such a short span, Yi Fei had undergone a remarkable transformation. This change was not merely superficial. It stemmed from a profound shift in his very essence, a burgeoning confidence in his own formidable strength. Given the choice, Go Chong would undoubtedly prefer to keep his distance from Yi Fei, wishing never to cross paths again. Alas, he could not escape. Yi Fei seemed to be a nemesis destined to haunt him. As Yi Fei continued to regard him with a chilling smile, Go Chong genuinely wanted to say, "Actually, I have something to express as well, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." Yet, he dared not utter it. Little dog. Upon hearing Yi Fei's moniker, not only were the female employees in the mobile phone store taken aback, but the numerous thugs accompanying Dog Brother were equally dumbfounded. In the mobile phone store, within the counter behind Yi Fei, Li Yunju's face turned pale with fright after Dog Brother and his cohorts entered. She was well aware of Dog Brother's notorious reputation and feared that Yi Fei was likely to suffer a violent beating, along with herself potentially facing dire consequences. However, as she anxiously contemplated her options, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. After a brief silence in the store, one of the thugs behind Dog Brother quickly reacted, brandishing a stick and cursing at Yi Fei. "How dare you speak to Dog Brother like that?" Slap! Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed across his face. Dog Brother glowered at the thug, who was now cradling his face with a look of grievance. "How dare you speak to Brother Yi in such a manner? Do you wish to court death?" He then turned to the other thugs, exclaiming, "Have your eyes gone blind? How can you not recognize Brother Yi? What are you standing there for? Join me in calling him Brother Yi." His voice crescendoed to a near roar. "Brother Yi! Brother Yi! Long live Brother Yi!" The disjointed chorus reverberated throughout the store. The heavily made-up woman stood in shock. The several female employees, who had been chatting moments before, were equally stunned. Li Yunju gazed at Yi Fei with widened, beautiful eyes, a thought surfacing in her mind. Could he possibly be a member of the underworld? And, even more formidable than Dog Brother? Enough! Yi Fei waved his hand, interrupting the thugs, still shouting Brother Yi. With fervor, indifferently, he addressed Dog Brother. "I do not have so many grandchildren. You may continue to call me classmate Yi, as before." "Grandson?" Li Yunju, who had been watching Yi Fei with rapt attention, couldn't help but chuckle at his words. Initially, she had not perceived the gravity of the situation when the thugs were shouting. However, upon hearing Yi Fei's remark, she realized the similarity between the titles Brother Yi and Grandpa, and found it quite amusing. Dog Brother's face flushed with embarrassment. Had anyone else dared to laugh at that moment, they would have faced severe repercussions. Yet, with Li Yunju standing beside Yi Fei, he dared not provoke her, especially given her exquisite beauty. Who could assert that this grandfather had not come here to court the lovely young lady? With a sheepish grin, Dog Brother said, "Then I shall refer to you as Classmate Yi as before." "Classmate Yi, did that vile woman offend you just now?" As he spoke, Dog Brother seized the heavily made-up woman by her collar and yanked her forward. The woman, already paralyzed with fear, allowed a terrified scream as Dog Brother pulled her closer. "I'm sorry, Dog Brother. I was wrong. Please spare me this time," she pleaded, beginning to cry in fright. "What good is an apology to me? You've offended Classmate Yi. Quickly apologize to him," Dog Brother scolded. This heavily made-up woman was a new lover of Go Chong, who, despite her lack of beauty, excelled in her other endeavors, pleasing him greatly with her uninhibited nature. Go Chong found it difficult to relinquish her, which prompted him to scold her sharply. The heavily made-up woman was typically astute. However, her recent association with Go had inflated her ego. In that moment of panic, she had been momentarily stunned, but Go Chong's reprimand brought her back to her senses. Suddenly, she knelt before Yi Fei, prostrating herself, and implored, "Master Yi, no, Classmate Yi, I was blind to your greatness. Please spare me this time. I shall never dare to offend again." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, smudging her makeup and rendering her visage ghastly. Yi Fei stood immobile, observing the woman as she wept and bowed, resembling an unyielding statue. His heart was as cold as iron, though not inherently aggressive. The woman's earlier insults had trespassed upon the most sacred corners of his psyche. Seeing Yi Fei's silence, the woman grew increasingly anxious. She cast a pleading glance toward Li Yunju. "Zhu, could you intercede for me with Classmate Yi? I have assisted your family on numerous occasions. After all, I was the one who helped you secure this job." Upon hearing this, Li Yunju hesitated. The woman lived nearby, indeed a neighbor, and had indeed lent her family considerable assistance. However, this same individual, after rendering what could be deemed trivial help, would invariably demand substantial favors in return. Even for this part-time position at the mobile phone store, she had insisted on a 300 yuan brokerage fee from Li Yunju before agreeing to let her work. Ultimately, unable to ignore the woman's plea, Li Yunju spoke up, "Classmate Yi, could you possibly forgive Sister Li this time?" Yi Fei regarded her with surprise. He had just heard the woman insult her in the most derogatory terms. Yet here was Li Yunju advocating for her. "Sister Li has helped our family many times," she explained, lowering her gaze under Yi Fei's intense scrutiny, avoiding his eyes. Yi Fei nodded, recognizing that school was about to commence, and he had no intention of wasting further time. He did not mind allowing Li Yunju to gain this favor, as it would undoubtedly improve her circumstances at the mobile phone store in the future. Casting a cold glance at the heavily made-up woman, he declared, "This matter ends here. Remember to restrain your reckless tongue, lest you invite further trouble." Yes, thank you, Classmate Yi. I shall never dare again," the heavily made-up woman exclaimed, relief washing over her. She then turned to Li Yunju with a sorrowful expression, saying, "Zhu, I admit I have acted excessively in the past. I should not have treated your family that way." Li Yunju merely shook her head in response, choosing not to comment. Compared to the indifference and avoidance displayed by other neighbors, the heavily made-up woman was indeed somewhat better. Gogu breathed a sigh of relief and promptly assured Yi Fei, "Rest assured, Classmate Yi, I will ensure she is properly disciplined." Many present rolled their eyes at Go Ji's words, internally remarking, "The education you speak of is likely to take place in bed." Yi Fei was indifferent to how Dog Brother educated the woman. If he did not leave soon, he would likely be late for school. With this thought in mind, Yi Fei nodded to Li Yunju and made his way outside the mobile phone store. Just as he reached the entrance, Li Yunju's voice resonated behind him. Chapter 42. Indeed, I am the so-called fool you speak of. Yi, are you heading to school? Let us go together. As Li Yunju's voice echoed, Yi Fei paused and turned around in surprise, only to find Li Yunju had already changed out of her work uniform and was approaching him with her small backpack. His action of turning around appeared to those inside the mobile phone store as if he was waiting for Li Yunju. In that brief moment, she reached his side and smiled, saying, "Shall we?" Yi Fei gave her a meaningful glance, nodded, but remained silent. Inside the mobile phone store, an air of stillness prevailed until the silhouettes of the two had vanished. Finally, One of the local ruffians could no longer contain his curiosity and addressed Dog Brother. Dog Brother, who exactly is that kid? Why do you indulge him so? Is he perhaps Yin Xiong's illegitimate son? After pondering for a while, the ruffian could only come up with a relatively mild term indulge. The others, upon hearing this, turned their curious gazes towards Dog Brother. Go Chang had made a name for himself in the East District, not to mention being Yin Xiong's illegitimate son. Even if he were Yin Xiong's legitimate son, he would not have the standing to claim superiority over Go Chang. At best, he might be addressed as Yin Xiao due to Yin Xiong's reputation. However, just moments ago, Go Chang had instructed them to call Yi Fei Yi Yi. Indeed, Dog Brother, do enlighten us. What is that kid's true identity? By his attire, he hardly appears to be wealthy. Could he be a young master from some prominent family, deliberately dressing down to attract women? Or perhaps the son of the Song family? The ruffians chattered among themselves, speculating about Yi Fei's background. Even the heavily made-up woman ceased her sobbing, her eyes fixated on Go Chang. You lot did not comprehend anything. Go Chang, having had the fortune of encountering Yin Xiong a few times, could attest to the rumors. Yin Xiong exuded an aura of dominance and arrogance, reminiscent of a fierce leader. However, compared to the impression Yi Fei left on him, it was as if they existed in entirely different realms. Yin Xiong's presence was a facade crafted to instill fear in others, while Yi Fei's aura emanated from his very essence, subtly yet profoundly impactful. The disparity between the two was beyond comparison. His identity is not something you can inquire about. Just heed my words. In the future, when you encounter this esteemed gentleman, keep your distance. Go Chang, unsure of Yi Fei's true identity, issued this command. Feeling it insufficient, he added, if anyone is foolish enough to provoke this gentleman, they might as well dig their own grave. Do not expect me to clean up after you. The ruffians exchanged glances, fully understanding his warning. We hear you. They responded promptly. At that moment, a ruffian approached Go Chang, his face displaying a hesitant expression. What is it? Speak your mind. Go Chang retorted impatiently. I seem to have offended that little ruffian, the young man stammered. Damn it. Without waiting for the ruffian to finish, Go Chang, infuriated, delivered a swift kick that sent the young man staggering back a step. Cursing vehemently, he demanded, Speak up. How did you offend that esteemed individual? Brother Go, I didn't offend that young master. It was the girl accompanying him that I wronged. The ruffian explained hurriedly, fearful of another kick. A few days ago I, along with some others, went to a gambler's house to collect a debt. The gambler couldn't repay, and in our frustration, we gave him a beating. With another kick, Go Chang interrupted, Get to the point. The ruffian, with a look of grievance, realized that his next words were crucial. To his dismay, he continued, That gambler is the father of the girl, and she was present at the time. Moreover, I think she recognized me just now. The other ruffians glanced at him, a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude evident on their faces. Brother Go, I was merely following the rules. The gambler was the one who defaulted on his debts. We only acted out of indignation. The ruffian defended himself. Enough. Go Chang waved his hand in annoyance. From now on, avoid mingling with that bunch of fools. And do not trouble that girl again. Understood. The ruffian nodded fervently. Go Chang let out a sigh of relief and turned to the heavily made-up woman, saying, You know that girl. It's clear what you need to do from here on. I understand. I will take care of it. Li Yunju and Yi Fei walked side by side out of the mobile phone store. Yi Fei had naturally noticed Li Yunju's subtle gesture, but chose to feign ignorance, maintaining his own pace. Although Li Yunju had suggested they attend school together, Yi Fei did not indulge in the vanity of believing that she had developed an interest in him. Opportunistic, he silently remarked. Indeed, Li Yunju's proposal to accompany Yi Fei in front of the gang was a calculated move to leverage his influence. Even at the entrance of the store, Yi Fei had seen through her little scheme, yet still agreed to let her walk with him. Having decided to assist her, he did not mind extending his help further. The pair walked in silence, one behind the other, until they neared the school gate. Suddenly, Li Yunju quickened her pace to catch up with Yi Fei, exclaiming, Thank you. You're welcome. Yi Fei replied. Ah. Li Yunju looked at him in surprise. Do you know why I'm thanking you? According to her expectations, Yi Fei should have asked, Why are you thanking me? Earlier in the mobile store, did you notice the strange gaze of one of those ruffians? Yi Fei spoke in a calm tone. You must have known each other before, or rather, you should have had some enmity, right? Ah. Li Jun was taken aback by Yi Fei's words. It dawned on her that her previously concealed schemes had long been seen through by him. At this thought, her delicate face flushed crimson. Fortunately, Yi Fei was not looking at her at that moment. Otherwise, she would have wished to find a hole to hide in. Since you were aware, why would you still? Li Yunshu asked, puzzled. Why would I still be willing to be used by you? Yi Fei smiled gently and turned to Li Junju, completing her sentence. Li Junju nodded, her cheeks still tinged with pink. She had never intended to keep anything from Yi Fei. Her earlier words were meant to convey this very sentiment. Hee. Yi Fei, seemingly unfazed, chuckled. Let's consider a favor for a classmate. Something within my capability to assist with. After all, it poses no detriment to me. Thank you. Li Junju nodded earnestly, her tone significantly more serious. Yi Fei smiled gently in acknowledgement of her gratitude. Although Yi Fei and Li Junju were not in the same class, the proximity of Class 8 and Class 10 made it seem close. In reality, their classrooms were situated at opposite ends of the school. Otherwise, Yi Fei would not have been at Haijo No. 1 middle school for such a duration without encountering the renowned school beauty. As they were about to part ways, Li Junju suddenly felt compelled to ask, now that you know my name, may I inquire what yours is? The moment the words left her lips, the blush that had just faded from her cheeks returned, accompanied by a hint of shyness. This was indeed her first time taking the initiative to ask a boy for his name. Yefi, Li Yunshu repeats almost instinctively. That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it before. Ah, you are that. Li Junju's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at Yi Fei, her words trailing off. Seeing her reaction, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. In fact, he had become somewhat of a celebrity at Haijo No. 1 middle school. The reason for his notoriety stemmed from the last mock examination, where his score of 250 secured him the distinguished position of last among the senior students. This performance had propelled the name Yi Fei to widespread recognition throughout the school in a matter of days. Consequently, he acquired a rather resounding nickname among the senior students, 250. Furthermore, the subsequent bet between Yi Fei and Zhao Yun further fueled his reputation, making 250 a somewhat popular moniker at Haijo No. 1. However, most students were merely familiar with his name and had yet to see him in person. Li Junju's reaction clearly indicated her awareness of Yi Fei's nickname. Yi Fei nodded and, with utmost seriousness, declared, indeed, I am the 250 you speak of. Chapter 43. The Invitation from Luo Irin. Upon hearing Yi Fei's candid admission, Li Junju couldn't help but burst into laughter. That is not what I said, she remarked, biting her lip and chuckling lightly. Yi Fei nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. How about this? To express my gratitude for your assistance today, I shall treat you to lunch, Li Junju said with a smile. However, I am not as affluent as you. It will have to be a meal at the school canteen. Just as Yi Fei was about to decline, he noticed the determined look on Li Junju's face and nodded in acquiescence. The first class of the morning was biology, taught by the homeroom teacher Zhao Yun. Yi Fei entered the classroom just as the bell rang. In the eyes of his classmates, he seemed to have completely given up. After all, the mock examination had concluded, and the results would soon be released. This left Zhao Yun feeling a pent-up frustration that darkened her countenance. When the bell rang for the end of class, she called out class dismissed, picked up her lesson plan, and left. Yi Fei, have you offended Guochunhai and his crowd? Just as Yi Fei was inserting his SIM card into his newly purchased phone, his deskmate Guo Liang leaned over and whispered in his ear. Guochunhai, them? Yi Fei's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Since parting ways with Yin Xiong at the club, he had not encountered any of them, aside from Luo Irin. Although Yi Fei had chosen to let them leave to protect his own secret, he had indeed saved them. Yet after their departure, they seemed to disregard him entirely, showing no concern for his well-being, which was somewhat disheartening. Of course, Yi Fei had no intention of befriending them. He simply found their behavior distasteful. Indeed, Guo Chunhai and Shi Chun, those second-generation rich kids. Guo Yang scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle. You seem to be a second-generation rich kid yourself. What sets you apart from them? I can't possibly compare to them. They have their own little clique and completely ignore outsiders. They act as if they are untouchable. Guo Yang retorted with a dismissive sneer. Yi Fei smiled, but chose not to pursue that topic further. What about them? He inquired. Don't you know? The news of your bet with Zhao Yun wasn't widely known at first. It was their incessant gossiping that made the whole school aware of it, Guo Liang said, trailing off. And what else? Ye fi pirisit. Moreover, Guo Chunhai has threatened to make your life difficult. Guo Liang added, a look of concern washing over his face. You might not be aware, but Guo Chunhai's father is the deputy chief of police, and he wields considerable power. Yi Fei's expression hardened. These individuals truly seemed oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Noticing Yi Fei's silence, Guo Liang mistakenly assumed he was intimidated and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry too much. After all, this is school. No matter how arrogant Guo Hai and his gang may be, they wouldn't dare overstep here. I understand. Yi Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Guo Liang was about to suggest that Yi Fei accompany him to and from school, but suddenly he halted mid-sentence, his mouth agape. What's wrong? Yi Fei, puzzled by Guo Liang's sudden silence, turned to look and discovered that, at some point, Luo Yiren had appeared beside him. At that moment, Guo Liang had entirely forgotten what he had been saying, his gaze fixated on Luo Yiren. Yi Fei was rendered speechless. Guo Liang, may I have a word with Yi Fei? Luo Yiren smiled at Guo Liang and inquired. Guo Liang's expression stiffened, and his heart, once filled with excitement, plummeted to despair. He had thought Luo Yiren had come to seek him out. Yes, of course, he replied, though disappointment lingered in his heart as he nodded and prepared to rise to make room for Luo Yiren. No need, Luo Yiren quickly interjected, then turned to Yi Fei. Yi Fei, could we step outside for a moment? Whoosh. As soon as Luo Yiren's words were uttered, the classroom fell into an immediate silence. Students who had been discussing the previous day's exam ceased their chatter, and those caught in playful banter halted their antics. Even the ones engrossed in their work set down their pens, collectively directing their gaze towards Luo Yiren. Yi Fei, feeling the weight of all eyes upon him, wore an expression of righteous indignation, as if he believed that should he decline, the crowd would swiftly converge and tear him apart. All right, he sighed, nodding in acquiescence as he followed Luo Yiren out of the classroom. Once the duo exited, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of speculation, as if a bomb had gone off. No way, did I just witness that? Luo Yiren actually asked to speak to Yi Fei alone? Don't be ridiculous. Luo Yiren is the class monitor. I bet she's just inquiring about Yi Fei's studies. Damn, that bumpkin really struck gold. About to leave, and yet receiving the class monitor's attention. The class monitor truly is diligent. Oh, how I wish the class monitor would supervise my studies too. Yi Fei accompanied Luo Yiren to a flower bed just outside the classroom before they came to a halt. Yi Fei, are you upset with me? Luo Yiren gazed at him, her delicate face revealing a hint of grievance. Upset? Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Why would I be upset with you? If you're not upset, then why did you ignore me yesterday? Luo Yiren's voice grew progressively more grieved. During the exam, I looked at you so many times, but you acted as though you didn't see me. You claim you're not angry? As her words flowed, her distress deepened, and soon her eyes glistened with unshed tears, evoking a sense of sympathy. Yi Fei was rendered speechless. Only then did he recall that Luo Yiren had indeed glanced at him several times during the exam. However, at that moment, his thoughts had been consumed by Chen Wan's absence, leaving no room for anything else. After leaving the venue that day, Zilin and I waited for you outside for quite some time, but you never came out. Later, when my father arrived to take us in search of you, the staff at the venue informed us that you had already left on your own. Luo Yiren mumbled, her head lowered, her voice thick with grievance. Is it because we left early that you've been upset with me all this time? Yi Fei was astonished, realizing that after he had departed the venue, Luo Yiren and Su Zilin had sought him out. However, by then, he had already been picked up by Xing Jun, leaving them disappointed. Dear class monitor, I assure you, I'm not upset with you. Yi Fei chuckled, realizing that if he remained silent any longer, Luo Yiren might very well burst into tears before him. Really? Luo Yiren looked up, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face. Of course, Yi Fei nodded affirmatively. Let's not forget that it was I who suggested you leave first. How could I possibly be upset with you? Observing Yi Fei seemingly genuine demeanor. Luo Yiren felt relieved, yet she could not help but inquire. Then why did you ignore me yesterday? Yesterday was the mock exam, and I was quite anxious. Yi Fei fabricatet afib. Moreover, dear class monitor, you merely glanced at me a few times without uttering a word. I thought perhaps you had developed a fondness for me, and I was secretly elated for quite some time, only to discover you were merely observing me for that reason. As he spoke, a look of dejection crossed his face, akin to someone who had suffered a blow. Seeing Yi Fei's expression, Luo Yiren finally broke into laughter, exclaiming, Pooh, who would fancy you? Yi Fei, I've noticed your skin is growing increasingly thick. With Luo Yiren smiling at last, Yi Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had she truly cried before him, the spectacle would surely have incited public outrage among their peers. Suddenly, Luo Yiren spoke again, her countenance reflecting a mix of hesitation and anticipation. Was it class monitor? Yi Fei inquired. Next weekend is my 18th birthday, and my father is throwing a birthday banquet for me. I would like to invite you to attend. Luo Yiren's voice trailed off, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. eventually lowering to a whisper akin to a buzzing mosquito. In her hands, she held a delicate pink invitation, exuding the essence of youthful exuberance. That sounds delightful. I happen to be free, Yi Fei replied with a smile, accepting the invitation. Then it's settled. Chapter 44. Wow, so it's this person. At noon, Yi Fei arrived at the school cafeteria and immediately spotted Li Junju standing at the entrance, waiting. Her mere presence transformed her into a captivating sight, drawing the attention of numerous students. Some bold students, emboldened by their reputation as the school's heartthrob, approached Li Junju, hoping to invite her to dine together. Unfortunately, she politely declined each invitation. This left many students feeling a twinge of regret, while others lost the courage to approach her altogether. Nevertheless, they did not disperse, but instead lingered nearby, eager to witness who possessed the audacity to command Li Junju's attention at the cafeteria entrance. It was well known that Li Junju rarely dined in the school cafeteria. She typically brought her meals from home and utilized the classroom microwave to heat them. After turning down yet another request from a top student, Li Junju sighed in resignation, bemused by the unexpected attention her rare cafeteria visit had garnered. Just as she contemplated leaving, she lifted her gaze and spotted Yi Fei approaching her. You've arrived, Li Yunzu Shukulat Sufli, her slender fingers gracefully dancing through the air as if playing a piano. Apologies for keeping you waiting, she said. Yefi nodit in aknodit. As the two figures entered the cafeteria, the surrounding students finally reacted. Who on earth is this guy, able to invite the illustrious Li Yunju to dine with him? One exclaimed. I don't recognize him. I've never heard of such a figure before. Doesn't he appear to be one of those wealthy second-generation types, given that he is still in his school uniform? Is he perhaps an exceptional scholar? Amidst the bewilderment of the crowd, a derisive laugh broke the silence. What nonsense about being a scholar? If I tell you his name, you'll definitely know who he is. This remark came from one of Yi Fei's classmates, while also surprised that Li Yunju was waiting for Yi Fei at the cafeteria entrance. Couldn't he help but interject upon hearing the increasingly absurd speculations about Yi Fei's identity. Oh, do you have some insider information? Another student inquired. Yeah, share it with us, buddy. I'll treat you to lunch for it. The student chuckled in response, initially intending to spill the beans anyway, but now with the prospect of a free meal as a bonus. The fellow who just walked in is my classmate. His name is Yi Fei. Yi Fei, which class are you in? Class 10. Class 10? Yi Fei. A chorus of astonished looks exchanged between the students. With shared realization, they all thought, oh my, it's him. I thought he was someone significant, but it turns out he's that underachiever. Seriously, what right does this country bumpkin have to invite the school beauty to dinner? Let us go see for ourselves. A raucous group followed suit into the cafeteria, positioning themselves not far from Yi Fei and Li Yunju, arms crossed, snickering at Yi Fei. They were eager to witness just how much he would be willing to spend on this meal. However, when the bill was settled by Li Yunju, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Yi Fei, aware of Li Yunju's family struggles, had deliberately chosen to order only a modest dish of one meat and one vegetable. The two found a relatively secluded spot to sit, and Yi Fei inquired, I heard from classmate that your family is facing difficulties? This information had been relayed to him by Guo Liang, and Yi Fei genuinely thought well of Li Yunju. If he could assist her, he would gladly do so. Li Yunju's delicate face turned somber as she nodded. My mother has fallen gravely ill and requires significant funds for treatment. What illness? Yi Fei asked, his brows furrowing with concern. Leukemia, Li Yunju replied, her voice dropping to a whisper. Yi Fei nodded. Leukemia was indeed a severe condition. Setting aside the question of whether it could be effectively treated, the cost of treatment alone would be substantial. Relying solely on Li Yunju's meager income from her part-time job at a mobile phone store would likely leave her far short. After swallowing his food, he finally spoke. When I was in the countryside, I learned some traditional medicine from an old practitioner. Would you like me to visit your mother at the hospital tonight? You? Li Yunju looked up at Yi Fei in astonishment. Seeing the sincerity and purity in his gaze, she understood that he genuinely wished to help her, rather than seeking to exploit the situation to get closer to her. Thank you. Li Junju nodded in gratitude, though deep down, she harbored little hope. Observing her demeanor, Yi Fei instantly deduced her thoughts, and, with a faint smile, chose not to elaborate. At that moment, Yi Fei's brow suddenly furrowed as he subtly shifted his body to the left. Just as he did so, a hand abruptly swung at the spot where his head had been. Oh! A soft exclamation arose from behind him. Turning around, Yi Fei beheld a youth of about 17 or 18 years standing behind him, an expression of surprise gracing his features. Could you provide an explanation? Yifei fixed his gaze on the young man, his expression instantly turning cold. Had he not evaded the blow by leaning to the left, that slap would have landed squarely on the back of his head. Perhaps it would not have inflicted significant harm, but it was undeniably a profound insult. Gu Zheng, what on earth are you doing? At that moment, Li Junju also reacted, glaring furiously at the young man. Heh, Junju, I was merely playing a prank on this lad. You two have come to the cafeteria for a meal. Why did you not inform me? The youth paid no heed to Yifei, addressing Li Junju with a grin. Gu Zheng, Yifei's eyes narrowed. He had heard of this individual, whose background was quite formidable. Gu Zheng had once been involved in a conflict at school, leaving another student severely injured, yet he faced no repercussions from the institution. Whispers suggested that Gu Zheng had already caught the attention of the military. Even if he scored 0 on the college entrance examination, he would still be specially recruited to attend a military academy. Most importantly, Gu Zheng was a close friend of Guo Chunhai. Yifei scanned his surroundings, and, sure enough, in the northeast corner of the cafeteria, Guo Chunhai was concealed within the crowd, observing them with a mocking smile. Is this your idea of a joke? This is nothing short of an insult. Li Junju exclaimed indignantly. Gu Zheng chuckled, then turned his gaze towards Yifei, a mischievous smile adorning his face. So you're Yifei. I hear you are quite the fighter. Care for a little sparring? He offered no explanation for his earlier slap, casting a sidelong glance at Guo Chunhai in the corner. Yifei revealed a knowing smile and replied to Gu Zheng, very well. Heh, Gu Zheng laughed in response, his voice laced with amusement. After school this afternoon, at the gym, let us not miss it. With that, he turned to leave. Dealing with you doesn't require such trouble. I have no time to waste on you. Yifei's expression remained impassive as he stood up. Let us settle this right here. Gu Zheng halted mid-step, narrowing his eyes. Are you certain, kid? Yifei, along with Li Junju, regarded him with astonishment. The group of classmates who had been watching the exchange between the two were now animated, as if invigorated by adrenaline. This should be quite the spectacle. Gu Zheng is the #1 suitor of the illustrious Li Junju. This lad is truly unfortunate, encountering Gu Zheng, just as he invited Li Junju out for a meal. Oh, what are they up to? Surely, they wouldn't dare to fight here, would they? A spectacle is unfolding. A throng of curious students have forsaken their meals, abandoning their bowls and chopsticks as they converge towards the center of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, those surrounding Yifei have pushed aside tables and chairs, clearing a substantial space for the impending confrontation. You've brought this upon yourself. Gu Zheng sneered, twisting his body with a crackling sound. He then proceeded to perform a series of side kicks and spinning kicks, the air around him reverberating with the force of his movements. Many female students paled at the sight, while male classmates cheered in approval. In stark contrast, Yifei stood unmoved, coldly observing Gu Zheng, which drew the collective gaze of the onlookers. Yifei, let us leave. Ignore him. This is school. He wouldn't dare to do anything. Li Junju, her fair complexion betraying her anxiety, urged. Fear not. His skills are merely for show and cannot match mine. Yifei replied with a smile towards Li Junju before turning his cold gaze back to Gu Zheng. Let us get this started. Chapter 45. Know your limits. Merely for show? The crowd gasped at Yifei's remark, looking at him as if he were a fool. Gu Zheng was a black belt in Taekwondo, a fact well known among the students of Haijo #1 high school. If a black belt's skills were mere showmanship, what did that make Yifei? This realization shifted the sympathy of the female students, who now deemed Yifei undeserving of pity. The male students, on the other hand, began to mock him vocally. Wow, this country bumpkin is quite arrogant. In the meantime, Guo Chunhai, who had been lurking in the corner of the cafeteria, pushed his way to the front of the crowd. A malicious grin plastered on his face. Having been specially recruited by a military academy, Gu Zheng seldom appeared at school, let alone in the cafeteria, where he fortuitously encountered Yifei and Li Junju. Thus, Guo Chunhai had taken it upon himself to inform Gu Zheng of their presence. Kid, aren't you supposed to be tough? Let's see if you survive this. Guo Chunhai seethed, recalling how Yifei had previously mocked him. Each time he encountered Luo Irin since that day, her laughter had left him embarrassed and unwilling to approach her again, as he was certain her amusement was not rooted in affection. Originally, he intended for Gu Zheng to teach Yifei a lesson, but he never anticipated Yifei would openly deride Taekwondo in front of Gu Zheng. This was undoubtedly a direct affront to Gu Zheng's pride. All of Gu Zheng's accolades stemmed from Taekwondo, which he revered as his life as philosophy. As expected, upon hearing Yifei's words, Gu Zheng's expression twisted into one of terrifying rage. You seek your own demise. He roared, launching into a powerful side kick aimed at Yifei's chest. The force behind this kick was tremendous. An ordinary person struck by it would be sent flying, and even if they survived, they would certainly suffer grievous injuries. A gasp of horror escaped the lips of several onlooking girls, their faces paling at Gu Zheng's ruthlessness, unable to suppress their screams. Even the boys were taken aback, trembling at the unexpected severity of Gu Zheng's actions, who they thought would merely teach Yifei a lesson, not unleash such ferocity. Gu Zheng was clearly intent on delivering a lethal blow. Alas, this country bumpkin was doomed. Who could he blame for his own recklessness? After all, who in the school was unaware that Gu Zheng was the foremost suitor of Li Junju? Yet this fool dared to provoke him. As the students murmured among themselves, Yifei made his move, sidestepping Gu Zheng's kick with a subtle shift of his body, avoiding the strike effortlessly. Did he just evade that? The students, who were prepared to continue mocking Yifei, nearly bit their tongues in disbelief. Was this mere luck? A chorus of incredulity spread among them. How could Yifei so nonchalantly evade such a heavy blow from Gu Zheng? It felt akin to blatant cheating in a performance, so obvious that it was almost laughable. They were more inclined to believe that Yifei had merely stumbled upon good fortune. Gu Zheng, too, was taken aback, not expecting his strike to be so easily evaded. Little brat, your luck will not hold out much longer. He sneered, executing a spinning kick aimed directly at Yifei's head. Yet again, Yifei remained rooted, slightly leaning back to dodge this lethal assault with remarkable ease. How could he evade it again? This defied all logic. The crowd of students was left speechless. Once could be chalked up to luck, but twice? It hardly seemed plausible. They began to question whether Yifei's seemingly effortless dodges were truly the result of skill or merely a facade of flashy moves without substance. Gu Zheng's face flushed with rage upon hearing their doubts, his gaze toward Yifei growing increasingly menacing, to the point where he felt a murderous intent brewing within him. Li Junju, initially pale with concern for Yifei, now relaxed entirely, instinctively grasping Yifei's hand and urging him, "Yifei, ignore him, let's leave." As she pulled him away, Yifei found it difficult to resist her gentle insistence and sighed in resignation, following her lead. He had initially intended to teach Gu Zheng a lesson. However, upon witnessing Li Junju holding Yifei's hand, Gu Zheng was instantly consumed by rage, his eyes burning with fury. "This time, you won't escape," he bellowed, launching a sweeping kick aimed at the back of Yifei's head. A collective gasp erupted from students, with the more timid ones instinctively shutting their eyes. They knew that at this moment, Yifei had his back turned to Gu Zheng. No matter how skilled he was, evading this lethal strike seemed impossible. In the hearts of the onlookers, an unsettling thought arose. Could it be that today, a tragic incident of bloodshed would unfold within the confines of the cafeteria? A sharp sound of impact suddenly reverberated throughout the room. Upon hearing this sound, those students who had previously closed their eyes, though gripped by trepidation, could not resist the pull of curiosity and opened their eyes to gaze at Yifei. However, what they beheld was even more astonishing. This time, Gu Zheng had indeed struck. Yet, rather than landing a blow to Yifei's head, he had instead hit his hand. To be precise, it was Gu Zheng's whirlwind kick that, before it could connect with Yifei's head, was intercepted by a hand that appeared to have eyes of its own. Reaching out from behind Yifei to seize Gu Zheng's ankle, Li Junju was startled by the sound of the impact as she turned to witness Yifei gripping Gu Zheng's right foot. "Gu Zheng, how shameless of you to launch a sneak attack on Yifei." Her pretty face flushed crimson with indignation. The multitude of onlookers also turned their gazes toward Gu Zheng. But this time, their expressions were not filled with admiration. Rather, they were laden with disdain. Indeed, disdain. Faced with such scrutiny, Gu Zheng's face burned with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a crevice in the earth to swallow him whole. Yet, one of his ankles remained firmly grasped by Yifei, who held it as if it were ensnared by an iron vice. No matter how he struggled, he found himself utterly immobilized. Yifei released Gu Zheng's ankle, turned around, and with an icy demeanor declared, "It is said that one should not tempt fate thrice. You have attacked thrice, so now, why not receive a blow from me in return?" Without waiting for Gu Zheng's acquiescence, he raised his right hand and, with a seemingly effortless motion, struck toward Gu Zheng. There was no flourish in his movement, yet the speed of the blow surged dramatically. "This is bad." Gu Zheng's expression shifted in an instant as he hastily crossed his arms for defense. Bang! The impact rang out as Yifei's palm connected forcefully with the crossed arms of Gu Zheng. A sound akin to bones shattering echoed from Gu Zheng's limbs, and with a pained cry, he was sent flying backward. Moments later, the sound of his body crashing onto a dining table filled the air. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing at Yi Fei with expressions of disbelief. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the cafeteria. The glances directed at Yi Fei transformed. The previous disdain was replaced by shock and a hint of fear. On my hand. You have broken my hand. Gu Zheng's anguished cries pierced the air as he glared at Yi Fei, his voice dripping with malice. We are all classmates. How could you be so cruel as to break my hand? Cruel? Yi Fei chuckled coldly in response. Have you ever considered what the outcome would have been had I not dodged your 3 previous attacks? Gu Zheng was rendered speechless. Each of those 3 strikes had been delivered with all his might. Had Yi Fei been an ordinary person and been struck, he might not have perished. Yet he would have surely spent a year or more in recovery. Remember this. In the future, refrain from pretending to be something you are not if you lack the capability. In the afternoon, during the 4th period, Chunwan's language class was interrupted when their homeroom teacher, Zhao Yun, appeared at the classroom door. Yi Fei, come out! Zhao Yun shouted angrily, her voice laced with hostility, drawing the attention of all the students within the classroom. Chapter 46. What did you say his name was? Zhao Yun's piercing cry instantly focused the gaze of the entire class upon her. Chunwan frowned slightly and addressed Zhao Yun. Teacher Zhao, we are currently in the midst of a lesson. Is it truly appropriate for you to yell at the doorway, demanding one of your own students to leave? Your own student? Zhao Yun scoffed coldly. After today, you will no longer be one. Then, Zhao Yun dropped a bombshell. Teacher Chun, perhaps you are unaware? This afternoon, Yi Fei got into a brawl in the cafeteria and broke Gu Zheng's arms on the spot. What? Gu Zheng? Yi Fei actually broke Gu Zheng's arms? The students in the classroom widened their eyes in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. This was indeed sensational news. Who was Gu Zheng? A figure of such stature had been incapacitated by Yi Fei. If not for Zhao Yun's ominously dark expression, they would have thought she was merely jesting. Suddenly, every pair of eyes in the classroom turned towards Yi Fei. At that moment, he raised his head and calmly stated, Yes, it was I who broke Gu Zheng's arms. A buzz of commotion erupted throughout the classroom as students began to murmur amongst themselves. Chunwan turned to Zhao Yun and said, Teacher Zhao, could this be a misunderstanding? Yi Fei isn't what? Zhao Yun interrupted sharply, dismissing Chunwan's words without hesitation. There were countless students in the cafeteria who witnessed it. How could it possibly be false? Ranked last in the entire grade, colluding with gangsters to assault classmates. And now, he openly breaks a fellow student's arms in front of the entire school. Do you comprehend the severity of this situation? Such a worthless student should have been expelled long ago. Zhao Yun's voice echoed through the classroom. She spoke to Chunwan with little regard. The parents of Gu Zheng are already with the principal. Teacher Chun, just focus on teaching your class. I am the homeroom teacher here. With that, she shouted at Yi Fei once more, Yi Fei, get out here now. Yi Fei's brows furrowed slightly, his expression darkening. Zhao Yun seemed increasingly unrestrained, almost eager to see him expelled. Chunwan, observing the two leaving, lost her focus on the lesson and hastily instructed the students to self-study before following them out. In the principal's office, Principal Li Hongming was warmly welcoming a middle-aged man in his 40s. After personally preparing tea for him, it became clear that this man was Gu Zheng's father, Gu Nanquan, the president of the Gu Group and a prominent tycoon in Haizhou. During the 3 years that Gu Zheng attended Haizhou No. 1 Middle School, the Gu family group generously donated no less than 10 million each year. Faced with such a wealthy benefactor, even Principal Li Hongming had to treat him with utmost respect. Is there a misunderstanding? Gu Nanquan scoffed upon hearing this. My son is still lying in the hospital. How could there possibly be a mistake? Li Hongming found himself at a loss for words. Principal Li, I will make things difficult for you. Simply expel that student, and I will handle the rest myself. What do you say? Gu Nanquan fixed his gaze on Li Hongming. Li Hongming hesitated. Expelling a student was not a significant issue for him, as long as it wasn't one of the top-ranked students. However, he feared that the student Gu Nanquan wanted expelled might have substantial backing, which could put him in a precarious position. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Zhao Yun entered with Yi Fei, followed closely by Chunwan. Principal, it was him who broke Gu Zheng's arms. Zhao Yun pointed at Yi Fei, showing no sign of a class teacher's inclination to protect her student. Principal, Yi Fei never causes trouble. He would never break someone else's arm for no reason. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding? Chunwan quickly defended Yi Fei upon hearing Zhao Yun's accusation. Misunderstanding? Gu Nanquan, who had been sitting quietly, rose and sternly addressed Chunwan. What a joke. I don't care if there's a misunderstanding. Breaking my son's arms deserves punishment. Yi Fei realized that this middle-aged man in the principal's office was Gu Zheng's father. He calmly replied, "What if he was the one who initiated the attack? Intending to cripple me? My son holds a significant status, while you are merely a commoner. If my son wanted to harm you, why would you just stand there and let him?" Gu Nanquan proclaimed arrogantly. "How can you be so unreasonable?" Chen Wan's face flushed with anger at Gu Nanquan's shameless remarks. "Reasonable? In Haizhou, what I Gu Nanquan say is the law." Gu Nanquan scoffed coldly. At that moment, Principal Li Hongming, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Why haven't I heard of this student Yi Fei before?" His inquiry was not out of concern for the student, but rather to ascertain whether Yi Fei had any connections worth considering before crossing Gu Nanquan. Zhao Yun quickly understood Li Hongming's intent and replied, "Principal, Yi Fei is just a country bumpkin. He was brought here through connections from Zheng Hong of Su's trading company. He has no significant background. This Yi Fei has terrible academic performance. He ranked last in the recent mock exam and has been involved with gang violence against students, making him a notorious troublemaker. I strongly recommend expelling this worthless student to restore a clear sky for our school," Zhao Yun declared loudly. Upon hearing this, Li Hongming nodded inwardly. If Yi Fei truly was such a problematic student, expelling him would not pose a significant challenge. There was no need to offend Gu Nanquan over this matter. As for the Su's trading company mentioned by Zhao Yun, he was familiar with it. The Su trading company, established by the couple Su Haishan and Zheng Hong, has gained a modest reputation throughout Haizhou, yet it pales in comparison to the prominence of Gu Nanquan. "Principal Li, do you truly need to deliberate on expelling such a troublesome student?" Rest assured, I shall not trouble you, as long as this rascal remains in school. I vow to leave him unscathed." Gu Nanquan laughed boisterously. "What more do you desire?" Chen Wan glared furiously at Gu Nanquan upon hearing his words. His implication that even after expelling Yi Fei, he would not cease his actions was infuriating. Leaving him untouched within the school meant he would take his vendetta outside. What more could he possibly want? Gu Nanquan sneered, thinking he could simply dismiss the injury inflicted upon my son? Then I, Gu Nanquan, would have no choice but to leave Haizhou. Li Hongming had already made up his mind. To offend Gu Nanquan for the sake of a student like Yi Fei would be sheer folly. Just as he was about to announce Yi Fei's expulsion, a knock on the door interrupted him. The head of the senior grade, Xie Ding, burst in. Xie Ding, a portly man in his 40s, was living up to his name. Having reached middle age, he was already balding. At that moment, he rushed in, beaming with excitement, and shouted to Principal Li, "Principal, I bring good news, wonderful news." In his fervor, the few strands of hair atop his head stood on end, oblivious to the spectacle. Director Xie, what is you so animated?" Li Hongming, taken aback by Xie's unusual enthusiasm, could not suppress his curiosity. Principal, our school has," Xie began, only to realize the presence of others in the office. Upon seeing Zhao Yun standing next to Yi Fei, he chuckled heartily. "Teacher Zhao, congratulations. Your class has truly made a remarkable impression this time. In the second mock exam, the top 2 scores in the entire city came from your class. Moreover, the first place score has a genuine chance of securing this year's top student in the college entrance examination." "Oh, you mean the first place student is Luo Yiren, correct?" Zhao Yun replied, her heart racing with excitement, though she feigned indifference. "Luo Yiren has always performed exceptionally well. I am not surprised by her success. I am, however, curious about who came in second." "No, not Luo Yiren." Xie Ding hastily shook his head. "Luo Yiren also performed admirably, securing the second position in the city, but she fell short of the first by over 10 points. By the way, this student Yi Fei from your class, why have I never heard of him before?" "What?" Zhao Yun's reaction to Xie's last statement was akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She practically exploded with indignation, exclaiming, "What did you just say his name was?" Chapter 47. He came to show me what despair truly means. Zhao Yun's shrill scream reverberated throughout the principal's office, piercing the eardrums of all present. Xie Ding, caught closest to her outburst, nearly toppled over in shock. "Teacher Zhao, must you be so dramatic?" Xie Ding remarked, visibly displeased. At this moment, Principal Li Hongming spoke up. "Teacher Zhao, how many students in your class are named Yi Fei?" Zhao Yun parted her lips, but was rendered speechless, her expression resembling that of a wilted eggplant. At this moment, the one filled with joy was undoubtedly Chen Wan, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. If Yi Fei truly ranked first in the city, then the predicament before them would be effortlessly resolved. Noticing Zhao Yun's silence, she patted Yi Fei on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Principal, there's only one student in our class named Yi Fei, and that must be him." "Huh? You're Yi Fei? The Yi Fei from class 10? Upon hearing Chen Wan's words, Xie Ding became instantly animated. Ye Fei, do you have any idea how many points you scored on this mock exam? Without waiting for Yi Fei to respond, Xie Ding eagerly interjected, Haha, you probably don't know, right? It's 745 points. A collective gasp echoed in the room. Even though those present had conjectured that Yi Fei's score would not be low, the revelation of 745 still caused them to inhale sharply. Zhao Yun almost staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. The total score for the second mock exam was 750 points. Yi Fei had managed to score 745. This implied that he had only lost a mere 5 points across all subjects. The situation was utterly astonishing. Yi Fei, however, remained remarkably composed and remarked, "Oh, that's about what I expected." His words were indeed honest, yet his demeanor appeared arrogant to the others. Even Chen Wan felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. The principal's office fell into a profound silence. After a few breaths, Principal Li Hongming cleared his throat and addressed Gu Nanquan. "Mr. Gu, do you think we should simply let this matter rest?" If Yi Fei had still been the ordinary student languishing at the bottom of his grade, Li Hongming would have been indifferent, even if it meant incurring Gu Nanquan's wrath. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Yi Fei had achieved first place in the city in this mock examination. As a nationally renowned institution, Haizhou No. One high school conducted its mock exams according to the standards of the college entrance examination, and the questions were often even more challenging than those of the actual exam. This meant that Yi Fei's first place finish in the mock exam suggested a strong possibility of him attaining the same in the college entrance examination. Each year, the top scorer in the province's college entrance exams nearly always hailed from Haizhou City, indicating that Yi Fei had a significant chance of becoming the top scorer in the entire province. While Haizhou No. 1 High School was prestigious, it did not monopolize excellence. At least a few private elite schools in Haizhou City were equally commendable. If Li Hongming were to expel Yi Fei, countless high schools would eagerly vie for him, and he would face immense pressure, even risking his position as principal. Wasn't he this akin to aiding an enemy? Gu Nanquan's expression also darkened. Dealing with a student from Haizhou No. 1 High School was trivial for him. However, confronting a future top scorer in the college entrance examination was another matter entirely. If this news were spread, he would be drowned in public disdain. Gu Nanquan's countenance shifted, and the prospect of simply letting this go left him feeling deeply unsatisfied. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said to Li Hongming, "Principal Li, it was merely a mock exam. Who knows if he might have cheated?" "Very well, Principal Li. If you expel him, I am willing to increase my annual donation to your school to 50 million. Indeed, Yi Fei's examination results must have been achieved through cheating. How could he possibly improve from a mere 250 points to such an extent?" Zhao Yun exclaimed upon hearing Gu Nanquan's words. Li Hongming furrowed his brow. Disregarding Zhao Yun's outburst, Gu Nanquan's assertion that Yi Fei had cheated was merely a jest, one he could not take seriously. However, if Gu Nanquan truly pledged 50 million annually to Haizhou No. 1 High School, he was confident that this sum could elevate the institution to the pinnacle of excellence. Not just in Haizhou, but nationally. In comparison, what significance did a top scorer in the college entrance examination hold? Yet, expelling Yi Fei would inevitably bring him considerable pressure. If he could not fulfill his role as principal, then Gu Nanquan's generous donations would bear no relevance to him. Li Hongming found himself in a quandary. At that moment, Gu Nanquan added, "Principal Li, as long as you expel him, I guarantee he will have no opportunity to participate in this year's college entrance examination. At that point, the top scorer might very well emerge from your Haizhou No. 1 High School." Li Hongming's eyes brightened at this prospect. If Yi Fei truly could not partake in the examination, the pressure on him would dissipate. "Principal, you cannot do this. Yi Fei is very likely to be this year's top scorer." Chen Wan interjected, unable to contain herself as she noticed Li Hongming wavering under Gu Nanquan's influence. If his limbs were to be broken, he naturally would not be able to sit for the exam. Then what would he be worth as a top scorer? Gu Nanquan sneered, revealing his intentions without reservation. He glared at Yi Fei, his expression twisted with malice, and taunted, "Boy, what use is your strength? What does it matter if you score highly? Crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Rest assured, not only you, but your family and that Sue's trading company. None shall escape my wrath. Soon, you shall understand the meaning of despair." "Ha ha!" Gu Nanquan laughed arrogantly. Seeking death. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed, a frigid murderous intent glimmering within. The audacity of Gu Nanquan to threaten his family had undoubtedly crossed a line. Had they not been in the principal's office, Yifei would have had no qualms about dealing with him right then and there. Just as Yifei contemplated how to discreetly resolve the situation with Gunankoen, a knock echoed at the office door, accompanied by an inquiring voice. "Excuse me, is Yifei, the young divine healer, here?" As the voice faded, a rugged man in his 40s entered, followed by two bodyguards clad in black. Upon spotting Yifei, the middle-aged man could not suppress a gasp. "Oh, little brother, what brings you here?" Yifei was equally astonished to see this man. It was none other than Wei Kuan, the wealthiest individual in Haizhou, whom he had encountered at the stone gambling shop days prior. "Mr. Wei?" The once arrogant Gunankoen now widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of the entering Wei Kuan. Then, with a sudden jolt, he rushed forward, extending his hand and exclaiming, "Mr. Wei, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here." Wei Kuan cast a fleeting glance at Gunankoen, merely nodding in acknowledgement, and replied, "Oh, it's you, Mr. Gu." With that, he turned his attention to the enthusiastic Yifei, exclaiming, "Ah, young brother. I left in such a hurry last time that I didn't even catch your name. By the way, are you still considering parting with that Imperial Green piece?" Yifei rolled his eyes at the mention of it, surprised that Wei Kuan still remembered. With a hint of resignation, he responded, "Mr. Wei, that Imperial Green has already been utilized by me, so please do not dwell on it." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Wei Kuan's face. He then remembered the matter at hand and inquired, "I heard that the renowned herbalist Yi is present here. May I ask who they are?" As he spoke, his gaze swept the room until it landed on Yifei, causing him to momentarily pause, his eyes widening in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, "Young brother, you wouldn't be Yifei, would you?" Yifei raised an eyebrow in response, countering, "May I inquire which friend of yours mentioned me?" Despite his medical prowess, he was aware that few were familiar with his name. "Song," Wei Kuan replied. At this, Yifei's understanding dawned upon him, and he smiled, saying, "If your friend is Song Jiming, then the esteemed herbalist you speak of is indeed me." "Yes, I am Yifei." Wei Kuan was taken aback once more. He had indeed learned about Yifei from Song Jiming. After listening to Song's extravagant praises of Yifei, he had hurried to Haizhou No. 1 High School, only to discover that Yifei had already been summoned to the principal's office. Thus, he had rushed here in haste. After a moment, Wei Kuan burst in a hearty laughter. "I never anticipated that you, young brother, are the esteemed herbalist. It seems we are quite fated." "Mr. Wei, what esteemed herbalist are you speaking of?" Gunankoen interjected, feeling a sudden wave of unease at the closeness between Wei Kuan and Yifei. "Oh, Mr. Gu, did you not come here seeking the assistance of the esteemed herbalist Yi? Yishao herbalist, seeking assistance?" Gunankoen's expression was one of utter bewilderment. At that moment, Yifei's calm voice broke the tension. "Oh, he is here to enlighten me on the meaning of despair." Chapter 48, You Are Truly Wicked. Yifei's nonchalant words sent a shiver down Gunankoen's spine, and he began to notice the strange atmosphere in the office. "Why, you are Mr. Wei from Dazhong Real Estate?" Li Hongming instantly recognized Wei Kuan's identity, his excitement palpable as he rushed forward to shake his hand. However, Wei Kuan appeared oblivious, ignoring him entirely. "Gunankoen, how dare you offend the esteemed herbalist Yi?" Wei Kuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Gunankoen. "Mr. Wei, this is all a misunderstanding. I was unaware of his acquaintance with you." Gunankoen hurriedly wiped the sweat from his brow. Although Gunankoen was a wealthy man in Haizhou, he felt several tiers below Wei Kuan. If it were merely that, he would not have felt so intimidated by Wei Kuan. Most importantly, his Gu group had amassed wealth primarily through securing projects from Daiwei Real Estate. Even now, the majority of his business relies heavily on this source. At this moment, Li Hongming was taken aback. He recalled Zhao Yun mentioning that Yifei was merely a poor country boy without any connections. Yet, unexpectedly, a billionaire from Haizhou had appeared. Li Hongming could hardly contain his frustration toward Zhao Yun, thinking to himself, "Isn't this a grave miscalculation?" With a disdainful snort, Wei Kuan ignored Gunankoen and addressed Yifei, saying, "Young brother, since Gunankoen has offended you, what do you propose we do?" Wei Kuan relinquished the decision-making power to Yifei. Yifei chuckled coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Gunankoen, and replied indifferently, "Since Mr. Gu wishes to show me what despair truly means, why not have him perform it personally? I'm certain it will be quite a spectacle." "Ha! My young brother is indeed forthright." Wei Kuan longed heartily. Once he finished, he turned to Gunankoen with a chilling tone. "Gunankoen, listen closely. Effective immediately. All contracts between Daiwei Real Estate and Gu Group are hereby terminated." "What?" Gunankoen trembled in fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The termination of the contracts would not significantly affect Daiwei Real Estate, but for Gu Group, the ramifications would be catastrophic. With just Wei Kuen's words, the entire Gu Group would likely plunge into chaos. Mr. Wei, you can't do this. We have signed a contract. Gu Nankuen shouted desperately. You will incur penalties for breach of contract. Wei Kuen grinned, revealing a set of gleaming teeth. If you have the audacity, feel free to come and claim the penalty from me. Gu Nankuen's face turned ashen. Wei Kuen was clearly intending to evade responsibility. If Wei Kuen refused to pay the penalty, not only would Gu Nankuen lack the courage to confront him, but even if Wei Kuen offered him compensation, he would not dare to accept it. Such money would burn his hands. Feeling disheartened, Gu Nankuen regretted provoking Yi Fei. However, his misfortunes were far from over. If it were only this, how could it truly instill despair in Gu Nankuen? Wei Kuen took out his phone and made several more calls. Soon, Gu Nankuen's phone rang urgently. Mr. Gu, it's bad. Hongsheng Trading intends to terminate our contract and demand compensation for economic losses. Just as he hung up, another call came in. Mr. Gu, it's terrible. The tax bureau is coming to audit our accounts, claiming we are evading taxes. Mr. Gu, it's dire. The fire department says our fire safety measures are inadequate, posing significant hazards, and they're going to seal the building. Mr. Gu, urgent news. One call after another bombarded Gu Nankuen's phone, akin to relentless death knells, rendering his complexion even paler. Thud! Gu Nankuen could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. The only thought occupying his mind was, it's over. Yi Fei glanced at the disheveled Gu Nankuen, devoid of any sympathy. How could he extend mercy to someone who sought to ruin his life and harm his family? Others naturally felt no sympathy for Gu Nankuen. Wei Kuen did not even glance at Gu Nankuen, chuckling as he addressed Yi Xiao brother. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Not bad. Yi Fei nodded in affirmation. Then, young brother, do you have time today? I wish to extend an invitation. Wei Kuen began to articulate his intentions. You wish for me to treat your mother's ailment, correct? Yi Fei interjected before Wei Kuen could finish. Wei Kuen was taken aback, incredulously asking, how did you know? Ye viabroter. It was evident from your expression, Yi Fei replied with a faint smile, exuding an aura of enigmatic profundity. This prompted Wei Kuen to regard Yi Fei with increased seriousness and began to believe in what Song Jiming had previously suggested. This fellow is undoubtedly a miraculous doctor. After his smile faded, Yi Fei continued, I'm already aware of this matter, but I have prior engagements this evening. Therefore, please have someone come to fetch me after school tomorrow. Tomorrow? After school? Li Hongming nearly bit his tongue in disbelief upon hearing Yi Fei's words. Wei Kuen had personally come to invite Yi Fei, yet he claimed he had prior commitments? Furthermore, he proposed to come tomorrow after school? Who does he think he is? What could possibly be more important than Wei Kuen's affairs? Li Hongming thought furiously. At this moment, he began to perceive Yi Fei as somewhat ungrateful, eager to witness how Wei Kuen would reprimand this audacious youth. However, Wei Kuen's reaction nearly caused him to drop his glasses. Wei Kuen nodded and said, Then I will trouble you, Yi Xiao brother. I shall personally come to escort you tomorrow. Tomorrow? You will come personally? Li Hongming was utterly flabbergasted. With his matters resolved, Wei Kuen bid farewell to Yi Fei, stating, I shall not disturb your classes further. I take my leave. With that, he departed, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Once Wei Kuen's figure vanished, a brief silence enveloped the office before Li Hongming finally spoke. Zhao Yun, as the head teacher of Class 10 in the 3rd year, you have shown no consideration for your students and have instead harassed and slandered them. I believe you are no longer fit to serve as the head teacher of Class 10. Afterward, he turned to the 3rd-year grade director, Xie Ding, asking, What is your opinion, Director Xie? Although Xie Ding had remained silent, he had observed everything that had transpired, and Zhao Yun's earlier behavior had greatly displeased him. Thus, he would not advocate for her. He ignored Zhao Yun's pale face and concurred. I also believe that Teacher Zhao is no longer suitable for the position of head teacher. Excellent. Li Hongming nodded. It is decided. From today onwards, Zhao Yun will no longer serve as the head teacher of Class 10. As for the new head teacher, I propose Teacher Chen want to take her place. Me? Chen Wan exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at herself. But I have just arrived at the school. I fear I may not be qualified. Ah, Teacher Chen, there is no need for such modesty. You are a distinguished graduate of Beijing University. In terms of qualifications, who in the entire school can compare to you? Li Hongming responded with a smile, glancing at Yi Fei, hoping he would remember this favor. Indeed, Teacher Chen Wan, I too believe you are quite suitable, Xie Ding quickly remarked. Chen Wan was still inclined to refuse, when Yi Fei's voice resonated. Sister Chen Wan, Since they have all spoken so, you might as well agree. Oh, very well then, Chen Wan replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Yi Fei prompt Chen Wan to acquiesce, Li Hongming finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. He never anticipated that within his school lay such an extraordinary student. Exceptional academic performance was one thing, but to be on such familiar terms with someone like Wei Kuan was another entirely. Most importantly, Yi Fei had inadvertently revealed a significant piece of information. He was acquainted with the second heir of the Song family, Song Jiming. The Song family, after all, was the foremost aristocracy in Haizhou. To know such a figure implied that Yi Fei was anything but ordinary. Contemplating this, Li Hongming cast a furtive glance at Gu Nankuan, who resembled a lost dog, and felt a twinge of apprehension. It was fortunate he had declined Gu Nankuan's earlier request. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a similarly dire predicament. Exiting the principal's office, Yi Fei and Chen Wan walked side by side towards the classroom. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Wan could no longer suppress her curiosity and inquired, Xiao Fei, how did you discern that Wei Kuan's mother was ill merely by looking at him? Chuckling, Yi Fei replied, I was merely deceiving him. Do you not recall that night at the stone-cutting event when that old man insisted on finding the imperial green to cure Wei Kuan's mother? Chen Wan was taken aback, recalling that she too had heard those words. Yet, had Yi Fei not mentioned it, she would have struggled to remember. She glanced at Yi Fei's expression, which seemed to say, aren't I clever? Praise me, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. You are truly incorrigible. Chapter 49. Are you lying? No, it is you who is fibbing. Yi Fei's previous conversation with Wei Kuan was certainly not a fabrication. However, his current abilities were still quite limited, allowing him only to perceive superficial signs. When he mentioned Wei Kuan's mother being unwell, it was not solely based on what he had overheard at the stone shop, but also from his insights into Wei Kuan's parental palace. The stagnation in Wei Kuan's maternal palace indicated that his mother was gravely ill. Yet, the fact that Yi Fei could discern her illness at such a rudimentary level suggested that her condition had reached a critical state. After school that afternoon, Yi Fei purchased a fruit basket and accompanied Li Junju to the People's Hospital to visit her mother. Throughout the journey, Li Junju appeared distracted, her face etched with concern, clearly preoccupied with her mother's health. Upon reaching the third floor of the hematology department, a mocking voice broke the silence. Well, if it isn't the beautiful Li, bringing a man along today. Aren't you worried that Dr. Fan will find out and have you both thrown out of the ward? In the corridor stood a fashionably dressed, flamboyant woman, casting a cold sneer at Li Junju. Li Junju chose to ignore her, lowering her head as she intended to proceed into the patient room. However, this individual had no intention of letting Li Junju off easily. After speaking, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Yi Fei and remarked, your taste is somewhat lacking. This little boyfriend of yours seems incapable of covering your medical expenses. Li Yunju had never been subjected to such humiliation, her petite face turning an angry shade of pale. What nonsense are you spouting, Tion? Nonsense? The glamorous woman laughed coldly in response. Had you not seduced Dr. Fan with your flirtatious antics? Would he have given you the only available bed? Now, you've secured a bed and found a boyfriend to pay your medical bills. Hospitals like the People's Hospital were never short of patients, often facing a shortage of beds. Clearly, the glamorous woman's family was also hospitalized there. But due to the lack of available beds, it was Li Yunju's mother who secured one, thus fueling the woman's animosity towards Li Yunju. Moreover, the woman's words were venomous indeed. The corridor was filled with numerous patients and their families, and upon overhearing their conversation, many turned their curious gazes towards them, whispering and pointing at Li Yunju. Under such scrutiny, Li Yunju trembled with fury, yet found herself at a loss for how to retaliate, tears welling in her eyes. Yi Fei approached, gently patting Li Yunju's shoulder while subtly channeling a wave of energy through his palm and her body to help her regain her composure. He then reassured her, do not be afraid, I will handle this. He had already amassed experience in dealing with such provocateurs. As soon as Yi Fei finished speaking, the glamorous woman shot him a derisive smile and said, kid, as someone who has been around, let me give you a word of advice. Some women may seem innocent, but behind closed doors, they can be quite promiscuous. Be careful not to be sold while counting someone else's money. Yi Fei cast a casual glance at the woman and replied, Madam, do you not see the school uniforms we are wearing? After which, he feigned a sigh and shook his head. I truly pity you. At such a young age, your vision seems impaired. The onlookers in the corridor could not suppress their laughter upon hearing Yi Fei's words, especially upon witnessing his feigned sympathy. They then noticed the school uniforms adorning both Yi Fei and Li Yunju, realizing they were students. It was particularly disheartening to see a high school student like Li Yunju being so publicly humiliated. Consequently, the crowd's expressions towards the glamorous woman shifted to one of disdain. "You little brat, who are you calling impaired?" The glamorous woman's face flushed with rage as she lunged towards Yi Fei, but he deftly evaded her grasp. "Madam, I cannot tolerate such a scent. Could you kindly keep your distance?" Yi Fei said coolly after dodging her hand. "You insolent wretch. How dare you imply I have an unpleasant scent? What I possess is fragrance. Cannot you discern the difference?" The glamorous woman retorted angrily. Yi Fei continued, "Not only are you provocative, but your desires are insatiable. No single man could ever satisfy you. If I am not mistaken, you were in bed with 2 men last night, and simultaneously at that, around 9 o'clock in the evening." The revelation from Yi Fei immediately stirred a commotion among the onlookers. They were taken aback to discover that this glamorous woman, who appeared quite fashionable, had engaged in such a daring escapade. The striking woman, however, looked at Yi Fei in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had unearthed her secret. Yet, with so many eyes upon her, she would not dare to admit it. "Shut your mouth, you little brat. If you dare to speak again, I'll tear you apart," she shouted vehemently, pointing at Yi Fei. Yi Fei chuckled softly. "Am I not speaking the truth? Don't you wish to know why your desires are so fervent?" "Why?" the glamorous woman instinctively asked, but her expression changed instantaneously. Her question was, in essence, an admission of Yi Fei's earlier assertion. As soon as the words left her lips, those who had previously dismissed Yi Fei's claims now stared wide-eyed at her. Her face flushed a deep crimson, then turned purple, as she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. "Because you have an ailment." Yi Fei's voice rang out once more. "You're the one who is sick. Your entire family is sick." The glamorous woman retorted angrily, realizing she had been outsmarted by Yi Fei and wishing to strangle him in that moment. Yi Fei, unfazed by her ire, raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Do you not believe me?" "Humph. I had a full medical checkup just a week ago. I am perfectly healthy." She scoffed. "Some issues cannot be detected by hospital equipment." Yi Fei smirked, narrowing his eyes. "If you're skeptical, then let me ask you, have you recently felt an unbearable heat in your chest, while your hands and feet are cold and sweating?" The glamorous woman opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. She stared at Yi Fei in disbelief, for he had accurately described her symptoms. Indeed, she had been feeling an intense heat in her chest, her extremities icy and clammy. It had dawned on her that her heightened desires had emerged after these symptoms began. Yi Fei continued, "If you still doubt me, press 1 inch below your navel and see if you feel a piercing sensation." Fear crept into the glamorous woman's heart as she instinctively pressed in the indicated area. A sharp, stabbing sensation coursed through her body, causing her to gasp in shock. Now, she was truly alarmed. The onlookers were equally intrigued, puzzled by how Yi Fei, having never met this glamorous woman before, could know her symptoms so intimately. Yet, Yi Fei paid no heed to their gazes and addressed the striking woman. "If you wish to remedy your condition, you must press down hard." The stunning woman gritted her teeth and pressed down hard. Bang! A loud, resounding sound echoed through the corridor. Immediately, a foul odor permeated the air, reminiscent of rotten eggs that had been left to decay for years. The onlookers behind the beautiful woman, caught off guard, nearly fainted from the stench and hurriedly stepped aside. Meanwhile, others witnessing this spectacle covered their noses, struggling to contain their laughter. The woman's face darkened, practically dripping with fury, as she glared at Yi Fei and spat. "You little rascal, are you mocking me?" Yi Fei shook his head, responding nonchalantly. "I assure you, I am not mocking you. Do you not feel considerably more comfortable now?" "You liar," the woman retorted angrily. "No," Yi Fei insisted, his demeanor serious. "It is you who have been untruthful." Just as he uttered these words, a series of flatulent sounds erupted from the woman's backside like the rapid fire of a machine gun. She let out a shriek, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, and dashed toward the hospital restroom, clutching her rear. Li Junju looked at Yi Fei, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and inquired, "How did you manage that? And what ailment does that woman suffer from?" Yi Fei chuckled softly. "Did I not mention that I once learned traditional Chinese medicine from an elderly master? Her condition was apparent to me. As for her ailment," he paused, sharing a mysterious smile that piqued everyone's curiosity. "It is merely a disruption in her circadian rhythm, leading to hormonal imbalances. The point I had her press was the Qihai acupoint. Anyone who presses it like she did would inevitably pass gas. The foulness of her flatulence is simply due to the accumulation of toxins within her body. Releasing them is, in fact, beneficial for her, Yi Fei explained with a grin. Li Junju couldn't help but laugh, rolling her eyes at him. You are truly incorrigible. Yi Fei was momentarily speechless. It was the second time he had received such a remark today. Why does it smell so bad here? Just as the two were about to enter the ward, a voice that sounded somewhat familiar rang out from behind them. Chapter 50, Meeting the Vile Gentleman Again. Yi Fei instinctively turned to look and saw a young male doctor in a white coat approaching. At that moment, the doctor also recognized Yi Fei standing in the corridor. It's you. It's you. They both exclaimed simultaneously. Yi Fei chuckled inwardly. It was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. The young doctor was none other than Fan Wenbin, the one who had lost $1 million to him in a gambling incident. Naturally, Yi Fei harbored no fondness for this man who had designs on Shenwan, so he greeted him with a smile. Well, a gentleman, long time no see. Upon hearing Yi Fei's moniker, Fan Wenbin's nostrils flared in indignation, his face darkening as he glared at Yi Fei and growled, You brat, what are you doing here? Just the thought of having been swindled out of $1 million by this young man filled Fan Wenbin with a seething rage, making him wish to leap forward and strangle Yi Fei. Do you know Dr. Fan? Li Junju inquired, glancing at Yi Fei and the doctor. Indeed, we have met before. Dr. Fan is truly a remarkable person, Yi Fei replied, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. Oof. Fan Wenbin let out a heavy scoff, disregarding Yi Fei, and turned to Li Junju with a smile. Junju, you are here to visit your mother, aren't you? Li Junju nodded in response. The three of them exchanged few words before entering the hospital room. It was then that Yi Fei discovered that Fan Wenbin was the attending physician for Li Junju's mother. Li Junju's mother, a woman in her 40s, possessed refined features that hinted at her past beauty. A beauty that surely contributed to the birth of a daughter as lovely as Li Junju. Sitting beside the bed was Li Junju's father, a simple, unassuming man who appeared somewhat shy. Upon seeing Fan Wenbin enter, he hurriedly stood up. Dr. Fan, you've arrived, Li Junju's father said promptly. There is no need for such formality, uncle. Please, have a seat, Fan Wenbin replied courteously. Yi Fei felt a pang of surprise from his understanding of Fan Wenbin. This man was not typically so polite. Next, Fan Wenbin began examining Li Junju's mother, while Yi Fei stood aside, almost as if he were invisible. After completing the examination, Fan Wenbin cheerfully addressed Li Junju. Junju, your mother's condition has improved somewhat. You should come and spend time with her more often. Chatting with her will aid in her recovery. Li Junju nodded, her lovely face clouded with concern as she asked, Dr. Fan, have you found a matching bone marrow donor for my mother? Rest assured, we have reached out to several hospitals. I believe good news will arrive shortly. Fan Wenbin replied with a reassuring smile. He then inquired with genuine concern, is money an issue? If so, I can lend you some to assist. As he spoke, his gaze fixated intently on Li Junju, a hint of deeply concealed desire flickering in his eyes. This longing was well hidden, and with Li Junju's family preoccupied with her mother's illness, they remained oblivious to it. However, Yi Fei did not miss this detail. Observing Fan Wenbin's gaze and listening to his words, Yi Fei cast a glance at Li Junju's mother, and a troubling suspicion arose within him. With this suspicion in mind, Yi Fei hesitated no longer. He placed a hand on Li Junju's mother's wrist, intending to further investigate her condition. What are you doing? Fan Wenbin exclaimed, startled by Yi Fei's sudden action. Not only Fan Wenbin, but also Li Junju's family was puzzled by Yi Fei's behavior. Having remained silent upon entering and deliberately allowing himself to appear inconspicuous during the examination, Li Junju's mother initially assumed that Yi Fei had merely coincidentally entered the room with them. At this moment, Li's mother noticed the school uniform on Yi Fei and realized that he had accompanied Li Junju. She inquired, Junju, who is this? Although Li Junju did not fully comprehend Yi Fei's actions, she explained to her mother, Mom, this is Yi Fei, my classmate. He heard about your illness and came with me to visit you. Yi Fei has some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps he wishes to offer you some assistance. Hearing this, Fan Wenbin shuddered internally, for he had witnessed Yi Fei's medical prowess firsthand. It was far beyond mere acquaintance with traditional Chinese medicine. Fearful of his concealed schemes being unveiled, he sternly interjected, Young man, cease this at once. This is my patient, and you must leave immediately. As he spoke, Fan Wenbin charged towards Yi Fei, reaching out to remove Yi Fei's fingers from Li's mother's wrist. Just as Fan Wenbin's hand approached Yi Fei's wrist, Yi Fei had already withdrawn his hand from Li's mother's wrist. With a cold smile, Yi Fei regarded Fan Wenbin and remarked, Dr. Fan, you seem rather agitated. Li Junju also gazed at Fan Wenbin in surprise. After all, Yifei was merely checking her mother's pulse, and she could not fathom why Fan Wenbin reacted so excessively. Realizing his own recklessness, Fan Wenbin quickly clarified, I merely wish to prevent anyone from disturbing my patient. He then coldly addressed Yifei. The patient requires rest. Unrelated individuals, please vacate the premises. With a chilling laugh, Yifei exposed Fan Wenbin's facade, saying, I sense you are feeling guilty. Guilty? Upon hearing Yifei's words, not only did Li Juanju's family look on with curiosity, but even those in adjacent beds turned their attention. Guilty? What have I to feel guilty about? Fan Wenbin feigned a laugh, yet a trace of panic flickered deep within his eyes. What do you have to feel guilty about? Yifei's smile grew colder as he continued. You diagnosed an ordinary cold as leukemia. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? What? An ordinary cold? Yifei's assertion struck the room like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned. At this moment, Li Juanju recalled Yifei's earlier behavior outside the ward and, with excitement, grasped Yifei's hand, asking, Yifei, is what you said true? My mother is merely suffering from a cold and does not have leukemia? Indeed, Yifei nodded. It is merely a common cold causing a slight fever. If there are further concerns, it is likely due to a fright experience during the cold. It is by no means leukemia. I remember now. Initially, the occupants of the ward were skeptical of Yifei's claims, but with Li's mother's affirmation, they began to trust his words. If Yifei could discern that Li's mother had been startled merely through pulse diagnosis, then surely his assertions held merit. Where once she had felt gratitude towards Fan Wenbin, now, observing his panicked demeanor, her gaze was filled with disdain. Fan Wenbin, already feeling guilty, found his expression increasingly grim under the scrutiny of so many eyes. After stammering for a while, he failed to articulate a coherent explanation. In a desperate bid to gather the funds necessary for treating Li's mother's leukemia, he found himself compelled to gamble with his meager savings. Unsurprisingly, he lost it all and was subsequently beaten and thrown out of the casino, only to face further assaults from relentless debt collectors. He and his family endured tremendous suffering, teetering on the brink of ruin, only to discover that it was all a grave misunderstanding. With bloodshot eyes, Li's father stood up and seized Fan Wenbin by the collar, ready to confront him in a fit of rage. Chapter 51. Can I be discharged today? Fan Wenbin, grasped by the throat, had his face turned crimson. Had it not been for the family members of other patients restraining him, he might have truly wished to choke Fan Wenbin to death. Do not heed his absurd claims. The patient indeed has leukemia. How could I possibly be mistaken? Fan Wenbin gasped, unwilling to yield. You have not erred. It was a deliberate act. Yifei retorted with a cold smirk. Under Yifei's piercing gaze, Fan Wenbin felt as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare, instinctively turning his head away to avoid Yifei's scrutiny. Yet, he stubbornly replied, You are speaking nonsense. Why would I intentionally make an error? What benefit would that bring me? The relatives of other patients shared a similar concern, pondering the rationale behind Fan Wenbin's actions. Indeed, his behavior seemed devoid of any personal gain. Realization struck Fan Wenbin as he recognized that Yifei had once again ensnared him in a verbal trap. I have no idea what you are insinuating. The patient's white blood cell count has exceeded 20,000. Is that not leukemia? Fan Wenbin retorted defensively. Even a high school student knows that a white blood cell count over 20,000 merely suggests a suspicion of leukemia. Even a common cold could cause such an increase. Is this your evidence for a diagnosis? Yifei scoffed. This is merely your feeble excuse. Our hospital has undoubtedly reached its conclusion through meticulous diagnostics. Fan Wenbin adamantly refused to concede. With a grim expression, he pointed at Li's father and berated him. I kindly assisted you in the examination and arranged for a bone marrow transplant, yet you repay kindness with enmity. Let me inform you, your bone marrow is no longer available. He shouted at the entrance of the ward, Get out of my room now. I refuse to treat patients like you. All of you leave. What? Unable to counter my arguments, you lash out in anger? Yifei remained seated, observing the frenzied Fan Wenbin with a smirk. Now, allow me to elucidate why you intentionally made this error. Because you need money. Each word was pronounced deliberately, striking Fan Wenbin's heart like a dagger, rendering his complexion even more ashen. How much could a patient with a cold possibly cost? However, the expenses for treating leukemia are entirely different. Furthermore, the majority of the required treatments involve imported medications, which do not come cheap, allowing you to pocket a substantial commission. Am I not correct, Dr. Fan? Yifei's address of him as Dr. Fan was laden with mockery. Fan Wenbin gazed at Yifei in shock, taken aback that Yifei had discerned his intentions with such clarity. When Li's mother initially visited for an examination, she had long been diagnosed with a common cold. Yet, upon encountering her test results that suggested leukemia, he was tempted by the prospect of profit. Later, upon seeing the enchanting Li Junju, his thoughts shifted once more. Mere financial gain was no longer sufficient. He sought both wealth and beauty. The plan seemed flawless and success was imminent. But alas, all was thwarted by Yi Fei. Have you discarded all sense of professional integrity as a physician? Yi Fei said coldly. I was right. You are nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. To hell with your professional ethics. Fan Wenbin, enraged and humiliated, bellowed, everything I have done adheres to standard procedures, and the medications I used are intended for leukemia prevention. If you have the audacity, go ahead and sue me. I see you as nothing more than a troublemaker hired by the patient. What is wrong? Running out of money for treatment and trying to pin the blame on our hospital? If you're broke, then get the hell out of here, you bunch of paupers. Fan Wenbin no longer cared about his image, erupting into a tirade within the ward. The other patients and their families were taken aback. They never anticipated that the previously composed Dr. Fan would devolve into such a state. At the entrance of the ward, a crowd of onlookers, including patients and medical staff, had gathered. Yi Fei, disinterested in further banter, turned to Li Junju and said, call the police. Let him explain his nonsense to them. Li Junju nodded and reached for her phone to report the incident. Dr. Shi is here. Dr. Shi. A commotion erupted outside the ward. Soon, a stunningly cool and elegant woman in a white coat parted the crowd and entered the room. Dr. Shi, what brings you here? The previously arrogant Fan Wenbin was taken aback upon seeing this striking figure, hastily inquiring. The woman, known as Dr. Shi, merely cast a glance at Fan Wenbin before addressing the individuals in the ward. I am Shi Qinghan, the director of hematology and chief physician. What has transpired here? The many relatives of patients in the ward were startled. They hadn't expected this young woman, appearing no older than her 20s, to already hold such a prestigious title. Without needing Yi Fei to elaborate, the other patients and their families began to recount the events of the encounter. After listening, Shi Qinghan nodded, her expression remaining icy as she addressed Fan Wenbin. Hand over the test results. Fan Wenbin's countenance darkened further, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Director, hand over the test results. I do not wish to repeat myself. Shi Qinghan's voice was devoid of warmth. With no other choice, Fan Wenbin reluctantly produced all the tests conducted on Li's mother. The ward fell silent. Since Shi Qinghan's arrival, it felt as if the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. After reviewing the test results, she lifted her gaze to Fan Wenbin. Dr. Fan, on what basis do you assert that the patient is diagnosed with leukemia? Cold sweat trickled down Fan Wenbin's forehead as he stammered. The patient's white blood cell count has exceeded 20,000. Enough. You need not say more. Shi Qinghan interjected abruptly. Fan Wenbin, I hereby officially announce your suspension. Prepare for the impending investigation by the police. With that, she instructed her assistant standing nearby, summon the security personnel to keep a watch on him until the police arrive. The assistant promptly exited. Shi Qinghan's actions undeniably confirmed Fan Wenbin's misdiagnosis. The ailment afflicting Li's mother was not leukemia. With a thud, Fan Wenbin collapsed onto the floor, his face devoid of color. At that moment, no one expressed sympathy towards him. In fact, many family members of patients could not restrain their scornful remarks. How deceitful he appears, yet turns out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thank goodness my attending physician is not him. To misdiagnose a common cold as leukemia is truly outrageous. Soon, 2 security guards entered the ward, dragging the slumped Fan Wenbin away. Shi Qinghan approached Li's family, first bowing solemnly, then speaking earnestly. I sincerely apologize for the considerable distress caused by certain doctors in our hospital who have disregarded their professional ethics. On behalf of our institution, I extend my heartfelt apologies. We will fully refund the medical expenses you incurred and are willing to provide appropriate compensation. Furthermore, all subsequent recovery treatments for the patient will be completely free until her full recovery. What do you think? Li Junju's family exchanged uncertain glances. Ultimately, Li Junju turned to Yi Fei with a pleading look. In an instant, all eyes were upon Yi Fei. He glanced at Shi Qinghan, thinking to himself, this young lady's position must be significant. If she were merely a chief physician, she likely wouldn't possess such authority. At that moment, Shi Qinghan also looked at Yi Fei. Just now, you were the one who pointed out that the patient does not have leukemia, correct? Indeed, it was I, he nodded. I wonder if you have any objections to my proposals? Shi Qinghan inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity. Even she needed to review numerous test results before concluding that Li's mother did not have leukemia. How could Yi Fei, merely a high school student and without having seen any test reports, be so bold as to assert the patient's condition? I have no objections to the first 2 points. You may discuss them with the patient's family, Yi Fei replied with a faint smile. As for the third point, it is unnecessary, for the patient may be discharged today. Chapter 52. Acupuncture useless? Yi Fei's unexpected declaration left everyone present momentarily speechless. It is important to note that although Li's mother did not have leukemia, her original cold had lingered too long, resulting in various complications. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most critical issue was that Fan Wenbin had previously misused numerous prescription medications on Li's mother, which could have led to a toxic buildup in her body and potentially damaged her liver. These matters necessitate subsequent examination and treatment. Young man, are you aware of what you are saying? In such a condition, the patient cannot be discharged. Our actions are for her benefit. A doctor accompanying Shi Qinghan could not help but interject upon hearing Yi Fei's words. I understand. Ye Fei nodded in affirmation. Then how can you assert that? The doctor could not resist asking. Because I can restore her health immediately, Yi Fei replied candidly, interrupting the doctor's inquiry. Yi Fei was well aware that Li Mu's health was not yet restored and that toxins had accumulated within her body, yet this posed no challenge for him. Since they were already at the hospital, it would be prudent to be thorough and assist Li Juanju's mother in her recovery. Surely, if Li Mu could leave the hospital sooner, she would not wish to linger here, even if the services were complimentary. Young brother, are you speaking in delusions? Do you know who stands beside you? The doctor could not help but scoff. He gestured toward Shi Qinghan, stating, Our director Shi is a medical doctor graduated from Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. Even she would not dare claim a patient could be discharged today. How could you possibly achieve that? Johns Hopkins School of Medicine is ranked alongside Harvard as one of the finest medical schools globally. Each graduate from that institution is remarkable, a coveted talent sought after by hospitals around the world. However, Shi Qinghan chose to disregard the doctor's flattery and turned her attention to Yi Fei, inquiring, By what method do you intend to facilitate the patient's recovery? Acupuncture, Yi Fei replied, already extracting his silver needles from his bag. Initially intrigued by Yi Fei's medical techniques, Shi Qinghan's expression turned to disappointment upon seeing the silver needles. She shook her head lightly and remarked, I have also studied traditional Chinese acupuncture. While it possesses many wondrous techniques, it must be said that traditional Chinese medicine has fallen behind. Moreover, acupuncture has no effect on the toxins within the patient's body. The effectiveness will reveal itself through experience, Yi Fei retorted, unperturbed by Shi Qinghan's words. My consent will not be granted for you to recklessly administer acupuncture to our hospital's patients. Shi Qinghan firmly declined, casting her gaze towards Li Juanju's family. She continued, Should the patient accept this gentleman's treatment and complications arise, our hospital will bear no responsibility, nor will subsequent treatments be complimentary. Are you certain you wish to proceed with his treatment? Upon hearing Shi Qinghan's statement, Li Juanju's parents hesitated. If Yi Fei's treatment proved ineffective, the hospital would not cover the cost of further treatment, which could be considerable. Li Juanju looked at Yi Fei. Although she had faith in him, she could not make such decisions unilaterally, especially when her mother's health was at stake. Yi Fei understood her parents' concerns and turned to Shi Qinghan, proposing, How about we make a wager? Oh, what kind of wager? Shi Qinghan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. If I successfully treat your aunt's illness, then your hospital shall not be responsible for her subsequent treatment. Simply provide them with a cash settlement. Yi Fei smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinghan contemplated briefly before nodding and stating, This is not a problem. However, what if you are unable to effect a cure? If the treatment is unsuccessful, I shall bear the subsequent medical expenses for my aunt, Yi Fei replied with a smile. That is unacceptable, Li's father exclaimed, hastily waving his hand. This cannot be allowed. You have already rendered our family immense assistance, and we cannot burden you further. Li Juanju's mother also promptly declined the offer. Li Juanju grasped Yi Fei's arm and urged, Yi Fei, perhaps we should reconsider. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinghan chuckled lightly. The costs for later treatments are substantial. Are you not still a student? Can you truly afford it? Yi Fei produced his bank card, declaring, This card holds 2 million. I wonder if that is sufficient? A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, who had been intently observing the exchange. The revelation of Yi Fei's card with such a significant balance left them astonished. 2 million is certainly no trifling sum. Even in Haizhou City, many middle-class families might not possess such savings without additional assets. Upon hearing this figure, Shi Qinghan maintained her composure, merely nodding, If you indeed have 2 million, that would suffice. You You may have someone verify it. The password is XXXXXX. Yi Fei raised his hand, ready to hand the card to the physician beside Shi Qinghan. That won't be necessary, Shi Qinghan interjected, waving her hand. Compared to this 2 million, I'm far more curious to see if you can truly heal the patient. The crowd's eyes widened in anticipation, eager to witness how Yi Fei would restore Li's mother, who had been bedridden for so long. Yi Fei retrieved a silver needle, flicking it with his finger, causing it to emit a soft chime before swiftly piercing a vital acupoint on Li's mother. Interesting. Shi Qinghan, initially indifferent, became transfixed as she observed Yi Fei's technique. A true master's skill reveals itself immediately. However, upon deeper inspection, she recognized that while traditional Chinese medicine boasts a rich heritage spanning thousands of years, it has regrettably suffered from significant loss due to various factors. Much of what remains is superficial or even erroneous. Misuse could not only fail to heal but also endanger lives. Consequently, Shi Qinghan abandoned her aspirations to promote traditional Chinese medicine. Nevertheless, she possessed profound knowledge of acupuncture. With Yi Fei's initial insertion, she discerned that his technique was neither random nor a mere imitation learned from quack. After the first needle was inserted, Yi Fei's speed accelerated tremendously. The spectators could only perceive the fleeting shadows of his hands dancing in the air, failing to comprehend the intricacies of his technique. Yet, this display alone filled them with exhilaration. They were thoroughly captivated, for Yi Fei's approach to acupuncture was nothing short of graceful. Indeed, it was elegance personified. At this moment, Yi Fei seemed less a practitioner of acupuncture and more a pianist, his hands gracefully dancing over the keys, producing melodious harmonies that conveyed a sense of natural serenity to the onlookers. As his vital energy flowed into the silver needles, they began to vibrate with a unique rhythm, emitting a faint quivering sound. "Ah, it's happening!" someone exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. The mouths of the other spectators gaped in disbelief. Gone was the earlier calm demeanor of Shi Qinghan. Her delicate features now bore a look of shock. Meanwhile, Li Yunzhu covered her mouth with both hands, her wide eyes growing even larger. In that fleeting moment of distraction, beads of sweat appeared on Li's mother's skin, not translucent but a dark brown, reminiscent of murky water. The silver needles quivered more violently, and the crowd seemed to hear the faint echo of a dragon's roar in their ears. As a spectral dragon-like figure entered Li's mother's body, suddenly her previously reclined form shot upright, and with a gasp, she expelled a gelatinous phlegm the size of a grape, dark and viscous. "Ah, how refreshing!" After releasing the phlegm, Li's mother could not help but exclaim, feeling an indescribable comfort coursing through her. The pallor that had once marked her face vanished, and she appeared to have shed a decade in an instant. In Chapter 53, Is Luoyuan Not First? Yi Fei employed the four symbols needle technique, not only expelling the toxins from Li's mother's body, but also purging decades of accumulated impurities, which rejuvenated her appearance. The spectators were left speechless, their disbelief overshadowed by the profound impact of Yi Fei's astonishing acupuncture technique. By the time Yi Fei neatly stored the silver needles, Li's mother was already able to rise from her bed with ease. "I feel as if I could fell an elephant," she joyfully declared, prompting a wave of hearty laughter from the crowd, mostly good-natured in intent. It was Shi Qinghan who first regained her composure, instructing a nearby doctor, "Go arrange for the patient to undergo a full examination immediately." "Yes, Dr. Shi," the physician replied, hurrying off with several nurses to escort Li's mother away. As soon as she departed, the gazes of the onlookers shifted dramatically towards Yi Fei, their eyes wide with admiration, as if they wished to devour him whole. "Little divine doctor, could you also give me a few needles? I have a back ailment." "Little divine doctor, please take a look at me too. I've been feeling nauseous lately. I suffer from kidney deficiency. Can you help me with some acupuncture?" Patients and their families surged towards Yi Fei, encircling him with their various ailments. Two young nurses approached, their faces alight with excitement, but retreated, blushing, upon meeting Shi Qinghan's icy gaze. "Everyone, please allow me to speak." Yi Fei, overwhelmed by the throng, raised his voice. At his utterance, the entire ward fell into an immediate silence. Yi Fei glanced at the crowd before speaking. "Ladies and gentlemen, my acupuncture technique is primarily effective for dispelling toxins accumulated within the body. Moreover, due to the considerable mental exertion it demands, I can only apply it once a day at most. I apologize for this." Yi Fei felt compelled to tell a small fib. Otherwise, with so many people seeking his treatment, he would surely exhaust himself on the spot. Furthermore, he was not entirely untruthful. The four symbols acupuncture method is indeed highly depleting of one's vital energy. Though he had advanced to the second level of qi training and would not suffer the debilitating fatigue he once did, he still felt quite weary. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words and observing the slight pallor of his complexion, the crowd realized he was speaking truthfully and could only express their disappointment. After all, their ailments were not severe. They could just as easily be treated at a hospital. Their earlier remarks had merely been an attempt to indulge in the moment and witness Yi Fei's acupuncture skills once more. "All right, everyone, please disperse," Shi Han interjected, signaling the two nurses to assist the patients and their families in leaving. Li Junju gazed at Yi Fei, her face brimming with gratitude as she noticed his somewhat frail appearance. "Yi Fei, thank you. If not for you." "Ah, no need for thanks." Yi Fei waved his hand, interrupting her. "We are friends, after all." "Yes," Li Junju replied, biting her lip and nodding vigorously. "We are friends. What acupuncture technique did you use earlier?" At that moment, Shi Han approached Yi Fei and inquired, "What method was that?" "The four symbols acupuncture method," Yi Fei replied. "The four symbols acupuncture method?" Shi Han furrowed her brows. "Why have I never heard of it before?" Although she was not a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, she possessed a considerable understanding of it, perhaps even more than some seasoned practitioners. Yet, the technique Yi Fei mentioned was entirely foreign to her. "Perhaps you are simply not well informed," Yi Fei remarked casually. "You." His seemingly indifferent comment irked Shi Han greatly. Here was a medical doctor from Johns Hopkins University being deemed uninformed by a mere high school student. She cast a glance at the attending physician and asked, "Have the test results come in?" "They have. They are all in." The doctor eagerly nodded, excitement evident in his voice. "All indicators are normal. The patient is now quite healthy, even healthier than the average young individual." With that, his gaze shifted to Yi Fei, his eyes glistening with an unseemly intensity, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf eyeing an unclad beauty, sending a chill down Yi Fei's spine. To rectify their previous oversight, the hospital had arranged transportation for Li Junju's family to depart. As Yi Fei and Li Junju's family were not headed in the same direction, they had no choice but to part ways at the hospital entrance. Had it not been for Yi Fei, they would likely still be in the dark, tirelessly worrying about the medical expenses for Li's mother. Li Junju was unaware that, without Yi Fei's intervention, even she could have fallen victim to Fan Wenbin's unscrupulous designs. Only after her father urged her multiple times did Li Junju finally board the vehicle, waving goodbye to Yi Fei, who stood outside. As the vehicle of Li Junju's family vanished from sight, Yi Fei turned to leave, just as he stepped out of the hospital entrance. A striking crimson Mercedes sports car glided to a halt beside him. The window rolled down, revealing a fair visage imbued with a hint of chill, none other than Shi Han. "Where do you reside? Allow me to give you a ride," she stated, her voice retaining its frosty tone. "Oh, that's unnecessary. My home is not far from here." "Ye Fei replied. Get in," Shi Han said coolly. Yi Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. This woman certainly possessed a domineering demeanor. Since she was insistent on offering him a lift, he decided to forego further courtesy and, once inside the car, provided her with his address. The Mercedes sped along the road, reaching the old house of Yi Fei's aunt in less than 20 minutes. He exited the vehicle, intending to express his gratitude, but Shi Han disregarded him entirely, accelerating away into the night, leaving Yi Fei to inhale a mouthful of exhaust fumes. "Damn it!" Yi Fei exclaimed in frustration, stomping his feet in indignation. Inside the car, Shi Han caught a glimpse of this scene through the rearview mirror, and for the first time, her icy expression softened, the corners of her mouth lifting into a faint smile. Yi Fei ascended to his residence, freshened up briefly, and then began his training. The following morning, while engaged in early study, the head of the grade, Xie Ding, entered the classroom accompanied by Chen Wan, announcing that Chen Wan would temporarily assume the role of homeroom teacher. Instantly, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Although Chen Wan had not been at the school long, her beauty and amiable demeanor had earned her significantly more popularity than Zhao Yun. Naturally, the students were elated by the news of her temporary appointment. After Xie Ding departed, Chen Wan dropped another bombshell that sent the class into a frenzy. The results of the second mock examination had arrived. "Teacher Chen, how did our class perform? Did our class leader secure the top spot again? Need I say more?" The class leader is universally acknowledged as the invincible academic prodigy. The students buzzed with excitement, many casting sidelong glances at Yi Fei, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. With the results out, some individuals are in for a rude awakening. After all, he openly declared that if he didn't place in the top 100, he would withdraw from school. They eagerly awaited to see whether he would still have the audacity to remain in the class. As the chatter gradually subsided, Chenwan cleared her throat and said, "I know what you are most anxious to hear." Luo Irin performed exceptionally well, achieving a total score of 727. Upon her announcement, gasps of astonishment reverberated through the classroom. The total possible score was 750, and Luo Irin had attained 727, truly the embodiment of an unbeatable scholar. Before the students could fully digest this news, Chenwan's voice rang out once more. However, this time, Luo Irin is not the top scorer in the entire school. Chapter 54. A sensation throughout the school. This unexpected revelation from Chenwan struck the classroom like a thunderclap, plunging it into an eerie silence. All the students in the classroom exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that Luo Irin was not the top student in the entire school? Since Luo Irin began attending Haijo No. 1 middle school, she had consistently secured the first position in every examination from her first to third year. How could a score of 727 not place her at the pinnacle? Who then was the true top scorer? What extraordinary score could have been achieved? In the classroom, numerous students turned their gazes towards Chenwan, their curiosity ignited by her words. After a brief moment of silence, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Was it Zhangke from Class 1? He was the fiercest competitor to our class leader, having ranked second in the previous mock examination. I suspect it's Song Hongyu from Class 5. I've heard he estimated his score to be 730. Nonsense. I believe it's Du Fei from Class 9. The students engaged in animated discussions, speculating fervently among themselves. Luo Irin, who had been bowing her head, lifted it upon hearing Chenwan's remark, a hint of perplexity evident on her delicate face. A score of 728 was in line with her expectations, and she felt quite satisfied with it. Based on her past experiences, such a score should have created a significant lead over her competitors. Surely, no one could surpass her. At that moment, Chenwan's voice resonated once more. This time, the top score for the entire school is also from our Class 10. A collective gasp of excitement rippled through the students. Could it possibly be the class representative? One student exclaimed incredulously. The class representative, Liao Pengfei, regularly ranked among the top 10 in the grade, but had always been overshadowed by Luo Irin, perpetually the runner-up. With Chenwan's announcement, all eyes turned towards Liao Pengfei. Though he remained composed under the scrutiny of his peers, internally, he was utterly bewildered. Just the day before, he had estimated his score to be below 700. Could it be that he had miscalculated? Liao Pengfei thought to himself, maintaining a calm smile as he addressed the crowd. I also believe I performed quite well this time. Wow, the class representative is incredible. You actually topped the school. Cheers of admiration erupted in the classroom. Liao Pengfei's eyes gleamed with pride, and he prepared to rise and embrace the adulation of his classmates. However, Chenwan's voice cut through the excitement once more. Liao Pengfei also performed admirably, scoring 680. Just as Liao Pengfei was about to stand in gratitude, he froze, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the floor. What? It wasn't he, the class representative, after all, who then had claimed the top spot. Was it the representative for the Chinese class? Amid the ongoing speculation, a sudden shout pierced through the chatter. "Teacher, I wager the top scorer is Yi Fei." The speaker was Wang Cheng, who stood up and called out to Chenwan at the podium. "Yi Fei." A hush fell over the classroom, followed by an uproar of laughter. "This rascal was clearly trying to make a fool of you." Guoliang nudged Yi Fei's arm, voicing his discontent on Yi Fei's behalf. Yi Fei cast a glance at Wang Cheng, who was currently regarding him with a provocative expression, a smug smile plastered across his face. Perhaps believing that Yi Fei would soon withdraw from school and that he had triumphed. Yi Fei silently scoffed at the thought. Merely a buffoon, not worth my attention. He reassured the agitated Guoliang, refusing to spare another glance at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng is truly despicable, audaciously claiming that Yi Fei is the top student in the entire school. If that bumpkin were to achieve such a feat, I would live stream myself eating excrement. Top of the school? Whether that rustic can even remain enrolled is questionable. The many students in the classroom were nearly doubled over with laughter at Wang Cheng's remarks. However, when they turned to look at Chenwan, they found her smile had vanished, her once lively face now etched with seriousness. A disquieting thought surged through the minds of the gathered students. Could it truly be him? At that moment, Chenwan nodded and affirmed, Wang Cheng is indeed correct. Yi Fei scored 745 points this time, not only securing the top spot in our school, but also achieving the highest score in the entire city for the second mock exam. A collective gasp filled the room. The previously mocking students fell silent, as if they had been silenced by an unseen grip on their throats. The classroom was enveloped in a heavy silence once more. 745 points? Did I hear that correctly? After a moment of realization, the students began to inhale sharply, their gazes fixed on Yi Fei, who appeared oblivious to their astonishment. His head bowed in disregard. As they noticed Yi Fei's lack of attention, all eyes shifted back to Wang Cheng, whose previously confident demeanor had stiffened. His smile frozen in place. Under the scrutiny of his classmates, he opened his mouth yet found himself speechless, regretting his earlier arrogance and wishing he could slap himself in frustration. When the bell signaling the end of class rang, it felt as though they were still floating in a cloud. Wow, you really are impressive, scoring first in the city. Tell me, how on earth did you manage that? Guo Liang exclaimed, seizing Yi Fei's arm and shaking it with excitement. Oh, it was just a casual exam, Yi Fei replied nonchalantly. Casual exam? Guo Liang glared at him, gritting his teeth. Has no one told you that your current expression is begging for a smack? Yi Fei nodded seriously. During the break, the school displayed the report cards from each class on the bulletin board for students to compare their scores. Lin, you did quite well this time, scoring 651 points. Ranking 33rd in the grade, Cheng Jia remarked, linking arms with Su Zilin. Su Zilin nodded, but remained silent. She had expected to secure a place within the top 20. So discovering she ranked 33rd was a disappointing surprise, leaving her somewhat gloomy. Cheng Jia had brought her out to cheer her up. By the way, your cousin is in class 10, right? Let's see how well he performed on the exam, Cheng Jia said, tugging Su Zilin toward the results board for class 10. What's so interesting about it? His score is hardly worth mentioning. Su Zilin scoffed, turning her head away, despite being pulled along by Cheng Jia. Come on, maybe he exceeded expectations this time. Cheng Jia replied with a mischievous grin. She didn't genuinely believe that Yi Fei would perform exceptionally well. Her words were merely meant to tease him. However, when she finally laid eyes on the class 10 results, her smile froze in place. Though Su Zilin had claimed she wouldn't look, her curiosity was piqued, and after a moment of silence, she impatiently asked, well, did he score over 300 points? Su Zilin furrowed her brows even deeper. What? Did he not even reach 300 points? Not exactly, Cheng Jia stammered. Then how much did he score? Just tell me. Su Zilin insisted, turning her gaze toward the results board. When she spotted Yi Fei's score, she was momentarily rendered speechless. His name was easy to find, prominently displayed in the top row, stating, Yi Fei, 745, 1, 1. The 2'1" referred to his rank within the class and the school, respectively. Su Zilin's eyes widened, and her mouth opened in shock, unable to utter a word. The score of 745 sparked a sensation throughout the entire school. In that moment, Yi Fei's name began circulating among students once more, but this time, it was no longer synonymous with mediocrity. He was now hailed as a prodigy. As school dismissed in the afternoon, an ivory-white Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance, drawing the attention of numerous students. Many departing students stood nearby, whispering and pointing. While Haijo boasted several affluent individuals, few dared to display such ostentation by stopping a Rolls-Royce at the entrance of Haijo No. 1 High School. As the crowd speculated about who might be inside the vehicle, Yi Fei emerged from the school. With a creak, the Rolls-Royce door swung open, revealing a rugged middle-aged man. Many students instantly recognized him as Wei Kuan, a wealthy tycoon from Haijo. As Yi Fei approached, Wei Kuan promptly opened the car door, saying, Young brother Yi, please get in. Chapter 55, The 5 Declines of Heaven and Man. The ivory-white Rolls-Royce sped away under the watchful eyes of the students, gradually disappearing from view. Inside the car, Wei Kuan regarded Yi Fei, his expression betraying a mix of hesitation and intent. Mr. Wei, if there is something on your mind, please feel free to speak, Yi Fei said, casting a glance at Wei Kuan. Young brother Yi, Wei Kuan began, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. I had originally invited you to treat my mother. However, I happen to hear about a renowned physician passing through Haijo who will only be here for a night. So I invited him to assist in treating my mother as well. As Wei Kuan spoke, he could not hide his awkwardness. Originally, in his capacity as Wei Kuan, it would have been unremarkable to invite 2 doctors simultaneously to attend to his mother, not to mention gathering renowned specialists from across the nation for a consultation. However, Yi Fei's status was somewhat peculiar, having been introduced to him by a Song Jiming of the Song family. Moreover, Yi Fei's extraordinary demeanor led him to believe that Yi Fei was certainly no ordinary individual, prompting him to express his concerns in advance to avoid offending him. Yi Fei nodded and replied, No problem. Seeing that Yi Fei exhibited no signs of anger, Wei Kuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, The vehicle came to a halt at Wei Kuin's luxurious residence in Haizhou. Wei Kuin ushered Yi Fei into the living room for tea, and just as they settled, a bodyguard approached with a report. "Boss, Mr. Su has arrived." Wei Kuin promptly rose to greet him, and Yi Fei, recognizing the situation, followed suit. Simultaneously, several individuals, guided by the bodyguard, arrived at the villa's entrance. "Mr. Wei, this is the Hua Divine Doctor I mentioned. He is a descendant of the legendary healer Hua Ta." A middle-aged man in a suit introduced as he entered. This man was Su Qingli, the largest herbal merchant in Lin City, referred to as Mr. Su by the bodyguard. Beside him stood two others, one of whom was the Hua Divine Doctor, a man in his 50s clad in a black robe, with a gaunt figure and a somewhat sinister expression that hardly conveyed the image of a divine healer. The other individual was his disciple, who wore a similarly defiant expression. Wei Kuin hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Su Qingli before addressing the Hua Divine Doctor, saying, "It is an honor to receive you, Hua Divine Doctor, and I apologize for not welcoming you personally." Before the Hua Divine Doctor could respond, his disciple interjected with derision. "Mr. Wei, your mother's ailment is being attended to by my master, yet you do not have the decency to greet him yourself? This is rather presumptuous, wouldn't you say?" "Mr. Wei, it was a considerable effort to persuade the Hua Divine Doctor to come, as he rarely treats patients," Su Qingli added. Wei Kuin naturally offered profuse apologies. The Hua Divine Doctor remained silent, instead casting his gaze upon Yi Fei, scrutinizing him for a moment before inquiring, "And who might this be?" "This is Brother Yi, a renowned young healer from Haizhou. I have invited him to join us in treating my mother." Wei Kuin quickly introduced Yi Fei. After hearing Wei Kuin's introduction, the Hua Divine Doctor lost interest, disregarding Yi Fei entirely as he proceeded into the living room. His disciple, however, scoffed as he entered, saying, "A mere boy with no experience dares to call himself a healer? Even if he had been studying medicine since birth, how many years could that possibly be? Only my master is needed here. The rest of you should leave," he concluded before following his master into the living room. "Brother Yi, look at Wei Kuin's expression. He appears somewhat embarrassed." Yi Fei observed the Hua Divine Doctor and his entourage entering the living room, a playful smile gracing his face as he casually remarked to Wei Kuin, "No worries, I shall join them shortly." With everyone gathered, Wei Kuin no longer hesitated and promptly led the group to his mother's hospital room. The esteemed physician, Hua, exhibited no semblance of courtesy towards Yi Fei. Upon entering the hospital room, he commenced his examination of Wei Kuin's mother without delay. Yi Fei, unperturbed, observed the condition of Wei Kuin's mother from aside. The elderly woman, over 70 years of age, appeared emaciated, her complexion a disturbing mix of green and purple, resembling a desiccated corpse as she lay in her bed. Despite Yi Fei's mental preparation, he was taken aback by the severity of her symptoms. She seemed to be on the brink of death. 15 minutes later, after completing his examination, Hua spoke calmly. "I have discerned your mother's condition. Let us discuss it outside." With that, he stepped out ahead of the others, who followed suit. In the living room, Hua took a sip of tea and remarked, "Mr. Wei, forgive my candor, but your mother is not merely ill. She is being claimed by the King of Hell." The mention of the King of Hell startled Wei Kuin, prompting him to urge Hua for clarification. Once he swallowed his tea, Hua uttered a few words, "The 5 declines of heaven." Upon hearing this phrase, Wei Kuin felt as if struck by lightning. Over the years, he had tirelessly sought remedies for his mother, becoming nearly an expert in the process. He understood all too well the implications of the 5 declines: unkempt clothing, wilting hair, perspiration under the arms, foul body odor, and a lack of joy. The 5 declines of heaven signified an impending natural death, colloquially referred to as the King of Hell claiming a soul, a fate from which even the divine could not intervene. Panic overtook Wei Kuin, and he implored, "Esteemed physician Hua, as a descendant of the legendary healer Hua Ta, surely you possess a remedy?" Hua, upon hearing this, lowered his head in contemplation, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he lifted his gaze and spoke serenely. "During my time foraging for herbs on Tiansha Mountain, I fortuitously discovered a miraculous elixir atop a cliff. Should your mother consume it, it may extend her life by a decade. However, this elixir is exceedingly rare. I possess but a single specimen." As Hua spoke, he opened his medicine chest and retrieved a vibrant green plant, resembling a succulent. A faint, invigorating fragrance emanated from the elixir, invigorating all those present in the living room. Wei Kuin, his eyes gleaming with desperation, seemed to have lost his prior shrewdness, exclaiming, "Esteemed physician, how much for this miraculous herb? I will buy it." Upon hearing this, Hua's face betrayed a hint of hesitation. The price of the elixir was not insignificant. No matter, Wei Kuan insisted. Name your price. I shall purchase it. My mother's life hangs in the balance. Throughout this exchange, Yi Fei had remained silently observing, akin to a mere spectator. Upon witnessing the unveiling of the elixir, he could not suppress a bemused smile. It was no wonder he found Hua's demeanor peculiar. He exuded an unsettling chill, unlike that of a true healer. He had not anticipated that a mere visit for medical consultation would lead to such an encounter. The so-called esteemed physician before him was nothing more than a charlatan. Young man, what is so amusing? Hua's disciple, who had long regarded Yi Fei unfavorably, interjected. At that moment, upon seeing Yi Fei shake his head and smile, a cold sneer escaped my lips as I questioned him. Just moments ago, I distinctly observed you laughing and simultaneously shaking your head. The disciple of the esteemed Dr. Hua had no intention of letting Yi Fei off the hook so easily. Meanwhile, Su Chengli, seated nearby, suddenly regarded Yi Fei with a piercing gaze. He turned to Wei Kuan and remarked, Mr. Wei, isn't it time to ask those irrelevant bystanders to leave? If we provoke Dr. Hua's displeasure, he may refuse to sell you the precious herbs. Wei Kuan, caught in a dilemma, glanced at Yi Fei, whose previous demeanor paled significantly in comparison to that of Dr. Hua, leaving him quite disappointed. Yi Fei sighed inwardly at this remark. He was not well acquainted with Wei Kuan. His agreement to treat Wei Kuan's mother was merely a favor returned. Initially, he intended to offer Wei Kuan some advice. But since Wei Kuan seemed disinclined to accept his help, he felt indifferent. As Yi Fei turned to leave, a faint voice interrupted him. Wait, Dr. Hua, casting an indifferent glance at Yi Fei, stated, it seems this young friend has a differing opinion on my words. Why not voice it, so we may all engage in discussion? Master, what qualifications does this inexperienced youth have to engage with you? Mocked Dr. Hua's disciple. Indeed, Dr. Hua, this lad might just be a fraud. Why pay him any mind? Let us discuss the precious herbs in your possession. Su Chengli quickly interjected. Following this, he turned sharply to Yi Fei, exclaiming, Boy, what are you still doing here? Depart at once. Yi Fei, initially reluctant to intervene, could not remain passive in the face of such scornful jibes, and his expression darkened. He turned back around, fixing his gaze upon Dr. Hua with a smile that was not quite a smile. Do you truly wish to hear my insights? Under Yi Fei's unyielding stare, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within Dr. Hua. Yet, there was no room for regret at that moment. Maintaining his indifferent demeanor, Dr. Hua replied, Then do enlighten us. I am curious to hear what insights this young doctor possesses. His tone carried a hint of amusement as he uttered the phrase young doctor. The disciple of Dr. Hua could not suppress a snicker. Boy, you aren't suggesting that you've deduced Mr. Wei's mother suffered from the 5 declines of heaven, are you? Yi Fei cast a fleeting glance at him, his expression calm as he responded, You are correct. I have indeed discerned that Mr. Wei's mother is afflicted by the 5 declines of heaven. Hearing this, the tension that had weighed on Dr. Hua's heart instantly lifted. However, at that very moment, Yi Fei's voice rang out once more. However, what afflicts Mr. Wei's mother is not the grave, life-threatening 5 declines of heaven, but rather the lesser variant. What? The mention of the lesser variant of the 5 declines of heaven caused Wei Kuan to exclaim in shock. He had only heard of the 5 declines of heaven, but was unaware that there existed a distinction between greater and lesser. Yi Fei, meinte a Tramwi Demianor, glanced at the astonished Wei Kuan and continued without reservation. The greater 5 declines of heaven is said to be the Grim Reaper's snatch, beyond even divine intervention. Conversely, the lesser 5 declines of heaven can indeed be remedied. The esteemed Dr. Hua lifted his gaze to Yi Fei, speaking with an air of indifference, by your words. Do you imply that you concur with my assessment? Indeed, the ailment afflicting President Wei's mother is a manifestation of the 5 declines of heaven. If she consumes my elixir, she shall surely regain vitality and extend her life by a decade. As he spoke, a flicker of menace gleamed in his eyes. Yi Fei, perceiving the veiled threat, could not suppress a cold smirk, retorting, On the contrary, I find your assertions utterly ridiculous. Should President Wei's mother ingest your so-called elixir, she may not perish, but she would undoubtedly transform into a wretched half-living, half-dead being, a mere puppet under your control. Wouldn't she? What? Wei Kuan was taken aback by Yi Fei's words, rising to his feet in astonishment. The implications of Yi Fei's statement were profoundly alarming. Yet, a look of confusion crossed Wei Kuan's face. Indeed, the moment he had inhaled the fragrance of the medicine, his body had trembled, engulfed in an unexplainable comfort. Yi Fei observed Wei Kuan's expression and chuckled softly. Very well. I shall reveal the true nature of this elixir. With that, he stepped forward toward the potion. Boy, what do you think you're doing? The disciple of Dr. Hua, witnessing Yi Fei's movement, sprang to his feet, raising his fist to strike. Humph. Yi Fei's gaze turned frigid as he emitted a heavy snort, causing the disciple to freeze in place as if struck by lightning. When Yi Fei stood a mere meter from the elixir, he waved his hand gently. Instantly, the fragrant aroma dissipated, and the once vibrant potion began to lose its luster, fading from a rich green to a dull gray. Simultaneously, an intense chill emanated from the elixir, permeating the living room. The temperature seemed to plummet by several degrees, causing Wei Kuan and the others to shudder involuntarily. Upon closer inspection, the potion bore no resemblance to its previous form. It now appeared as a sinister, malevolent substance, instilling a sense of dread in anyone who dared to glance at it. Even the most ignorant soul would no longer regard it as a miraculous remedy. If Wei Kuan remained oblivious to the deception at this moment, it would be a testament to his years of folly. Moreover, the insidious intent behind this scheme was clearly to control his mother, thereby manipulating him indirectly. After articulating his thoughts, he cast a glance at Su Qingli, who had accompanied Dr. Hua, his demeanor akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Witnessing Wei Kuan's fury, Su Qingli turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, stammering without articulating a coherent explanation. Hee. Yi Fei scoffed coldly at Wei Kuan. Do you still fail to see that they are, in fact, in cahoots? Very well. Very well. Observing Su Qingli's evident unease, Wei Kuan could hardly contain his realization. His anger transformed into a mocking laughter as he repeated the phrase thrice. His voice rising in fury. You lot are audacious indeed, plotting against me. Wei Kuan, summon the others. As Wei Kuan's voice fell, a dozen fully armed bodyguards rushed into the villa, encircling the esteemed physician Hua and his companions. The countenance of Su Qingli turned ashen, his eyes filled with despair, while Hua, in striking contrast, remained remarkably composed, devoid of any concern over a potential unraveling of his schemes. Having spoken, he retrieved a grayish-blue ceramic jar from his medicine box. The jar emanated an aura far colder and more sinister than that of any spiritual medicine. Even a mere glance from an ordinary person would evoke a chilling sensation, as if plunged into an icy abyss. As Hua murmured a few incantations, a wispy gray smoke gradually emerged from the jar, sweeping across the entire living room like a spectral wind. Those bodyguards who came into contact with the smoke were instantly sent flying, collapsing to the ground while spewing blood profusely. In mere moments, none of the meticulously selected bodyguards by Wei Kuan remained standing. Upon closer inspection, the ghastly faces bore a striking resemblance to Hua, almost 7 or 8 parts alike. Wei Kuan, struck by the sudden turn of events, turned pale as a ghost. He had never witnessed such a scene before and stood there trembling uncontrollably. You are not a divine physician at all, he stammered, pointing a quivering finger at Hua. Ha! Su Qingli, who had previously appeared frightened, suddenly burst into laughter. Approaching Wei Kuan, he chuckled. Allow me to tell you the truth. Wei Kuan, Master Hua is certainly no mere physician, but a practitioner of the Yin Gui sect. It is truly an honor that Master Hua has taken an interest in your wealth. To think you would dare to resist, instead of graciously offering it up, is sheer folly. Practitioner of the Yin Gui sect? Upon hearing these words, Wei Kuan's expression shifted dramatically. As an influential figure in Haizhou City, he had indeed heard whispers of such legends. However, when he caught the latter part of Su Qingli's statement, he nearly choked on his own rage. You scoundrel, Su Qingli. Yi Fei stood there, his expression unchanged throughout the commotion, yet he observed with keen interest the ghastly visage hovering above Master Hua. Previously, he had thought that with the Earth's spiritual energy being so scarce, the existence of other practitioners was impossible. Yet, here he was, encountering one before him. The ghastly face above Master Hua was emblematic of the ghostly cultivation methods among practitioners. However, the crude nature of Master Hua's methods appeared incomplete and somewhat grotesque. Step by step, Master Hua approached Yi Fei, a cold smile gracing his lips. You have interfered with my affairs, boy. How do you suppose I should deal with you? Oh, and what do you intend to do? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, inquiring. What shall I do? Master Hua chuckled darkly. You have hindered my endeavors. From this day forth, you shall be my puppet. As soon as Master Hua uttered these words, the ghastly face above him lunged toward Yi Fei. However, this time it sought to invade Yi Fei's very being rather than merely knock him aside. A practitioner of the Yin sect? How intriguing. As he spoke, Yi Fei advanced rather than retreating, bellowing at the approaching ghastly face begone. With a thunderous roar, the entire villa seemed to tremble beneath Yi Fei's commanding voice. Meanwhile, a formidable aura surged forth, sweeping towards the ghostly face in an instant. Chapter 56. The Martial Arts Master? A tremendous force surged toward the ghostly visage. The previously descending specter, upon encountering Yi Fei's formidable energy, recoiled as if faced with a mortal enemy, emitting a piercing shriek and retreated rapidly. Subsequently, with a resounding puff, it disintegrated into a cloud of black mist. Master Hua let out a chilling scream, blood seeping from his orifices, his visage grotesque as if he were a vengeful spirit. His expression upon seeing Yi Fei was akin to that of a man confronted by a ghost. The energy radiated outward, blood flowing like mercury. The malevolent spirits were dispelled. Could it be that you're a martial arts master? His voice was laced with disbelief, mingled with an overwhelming terror. A martial arts master? How could that be? There are only a handful of martial arts masters in all of Huaxia, each a figure as elusive as a dragon. It is inconceivable. How could there be such a youthful martial arts master? Master Hua bellowed, his demeanor frenzied, the composure he once possessed completely shattered. Yi Fei wore a cold smirk. Although he was not the martial arts master that Master Hua spoke of, he was a cultivator, and in his eyes, the so-called martial arts masters were but ants. At that moment, he discerned that Master Hua was not a cultivator at all, at best. He had merely scraped the surface of cultivation and had never truly entered the realm. A mere grain of rice dares to compete with the brilliance of the moon? There are countless things in this world of which you remain unaware. Ye Fi Sikofut, directing his voice at the black mist that could no longer coalesce into the ghostly face. Disperse, with his command. Wisps of white smoke began to emanate from the black mist, and in a mere moment, it vanished without a trace. Crack! As the black mist dissipated, the ceramic jar in Master Hua's grasp emitted a crisp sound, its surface marred by spiderweb-like cracks. A gust of wind swept by, and in an instant, it turned to dust. You have destroyed my magical artifact. How dare you? Master Hua exclaimed in shock. Yet, Yi Fei paid no heed to his words, striding deliberately towards Master Hua. A martial arts master? Brother Yi is indeed a martial arts master? Wei Kun, upon hearing Master Hua's words and gazing at Yi Fei, who resembled a celestial being, was rendered speechless by his astonishment. At that moment, he wished to slap himself several times. Here stood a true deity, and rather than seeking his favor, he had mistaken a minor apparition for divine majesty. How blind he had been, just moments ago. He had even contemplated urging Yi Fei to leave. Meanwhile, the previously arrogant Su Chengli and Master Hua's disciple had collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear, unable to control their bodily functions. They had just mocked and threatened a martial arts master for an entire duration. Truly, it was akin to an old man hanging himself, weary of life. Fortunately, they had refrained from attacking Yi Fei. Otherwise, they might have met the same fate as that ceramic jar, reduced to dust. At this juncture, they were fervently praying that Yi Fei would overlook their insignificant presence. What do you intend to do? Do not approach. Master Hua trembled as he beheld Yi Fei advancing towards him. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. Did you not wish to turn me into your puppet? Naturally, I must present myself before you. With a thud, Master Hua shuddered at these words, succumbing to his fear and kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Master Hua is unaware that he has offended a martial arts grandmaster. I implore you, esteemed master, spare my life. As he spoke, he continued to bow, causing the floor to echo with the sound of his forehead, striking it, blood streaming down. Yet he paid no heed to his own suffering. Oh, spare your life? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. Pray, provide me with a reason to grant you mercy. I believe Master Yi would not wish to offend a practitioner of the Tao, would you? I beseech you. On account of my master, spare my life, Master Hua hastily replied. He had not anticipated that the cultivation methods on Earth were divided into two distinct schools, one exemplified by the martial prowess of figures like Wu Kun, and the other represented by practitioners of the Tao, such as Master Hua. The frail Master Hua, in comparison to Wu Kun, was physically diminished, yet his methods of attack were undeniably more insidious. In that fleeting moment of Yi Fei's distraction, Master Hua assumed that the mention of his master's name would instill fear in Yi Fei, a flicker of malice surfacing in his eyes. Since learning of Wei Kuin's mother's illness, He had meticulously plotted and invested considerable resources to acquire the half-corpse flower capable of controlling others, only to have his efforts thwarted by Yi Fei at the brink of success. Now, he found himself kneeling before a mere youth, begging for mercy. How could he not harbor resentment? At this juncture, he began to contemplate his retribution against Yi Fei once he escaped this predicament. What? Yi Fei's senses were extraordinarily keen. Though Master Hua averted his gaze, the fleeting venom in his eyes did not escape Yi Fei's perception. You court your own demise. Yi Fei Sikol Futkoldi. He had initially considered sparing him, but since Master Hua sought his own destruction, he would bear no responsibility for the outcome. With that, Yi Fei lunged forward, delivering a palm strike aimed at Master Hua's forehead. Yi Fei had never held back against those who sought his life. You cannot kill me. You cannot. My master, the unbounded real person, will not let you go. Master Hua screamed in terror, struggling to flee. However, as Yi Fei's hand descended, his voice was abruptly silenced. The unbounded real person? If he does not trouble me, that is well. Should he seek his own end, I would not mind sending him on his way. Master Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Even in death, he could not fathom that after invoking his master's name, Yi Fei would still dare to strike. Bang! Master Hua's body fell lifeless to the ground, devoid of sound. When Yi Fei turned his gaze towards Su Chengli and Master Hua's disciple, both screamed in unison, Master Yi, spare us. We shall not dare again. Master Yi, I am not a disciple of Master Hua. I am merely Mr. Su's bodyguard. I implore you, spare us. The two individuals bowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy. Yi Fei merely cast a fleeting glance at them, entirely indifferent. It would be beneath his dignity to take action against such individuals. At that moment, Wei Kuan also regained his composure and quickly seized his phone to make a call. In less than 2 minutes, a dozen bodyguards surged into the villa, subduing Su Chengli and the disciple of Master Hua. Just as Yi Fei was about to turn and leave, Wei Kuan's voice echoed from behind. Master Yi? Wei Kuan hurriedly pursued him. Oh, is there something you need? Yi Fei replied, casting a dispassionate glance at Wei Kuan. The chilly demeanor of Yi Fei filled Wei Kuan with bitterness. Their relationship had previously been amicable, but he had inadvertently offended Yi Fei at a critical moment. Even more surprising was the revelation that Yi Fei, though still young, was not only a skilled physician, but also a master of martial arts, a title so rare in the entire nation of Huaxia that even the illustrious Song family of Haizhou did not boast such a figure among them. Master Yi, I have wronged you before. My desperation to treat my mother's illness led me to be ensnared by those unscrupulous individuals, causing me to offend you. I implore you, for the sake of my filial piety, to save my mother's life, Wei Kuan earnestly pleaded. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei furrowed his brow slightly. Given Wei Kuan's acumen, it seemed improbable that he would fall so easily into the trap set by Master Hua and his associates. However, the stakes being his mother's life, combined with the premeditated schemes of Master Hua and his collaborators, had ensnared Wei Kuan. In their previous encounters, Wei Kuan had left a favorable impression on Yi Fei, and considering yesterday's incident at school, Yi Fei felt somewhat indebted to him. With a sigh, he replied, Very well, lead me upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, Yi Fei employed the four symbols needle technique to treat Wei Kuan's mother. As the silver needles pierced her skin, her body began to swell as if infused with air, gradually restoring color to her previously pallid complexion. Witnessing Yi Fei's miraculous needlework, Wei Kuan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Observing this spectacle firsthand, he realized that Song Jiming's earlier assertions were not merely exaggerations, they were grossly understated. After Yi Fei concluded the treatment, Wei Kuan's mother awakened. Yi Fei, sensing the moment was private, chose not to linger, allowing them time together. 20 minutes later, Wei Kuan descended the stairs, his eyes slightly swollen, and gazed at Yi Fei with profound gratitude. Dr. Yi, I cannot thank you enough. Yi Fei offered a faint smile and replied, There is no need for such formality. Mr. Wei, though I have revived your mother, the affliction known as the 5 declines of heaven has not been resolved. What? Wei Kuan exclaimed in shock. Yi Fei continued, The 5 declines of heaven is not a disease, but rather a portent, a sign of an impending end of life. My acupuncture merely stimulated your mother's latent potential, rejuvenating her waning vitality. Master Yi, what must I do? How can I extend my mother's life? Wei Kuan inquired anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fei remarked, Although Master Hua deceived you previously, his methods were not entirely erroneous. Should you manage to procure some spiritual herbs or items, they may indeed extend your mother's life. However, If they are potent herbs, do not consume them directly. Their effects are excessively strong, and your mother's frail constitution would be unable to withstand such an impact. If you trust my judgment, once you acquire the herbs, you may entrust them to me for refinement. Certainly, I believe you, Wei Kuan hastily nodded, interrupting Yi Fei before he could finish. You are aware of my contact number. If you encounter any uncertain herbs, please inform me, Yi Fei stated calmly. His reasoning was twofold: to assist Wei Kuan's mother in her ailment, as he had already initiated his involvement, and to pave a path for his own advancement. As one progresses in cultivation, the journey becomes increasingly arduous, compounded by the scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth. Without spiritual herbs or items to facilitate his training, it would be exceedingly challenging for Yi Fei to achieve further breakthroughs relying solely on the meager energy available. Wei Kuan, with his extensive network and knowledge, was far better equipped to seek out these herbs than Yi Fei alone, making the endeavor significantly more efficient. All right, I have noted that, Wei Kuan promptly acknowledged. Just as Yi Fei was about to turn to leave, Wei Kuan called out once more, Dr. Yi, please hold on. As he spoke, a black card appeared in his hand, which he extended toward Yi Fei. Dr. Yi, this card is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Yi Fei glanced at the card, raising an eyebrow in silent admiration, recognizing Wei Kuan's generosity. This black card was a VIP credit card issued by the bank, known as the Centurion Black Card, with a limit of at least several million. Moreover, it entailed numerous exclusive banking services and privileges. More importantly, possession of such a card signified a distinguished status. Yi Fei had heard tales of this from Guoliang, whose father was a billionaire but lacked the qualifications to obtain such a card. Clearly, this card belonged to Wei Kuan, and gifting it to Yi Fei implied that he could freely spend up to the limit, with Wei Kuan footing the bill. No, thank you. Yi Fei gently declined the black card, stating, the herbs you seek will also benefit me. Should I find something of interest, you may assist me in procuring it. Seeing Yi Fei's refusal, Wei Kuan had no choice but to retract the card. I am merely at the second level of qi cultivation, yet I possess such power. I wonder how formidable I will become upon breaking through to the third level. Yi Fei mused with a sense of anticipation. Upon reaching the third level, he would be able to project his true essence externally. In his mind, he called out to his ancestor, old ancestor. A voice echoed back, young one, when I was besieged by foes, I ultimately had my immortal king body shattered, with only a fragment of my consciousness escaping into the spatial rift. Yi Fei was taken aback, exclaiming, old ancestor, will you be all right? Rest assured, I'm not destined to fall just yet. Ancestor, what must I do to assist you? Yi Fei inquired anxiously. After a prolonged silence, he pressed his lips together, as if murmuring to himself, Ancestor, do not worry. I will diligently cultivate and strive to reach the golden core stage as swiftly as possible. Though his voice was soft, his expression radiated unwavering determination. In the days that followed, aside from attending classes, Yi Fei devoted all his time to cultivation. Even during lectures, having thoroughly grasped the knowledge from high school, he focused more on his practice. To him, school was merely a different venue for training. This led to an appearance akin to daydreaming in class. However, due to his top score in the second mock exam, he had already established himself as an exemplary student in the eyes of his teachers, thus enjoying certain privileges. On Friday morning, during the recess, while Yi Fei was immersed in his cultivation, a classmate called out, Yi Fei, someone is looking for you. Yi Fei had become the center of attention in the class, and every move he made was naturally observed by his peers. As soon as the words were spoken, nearly all eyes turned toward the classroom door, wide-eyed, and an odd atmosphere seemed to envelop the room. Yi Fei looked up, astonished to find that the person standing at the door, seeking him, was none other than Li Yunju, whom he had not seen for several days. Perhaps due to the resolution of her family issues, the frown on Li Yunju's delicate visage had vanished, making her appear even more radiant and charming. Now, under the gaze of many classmates, she shyly lowered her head but did not leave. Instead, she addressed Yi Fei. Yi Fei, could you step outside for a moment? Yi Fei nodded and walked toward the classroom exit. Behind him, a cacophony of howls and whistles erupted. Chapter 58. I simply find you distasteful. Beside a small flower bed within the school, a blush adorned Li Yunju's fair face. This was her first time coming to the classroom to seek someone, and it was for a boy. Yi Fei, are you free tonight? Li Yunju asked, kicking a pebble with her toes, her gaze cast downwards, avoiding Yi Fei's eyes. What is the matter? Do you need something, Yunju? Yi Fei inquired, his curiosity piqued, speculating whether Li Yunju's mother's illness had relapsed. However, her expression suggested otherwise. Well, My parents would like to invite you to our home for dinner tonight to express their gratitude for your assistance to our family. I was wondering if you might be available." As she spoke the latter part, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Yi Fei chuckled softly upon realizing that she was merely inviting him for a meal, though it was quite a commonplace affair. He couldn't fathom why Li Yunju appeared so flustered. "If you're busy, it's perfectly fine," Li Yunju, having spoken for a while without a response from Yi Fei, assumed he was unwilling, and a hint of disappointment crossed her lovely face. "Sure, I'm free tonight." Before Li Yunju could finish, Yi Fei smiled and interjected. "Really?" Li Yunju exclaimed, suddenly raising her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. "Of course." Yi Fei chuckled and said, "I was just pondering what to have for dinner tonight, and here you are. I must thank you." "It's settled then," Li Junju replied with a bright smile before skipping away, her mood evidently buoyant. Yi Fei shook his head with a smile, feeling that a girl's emotions were as inscrutable as the weather in June. After school that afternoon, as Yi Fei stepped out of the school gate, he discovered Li Junju waiting at the entrance, surrounded by a throng of onlooking classmates. The moment they saw Li Junju leaving with Yi Fei, the envious crowd behind them nearly went into a frenzy. Li Junju's home was located in the old district, quite a distance from the school, and it took them approximately half an hour to arrive. Upon reaching the 7th floor of her building, they found the door ajar, with loud shouts and Li's mother's cries echoing from within. Li Junju's expression changed dramatically as she hurried inside. Yi Fei followed closely, only to find that, in addition to Li Junju's parents, a group of unsavory strangers had invaded their home. The once orderly room was now in disarray, strewn with various shards and vegetables. These are meant to serve as a warm welcome for Yi Fei, but alas, they have been thoroughly wrecked. Lai Li Yi, I assure you I will repay the money I owe, as soon as the compensation from the hospital comes through. Li's father pleaded with a youth sporting dyed yellow hair. "Damn it, do you think I'm a fool? The hospital will compensate you? I believe you intend to default. Brothers, smash the place." The yellow-haired leader bellowed, ready to incite further destruction. "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" At that moment, Li Junju's furious voice cut through the chaos. "If you dare to wreak havoc in my home again, I will call the police." "Call the police?" The yellow-haired thug laughed derisively at her words. "It's only natural to repay debts. Your father owes us 500,000 in gambling debts. You think you have a leg to stand on?" He turned to Li's father, his gaze lighting upon Li Junju's exquisite features. "Oldly, I must say, your daughter is quite the beauty. How about letting her keep me company for a few days? Perhaps then I might grant you an extension." As he spoke, his lecherous eyes roamed over Li Junju. "Lily Gu, that is unacceptable. My daughter is still a student. You cannot do this." Li's father implored desperately. The yellow-haired thug chuckled, his face awash with a lewd grin. "Ah, students are delightful. I've never had the pleasure of one before. Today seems like the perfect opportunity to indulge." He reached out a hand toward Li Junju's delicate face. "Lily Gu, you can't do this." Li's father shouted as he lunged forward to intervene, but was immediately restrained by 2 henchmen, one on each side. Li's mother, paralyzed with fear, was similarly held down by another thug, unable to move an inch. "Rest assured, little sister, I will take good care of you." The yellow-haired ruffian chuckled sinisterly, his face bearing a lascivious expression, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth that elicited disgust. Li Yunju instinctively attempted to retreat, yet 2 thugs had already blocked the doorway. Observing Li Yunju's panicked demeanor, the yellow-haired man's grin widened, tinged with an unsettling excitement. At that moment, a faint voice resonated within the room. "If you dare take another step forward, I assure you, you will never use that hand again." Startled by the sudden voice, the yellow-haired thug halted his hand. It was then that he noticed Yi Fei standing behind Li Yunju, and upon seeing Yi Fei's school uniform, a sneer crept across his face. "I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just a little brat. With your demeanor, do you fancy yourself a hero?" The yellow-haired ruffian laughed derisively. However, his expression shifted abruptly to one of cold fury as he bellowed at Yi Fei. "If you don't want to lose a limb, scram. Heroism is rather tedious." Yi Fei replied, shaking his head. The yellow-haired thug, misinterpreting Yi Fei's demeanor as fear, prepared to expel him, but before he could utter a word, Yi Fei's voice rang out again. "I merely find you displeasing." "How audacious!" The yellow-haired man seethed with rage, extending his hand to strike Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, get back." Li Yunju's face paled at the sight of the impending blow, instinctively positioning herself in front of him, her eyes closing in fear. After a moment of waiting, expecting the sound of a slap, she hesitantly opened her eyes, only to be astonished to see the yellow-haired thug's hand suspended in midair, a mere half-foot from her. unable to move. His face flushed crimson, contorted with a hint of pain. A firm grip on his wrist belonged to Yi Fei, who was holding him firmly in place. Li Yunju looked at Yi Fei in astonishment, only to find him smiling gently at her. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, her face flushed crimson. Earlier, when she saw the yellow-haired thug about to strike Yi Fei, panic surged within her, compelling her to shield him from harm, leaving no room for other thoughts. Now, as Yi Fei spoke, she recalled the moment. Realizing this, her cheeks blushed deeply, as if Yi Fei could read her innermost feelings. The yellow-haired thug, feeling as though his wrist was trapped in an iron vice, writhed in pain. Seeing that Yi Fei had no intention of releasing him and was instead flirting with the girl beside him, he erupted in fury. "Let go of me, you little punk." He lifted his foot, preparing to kick Yi Fei. Yi Fei turned his head and coldly addressed the yellow-haired man. "I warned you earlier that if you dared to move your claw even a fraction more, I would ensure you would never use it again. Now is the moment to fulfill that promise." The youth, taken aback, shouted in alarm. Crack! Before the yellow-haired man's words could fully escape his lips, a sharp sound echoed throughout the room, followed by the man's piercing scream. Yi Fei had crushed the yellow-haired man's wrist bone with a mere grip. Chapter 59. The embarrassment of Li Yunju. The thugs, who had initially worn mocking grins while anticipating Yi Fei's humiliation, were now rendered speechless. Li's father, firmly held by two of the thugs, ceased his struggles. Li's mother, in a state of panic, opened her mouth to cry out, but no sound emerged. They all stared in shock at Yi Fei. Just moments ago, Yi Fei's gentle squeeze had obliterated the yellow-haired man's wrist bone. What kind of strength could possibly achieve such a feat? Hiss! In the silent room, the sound of gasps filled the air. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" After the brief silence, the room erupted with the yellow-haired man's anguished cries. His face was drenched in cold sweat, his expression twisted like that of a vengeful spirit. His right hand appeared as if it were a boneless creature, horrifyingly flexible. "You actually broke my hand." The yellow-haired man glared at Yi Fei, gritting his teeth as he commanded the other thugs, "Get rid of this little beast." At the sound of his shout, the thugs snapped back to reality, releasing Li Yunju's parents and encircling Yi Fei. Simultaneously, they drew variously sized daggers from their waists. Upon seeing the glinting blades, Li Yunju's delicate face turned pale with fear. She knew Yi Fei could fight, but could he possibly fend off so many attacking at once? Moreover, these individuals wielded deadly weapons. She did not believe for a moment that the gleaming daggers were merely for intimidation. With this thought, Li Yunju instinctively clutched the hem of Yi Fei's clothing, resolutely deciding to stand by his side. Yi Fei glanced at her anxious, pale face and felt a surge of compassion. He patted her shoulder with a reassuring smile. "You need not worry. Dealing with these rabble is no challenge for me. Just stay by your parents' side. Vite ne sink, ye fils confident simile." Li Yunju felt a strange sense of relief, as if with him around, no difficulty was insurmountable. However, upon seeing the thugs brandishing their glinting daggers, she still voiced her concern, "But they have." "Fear not," Yi Fei replied with a grin. "Those daggers cannot harm me." Realizing she might only hinder Yi Fei rather than assist him, Li Yunju nodded and attempted to move toward her parents. However, the thugs had already encircled them, making it impossible for her to escape. As she took a couple of steps, one of the thugs blocked her path with a mocking smirk. Yi Fei fixed his gaze upon the ruffian, his expression suddenly turning frosty, as if two icy beams shot forth from his eyes. The thug who had obstructed Li Yunju felt a jolt of fear surge within him upon meeting Yi Fei's piercing stare, instinctively stepping aside to clear a path for Li Yunju. Only after she had passed did he realize that he had been intimidated by a mere glance from Yi Fei. "Junju, your classmate won't come to harm, will he? Those men are armed with knives." Li's mother sighed with relief upon seeing her daughter approach her. Yet her worry for Yi Fei's safety resurfaced as she trembled and inquired. "Yi Fei is exceptionally capable. I have faith in him." Despite her anxiety for Yi Fei's well-being, Li Junju chose to trust in his abilities. Moreover, she had resolved in her heart that should anything befall Yi Fei, she would stand by him. Li's father, filled with despair, struck his own face repeatedly, weeping, "It is all my fault. I have brought this upon us." Dad, witnessing her father's distress, brought tears to Li Junju's eyes as she hastily intervened, preventing him from continuing to harm himself. "This is not your fault. You were only trying to save Mom." Her eyes glistened with anger as she added, "If blame is to be assigned, let fall upon the one who set this trap. What are you all still doing? Are you planning to stay here and dine?" Huang Mao, witnessing his subordinates encircle Yi Fei yet hesitating to act, erupted in fury. Are you afraid of this little brat? Attack! Take him down! Spurred on by Huang Mao's tirade. The gang of thugs, their faces flushed with embarrassment, ceased their hesitation and lunged at Yi Fei with glinting daggers. You dare to injure our brother? You shall pay with your life. They shouted in unison, rallying themselves as they surrounded Yi Fei. Ah! Li Juanju's voice broke into a terrified scream at the sight. Truly seeking death. Yi Fei muttered under his breath, his eyes chillingly fierce as he sprang into action. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as the thugs who had aimed their blades at Yi Fei were sent flying through the air before Li Juanju's cry could fully escape her lips. The room erupted with the sounds of chaos, punctuated by the anguished wails of the fallen. Li Juanju turned her gaze to Yi Fei, only to find him standing resolutely in place, seemingly untouched, while not a single thug remained at his side. Huang Mao's boisterous taunts faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Yi Fei, momentarily forgetting the pain in his wrist. In a mere second, Yi Fei had dispatched all of his henchmen. Gulp! Huang Mao swallowed hard, trembling as Yi Fei's gaze swept over him. At this moment, he finally comprehended that he had provoked an individual of considerable consequence. After Li Juanju's piercing scream, she discovered that Yi Fei appeared utterly unfazed, standing there as if nothing had happened. Overcome with joy, she rushed towards him. Yi Fei, are you all right? Are you hurt? As she spoke, her hands instinctively roamed over his body, seeking any signs of injury. Cough, cough. Yi Fei, who had initially maintained a stern demeanor, nearly choked when Li Juanju's hands wandered. Upon feeling her touch at his waist and noticing her continued examination, he swiftly grasped her hand, clearing his throat awkwardly. You needn't check. I am fine. How can you be fine with such a flushed face? Li Juanju observed his crimson complexion, skepticism evident in her tone. Yi Fei remained silent, prompting her to worry even more. Believing he was merely putting on a brave front despite being injured, her fair face was filled with panic, almost to the point of tears. You still insist you are unhurt? Where exactly are you injured? I truly am fine, Yi Fei replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment. You just touched an inappropriate area. Realizing that Yi Fei was genuinely unharmed and not merely feigning strength, Li Juanju finally exhaled in relief. It was then that the implications of his words dawned on her, leading to a sharp gasp as her face turned a deep shade of crimson. Reaching down her neck, no longer able to remain by his side, she hurriedly retreated to her parents, her head lowered in shame, unable to meet Yi Fei's gaze. Yi Fei, too, was engulfed in embarrassment, his previous cold demeanor dissipating. It was crucial to note that Li Juanju's parents had been observing the two of them just moments before. Cough, cough. Yi Fei cleared his throat, deliberately avoiding the peculiar looks from her parents. He approached the punk with the yellow hair, his expression returning to its previous severity. Grabbing the yellow-haired miscreant by the collar, he lifted him effortlessly, as if hoisting a mere chick. What do you think you're doing? I warn you, don't come any closer. I'm with Brother Chow. The punk stammered, trembling. Brother Chow? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. That's right. You may be tough, but Brother Chow command 100 brothers. If you cross him, not just you, but your entire family will suffer. Oh, Yi Fei replied nonchalantly. Mistaking Yi Fei's calmness for fear, the punk regained his former bravado, glaring at Yi Fei with a menacing expression. Now you're scared, huh? Weren't you so cocky just a moment ago? Put me down, you bastard. The punk shouted angrily at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, witnessing the punk's arrogant demeanor, merely shook his head in disbelief. Without further hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap across the punk's face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed throughout the room, silencing the punk's bravado as he stared at Yi Fei in disbelief. He had just invoked Brother Chow's name, yet Yi Fei dared to strike him? You dare. The punk's expression twisted with rage as he bellowed. Yi Fei remained composed, not waiting for the punk to finish his shout before delivering another fierce slap. Young man, if you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. As long as you fail to do so, your fate is sealed, not just for you, but for your entire family and everyone associated with you. The blonde man shouted maniacally. Smack! You are doomed. No one can save you this time. Without waiting for further nonsense from the blonde, Yi Fei unleashed a flurry of slaps, and in mere moments, the man's face swelled grotesquely. The thug sprawled on the ground, feigning death, felt a pang of pain merely from the sound of the blows. After an exhausting 10 minutes, Yi Fei finally ceased his assault. The blonde opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing Yi Fei's hand poised to strike again, he trembled in fear and quickly exclaimed, Grandfather, please stop. I understand my mistake. At that moment, Li Yinju, who had been pale with fright from Yi Fei's fierce demeanor, could not help but burst into laughter at the blonde's words. Yi Fei chuckled and shook his head, too weary to argue further. He coldly declared, "Do not let me see you here again." "Yes, yes, we won't return." The blonde complied hastily. The group of thugs, who had been pretending to be lifeless, sprang back to life at Yi Fei's words and hurriedly fled. Watching the retreating figures, Li's father, who should have felt relieved, instead sank to the ground with a heavy sigh, lamenting, "It's over. This time it's truly over." "Dad, what's wrong?" Li Yunju asked, puzzled by her father's demeanor. "We've struck the blonde, which is tantamount to slapping Chao Ji's face. He will not let us off easily." Li's father sighed. Yi Fei's brow furrowed at this revelation, and he inquired, "Is Chao Gu formidable?" Li's father, looking defeated, replied, "Chao Gu is the leader of the entire East District and one of the investors in that casino." Yi Fei's brow knitted further. If what Li's father stated was true, his actions today, while appearing to assist the Li family, might ultimately endanger them. He could walk away unscathed, but the Li family would remain to face the repercussions. The casino's associates would undoubtedly seek retribution, and next time they returned, it might escalate beyond mere debt collection, possibly involving Chao Ji's vengeance. Indeed, Li Yunju seemed to grasp this implication as her expression darkened considerably. Observing her distress, Yi Fei silently resolved, since he had already intervened, he might as well see it through to the end, otherwise he might inadvertently bring them harm. It would also serve as an opportunity to confront Chao Gu. With this thought, Yi Fei called out sharply to the blonde, who had nearly reached the door. "Halt." The fleeing figure froze abruptly, turning to reveal a smile more sorrowful than tears. "Grandfather, what else do you require? Where can I find you, Chao Gu?" Ye Fei inwitted, casting a casual glance at the blonde, his expression unfazed. The blonde's eyes brightened at the question. It appeared that Yi Fei intended to seek out Chao Gu, presenting him with a chance for vengeance. In the casino, the blonde hurriedly remarked, "Lead the way. I happen to wish to meet this esteemed brother Chao." As Yi Fei spoke, he prepared to depart with the blonde, realizing that their meal was destined to be unfulfilled. "Yi Fei, are you leaving?" Li Yunju's voice resonated from behind, her delicate features marred by sorrow, nearly on the brink of tears. She never imagined that what was meant to be a joyful invitation for Yi Fei to dine at her home would culminate in such a disheartening situation. Observing Li Yunju's tearful countenance, Yi Fei offered a gentle smile, saying, "I am merely stepping out to discuss your father's gambling debts. If this matter remains unresolved, it is unlikely that you can enjoy a peaceful life." Upon realizing that Yi Fei was not departing but rather intending to assist her family, Li Yunju's heart warmed, and she quickly replied, "Then I shall accompany you." However, upon hearing this, Li Yunju resolutely shook her head and insisted, "No, I will go with you. You're helping our family resolve issues. I cannot allow you to face this alone." At this juncture, she gazed at Yi Fei with a gentle smile, adding, "Moreover, you will protect me, won't you?" Yi Fei found himself at a loss for words. He was unsure how to persuade Li Yunju to stay behind, and thus turned his attention to her parents. Naturally, they were reluctant to let Li Yunju venture into the casino, yet since Yi Fei was going to help them, they could hardly voice a selfish objection to him going alone. "Perhaps I should accompany Xiao Yi as well," Li's father suggested. "Father, that is unnecessary. You need only look after mother at home," Li Yunju replied, shaking her head. "I will go with Yi Fei." Li Yunju's character was one of gentle resilience. Her decisions were not easily swayed, even by her parents. Seeing her unwavering determination, Li's father and mother ultimately acquiesced. Yi Fei glanced at Li Yunju, who followed closely behind him, a look of resignation upon his face. However, with his capabilities, he felt confident in his ability to protect her. With this thought in mind, he ceased his attempts to dissuade her from accompanying him and turned to the blonde, saying nonchalantly, "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." The East District was the historic heart of Haizhou, also serving as a slum. Yet, many were unaware that the largest underground casino in Haizhou was concealed within these seemingly dilapidated old houses. Guided by the blonde, Yi Fei and Li Yunju traversed through several decrepit buildings and passed 3 security checkpoints, until at last they arrived at the grandest underground casino in Haizhou. In stark contrast to the crumbling exterior, the interior of the casino was opulently adorned, its lavishness leaving Yi Fei astounded. Indeed, it surpassed the luxury of Yan Xiong's private club. The casino was teeming with a dense crowd. Had it not been for the patrons' exquisite attire, men clad in tailored suits and women draped in elegant gowns, Yi Fei might have mistaken it for a rural marketplace. Having learned from his previous experience at Li Yunju's home, the blonde was far more subdued. leading Yi Fei and Li Yunju through the bustling casino hall to a luxurious private room on the second floor. It was there that Yi Fei finally encountered the illustrious brother Chao whom the blonde had mentioned. Chao Guo appeared to be in his 30s, impeccably dressed in formal attire and sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of meticulousness. Had it not been for their encounter in the casino, Yi Fei might have mistaken him for a professional manager of a large corporation. After listening to Huang Mao's introduction, Chao Guo scrutinized Yi Fei and, after a prolonged silence, intoned, "Are you here to repay the debt?" Indeed, Yi Fei nodded affirmatively. "Li Yongin owes our casino 500,000. You can settle that amount now," Chao Guo remarked, narrowing his eyes at Yi Fei. "I have no money," Yi Fei replied candidly. While Yi Fei certainly possessed wealth, he had no intention of being a fool by relinquishing his funds to the casino. He was there to repay the debt, but not to enrich them. Instead, he aimed to assist Li's father in repaying the sum in his own manner. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Chao Ji's tone turned icy. His gaze fixed on Yi Fei as he enunciated each word. "Kid, are you toying with me? Toying with you?" Yi Fei shook his head seriously. "You overestimate yourself. I am here to repay the debt, but on my terms." Chapter 61. Yi Fei's Method of Repayment. Your method? Yi Fei's declaration left everyone present momentarily stunned. Not only was Li Junju astonished, but Chao Ji's eyes also narrowed, a playful smile creeping onto his face. "Oh, do enlighten me." Yi Fei responded with a nonchalant tone. "Since it pertains to gambling, it is only fitting to resolve it at the casino." Upon hearing this, Chao Ji's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Kid, are you suggesting to repay the debt through gambling?" Yi Fei stated bluntly. Chao Gu chuckled. "Our casino operates as a business. If you wish to play here, feel free. However, if you intend to stir trouble..." The unspoken threat lingered in the air. Yi Fei, undeterred by Chao Ji's intimidation, raised a finger and calmly asserted, 500,000, right? 1 hour. I assure you it will be repaid." With that, Yi Fei took Li Junju by the hand and headed towards the gaming hall on the first floor. Li Junju, looking at Yi Fei with deep concern, exclaimed, "Yi Fei, are you really planning to gamble here?" Her face was etched with worry. Her father had never engaged in gambling. He had been lured into it by others and had fallen into despair as a result. She did not want Yi Fei to follow in her father's footsteps. If that were the case, she would rather he not assist her. Yi Fei smiled, grasping her somewhat cold hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. I will not become ensnared in it. They deceived your father to swindle money, didn't they? Today, I shall ensure they return every penny with interest." Though Yi Fei was not well-versed in gambling and had never engaged in it before, he was a cultivator. His spiritual awareness was remarkably acute. Even the slightest movement of an ant 100 meters away would not escape his notice. Winning money here would be exceedingly simple. "Oh, by the way, do you have any money with you?" Yi Fei suddenly turned to Li Junju and inquired. Naturally, Yi Fei had funds, but if he were to win money using his own, it would solely belong to him. This is no different from directly using money to settle Li Yunju's debts. What he must do now is to utilize Li Yunju's funds to win, thereby repaying her family's debts. This way, Li Yunju would likely find it more palatable. Naturally, Yi Fei would not disclose this to Li Yunju. Upon hearing this, Li Yunju retrieved her small purse, which contained several 100 yuan bills, the reward for a week of part-time work she had recently earned. Yi Fei took out a 100 yuan note, flicked it with his fingers, and declared, "This 1 bill is sufficient." As Yi Fei and his companion descended the stairs, Brother Chao's expression turned grim, and he signaled to a nearby underling. "Keep an eye on them." "Yes," replied the underling, hastily making his way downstairs to monitor Yi Fei and his companion. "Brother Chao, bad news," the underling reported in haste. "That guy has already won 10,000. 10,000? Brother Chao nearly struck the underling across the face. "Damn it, it's merely 10,000 yuan in chips. Is this trivial matter worthy of my attention?" Brother Chao bellowed. The casino's daily turnover is in the billions. If he had to be concerned about such trifles as 10,000 yuan, he would have been worn out long ago. "Get out of here and keep watching," he shouted. Just as the underling trembled and was about to leave the office, Brother Chao suddenly called out, "Wait. What is it, Brother Chao?" The underling asked, quaking. "What was their initial stake?" Brother Chao inquired, furrowing his brow. The underling quickly raised 1 finger. 10,000 yuan? Brother Chao frowned. In just 5 minutes, that amount had doubled. This fellow certainly possesses some skill. "No, it was 100 yuan. The underling corrected swiftly. Upon hearing this, Brother Chao swore, "Only 100 yuan, and he dares to play in the casino?" After finishing his tirade, Brother Chao's frown deepened. He silently acknowledged that this individual had some talent. managing to multiply his chips 100-fold in merely 5 minutes. What game are they playing? Brother Chow asked. It seems to be blackjack, the underling reported. A sense of foreboding surged within Brother Chow, prompting him to command the underling, continue monitoring. Half an hour later, Brother Chow, bad news. That guy's chips have already grown to 200,000. The underling reported again. Brother Chow's heart sank suddenly, this time. He did not inquire further, but ordered the underling to keep watching. An hour later, bang! Yi Fei slammed his chips onto the desk and looked at Brother Chow, saying, Brother Chow, is it? There are now 500,000 here. Shouldn't the IOU be produced? Li Yinzhu, holding Yi Fei's hand, had a flush on her cheeks, tinged with a hint of excitement. Until now, her thoughts had yet to recover from the casino. Yi Fei's chips had escalated from a mere 100 yuan to 500,000. She had been with him throughout the entire process. She never imagined that what Yi Fei had claimed could indeed come true. Hee. Brother Chow did not glance at the chips on the table, but chuckled, retrieving an IOU from the office drawer. Little brother, here is your IOU. After speaking, the IOU was placed upon the table. Yi Fei picked it up, scrutinized it briefly, and then handed it back to Li Junzhu. Only after she confirmed its accuracy did he address her, saying, Shall we depart? Li Junzhu nodded in agreement. Just as the two turned to leave, a voice pierced through the air. Brother Chow's voice. Wait. Yi Fei turned, his expression cooling as he regarded Brother Chow with a frosty glance. What is it? Are you having second thoughts? Brother Chow shook his head, looking at Yi Fei with a question. Though we run a gambling house, we still value our reputation. Since the IOU has been given, I will not retract it. I merely wish to inquire if the young brother is interested in working with me. I can offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. Not interested. Yi Fei replied nonchalantly, turning to leave with Li Junzhu. Upon hearing this, a shadow of fury crossed Brother Chow's face. Wait, he called out again, halting the pair. This time, his demeanor was devoid of any mirth. His expression significantly darkened. Is there something else? Yi Fei's brow furrowed, irritation flaring within him as anyone would feel vexed by repeated interruptions. The matter of the IOU is settled, Brother Chow stated with a deep voice. Now, it is time to settle the score for those you injured. Oh, Yi Fei turned back, a playful smile gracing his features. How do you intend to address that? My men cannot be struck without consequence. Brother Chow retorted coldly, a smirk curling his lips. I present you with two options. First, work for me without pay for a year as compensation. Second, the one who harmed my men must leave here horizontally. How can you be so domineering? Your men initiated the conflict. Li Junzhu exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. I am indifferent to that, young lad. The choice is now yours. Brother Chow stated flatly. Yi Fei's expression bore a hint of amusement. Brother Chow's reaction was anticipated. If they were to simply stroll out with ease, that would indeed be a sight to behold. Contemplating this, Yi Fei replied coolly, I choose the third option. The third option? Indeed, the third option. Yi Fei affirmed with seriousness. I shall subdue you and then stroll out with confidence. With that, he shot a cold smile at Brother Chow. Enough with the pretense. Let those lurking outside enter. Brother Chow's face betrayed surprise at Yi Fei's words, taken aback that he knew of the ambush waiting outside. However, with his ruse uncovered, Brother Chow chose not to conceal it any longer. With a clap of his hands, dozens of black-clad bodyguards stormed into the office, surrounding Yi Fei and Li Junzhu. Just then, the door swung open again, and a subordinate who had been watching Yi Fei rushed back in. Brother Chow, that lad has won a total of 1,500,000. Chapter 62. I am not someone you can afford to offend. What? 1,500,000? Brother Chow's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the chips on the table, which clearly totaled only 500,000. This meant that Yi Fei had already exchanged the remaining 1 million. Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on him? Why have you only just arrived? Brother Chow, infuriated, seized the young man and in a fit of rage, kicked him fiercely. He then turned to Yi Fei, his expression darkening as he said, You little rascal. How dare you set your sights on me? Yi Fei blinked innocently at Brother Chow and asked, What is the matter? Is it only permissible to lose money here, but not to win? Stop pretending with me. Brother Chow bellowed, directing his fury at the bodyguards who had rushed in. Seize this boy and break his hands. Yes. The burly men who had charged and responded in unison and surged towards Yi Fei and his companion. Each of these men was tall and muscular, exuding an aura of ferocity that spoke of their combat prowess. If the previous group that had gone to collect debts from Li Yunzhu could be likened to a ragtag army, these men were undoubtedly a well-trained elite force, far superior to Huang Mao and his associates. As they charged forward, an overwhelming pressure filled the room, causing the atmosphere in the office to freeze momentarily. Li Yunju's delicate face turned pale. She regretted coming to the casino with Yi Fei, fearing that her presence might hinder him. Sensing her unease, Yi Fei turned and smiled, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't worry, even the strongest ant remains an ant. Dealing with these individuals is no challenge for me. With that, Yi Fei sprang into action. The assailants merely perceived a blur darting past them before they felt a tremendous force strike their chests. Bang, bang, bang. A series of resounding impacts echoed throughout the office. The attackers didn't even manage to touch Yi Fei's clothing before they were sent flying backward at an astonishing speed, crashing against the walls and collapsing to the ground. Each of them bore a deep footprint embedded in their chests, blood seeping through their tight vests. The anguished cries of the fallen men reverberated through the office, filling the air with despair. Those bodyguards who had not yet engaged instinctively inhaled sharply, retreating a few steps in fear. Brother Chao's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at Yi Fei, who stood unperturbed in his original position, realizing he had not even seen Yi Fei move. Clap, clap. Yi Fei dusted off his hands and looked at Brother Chao, whose forehead was slick with cold sweat. Now, can we leave? Brother Chao's face darkened ominously. He glared at Yi Fei, his voice low and menacing. Who exactly are you? Who am I? Yi Fei replied with a smile, narrowing his eyes. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. If you dare to trouble Li Yong'an and his family again, your fate will be far worse than theirs. He gestured toward the moaning bodyguards on the floor, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Brother Chao's expression grew even more grim. Who exactly was Deng Yongchao? The leader of the entire Dongsheng district, commanding hundreds of loyal subordinates, held considerable influence even over the district's top officials. Yet now he found himself humiliated by a mere boy clad in a high school uniform, who had not only slapped him in the face, but also walked away with a fortune of 1 million. To make matters worse, this boy had the audacity to threaten him. I concede, I underestimated your prowess. Brother Chao adjusted his glasses, his expression grave as he regarded Yi Fei. I never imagined that my meticulously chosen subordinates would falter against you. It's no wonder you dare to cause a ruckus in my casino. However, what does it matter how skilled you are? Can you evade a bullet? As he spoke, he drew a small, exquisite handgun from the small of his back, aiming it directly at Yi Fei. I had no intention of revealing this, but since you've witnessed it, neither of you shall leave here alive. Brother Chao smirked coldly. Faced with the gun, Yi Fei's countenance grew even more chilling. He understood the implications of Brother Chao's words. In China, private gun ownership is strictly forbidden, with severe penalties for those caught possessing firearms illegally. Brother Chao's intent was clear. He aimed to eliminate them to safeguard his own life. Li Junju, upon seeing the weapon in Brother Chao's hand, felt a chill run down her spine, her hair standing on end as she gasped in terror. Yet, rather than retreating, she stepped protectively in front of Yi Fei, arms outstretched, urging him, Yi Fei, you must flee. I will shield you. Initially, Yi Fei's expression had been icy and fearsome when the gun was drawn, but he found himself amused by Li Junju's innocent yet endearing gesture. How adorably foolish. He silently sighed, gently pushing her arms down and pulling her behind him. When he turned back to Brother Chao, his eyes were suddenly cold and filled with murderous intent. Is this your trump card? I detest being threatened with a firearm. The last person who aimed a gun at me is still confined in a mental institution. The individual Yi Fei referred to was by phone, who had previously kidnapped Chen Wan and had brandished a gun at Yi Fei atop Yangue Mountain, only to be utterly defeated after a brutal half-hour encounter. Kid, stop being so arrogant. Kneel before me now. Brother Chao shouted, the gun still trained on Yi Fei. Strangely, witnessing Yi Fei's calm demeanor in the face of such danger ignited a sense of unease within Brother Chao. Go ahead and shoot, Yi Fei replied indifferently. What? Brother Chao's pupils dilated in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. This boy was actually urging him to pull the trigger? Do you truly think I wouldn't dare shoot? I'll say it again, Neil. Brother Chao's face twisted with madness as he screamed. Go ahead, pull the trigger. Yi Fei bellowed in response. Kid, you brought this upon yourself. Brother Chao roared, his finger poised to pull the trigger. Click. To everyone's astonishment, at the moment when Chao Gu pulled the trigger, no gunshot resonated. Instead, a distinct sound of bone fracturing echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Following that, Chao Ji's agonizing scream reverberated throughout the office, as his wrist, clutching the gun, bent at an unnaturally acute angle. The stark white of exposed bone broke through the fabric of his sleeve, while the firearm he had so confidently wielded had vanished without a trace. At this juncture, Yi Fei stood beside Li Junju, yet in his hand lay a petite pistol, the very one that had belonged to Chao Ge moments before. Yi Fei let the gun spin effortlessly around his fingers, casting a cold gaze at Chao Ge. Did you truly dare to shoot? Speak, how shall I deal with you now? My hand. Chao Ge clutched his shattered wrist, his suit drenched in perspiration, his eyes fixed upon Yi Fei as if he were gazing upon a demon. What incredible speed must one possess to execute such a sequence of actions in mere moments? Was this even within the realm of human capability? In that instant, the terror swelling within Chao Ge overshadowed the pain coursing through his body. It was then that he comprehended the true meaning behind Yi Fei's earlier words. This man before him was indeed someone he could not provoke. Chapter 63. Shi Qinghan comes to visit. Ultimately, Yi Fei did not inflict further harm upon Chao Ge. He was not a man with a penchant for bloodshed. More importantly, Yi Fei did not wish to leave a brutal impression on Li Junju. With a profound impression left behind, it was certain that Chao Ge would no longer trouble Li Junju's family in the future. As they exited the casino, Yi Fei and Li Junju walked side by side along the road. The biting cold wind swept through, causing Li Junju to shiver involuntarily, her senses sharpening in an instant. Previously, her mind had been enveloped in the overwhelming shock of Yi Fei's actions within the casino. Yi Fei, how could you possibly? Li Junju began to inquire, her expression a mix of curiosity and hesitation. The Yi Fei she encountered now seemed somewhat different from the one she had heard about during their school days. Yi Fei glanced at Li Junju, draping his school uniform jacket over her shoulders. The temperature outside was brisk, a touch too chilly for her. However, for Yi Fei, who had already reached the second level of Qi training, it posed no discomfort. Once Li Junju adjusted the jacket snugly around herself, Yi Fei smiled gently and remarked, "Are you implying that the version of me you know differs from the rumors circulating in school?" Li Junju turned to face Yi Fei, her beautiful eyes shining brighter than ever as she nodded softly in affirmation. Yi Fei did not return her gaze. Instead, he lifted his eyes to the night sky, his expression contemplative as he spoke in a calm tone. In the past, I struggled academically, frequently bullied, and looked down upon by both teachers and peers. During those times, I pondered why I, who always tread lightly and never sought trouble, deserved such treatment. I never provoked them. All I desired was to study diligently. Yet, why could they not leave me in peace? I have lost count of the nights I wept in solitude, questioning what I had done wrong. It was only when a certain individual spoke a particular phrase that I finally grasped the reason and resolved to transform myself. Yi Fei recounted his past with a calm voice, his expression betraying neither joy nor anger. Yet, upon hearing his words, Li Junju felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow, an impulse to embrace Yi Fei. Gazing at his charmingly refined countenance, a hint of infatuation flickered across Li Junju's face. One must admit at that moment, Yi Fei was truly captivating. What did he say to you? Li Junju instinctively inquired. After a brief pause, Yi Fei continued, "Fortunately, heaven granted me an opportunity to grow stronger." As they walked and conversed, the streetlights cast elongated shadows of the two, sometimes overlapping, sometimes parting. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the foot of Li Junju's building. Just as they were about to ascend, Li Junju finally spoke again. "Yi Fei, have you considered which university you wish to apply to?" "What university?" Yi Fei responded with a hint of confusion. "Well, the college entrance examination is approaching. With your grades, I believe you could gain admission to any university in the country without issue. Which one do you desire the most?" Li Junju asked. Yi Fei pondered for a moment before replying. "It should be Jiangnan University. Jiangnan has long been celebrated as a land of exceptional talent. The aura there must surely surpass that of Haizhou." "Jiangnan University?" Li Junju murmured, her eyes seemingly brightening. With a gentle smile, she said to Yi Fei, "Thank you. Yi Fei, I shall head upstairs now." With that, she waved goodbye and skipped up the stairs. Once Yi Fei's figure vanished from sight, she tightened the coat draped over her and resolutely turned to ascend the stairs. As Yi Fei reached the stairwell, the door of a luxury car opened, and a strikingly beautiful woman descended, her exquisite features marred by an icy expression that conveyed an air of aloofness. Yi Fei's eyes widened. Before him stood the very woman who had once subjected him to the unpleasantness of car exhaust, the beautiful director from the People's Hospital, Shi Qinghan. Upon seeing Yi Fei's astonished expression, a subtle smirk tugged at the corners of Shi Qinghan's lips. "Are you truly surprised to see me?" Shi Qinghan inquired. "What are you doing here?" Yi Fei asked her. "Were you waiting for me specifically? Why else would I be here?" Shi Qinghan countered. Yi Fei was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering the lack of any significant connection between them. Noticing his silence, Shi Qinghan could no longer resist and said, "Won't you invite me up for a visit?" Realizing that she had indeed been waiting for him, Yi Fei nodded. "Given the circumstances, if you are not afraid, you may come up." With that, he took the lead and ascended the stairs. The two entered Yi Fei's modest abode one after the other. Upon observing the simplicity of his furnishings and the large cracks adorning the walls, even though she had prepared herself for it, Shi Qinghan could not help but be taken aback. "Please have a seat. If there's something you wish to discuss, just say it. I have school to attend tomorrow." Yi Fei moved the only stool in the room to offer it to Shi Qinghan, directly inquiring. Yi Fei, his words were merely a ploy to hasten Shi Qinghan's departure. Yet he did not anticipate that she would seize upon his words, delivering a subtle yet piercing blow. Observing Yi Fei rendered speechless by her retort, a glimmer of triumph flickered in the corner of Shi Qinghan's eye before she spoke. "I've come to extend an invitation to you." "An invitation for me?" Yi Fei blinked in surprise. "Indeed." Shi Qinghan nodded. "Your medical skills are exceptional, particularly your acupuncture technique. If such talent is not utilized for the benefit of the people, it would be akin to a gem left to gather dust. Therefore, I invite you to work at the People's Hospital." "Work at the People's Hospital? Are you mistaken? I am merely a student," Yi Fei exclaimed in disbelief. "Not to worry, you can come on weekends," Shi Qinghan replied. "Not interested. I am curious, however, why? With 2 million in your possession, you choose to reside in such modest accommodations. Moreover, as far as I know, your family circumstances are not favorable. Your mother and sister are still living in the countryside, enduring a rather harsh existence," Shi Qinghan stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei's gaze sharpened, and he coldly retorted, "You investigated me?" As Yi Fei's tone turned icy, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. When Shi Qinghan met his frigid stare, a chill ran down her spine, as though she were being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty beast. It felt as if any movement on her part would provoke this creature to pounce and tear her apart. She quickly interjected, "Please do not misunderstand. I admit I've looked into your background, but I meant no harm." Yi Fei exhaled deeply, realizing he had overreacted. After all, this information was not particularly secretive. Shi Qinghan, sensing his shift in demeanor, also breathed a sigh of relief, secretly astonished that a mere high school student could possess such an intimidating gaze. Regaining her composure, she continued, "You genuinely wish to send money home to improve your family's living conditions, do you not? Yet, you struggle to find a valid reason to do so. Thus, despite possessing 2 million, you find yourself unable to assist your family." Yi Fei bitterly smiled at her insight, surprised that his inner turmoil had been so easily uncovered. He truly wished to send money home, but as a student, how could he possibly earn any? Should he dare to send money, his family would likely react with fear rather than joy. The crux of the matter was that he could not explain the source of his funds. "Go on, what do you want to achieve?" Yi Fei sighed and asked. Seeing Yi Fei's demeanor, Shi Qinghan smiled brightly. "Have you not long sought an excuse to send money home? Now you have one. Interning at the hospital. How does that sound?" At last, Yi Fei comprehended the roundabout intentions of Shi Qinghan. She was indeed adamant about him working at the People's Hospital. Undoubtedly, she had struck at his Achilles' heel, for working at the hospital presented an excellent justification for him. Yi Fei was exceedingly eager to send money back home. Reflecting on his mother and younger sister still residing in the countryside, he sighed and uttered, "You have won." Upon hearing this, Shi Qinghan's lips curled into a subtle smile of triumph. Yet internally she mused, "No matter how cunning you are, you still have to drink my bathwater." However, before she could revel in her victory, Yi Fei's voice resonated once more, uttering a remark that sent her into a fit of rage. "Who told you to have such a generous bosom?" After Shi Qinghan departed, Yi Fei gazed out the window and sighed. He was well aware that Shi Qinghan had come to invite him because she recognized the potential of his 4-symbol acupuncture technique, hoping to employ him to treat certain special patients at the People's Hospital. Certainly, there was also the underlying motive of Shi Qinghan wishing to gain further exposure to this technique. It must be said that she had a remarkable knack for understanding people's hearts, deftly seizing upon Yi Fei's desperate desire to send money home, compelling him to acquiesce to her request. After a night of diligent practice, Yi Fei arrived at the People's Hospital early the next day. Shi Qinghan placed great emphasis on him, having awaited his arrival in her office, and upon his entrance, she personally guided him to familiarize himself with the work environment. As Yi Fei was a student and lacked the credentials of a licensed physician, his official designation was merely that of an intern nurse. He was indifferent to this title. For his presence, there was not to engage in genuine work, but merely to establish a legitimate excuse to send money back home. Naturally, should Shi Qinghan encounter a patient she could not assist, he would be obliged to step in, as they had agreed the previous evening. The morning passed without any unforeseen occurrences in the hematology department, leaving Yi Fei without an opportunity to intervene. He was content with the tranquility and retreated to Shi Qinghan's office to practice. At noon, while immersed in his training, the sound of footsteps approached, and soon, Shi Qinghan appeared clad in her white lab coat. "Let us go," she instructed, removing her coat as she prepared to leave. "Where to?" Yi Fei inquired, somewhat bewildered. "To eat." Yi Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even when inviting someone to dine, she would adopt such a cold, commanding tone. The People's Hospital was situated in the heart of Haizhou, surrounded by commercial streets. Perhaps due to Yi Fei's influence, Shi Qinghan specifically chose a five-star hotel's Western restaurant. Once seated, the waiter presented the menu. Shi Qinghan showed no inclination towards pleasantries and promptly began ordering, selecting dishes that Yi Fei had never even heard of before: Australian lobster, Alaskan king crab, French foie gras, Kobe beefsteak. Yi Fei marveled at the names, having only previously encountered them in conversation. With a casual glance at Yi Fei, Shi Qinghan noticed him staring blankly at the prices listed on the menu and reassured him. "Rest assured, I am treating this time." "Oh, I didn't bring any money anyway," Yi Fei replied with a nonchalant nod. "You." Yi Fei's seemingly simple remark left Shi Qinghan feeling a wave of frustration. Soon, the waiter delivered the meals ordered by the two, and as Yi Fei eagerly picked up his knife and fork to indulge in the feast, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Ah, Qinghan, what a surprise to see you here." Accompanying this cheerful exclamation was a young man, seemingly in his 30s, clad in a complete Givenchy ensemble, who appeared beside them. At that moment, he casually rolled up his sleeves, inadvertently showcasing a luxurious Patek Philippe watch adorning his wrist. "How fortuitous! I never expected to encounter you here. Qinghan, why not join us for a meal?" "This one's on me," the young man said, addressing Shi Qinghan with an overly familiar tone. "Dr. Ding, we are not that well acquainted, so please refrain from such familiarity." "Address me as Dr. Shi," Shi Qinghan replied, casting a glance at the intruding man. "Come now. We're all colleagues here. We'll become familiar in due time," Ding Jian said shamelessly, attempting to take a seat. However, upon noticing Yi Fei seated across from Shi Qinghan, his brow furrowed. "Would you kindly move? I need to discuss work matters with Qinghan," Ding Jian stated bluntly to Yi Fei. Yi Fei glanced at the man, then turned to Shi Qinghan, seeking clarification on the identity of this individual. Yet, Shi Qinghan showed no inclination to introduce him. "I'm talking to you. Are you even listening?" Ding Jian's tone grew increasingly hostile when he realized Yi Fei was ignoring him. "Excuse me, but who are you?" Yi Fei replied, somewhat exasperated. "There are plenty of empty seats. Can't you find another one? Moreover, please do not disturb my meal." With that, he resumed his dinner, ignoring Ding Jian. Seeing Yi Fei's dismissive attitude, Ding Jian fixed his gaze on him and declared, "I've set my sights on this seat." "Oh, I'm sorry, but I have my eyes on it too," Yi Fei replied nonchalantly. Ding Jian narrowed his eyes, and upon seeing Yi Fei's attire, which appeared to cost no more than a few hundred yuan in total, he scoffed, "Seriously, you a pauper? How dare you dine here? Are you just trying to put on a brave face? How about this? I'll give you 1,000 yuan if you relinquish this seat." 1,000 yuan? Yi Fei mused, then suddenly adopted a firm tone. "Not a chance." "Huh, kid, don't get greedy. 1,000 yuan for a seat is quite generous," Ding Jian retorted, his voice laced with irritation. Not letting go, Yi Fei responded without even glancing his way. Ding Jian, incensed by Yi Fei's blatant disregard, raised the offer, 10,000. "I'll pay you 10,000 for your seat. How about that?" Still not letting go. 100,000. "Not interested. Kid, name your price. How much for you to vacate this seat?" Ding Jian demanded, his eyes fixed on Yi Fei. "Are you wealthy?" Yi Fei raised his head, a playful smile gracing his features. "What do you think?" Ding Jian replied with a chuckle, shoving his hands into his pockets, making his Patek Philippe watch even more conspicuous. "Do you truly desire this seat?" Yi Fei inquired once more. "Kid, you're quite verbose." Ding Jian waved dismissively. "Just tell me, how much would it take for you to give it up?" "Oh, in that case, let us say 100 million, Yi Fei replied casually. With a mere wave of his hand, Ding Jian instinctively nearly acquiesced, but only halfway through his words did he grasp the magnitude of the figure Yi Fei had just uttered. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Young man, how much did you just say?" Yi Fei raised a single finger and replied nonchalantly, 100 million. Since you are quite wealthy, why not procure this seat for that sum? Ding Jian, upon hearing this, was filled with a mix of fury and incredulity, pointing at Yi Fei and rebuking him. Are you out of your mind? 100 million for a seat. While Ding Jian possessed wealth, he was not foolish. The prospect of sitting opposite Shi Qinghan for a lunch was undeniably appealing. However, to part with 100 million for a seat, regardless of whether he could afford it, was a folly he would never entertain. Yi Fei observed Ding Jian with feigned astonishment and inquired, Aren't you quite affluent? Weren't you the one who urged me to name a price? Now that I have, what's the matter? Can't you afford it? If you can't, then cease your pretense. He added dismissively, I thought you were wealthy, but it turns out you're just a pauper. Ding Jian felt his temper flaring at Yi Fei's final remark. Meanwhile, Shi Qinghan remained seated, seemingly an uninterested spectator to their exchange. When Yi Fei concluded his outburst, she glanced at Ding Jian with a look of astonishment. Ding Jian's face flushed crimson as he leaned closer to whisper, Listen, you better stay away from Shi Qinghan. She is not someone of your financial standing. Before Ding Jian could finish, Yi Fei pushed him away, rising to proclaim loudly, Do not approach me again. How many times must I tell you? I am merely an intern nurse. How would I know how to treat impotence? Ding Jian was momentarily perplexed. When had he ever asked Yi Fei about treating impotence? The bustling atmosphere of the Western restaurant was instantly captivated by Yi Fei's outcry, redirecting everyone's attention to Ding Jian, their gazes laden with intrigue. Realizing the implications of Yi Fei's words, Ding Jian's face blazed with embarrassment. Seeing Yi Fei's feigned innocence only fueled his desire to confront him. You wait. Ding Jian spat, no longer able to endure the humiliation, and left in haste. As soon as Yi Fei settled back into his seat, Shi Qinghan leaned closer to him and remarked, Oh, I almost forgot to mention, that individual is Ding Jian, the son of the hospital's deputy director Ding. Yi Fei was puzzled by her revelation, yet the mischievous glint in her eyes stirred an unsettling feeling within him. She continued, Yes, Deputy Director Ding oversees the nursing department. Fearing that Yi Fei might not comprehend, Shi Qinghan continued to elucidate. In other words, his father is precisely your direct superior. With this revelation, Yi Fei felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. He stared at Shi Qinghan and asked, Did you do this on purpose? Shi Qinghan nodded earnestly. Chapter 65. He is the new intern nurse. Indeed, after lunch that afternoon, Yi Fei was reassigned to the emergency department. Initially the head nurse, who had been quite attentive to Yi Fei due to Shi Qinghan's instructions, began to issue orders with an air of authority. For the entire afternoon, Yi Fei found himself in a whirlwind of tasks, only finding a moment of respite as evening approached. Creak! As the car came to a halt, a flamboyantly dressed youth with dyed hair leaped from the driver's seat, his face smeared with blood as he shouted, Doctor, doctor, hurry, we need help. While speaking, he opened the back seat and urgently lifted a young man, drenched in blood and barely breathing, from the car. Spotting Yi Fei in a white coat nearby, the youth grasped at him as if he were a lifeline, pleading, Doctor, please save him. Yi Fei glanced at the young man, taken aback. It was evident he had been in a severe accident. He quickly placed his hand on the young man's wrist, channeling his vital energy to assess the situation. At that moment, hospital staff noticed the commotion and rushed to assist. In a matter of seconds, Yi Fei discerned the young man's injuries and informed a nearby doctor. The patient has a fractured tibia, spinal cord injury, and 5 broken ribs, one of which has punctured the spleen. Immediate emergency care is essential. As Yi Fei finished speaking, a mocking voice emerged from behind him. Oh, where did this miracle doctor come from? Just by feeling a wrist, he can diagnose the condition. What do we need the attending physicians for? Yi Fei turned to see Ding Jian, the very individual he had encountered during lunch, unexpectedly the attending physician for the day. Ding Jian scoffed dismissively, instructing you an intern nurse should not meddle here. Go cool off elsewhere. In a state of panic, the flamboyant youth shouted, I don't care who the attending physician is. Hurry and save Fu Xiao. If anything happens to him, you all will face the consequences. Ding Jian, initially intent on ridiculing Yi Fei further, froze at the mention of Fu Xiao and instinctively asked, Which Fu Xiao? Who else but the only son of Fu Hanyuan? The youth bellowed, What? The medical staff present gasped in astonishment. Fu Hanyuan was the chairman of Hanyuan Industries, with assets exceeding 100 billion. Hanyuan Industries ranked among the foremost enterprises in Haizhou, with ventures spanning real estate, shopping malls, tourism development, and more, including several Hanyuan commercial complexes throughout Haizhou. Furthermore, Fu Hanyuan was a formidable rival to Wei Kuan, both vying for the title of Haizhou's wealthiest individual. Upon realizing that the young man before them was Fu Hongyuan's only heir, Ding Jian snapped to attention, abandoning any inclination to deride Yi Fei, and urgently commanded, "Quickly, take him to the intensive care unit for examination." Others quickly sprang into action as well. As an intern nurse in the emergency department, Yi Fei felt it was somewhat inappropriate to leave at this moment, so he decided to join them. Upon discovering that the patient was Fu Hongyuan's only son, the hospital's efficiency significantly improved. Soon, the results of the examination were revealed, and Ding Jian's expression soured as if he had consumed something vile. The unconventional youth, witnessing Ding Jian's demeanor, was nearly provoked to curse and urgently inquired, "How is young Master Fu's condition?" The patient's situation was quite severe. He had multiple fractures in his lower leg, spinal damage, and 5 broken ribs, one of which had pierced his pancreas, leading to massive internal bleeding. The urgency of the situation necessitated immediate surgical intervention. The examination results mirrored precisely what Yi Fei had articulated outside the emergency room. One of the unconventional youths abruptly interrupted Ding Jian, exclaiming, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and perform the surgery." Ding Jian, with a face full of embarrassment, replied, "Young master's condition is far too critical, and the surgery is exceedingly complex. If I were to undertake it, the success rate would likely be less than 10%. Less than 10%? That equates to a death sentence." The unconventional youth shouted, seizing Ding Jian by the collar in a fit of rage. "What are you doctors doing? If anything happens to young Master Fu, be prepared to pack your bags and leave. Calm down. We have already notified the hospital director and Old Tang. They will arrive shortly," Ding Jian hastily assured him. At that moment, the young man lying on the hospital bed suddenly began to convulse violently, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the intensive care unit, causing the medical staff's faces to pale. They understood all too well what that alarm signified. "Quickly, save young Master Fu." The unconventional youth forcefully pushed Ding Jian. Ding Jian wore a bitter smile, regretting his decision to sit in on the emergency department. Originally, he was not on duty that day. He had swapped shifts to play a prank on Yi Fei. However, before he could execute his plan, he found himself embroiled in this unfortunate situation. Though Ding Jian was not incompetent and possessed considerable skills, the injuries sustained by Fu Hongyuan's son were incredibly grave. If he were to perform the surgery, the odds of success would be dismally low. Should the young man perish on his operating table, it would not matter if Ding Jian's father were merely a deputy director or the hospital's chief. He would still face dire consequences. If they failed to act now and allowed Fu Hongyuan's son to die, Ding Jian would be equally culpable. Yi Fei glanced at the young man on the bed, recognizing that his life was hanging by a thread. If fate had brought him here, he felt compelled to lend a hand. With determination, he stepped forward and declared, "The patient's condition is critical. Immediate surgical intervention is imperative." Ding Jian, upon hearing Yi Fei's words, initially thought he was being mocked, nearly erupting in frustration. Did he not understand that the patient required urgent surgery? Yet, the pressing question remained. Who would perform the operation? Bring him to the operating room. "I shall undertake the surgery," Yi Fei asserted. Yi Fei addressed the medical staff beside him. "Are you going to do it? Young man, do you even comprehend what you are saying? You are merely an intern nurse. Who the hell grants you the authority to perform surgery?" Ding Jian shouted at Yi Fei. If Ding Jian were not the attending physician tonight, he would have relished the prospect of Yi Fei undertaking the operation. In such a case, should anything happen to Fu Hongyuan's son, he would take pleasure in seeing Yi Fei bear the consequences. Alas, there are no ifs. He was indeed the attending physician tonight, and any misstep in Yi Fei's surgery would equally implicate him. Yi Fei glanced at Ding Jian and replied calmly, "I am confident I can save him." "Are you making a joke? Do you have any idea how severe the patient's injuries are? Even if Old Tang were here, the success rate would be at most 30%. Who do you think you are?" Ding Jian derisively retorted. "Are you going to do it?" The non-mainstream youth suddenly turned to Ding Jian and inquired, "This surgery is far too complex. If I were to perform it, the success rate would be exceedingly low." Ding Jian stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. "If you cannot do it, then shut your mouth." The non-mainstream youth yelled at Ding Jian before turning back to Yi Fei. "Are you certain you can save young Master Fu? If you doubt it, then let be. I won't hold it against you." Yi Fei was not inclined to indulge the non-mainstream youth's unpleasant behavior. "Wait." The non-mainstream youth quickly grabbed Yi Fei. "All right, you will do it. If anything goes wrong with young Master Fu, be prepared to accompany him to the grave." Yi Fei naturally disregarded the threat from the non-mainstream youth and instructed several medical staff to assist in pushing the patient into the operating room. Once they had removed all the blood-soaked clothing from the patient, Yi Fei took out his needle pouch and prepared his instruments. With a swift motion, he inserted a silver needle, and the youth, who had been coughing up blood, instantly ceased trembling. Outside the operating room, the president of the People's Hospital, Yang Wenjie, and the expert Dr. Tang hurriedly arrived. Just as they reached the operating room, another group of people rushed over. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a square face. He was Fu Honyuan, the president of Honyuan Industries. Beside him stood his elegantly dressed wife. Song Jia. Director Yang, how is my son? Fu Honyuan approached Yang Wenjie and urgently inquired. Rest assured, Mr. Fu, our best experts are diligently working to save your son, and Dr. Tang has arrived. He will ensure your son's safety. Yang Wenjie quickly reassured him. Only then did he notice Ding Jian standing beside him, surprised to ask, "Oh, Ding Jian, what are you doing here? Who is performing the surgery in the operating room?" Ding Jian's face wore a smile more pitiful than tears. He opened his mouth, but could not find the words. "It's Yi Fei," a nurse beside Ding Jian informed. "Yi Fei," Yang Wenjie exclaimed in astonishment. "When did our hospital acquire such an expert? How come we were not informed?" "He is not an expert," the young nurse, feeling intimidated by the gathered crowd, whispered. "He is a new intern nurse." Chapter 66, Gratitude Turned to Resentment. The revelation of a new intern nurse echoed like a thunderclap outside the operating room. The entire corridor fell into an immediate silence as the experts who had rushed over exchanged bewildered glances. A mere intern nurse performing surgery on a patient in the operating room. What kind of international farce was this? Fu Hongyuan's complexion darkened significantly as he turned to Director Yang, asking, "Is the so-called best expert you mentioned really this intern nurse?" Yang Wenjie felt a cold sweat break on his forehead, equally perplexed by this new intern. "Director Yang, this Yi Fei just started his internship today. Relying on Shi Qinghan's connections, he refuses to heed any authority, lacking a practicing physician's license. He took it upon himself to treat Mr. Fu's son. I did my utmost to intervene, but he utterly disregarded my advice." Ding Jian hastily distanced himself from the situation, while simultaneously implicating Shi Qinghan. "Isn't he recommended by young Shi?" At this moment, Tang Lao, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "Where are the examination reports? Hand them to me. Young Shi is quite reliable. Perhaps the injuries sustained by Mr. Fu's son are not as grave as they seem." After taking the report from Ding Jian, Tang Lao's expression stiffened upon reading the results. "Tang Lao, how severe are my son's injuries?" Fu Wenjie inquired. Tang Lao's demeanor turned somewhat awkward. "Your son's injuries are rather serious. Even with my intervention, I can only guarantee a 30% chance of success." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Tang Lao was a highly esteemed expert in Haizhou, and his claim of only a 30% chance indicated the critical nature of the patient's condition. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and save my son. We donate so much money to your hospital every year. Is it merely to support your idle existence?" Song Jia shouted at Tang Lao. Tang Lao's expression soured. He was a renowned expert nationally, not merely a physician at a public hospital. The affluent donations from Honyuan Industries bore no relevance to him. Yet he found himself on the receiving end of Fu Hongyuan's wife's ire. Just then, the lights in the operating room extinguished. Yi Fei emerged, looking somewhat fatigued. The injuries sustained by the young Master Fu were exceedingly severe. Even with his application of the four symbols needle technique, he had barely managed to stabilize the condition, depleting much of his vital energy. Noticing the crowd waiting outside, Yi Fei was taken aback but still stated, "The patient is no longer in life-threatening danger." "Who are you? And what gives you the authority to operate on my son?" Song Jia was the first to confront Yi Fei, her voice raised in indignation. Yi Fei's expression soured. After expending so much of his vital energy and employing the four symbols needle technique to save a life, he had not anticipated facing such inquiries from the patient's family upon his exit. At that moment, the patient was hanging by a thread. "Had I not intervened, you would have found nothing but a corpse upon your arrival," Yi Fei replied coldly. "Yi Fei, how dare you speak so brazenly? Even Tang Lao's intervention only guarantees a 30% chance of success for young Fu's injuries. Yet you claim to have healed him?" Ding Jian interjected. "Are you suggesting you could have done better? Then why did you not take action?" Yi Fei retorted with a cold smile. Ding Jian was immediately rendered speechless. "Are you the new intern doctor?" Director Yang Wenjie gazed coldly at Yi Fei. "Indeed," Yi Fei nodded. "You are dismissed immediately." Yang Wenjie proclaimed. "On what grounds?" Yi Fei retorted. "Simply because you are an intern nurse without a practicing physician's license. How dare you treat patients? Who granted you the authority to operate?" Yang Wenjie shouted furiously. Yifei smirked as he looked at Yang Wenjie. The patient was on the brink of death. Should I have merely stood by and watched him perish? You had no right to intervene. Yang Wenjie replied coldly. I do not care who your connections are. Leave this instant. Oomph. In a hospital devoid of compassion like yours, I have no desire to remain. Yifei scoffed, preparing to exit. Wait. We cannot allow him to leave so easily. As Yifei took a step forward, Ding Jian's shrill voice echoed behind him. Who knows what he did to young Master Fu? We cannot let him go. What if something happens to young Master Fu? After saying this, he turned to the bodyguard behind Fu Hongyuan. Hurry, apprehend him. Fu Hongyuan's bodyguard glanced at Fu Hongyuan, who wore a grim expression, clearly indicating his tacit approval of Ding Jian's words. Seeking death. Yifei's expression turned icy at the sight of their actions. He had saved a life. Yet they were not only ungrateful, but sought to confine him. Yifei retaliated with a swift punch aimed at the outstretched hand of the bodyguard. With a resounding thud, the bodyguard was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground. Fu Hongyuan's pupils constricted slightly, staring in disbelief at Yifei. His bodyguards were all highly trained former special forces, formidable individuals, yet this seemingly frail young man had dispatched one of them with a single blow. Realizing Yifei was no ordinary youth, Fu Hongyuan quickly halted the remaining two bodyguards as they prepared to attack. Stop. Once they ceased their movements, Fu Hongyuan turned to Yifei and said coldly, Young man, I can see that you possess remarkable skills, but this is no longer a world governed by brute strength. You had better pray that my son remains unharmed, or the unspoken threat lingered heavily in the air, understood by all present. Yifei turned to face Fu Hongyuan, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. Is this how you treat the savior of your son? Without waiting for Fu Hongyuan's response, he turned and departed. In the operating room, Elder Tang gazed at the stable readings on the instruments, utterly astonished. That young man seems familiar. At that moment, Elder Tang recalled Yifei's features, finding them somewhat reminiscent. As he observed the silver needles inserted into the patient, he felt an even stronger sense of recognition, though he could not quite place where he had seen him. Elder Tang, how's my son? Song Jia inquired, noticing Elder Tang lost in thought, prompting her to press for answers. Fu Hongyuan, overhearing her question, also exhaled in relief. Standing beside the hospital bed, Ding Jian hurriedly ingratiated himself. Mr. Fu, rest assured, the care for young Master Fu in the later stages will be entrusted to me. I guarantee that he will make a complete recovery. Fu Hongyuan nodded and replied. Then I shall leave it to you, Dr. Ding. Ding Jian, taken aback that Fu Hongyuan was aware of him, exclaimed with excitement. Not a bother. Not a bother at all. Once everyone had exited the operating room, the ward was left with only Ding Jian, who gazed at the bedridden Fu Bin with eyes brimming with exhilaration, as if he were staring at a bounty of cash. However, upon noticing the silver needles inserted into Fu Bin's body, his brows furrowed, and he coldly scoffed. What is this? Acupuncture to hang on a life? What nonsense! With that, he proceeded to yank them out. Yet, at the very moment he removed the silver needles, the previously stable array of medical equipment in the ward abruptly erupted with shrill alarms, and Fu Bin's body began to convulse violently, blood pouring from his mouth. Ding Jian was horrified, his heart sinking in terror. Chapter 67. Offending a Great Master. I don't know. He was fine until you all left. Ding Jian stammered. Elder Tang, please lend your hand and save my son's life. Fu Hongyuan implored Elder Tang. Elder Tang nodded, sweeping his gaze over Fu Bin, then suddenly paused, turning to Ding Jian with an inquiry. Where are the silver needles from the patient? Silver needles? Ding Jian's heart sank further, trembling as he replied, I pulled them out. Preposterous. Elder Tang's voice thundered. The patient's condition is still unstable, and he relies on those needles to sustain life. How could you remove them? Useless. Elder Tang shook his head. Hearing this, Fu Hongyuan was immediately thrown into a panic. He quickly urged, Elder Tang, I beseech you to save my son. Fu will offer a substantial reward. Elder Tang carefully assessed Fu Bin's symptoms, sighed, and shook his head. The technique employed by that young man is unprecedented in my lifetime. I regret to say I am powerless to assist. You should seek that intern nurse instead. With that, Elder Tang cast another glance at Fu Bin, whose complexion had begun to darken, adding, Your young master's time may be limited. You should act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyuan and his wife felt as if struck by lightning. Scoundrel, return my son's life. Song Jia, disregarding her image, rushed forward to strike Ding Jian. Fortunately, Fu Hongyuan remained relatively composed and instructed the bodyguards to restrain Song Jia. Despite this, Ding Jian's face was left marred with scratches, resembling that of an animal-esque victim. Ding Jian was on the verge of tears, knowing that even if Song Jia were to lend him courage, he dared not retaliate, nor even to defend himself. Enduring the excruciating pain on his face, he opened his mouth to explain, "Mr. Fu, Unfortunately, Fu Hanyuan paid him no mind. Instead, turning to the hospital director, Yang Wenjie, and asking, "Director Yang, do you have any way to locate that intern nurse?" Yang Wenjie's expression was one of embarrassment. As the esteemed director of the People's Hospital, he hardly concerned himself with an intern nurse, particularly since Yi Fei had just begun her first day on the job. How could he possibly know where she resided? Mr. Fu, that Yi Fei was recommended by Shi Qinghan, and all the formalities were handled by her. She should know where that young man resides, Ding Jian hurriedly said, eager to atone for his mistakes, or else he feared his life would be irrevocably ruined. Shi Qinghan? Tang Lao, who was nearby, revealed a contemplative expression upon hearing her name again. Yang Wenjie, upon realizing the situation, quickly instructed someone to locate Shi Qinghan. After listening to the accounts of those present, Shi Qinghan furrowed her brow, astonished that Yi Fei had stirred up such a considerable uproar in merely one afternoon. "Qinghan, our families share a long-standing friendship, and Xiao Bin has been a companion of yours since childhood. You must help him. He is my only son." Fu Enjuan implored Shikingan. At that moment, he understood that the physician Ding Jian had referred to was, in fact, the daughter of his friend, which felt like grasping a lifeline. "Uncle Fu, it is not that I wish to decline your request." Shi Qinghan sighed softly. Yi Fei employed the four symbols needle technique, which takes a significant toll on his own body. He saved Xiao Bin, yet you do not express gratitude. Instead, you repay kindness with enmity. Based on my understanding of him, it is unlikely he will intervene again. Though she articulated this, Shi Qinghan ultimately provided the group with Yi Fei's address, unwilling to let her childhood companion perish in such a manner. What? The four symbols needle technique? As soon as Shi Qinghan's words fell, Tang Lao's astonished exclamation resonated nearby. He rushed over, seizing Shi Qinghan's arm with fervor. "Little Shi, did you just mention the four symbols needle technique? Were you inquiring about it before, because of that young man?" Shi Qinghan glanced at Tang Lao and nodded. After witnessing Yi Fei's application of the technique, she became curious and eventually gleaned some fragmented information from Tang Lao, which compelled her to invite Yi Fei to the hospital. Little did she anticipate that mere hours after his arrival, such chaos would ensue. The four symbols needle technique? The four symbols needle technique? Tang Lao, almost frenzied, continued to mutter, and suddenly his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "I remember now. I recall who that young man is. He is the one from Yumantang." Tang Lao's excitement surged as he comprehended why Yi Fei seemed familiar when he first laid eyes on him. Realizing this, Tang Lao turned to Fu Hanyuan and sighed, "Mr. Fu, it appears you have inadvertently offended a person of great stature." "Tang Lao, what do you mean by that?" Fu Hanyuan inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Meanwhile, Song Jia scoffed dismissively, "What great person? He is merely a young lad. If we offer him more money, I cannot believe he would refuse to treat my son." Upon hearing this, Tang Lao could not help but chuckle disdainfully. "I am aware of your wealth. However, no amount of money can compare to the Song family." The Song family? The others in attendance were taken aback by Tang Lao's sudden mention of the Song family, for it was the most prominent clan in Haizhou. None of those present were ordinary individuals, and they surely recognized the significance of the Song family. Fu Hanyuan let out a bitter laugh. Despite his net worth exceeding 100 billion and being among the wealthiest in Haizhou, that was merely superficial. In reality, his wealth paled in comparison to the true aristocracy of Haizhou. Among the families that could be deemed noble, which one did not possess assets in the trillions. Not to mention the foremost family, the Song clan, he understood that he was not even on the same level as the Song family. "Old Tang, what do you mean by that?" Fu Hanyuan asked cautiously, wondering if that young man had any connection to the Song family. Old Tang replied nonchalantly, "Oh, he has no relation to the Song family." Upon hearing this, Fu Hanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they had offended Yi Fei and thereby incurred the wrath of the Song family, his life in Haizhou would become exceedingly difficult. However, before Fu Hanyuan could fully exhale, Old Tang's voice rang out again. "That young man is merely the savior of Old Song." Boom! This last statement from Old Tang struck like thunder, leaving everyone in the room stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. What? Yi Fei is actually Old Song's savior? A wave of shock swept through the crowd, followed by a chorus of gasps echoing in the intensive care unit. Fu Hanyuan swayed slightly, inwardly cursing Old Tang for his careless words. How could one claim that being the savior of Old Song had no connection to the Song family? Yet, he still held onto a glimmer of hope and cautiously asked, "Old Tang, which old song are you referring to? Which other old song could it be?" Old Tang chuckled. "In all of Haizhou, who else would dare to be called Old Song?" With the last shred of illusion shattered, Fu Honyuan was utterly alarmed. He could no longer concern himself with anything else and turned to Shi Qinghan, pleading, "Qinghan, you must help Uncle Fu this time." Shi Qinghan's eyes shimmered with surprise. She had not anticipated that Yi Fei had ties to the Song family, and moreover, that he was their savior. With this alone, Yi Fei could walk unhindered throughout all of Haizhou. Yet, he had never mentioned it. Fu Honyuan nodded vigorously, eager to rush with Shi Qinghan to Yi Fei's residence. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed his wife, Song Jia, standing there motionless, her expression vacant. "What are you still doing there? Come with me to seek that young divine doctor." Fu Honyuan urged anxiously. Song Jia lifted her head, her face sorrowful. "Just now, I'd already sent the bodyguards ahead." Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyuan's expression darkened. He felt a chill run down his spine. He knew all too well the temperament of his bodyguards. And now, with his wife's directive, how could they possibly treat Yi Fei with respect? This was tantamount to provoking Yi Fei to the utmost. Fu Honyuan was so enraged he nearly cursed aloud. If this led to the Song family's wrath, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences. He pointed an accusing finger at Song Jia and exclaimed in exasperation, "This is all you're doing." Chapter 68. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. Two luxury vehicles came to a halt directly before Yi Fei, and from them emerged a dozen bodyguards, obstructing his path. Yi Fei cast a fleeting glance at these individuals, recognizing them as bodyguards of Fu Honyuan. Among them, two had nearly engaged him in combat at the hospital. "Young Master Fu's condition has worsened. His wife requests your presence." The lead bodyguard addressed Yi Fei coldly, although he phrased it as a request. His tone was rigid and authoritative, akin to a command. Yi Fei regarded him with indifference and replied, "I am not available." With that, he attempted to sidestep the bodyguard and ascend the stairs. However, as he took a step forward, the bodyguard blocked his way once more, smirking maliciously. "The lady has ordered that you be brought, even if it means binding you. I'm aware of your skills, but my comrades are no pushovers. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be prudent to accompany us willingly." As the bodyguard's words hung in the air, the others advanced a step, encircling Yi Fei while cracking their knuckles in readiness. It was evident that should Yi Fei utter a word of refusal, they would pounce upon him to teach him a lesson. Observing the bodyguard's actions, Yi Fei couldn't help but scoff in anger. "Is this your approach to seeking assistance?" With that thought, his gaze turned icy, and he bellowed at the lead bodyguard, "Get lost." The lead bodyguard, already incensed by the memory of his comrade being injured by Yi Fei in the hospital, felt his expression darken upon hearing these words. "You're seeking death," he retorted, launching a punch towards Yi Fei's chest. "It seems the one courting death is you." Yi Fei scoffed, retaliating with a punch of his own. Fist met fist in a direct confrontation. A dull thud resonated as the impact occurred, and the cold smirk on the lead bodyguard's face instantly froze. He felt as though his fist had struck not Yi Fei, but rather an oncoming locomotive. The immense force reverberated through his arm, prompting a pained scream as he was propelled backward, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. Yi Fei had deliberately held back. Had he unleashed his full strength, the bodyguard's arm would likely have shattered. Everyone attacked together. The other bodyguards, witnessing the scene, exchanged glances and shouted in unison, abandoning any notions of one-on-one combat as they charged toward Yi Fei to subdue him collectively. Just then, a screeching halt echoed through the air as a black Rolls-Royce came to a stop at the roadside, followed closely by a fiery red Mercedes coupe. Fu Honyuan stepped out of the vehicle and was greeted by the sight of his bodyguards besieging Yi Fei, which sent a wave of panic coursing through him. "Stop!" he shouted urgently. However, his plea arrived too late. Seeing the chaos unfold, Fu Honyuan nearly collapsed in despair, his mind racing with a singular thought. It was over. His bodyguards were all retired special forces, each a formidable opponent capable of tenfold strength, and they operated with a collective fighting technique that rendered them even more terrifying when united. Even when besieged by 100 foes, he could effortlessly carve a path through them. Yi Fei was merely a youth, no matter how formidable he might be. How could he possibly withstand the onslaught of these bodyguards? Bang, bang, bang. Without allowing Fu Honyuan a moment for contemplation, the thunderous sounds of impact reverberated through the air. Then, Fu Honyuan beheld a scene that left him utterly horrified. His meticulously selected elite bodyguards, with each resounding collision, were sent sprawling like discarded sacks, each one hurtling backward. Following this cacophony was the sound of bodies crashing to the ground, one bodyguard even landing atop a luxury vehicle, crushing it under his weight. Fu Hongyuan stood in a daze, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at Yi Fei, who remained rooted in place, seemingly unperturbed. My heavens! Upon witnessing this spectacle, Shi Qinghan, who had just disembarked from the vehicle, gasped in shock, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Fu Hongyuan's wife, Song Jia, stood there in utter disbelief. The stillness of the night, beneath the old house, was punctuated only by the anguished cries of the fallen bodyguards, with no other sounds to be heard. Yi Fei had long since noticed the approaching Fu Hongyuan and his companions. He did not spare Fu Hongyuan a glance, merely nodding in acknowledgement towards Shi Qinghan before making his way upstairs. Wait! Fu Hongyuan, finally registering Yi Fei's actions, rushed to stand in his path, exclaiming, "Young miracle doctor, please halt." "What is it, Mr. Fu?" Yi Fei paused, casting an indifferent glance at Fu Hongyuan. "Young miracle doctor, I am filled with shame," Fu Hongyuan stammered, recalling their earlier conversation in the hospital corridor, his face flushing crimson. Even with his thick skin, he found it difficult to utter a request for Yi Fei's assistance. Yet, thinking of his son, who lay in critical condition, Fu Hongyuan finally mustered the courage to speak. "Young miracle doctor, I implore you to save my son." Yi Fei scoffed at this. "Save your son again? After that, will you just expel me once more?" Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyuan's face darkened, as if he had been struck, wishing he could vanish into the earth. "Why do you speak in such a manner?" Song Jia hurried over, her discontent evident as she exclaimed, "We are asking you to treat our son. That is a mark of respect towards you. Don't you simply desire money? Name your price, and I will write you a check on the spot." In her view, there was no problem in this world that money could not solve, merely a matter of how much was required. To her, Yi Fei's demeanor seemed nothing more than a tactic to drive up the price. Fu Wenjuan, upon hearing his wife's words, felt an overwhelming urge to slap her, unable to comprehend how she could remain so oblivious to the situation. No matter how wealthy Fu Hongyuan was, he could not compare to the Song family. If Yi Fei were merely a penniless youth, perhaps he could have resorted to monetary persuasion for treatment. However, Yi Fei was the savior of the Song elder. By virtue of this singular identity, how could Yi Fei possibly lack for money? Moreover, Yi Fei possessed an enigmatic medical skill and formidable prowess. Such a person cannot simply be swayed by money, can they? Fu Hongyuan wished to silence his wife before she could speak further, yet it was too late. Upon hearing Song Jia's words, Yi Fei's expression shifted from fury to sardonic amusement. He had rescued Fu Hongyuan's son without receiving a single word of gratitude, only to be expelled from the hospital. Now, these individuals sought his assistance yet assumed a condescending, lofty demeanor. Yi Fei's countenance turned frigid as he replied coolly, "You are quite wealthy, aren't you? Then you should select a prime location for your son's burial. I shall not treat his ailment." With that, Yi Fei turned to ascend the stairs once more. Song Jia, incensed by Yi Fei's words, pointed at him and exclaimed, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you have any idea who I am?" Slap! No sooner had Song Jia uttered those words than Fu Hongyuan, consumed by rage, struck her hard across the face. "Be silent." Fu Hongyuan's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Song Jia, his gaze as piercing as a dagger. "Do you truly wish for our son to perish?" Song Jia clutched her face in disbelief, gazing at Fu Hongyuan, about to speak but faltering at the sight of his impending fury. It was the first time she had witnessed Fu Hongyuan in such a state of wrath. Unperturbed by the couple's tumultuous exchange, Yi Fei prepared to continue his ascent when Fu Hongyuan's voice rang out once more, "Young divine doctor, can you truly not lend your hand once more?" This time, Fu Hongyuan's tone was filled with exhaustion and deep-seated weariness. Just as Yi Fei was about to decline, a crisp ringtone echoed through the air. Song Jia retrieved her phone, and upon hearing the news from the other end, she collapsed in despair, weeping uncontrollably. A sense of foreboding surged within Fu Hongyuan, prompting him to inquire, "What has occurred?" Song Jia, shedding her former poise as a lady of high society, sank to the ground, crying out in anguish. Director Yang said that Xiaobin is not long for this world. He is our only son. With that, she broke down in a fit of sorrow, her cries heart-wrenching. Fu Hongyuan trembled, his eyes bloodshot. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to stifle his tears, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. At that moment, he was no longer a billionaire. He was merely a father on the brink of losing his son. "Yi Fei, please, just one more time. I beg you." At this juncture, Shi Qinghan's voice emerged, her eyes glistening with tears, clearly having wept as well. Yi Fei glanced at the distraught Fu Hanyuan couple and sighed inwardly. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. Let us go. Take me to the hospital. There may still be time. Chapter 69, Supreme VIP Platinum Card. Outside the intensive care unit, Director Yang Wenjia suggested, Mr. Fu, perhaps you should rest for a moment. Our hospital has arranged dinner. I could have someone bring it to you. Indeed, Mr. Fu, your health is of utmost importance, chimed in Ding Jian, eager to flatter. Fu Hanyuan shook his head, about to decline, when a faint sound echoed, and the door to the intensive care unit swung open. Yi Fei emerged from within. Little divine doctor, how is my son? Fu Hanyuan inquired hastily. He is fine now, Yi Fei replied nonchalantly. Had you not removed that silver needle earlier, the patient would have awakened by now. Fu Hanyuan, upon hearing this, cast a resentful glare at Ding Jian, wishing he could tear him apart. I have no further business here. I shall take my leave, Yi Fei declared, disregarding the crowd and making his way outside. Wait, Fu Hanyuan quickly called after Yi Fei, taking a check from his wife, Songjia. I owe my gratitude to the little divine doctor for your intervention. Otherwise, my son's life would have been in jeopardy. Please accept this token of my appreciation. He presented the check to Yi Fei with both hands. Ding Jian, standing nearby, caught sight of the check and was taken aback by the numerous zeros it bore. 50 million. His eyes widened in disbelief. Fu Hanyuan had issued a diagnosis fee of 50 million to Yi Fei, consumed by jealousy. Ding Jian nearly erupted with the urge to snatch that check away. Yi Fei merely glanced at Fu Hanyuan and replied coolly, there is no need for a diagnosis fee. My intervention was not motivated by monetary gain. I hope Mr. Fu will remember this. Not everything in this world can be purchased with money. Yi Fei's words were blunt, even carrying a tone of admonition. However, Fu Hanyuan felt no anger. Instead, he was overcome with shame. Had he not looked down on Yi Fei, mistaking him for merely an intern, would such a series of events have unfolded? Yes, I shall certainly remember the words of the little divine doctor. Fu Hanyuan responded hastily. Standing beside him, Songjia, equally embarrassed, quickly offered her apologies to Yi Fei. Yi Fei nodded in acceptance of their apologies, preparing to leave without casting a single glance at the check in Fu Hongyuan's hand. In truth, had it not been for Shi Qinghan's intercession and the sorrowful demeanor of Fu Hanyuan and his wife, stirring Yi Fei's compassion, he would have refused treatment for their son regardless of the amount offered. As Yi Fei's foot crossed the threshold, Fu Hongyuan's voice rang out once more from behind. Little divine doctor, may I ask you to pause? Yi Fei furrowed his brows, sensing Fu Hongyuan's displeasure. Please do not misunderstand. You have saved my son's life twice, a debt I can never forget. I understand that such mundane matters as money hold no allure for you. As he spoke, Fu Hanyuan produced a card from his pocket. This is a VIP membership card for Hanyuan Industries. It holds little value. However, it grants certain discounts at our establishments. This is a small gesture of my gratitude. I sincerely hope you will accept it. With that, he respectfully extended the membership card to Yi Fei. Yi Fei lowered his gaze to discover that the card in his hand was comparable in size to a bank card, exquisitely crafted from platinum. Its surface was remarkably refined, with the character Yi elegantly inscribed in traditional Chinese script at the lower left corner, a clear indication of a master artisan's handiwork. Such an exquisite card must have cost no less than 100,000. Yi Fei mused that this card was likely more than what Fu Hanyuan had suggested. After all, there was no need for Fu Hanyuan to invest such a substantial amount in its creation otherwise. Yi Fei nodded and declared, very well, I shall accept this card. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Shi Qinghan was rendered speechless upon glimpsing the number on the card Yi Fei held, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Almost convinced that Fu Hanyuan had lost his mind. This card was not merely complex as Yi Fei had assumed. It was extraordinarily significant. The Supreme VIP Platinum Card, custom-made by Fu Hanyuan, existed in a limited quantity of merely 5. The creation of these 5 cards alone had cost him over 1 million yuan. With this card, one could enjoy complimentary services at any store under Hanyuan Industry, with no spending limit. It is noteworthy that there are several Hanyuan commercial plazas across Haizhou, all constructed and operated by Hanyuan Industry. Although Shi Qinghan's family had long-standing ties with Fu Hongyuan's, her father possessed only a number 5 membership card. The closer the number is to 1, the greater the privileges it confers. With this number 1 card, Yi Fei could easily deplete the resources of several Hanyuan plazas without a hitch, and theoretically, he could even claim these plazas as his own without any repercussions. Nearby, Dean Yang Wenjia nearly drooled at the sight of the VIP card in Yi Fei's hand. Though he was unaware of the card's exact capabilities, His experience allowed him to discern that this card was indeed extraordinary. Young brother, he stammered, I previously may have offended you with your talents. You need not lower yourself to the role of an intern nurse. Our traditional Chinese medicine department is in need of a director, and I believe you would be quite suitable for the position. Yi Fei cast a fleeting glance at Yang Wenjie and replied coolly, no need. A person without a medical practitioner's license like myself should take my leave. Yang Wenjie was taken aback, his face flushing crimson at the reminder of his previous remarks, wishing he could vanish into the floor. Once Yi Fei's figure vanished from the corridor, Ding Jian emerged, brashly exclaiming, who does this kid think he is? Just because he knows a bit of acupuncture, he dares to speak to the dean in such a manner. Yang Wenjie turned sharply and regarded Ding Jian with a frigid gaze, stating, Dr. Ding, I believe you are no longer suited to be a chief physician. The logistics department is in need of a janitor. Report there tomorrow. Ding Jian's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, fully aware that he was utterly finished. He had offended Fu Hanyuan and now the dean. Even with his father being the vice dean, there was no saving him this time. As Yi Fei exited the hospital building, a figure followed closely behind him. Young brother, please wait, a venerable voice called from behind. Turning around, Yi Fei recognized the one addressing him as the esteemed expert. Elder Tang from the hospital. Old Tang gazed at Yi Fei, a look of delight gracing his features as he inquired, I wonder if the young brother remembers me? Remember you? Yi Fei replied, somewhat taken aback. He scrutinized Old Tang for a moment, before exclaiming in recognition. Wasn't this the elder who had called out the name of the four symbols acupuncture technique back at Yumantang? Ah, it is indeed you. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier, Yi Fei admitted, feeling a tad embarrassed. Since he had learned the four symbols acupuncture technique, Old Tang remained the only one capable of uttering its name. Old Tang chuckled heartily, unperturbed, and with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, he said, Young brother, I have a humble request that I hope you might consider. Please do speak, Old Tang, Yi Fei replied with a smile. He held a favorable impression of this elderly gentleman, whose medical prowess was remarkable and whose demeanor was amiable. Seeing Yi Fei's willingness to engage, Old Tang became somewhat bashful, stammering, I wonder if you could impart the four symbols acupuncture technique to me? Upon hearing this, Yi Fei felt a surge of respect for Old Tang. If possible, he would not mind sharing the technique for others to learn. Alas, the technique required the activation of true essence. Without it, even if someone memorized the steps, the results would be negligible. Old Tang, it is not that I wish to withhold knowledge, but the four symbols acupuncture technique is rather unique. For others, learning it would be futile, Yi Fei expressed, feeling somewhat conflicted. Old Tang, upon hearing this, recalled a certain legend, and, looking at Yi Fei in disbelief, asked, is it possible that the rumors are true? Does the four symbols acupuncture technique indeed require the use of qi? Yi Fei nodded affirmatively. A look of disappointment crossed Old Tang's face as he sighed and turned to leave. Yi Fei felt helpless. He did not know how to comfort this elder who was so dedicated to promoting traditional Chinese medicine, so he allowed him to depart. Creak. Just as Yi Fei stepped out of the hospital, the sound of car brakes pierced the air. A red Mercedes-Benz coupe came to a halt beside him. The very vehicle of Shi Qinghan. The window descended slowly, revealing Shi Qinghan's frosty visage. She cast a glance at Yi Fei and said coolly, get in the car. Instead of complying, Yi Fei remained vigilant, eyeing Shi Qinghan with suspicion. This time, you one team make me inhale your exhaust fumes, will you? Shi Qinghan was taken aback that Yi Fei remembered this incident. Observing his cautious demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Let us see how you behave. Chapter 70. The Harmony of Bones and Muscles, the Supreme Taoist Talismans. As the Mercedes sped along, Shi Qinghan caught a glimpse of Yi Fei from the corner of her eye, only to find him with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly lost in slumber. Gazing upon Yi Fei's sharply defined features, she noted that when his eyes were closed, a slight furrow appeared on his brow, inadvertently lending him an air of austere authority, as though he commanded respect without uttering a word. Captivated, Shi Qinghan found herself entranced until she noticed Yi Fei's eyelids fluttering, on the verge of opening. Hastily, she turned her gaze forward, as if the previous moment had never transpired. Thank you for today, Shi Qinghan said, her eyes fixed ahead as she spoke in a subdued tone. Yi Fei opened his eyes and cast a glance at Shi Qinghan. With his heightened senses, he could easily perceive that she had been covertly observing him. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. My actions are not solely prompted by your words, Yi Fei remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinghan nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent. The journey continued in quietude. 20 minutes later, The Mercedes came to a halt at the entrance of Yi Fei's apartment. As he alighted from the vehicle, Shi Qinghan suddenly accelerated, releasing a cloud of black smoke from the rear, attempting to ensnare Yi Fei in a repeat of their previous encounter. However, Yi Fei had anticipated this. The moment he exited, he deftly sprang aside. Haha! Yi Fei laughed heartily as he watched Shi Qinghan's car retreat, relishing what he perceived as a triumph. Within the confines of the Mercedes, Shi Qinghan gazed into the rearview mirror at Yi Fei, who was grinning with arrogant delight. She clenched her teeth but soon let out a soft chuckle. Night deepened, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, Yi Fei awoke from his meditation, sensing a rich current of true essence flowing within him, a contemplative expression crossing his face. My cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the second level of qi refinement, with only a thin barrier separating me from the third level. Perhaps tonight I shall break through. Once he transcended to the third level, he would be able to externalize his true essence and practice numerous techniques. Despite being at the second level, Yi Fei's low cultivation had confined his true essence to his body, preventing any external manifestation. As a result, in combat, he predominantly relied on brute strength and sheer physicality, or alternatively, on his agility to evade attacks. However, once he ascended to the third level, everything would transform. The third level of qi refinement, marked by the externalization of true essence, was the hallmark of a true cultivator. At that point, Yi Fei would be able to wield various offensive and defensive techniques, vastly amplifying his power beyond comprehension. At 4 o'clock in the morning, in the stillness of his room, Yi Fei sat cross-legged. Should anyone have been present, they would have noticed a palpable flow of spiritual energy swirling around him, akin to a vortex continuously revolving around his form. Suddenly, Yi Fei's eyes flew open, a brilliant light flashing within them. Huh! He exclaimed. With that utterance, the once gentle stream of true essence within him seemed to shatter a barrier, coalescing into a torrent. A sensation akin to a window pane being pierced surged in his heart. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. He had ascended to the third level of qi refinement. With a crackling sound, the previously fine veins throughout his body expanded tenfold under the onslaught of this true essence. It took half an hour for Yi Fei's body to cease trembling. By then, he was shrouded in a layer of dark, viscous residue, his eyelids unyielding. He appeared as though he had just emerged from a quagmire, and an unpleasant odor pervaded the room. Was this the sound of sinews cracking and marrow washing? Yi Fei opened his eyes and beheld the oily sludge covering his body, instantly realizing what had transpired. During his breakthrough to the third level of qi refinement, he had unexpectedly entered a state of harmonious resonance within his bones and sinews, akin to a thorough cleansing of his essence. The black, oily residue on his skin was a manifestation of the impurities that had lingered within him over the years. The odorous stench was unbearable. After the initial shock, Yi Fei was overwhelmed by the foul smell emanating from his body, and without further ado, he rushed into the bathroom. He spent over an hour scrubbing away, washing himself more than a dozen times, and using nearly half a bottle of body wash to rid himself of the repugnant odor. When he finally gazed into the fog-free mirror, he gasped in astonishment. My heavens, is this truly me? To his amazement, he discovered that his appearance had undergone a significant transformation. This change was not merely superficial. It was a refinement in the details that rendered him more exquisite. Previously, Yi Fei had been quite handsome but somewhat gaunt, often giving off an impression of malnutrition. However, at this moment, his features were sharply defined. As if sculpted by a master artisan, his brows were like swords, and his skin was so smooth that no pores were visible. Particularly striking were his eyes, which sparkled with vitality, deep and captivating like the night sky, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. Looking down, he noticed his physique had also transformed remarkably. There was not an ounce of excess flesh. His muscles were well-defined, with a clear 8-pack adorning his abdomen, complemented by a distinct V-line leading downwards. Unlike those overly muscular bodybuilders, he exuded a sense of harmony and natural appeal, a sight to behold. He epitomized the adage of appearing slender in clothes, yet possessing a sculpted physique beneath. Furthermore, his height had increased by a full 10 centimeters, rising from 1.73 meters to 1.83 meters. After indulging in his reflection for half an hour, Yi Fei finally stepped out of the bathroom, murmuring to himself, such a dramatic change. I wonder how they will react upon seeing me. As he settled back into a meditative posture, Yi Fei realized that a wealth of information had flooded his mind. In fact, previously vague memories had crystallized into clarity. Those memories had long been locked away in the recesses of his mind, shrouded in confusion. Ah, the Shanqing treasure scripture? As he delved into these memories, a spark ignited in his eyes. It was at that moment he discerned that the name of the technique he had been cultivating was indeed the Shanqing treasure scripture. The Shanqing treasure scripture is the supreme cultivation secret of the foremost sect in the celestial realm, Shanqing Palace, a technique that leads directly to the level of celestial emperor, and serves as the sect's treasured heirloom. Furthermore, this scripture is said to have existed since the dawn of the celestial realm. Having successfully broken through to the third level of qi refinement, Yi Fei mused, I should now be able to practice those techniques. He then selected a method known as the 9 Emperor Seal to cultivate. The 9 Emperor Seal comprises 9 formidable techniques, capable of both offense and defense, each possessing immense power. Merely reading its description filled Yi Fei with exhilaration. When he emerged from his cultivation, the dawn had brightened the sky. Yi Fei dressed in fresh attire and set out, heading straight for the antique street. Upon achieving a breakthrough to the third layer of qi refinement, Yi Fei felt an overwhelming surge of true essence within him, nearly tenfold its previous amount. At this moment, he was eager to test his ability to forge spiritual talismans. However, prior to this endeavor, he needed to acquire the medium for crafting the talismans. Naturally, his first destination was the stone gambling shop. By channeling his true essence into his eyes, the raw stones, imperceptible to any instrument for jade detection, were laid bare before him, akin to unveiling a beautiful woman without her garments, leaving no secrets concealed. Yet, after 2 hours of perusing every gambling stone shop on Antique Street, Yi Fei found himself disappointed, having failed to locate any jade that met his requirements. Reluctantly, he settled for a secondary option and sought out a large jade shop within the commercial plaza. Eventually, in the heart of the city at a jewelry store named Zhou Pang Pang, he discovered a piece of jade that barely qualified as spiritual jade. The price, however, was exorbitant, 280,000 yuan for a piece no larger than the palm of his hand. Preoccupied with thoughts of crafting jade talismans, Yi Fei had no inclination to haggle. Ignoring the alluring glances from the beautiful saleswoman, he stated decisively, 280,000, right? Let us process the card. As he reached for his card, an incongruous voice interrupted from behind him. Hold on, I want that jade. The speaker's voice was sultry, yet laced with an air of condescension, prompting Yi Fei to furrow his brow slightly. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Turning around, he beheld a young couple standing behind him. The man had a gaunt face and, despite his designer attire, exuded an impression of pretentiousness, his chin held high with a hint of arrogance. The woman, in contrast, was strikingly beautiful, of a similar age to Yi Fei, though her heavy makeup rendered her appearance somewhat older. It was she who had just spoken. Oh, it's you? The woman was taken aback upon recognizing Yi Fei's handsome features, her eyes sparkling momentarily before shifting to disdain upon observing his attire. So what if he's handsome? P.S. Just a poor fool. How do you know this person, Fei? The young man inquired, noticing the woman's surprise. Yes, she replied with a nod, her tone dripping with disdain. He is Yi Fei from a neighboring class, just a country bumpkin. At this moment, Yi Fei recognized the woman as Chun Fei, the belle of his class. Not only was she the class flower of Class 9, but she was also acknowledged as one of the most beautiful girls in the school, only slightly less renowned than the 4 school flowers of Haizhou No. 1 High School. Unlike the likes of Luo Yiren and other school beauties, Chun Fei was known for her social prowess, frequently mingling among the wealthy second-generation elites, thus looking down upon a poor student like Yi Fei. Yi Fei and she had little in common. Their acquaintance stemmed solely from their classrooms being adjacent and their shared status as school celebrities. Although Yi Fei did not don a school uniform today, his attire was merely a collection of old garments, somewhat faded from repeated laundering. Such a presentation would hardly capture Chun Fei's admiration. Upon hearing Chun Fei's words, the young man shook his head, dismissing Yi Fei with disdain, and addressed the attractive shop assistant. I have taken a liking to this piece of jade. Please wrap it up for me. The shop assistant displayed a look of hesitation. However, this gentleman has already shown interest in this piece. Perhaps you might consider selecting another? Oh, the young man inquired. Do you have jade of superior quality in your store? None, the shop assistant replied, shaking her head. This high-grade ice jade is indeed the finest we have. Beside them, Chun Fei tugged the young man's arm, her ample bosom brushing against him as she cooed. Jiang Xiao, today is my birthday, and you promised to buy me a fine piece of jade. Her voice, sweet and flirtatious, nearly sent shivers down Yi Fei's spine. Yi Fei, uninterested in the pair, addressed the shop assistant. No need to wrap it, just process my card. He began to extend his bank card toward her. Wait. Just as the shop assistant was about to take Yi Fei's card, Jiang Shao abruptly interjected, positioning his hand between them. Kid, I have my eye on this jade. You should relinquish it to me. Jiang Shao cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fei, speaking with an air of command. Not a chance, Yi Fei replied, not even looking at Jiang Shao, his tone measured and indifferent. Jiang Shao's expression hardened at Yi Fei's retort. I'll offer you an additional 100,000. Let me have this jade. Not interested. 200,000 more. Jiang Shao raised his bid once again. Could you kindly step aside and cease obstructing me? Yi Fei shot a cold glance at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao's demeanor shifted, visibly agitated. Kid, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Yi Fei, you country bumpkin. What makes you think you can act like a wealthy patron here? Chen Feifei scoffed at him, adding, one must possess self-awareness. A place like this is not for impoverished souls like you. Yi Fei dismissed the brainless beauty, uninterested in engaging with her. Chen Feifei, incensed by Yi Fei's indifference, clung to Jiang Shao's arm, feigning distress. Jiang Shao, he refuses. He is bullying me. Don't worry, darling. Whatever I, Jiang Haifeng, desire, I shall acquire. He patted Chen Feifei's shoulder before turning to Yi Fei, his voice turning icy. Kid, you truly want to yield? I ask you, are you ever going to leave me be? Yi Fei, growing weary of Jiang Shao's incessant buzzing, replied. Go find somewhere cool to linger instead of buzzing around like a fly. Very well, kid, you possess quite the audacity. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Jiang Shao's expression turned icy. He turned to the beautiful saleswoman beside him and stated, I am a gold member at your establishment, and I believe that gold members are entitled to priority purchasing rights. Are they not? As he spoke, Jiang Shao pulled out a resplendent VIP membership card from his pocket. I demand this piece of jade right now, and without a single cent added. Jiang Shao pointed coldly at the jade that Yi Fei had his eye on. The saleswoman, upon seeing the VIP card in Jiang Shao's hand, was taken aback. This dispute was beyond her capacity to resolve, so she quickly excused herself to consult the manager in the back. Shortly thereafter, a plump, fair-skinned man in his 30s emerged. He was the manager of the jewelry store. Upon recognizing Jiang Haifeng at the counter, the manager's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward, exclaiming, Ah, Jiang Shao. What an honor it is to have you visit our store. Please forgive our inadequate welcome. The manager wore a sycophantic smile, radiating enthusiasm that likely exceeded even that which he would show his own father. Meanwhile, Yi Fei, standing nearby, was completely disregarded. Woo, this jade is what I desire. What will you do about it? Jiang Shao said, nodding with an air of arrogance towards the plum manager. It is indeed a privilege for this jade to catch your eye, Jiang Shao. It is undoubtedly yours. Manager Wu promptly replied, showing no inclination to solicit Yi Fei's opinion. He had heard the saleswoman recount the events that transpired, and without a moment's hesitation, he sided with Jiang Shao. Yi Fei's brow furrowed at this, and he remarked coolly, It appears that I was the one who laid eyes on this jade first. Is this how your store conducts business? Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, the plump manager finally turned to him, his expression now one of indifference. Jiang Shao is a VIP client of our store, possessing priority purchasing rights. I'm afraid, sir, that we can no longer sell this jade to you. Although the manager expressed regret, his tone bore no semblance of an apology. Jiang Shao, crossing his arms, looked at Yi Fei with a mocking smile. Kid, what do you think? You're far from being a match for me. He then turned back to manager Wu and added, Wu, this fellow is merely a poor country bumpkin. He couldn't possibly afford a jade worth millions. I suspect he is not here to purchase, but rather to scout our store. You should summon security to investigate him thoroughly. Manager Wu was taken aback by Jiang Shao's words, thinking to himself how callous Jiang Shao was. He had already heard from the saleswoman that Yi Fei had even produced his bank card. How could he possibly be a thief? However, considering Jiang Shao's status, Manager Wu made a decisive choice, inwardly lamenting Yi Fei's misfortune for offending this wealthy scion of the Jiang family. At that moment, Manager Wu could only acquiesce to Jiang Shao's demands and picked up the walkie-talkie to relay instructions. Soon, 2 security guards from the mall arrived, flanking Yi Fei on either side, effectively cornering him. Yi Fei stood there, observing coldly, and, as the guards scrutinized him like a thief, his expression turned icy. Is this how you treat your customers? Yi Fei coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on the portly Wu. Customers? Wu scoffed at Yi Fei's audacity to defy Jiang Shao even at this juncture, a mocking smile creeping across his face. What makes you a customer? Only those like Jiang Shao, who possess a VIP membership card can be regarded as our esteemed clientele. A membership card? Yi Fei mused, glancing around thoughtfully, a playful smile suddenly gracing his face. If I recall correctly, this is Hanyuan Commercial Plaza, is it not? Wu's eyes narrowed as he glared at Yi Fei. Kid, it's good you know this is Hanyuan Plaza. I advise you not to cause trouble here, or else. He trailed off, the threat palpable in his tone. Just so happens that I possess a membership card as well, Yi Fei replied, nodding before breaking into a cold smile. A supermarket points card? Wu exclaimed incredulously. The onlookers froze, their expressions a mix of surprise and skepticism. The manager, Wu, was the first to laugh derisively, his earlier sympathy for Yi Fei evaporating. Huh. Only customers who have spent over 10 million in our store are awarded a gold membership card. Don't tell me you spent that much here. Wu sneered. Are you referring to a supermarket points card? Chen Feifei mocked, joining in on the derision. A supermarket points card? That's hilarious. Jiang Haifeng guffawed, turning to Wu. What are you waiting for, Wu? Get someone to take him away. Yi Fei remained calm as he surveyed the three before finally locking eyes with Wu. I have not shopped at your store, but I do possess a Hanyuan Plaza membership card. With that, he produced the VIP Platinum card gifted to him by Fu Hanyuan. The crowd was taken aback. A membership card for Hanyuan Plaza? They echoed in disbelief. They had no knowledge of such a card's existence. However, upon seeing the Platinum card Yi Fei held, their expressions shifted dramatically. To their discerning eyes, it was evident that this card was extraordinary. Chen Feifei stared at the Platinum card in Yi Fei's hand, momentarily dumbfounded. She had not anticipated that he truly possessed a membership card, one that, based on craftsmanship alone, far surpassed the so-called gold card held by Jiang Haifeng. Even she, not the sharpest, could not fathom that it might be a mere supermarket points card. This must be a forgery, Chen Feifei ventured uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haifeng quickly realized the situation and scoffed. I have never heard of any VIP card at Hanyuan Plaza. Kid, you should be more careful with your deceit. Manager Wu, plump and watchful, fixed his gaze upon the card in Yi Fei's hand, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. As someone who thrived in the jewelry business, he could immediately discern the card's exceptional quality. The mere cost of such a card would likely exceed 100,000 yuan. Who would be foolish enough to fabricate a counterfeit card at such an expense? Could it be that I am mistaken? Does this young man possess a significant background? Wu pondered anxiously. Seeing Wu's silence and his intense scrutiny of Yi Fei's card, Jiang Haifeng's expression darkened. Wu, this kid is merely a country bumpkin. Do you honestly believe he could fool you with a random card? I am a genuine gold member of your establishment. Jiang's words made Wu falter further. Indeed, he had never heard of any elite membership at Hanyuan Plaza. Moreover, even if he were unaware, the young Master Jiang, though from a collateral branch of the family, was undeniably a prominent figure in Haizhou. He would certainly be informed. Yi Fei cast a cold glance at Wu and calmly suggested, if you are uncertain about this card, perhaps you should consult your superiors. Wu was momentarily taken aback by Yi Fei's audacity, hesitating for a considerable time before finally uttering an apology. He scrutinized the membership card in Yi Fei's grasp before retreating to the back office to make a phone call. Jiang Haifeng was incensed by Wu's actions, nearly cursing in frustration. He had assumed that revealing his gold membership card would easily subdue Yi Fei, only to find that Yi had produced an even more exquisite card, one that appeared far superior. The sight of Wu actually complying with Yi Fei's request to make an inquiry left Jiang feeling utterly humiliated. Kid, don't think that brandishing a trivial membership card grants you the right to act arrogantly. I have never heard of any membership at Hanyuan Plaza that is universally accepted across all stores. Jiang sneered at Yi Fei. Oh, is that so? Yi Fei replied nonchalantly. The platinum membership card gifted to him by Fu Hanyuan was indeed valid throughout Hanyuan Plaza, a fact that Fu had personally assured him. Given Fu Hongyuan's stature, he would certainly not mislead Yi Fei on this matter. Yi Fei chose to ignore Jiang Haifeng, confident that once the manager made his inquiry, everything would become clear. However, Jiang interpreted Yi Fei's demeanor as arrogance, nearly provoking him to take action. Yet, he felt a twinge of unease. The membership card Yi Fei presented appeared far more prestigious than his own. Beside him, Chen Feifei clutched Jiang Haifeng's arm and reassured him, young Master Jiang. Do not worry. He is merely a rustic, a pauper as everyone at our school knows. Where could he possibly acquire a membership card for Hanyuan Plaza? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Haifeng's unease was somewhat alleviated as he shot a cold snort at Yi Fei, choosing to ignore him thereafter. 5 minutes later, Manager Wu, his countenance grim, emerged with a face darkened by displeasure. Upon seeing Wu's expression, Zhang's heart sank, a thought crossing his mind. Could it be that this fellow possesses a genuine card, one far superior to his own? Have you verified it? Ye Fi inweed it. Casting a glance at Wu, Wu nodded in affirmation. Since you have confirmed it, proceed with the formalities. There's no need for a discount, Yi Fei stated, eager to return to his alchemical pursuits and unwilling to engage in further banter with these individuals. Formalities? Discount? Wu could no longer contain his fury and bellowed at the two security guards. What are you two dawdling for? Seize this brazen fraud at once. Jiang Haifeng, who had been prepared for a public humiliation, was momentarily taken aback by Wu's command to apprehend Yi Fei. The two security guards, equally perplexed, looked on in confusion. Fraud? Yi Fei furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Did I not instruct you to consult with the higher-ups? Yi Fei's words ignited Wu's rage further. At this juncture, you still dare to feign ignorance? There is no platinum membership card at Hanyuan Plaza, Wu shouted in a fit of hysteria. Moments prior, he had been momentarily impressed by the exquisite craftsmanship of the platinum card Yi Fei presented, prompting him to rush to the boss for validation. However, the boss was entirely unaware of any such card and had berated Wu, even suggesting he vacate his position if he could not perform his duties. This reprimand had nearly sent Wu into a panic. Now, confronted with Yi Fei, his fury was palpable. Ha! Jiang Haifeng erupted in laughter. I knew it. I've never heard of a platinum membership card at Hanyuan Plaza. That card in this young man's possession must certainly be a forgery. How could it be a forgery? Yi Fei's brow knitted in concern. This card was personally entrusted to me by Fu Hanyuan. Are you certain you consulted properly? Entrusted by Fu Hanyuan, you say? Yi Fei, your pretensions are truly remarkable. Chun Feifei scoffed. I could just as easily claim to be the daughter of Ma Daze, and who would believe it? Wu's ire escalated upon hearing Chun Feifei's remarks. Realizing he had been duped by a mere youth, he shouted at the security guards, "Why are you still hesitating? Arrest this young man." Yi Fei, unfazed, retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Fu Hongyuan's number. "Don't let him make that call. He is notifying his accomplices. Stop him." Wu shouted in desperation. Still daring to resist? Wu's fury intensified as he barked commands into his walkie-talkie. Within moments, a dozen security guards arrived, encircling Yi Fei. Just then, Yi Fei's call was answered. Chapter 73. Do you have any opinions? In the first floor of Hanyuan Commercial Plaza, Fu Hanyuan was inspecting the premises, surrounded by a throng of admirers, resembling a monarch surveying his realm. Mr. Fu, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Zhou Peng, the proprietor of Zhou Peng Peng Jewelry, said a middle-aged man, who appeared to be a manager, as he gestured toward a portly man in his 40s standing nearby. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Fu Hanyuan replied with a faint smile, extending his hand in greeting. Zhou Peng, the middle-aged businessman, was taken aback by Fu Hongyuan's initiative to shake hands. Overcome with excitement, he grasped Fu's hand with both of his, exclaiming, "Greetings, Mr. Fu. I am Zhou Peng. You may simply call me Zhou Pengzi. I am unworthy of the title Mr. Zhou." Zhou Peng Peng Jewelry was regarded as mediocre within the domestic jewelry industry, with Zhou Peng's fortune hovering around 10 billion, a far cry from Fu Hongyuan's stature. Establishing a connection with Fu Hanyuan could potentially allow him to open a Zhou Peng Peng jewelry store in every Hanyuan Plaza. While it might be ambitious to match Fu's wealth, doubling his current assets seemed entirely feasible. Fu Hanyuan made his mind in response. As Zhou Peng pondered how to cultivate a relationship with Fu Hanyuan, the latter's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, Fu's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly excused himself from the gathering to answer the call. "Ah, little divine doctor, it is you," Fu Hanyuan said with utmost respect. On the other end, Yi Fei's voice resonated. "Mr. Fu, the membership card you provided appears to be of no use. I just attempted to use it at Hanyuan Plaza and was mistaken for a fraud and nearly apprehended." "What?" Fu Hongyuan's face paled, his fury igniting. "Who has the audacity to detain you, little divine doctor? Where are you right now?" "I shall come immediately. I am at Hanyuan Plaza in the East City District," Yi Fei replied nonchalantly. "The East City District Hanyuan Plaza?" Fu Hanyuan paused, realizing that it was indeed the very location he was currently at. "Yes, on the second floor at Zhou Peng Peng Jewelry. You had better hurry, or I fear these security guards may take me away." "Understood, little divine doctor. I shall be there at once," Fu Hanyuan hastily responded. After ending the call, the veins on Fu Hongyuan's forehead throbbed, a familiar sign to those who knew him well, an indication of suppressed rage about to erupt. Yi Fei was the savior of the elderly patriarch of the Song family, a connection that afforded Yi Fei considerable respect in Haizhou. Moreover, Yi Fei had saved his son on 2 occasions. contemplating Yi Fei's extraordinary medical skills and enigmatic prowess. Fu Hanyuan had long resolved to cultivate a relationship with him at any cost. This was precisely why he had bestowed upon Yi Fei the most prized membership card. Yet, now Yi Fei had produced that very card at Hanyuan Plaza, only to be met with skepticism and the threat of being labeled a fraud. Zhou Pang Jewelry. Fu Hanyuan murmured the name, his eyes radiating a chilling aura. He cast a cold glance at Zhou Pang, a look that instantly plunged Zhou into a frigid abyss. Let us proceed to the second floor, to Zhou Pang's jewelry, Fu Hanyuan commanded, disregarding the crowd as he swiftly ascended the stairs. As Yi Fei put away his phone, Jiang Haifeng could not suppress a derisive chuckle, mockingly inquiring, "So, the call is over. What did Fu Hanyuan say?" Yi Fei glanced at Jiang Haifeng, responding nonchalantly, "Oh, he mentioned he would be here shortly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Haifeng erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. The nearby security guards regarded Yi Fei with expressions akin to that of someone viewing a fool. Wu Pengzi's face flushed crimson. He realized he had been deceived by such a simpleton. Reflecting on the years gone by, he felt as if he had been living like a dog. With that thought, Wu Pengzi could no longer contain himself, bellowing at the security guards. "What are you all waiting for? Seize this fool." Yi Fei met Wu Pengzi's gaze with icy resolve, stating, "Fu Hanyuan will be arriving soon, and then everything will be clarified. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" "Dam Fu Unjuan." Wu Pengzi cursed vehemently. If he could be summoned by a mere phone call, I could very well run for President of the United States. Jiang Haifeng sneered at Yi Fei, taunting, "Kid, if you lack ability, do not attempt to feign grandeur. It will merely expose your foolishness. You are no match for me." Chen Feifei wore a smug smile, eager to teach the unappreciative Yi Fei a lesson. Just then, an angry voice resonated from behind the crowd. "I am eager to see who dares to disturb my esteemed guest, Fu Hanyuan." The sudden voice startled Wu Pengzi, who instinctively began to curse, only to halt mid-sentence as realization dawned upon him. Upon seeing Fu Hanyuan emerging from the throng, alongside Zhou Pang, whose expression was as grim as if he had tasted something vile, Wu Pengzi's countenance shifted dramatically. "Mr. Fu, Mr. Zhou," he exclaimed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Jiang Haifeng's mocking smile froze, while Chen Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Yi Fei could summon Fu Hanyuan with a single phone call. Jiang Haifeng's expression faltered momentarily before he donned a confident grin, approaching Fu Hanyuan to greet him. "Ah, Mr. Fu, what a surprise to see you here." However, Fu Hanyuan appeared to disregard him entirely, brushing past him to reach Yi Fei, expressing concern. "Little divine doctor, are you unharmed?" Jiang Haifeng's smile became rigid, his outstretched hand pausing midair. Yi Fei looked up at Fu Hanyuan, saying, "Mr. Fu, it seems your membership card holds little value. When I presented it, the manager of this establishment accused me of being a fraud and attempted to apprehend me." "What?" Fu Hongyuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon Zhou Pang. "Wu Pengzi, do you not owe me an explanation? Why is it that my esteemed guest, Fu Hanyuan, presents my card and is instead treated as a fraud by you?" Zhou Pang's expression instantly morphed into one of despair. Under normal circumstances, Fu Hanyuan addressing him as Zhou Pengzi would have filled him with elation. Yet in this moment, being called such evoked tears instead. Manager Wu Pengzi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that Yi Fei was the genuine powerhouse here. He could no longer conceal the truth and recounted, in full detail, the fierce competition between Yi Fei and Jiang Haifeng over the jadeite. Wu Pengzi, in a state of helplessness, finally grasped that Yi Fei's card was not counterfeit, but rather possessed an elevated status that even his superior had never heard of. Internally, Wu Pengzi felt an urge to exclaim, "Isn't this an utter disgrace?" Fu Hanyuan cast a glance at Zhou Pang and said, "Zhou Pengzi, you best provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. If we cannot satisfy the esteemed young doctor today, I expect all of your Zhou Pang jewelry to vacate Hanyuan Plaza immediately." Zhou Pang, upon hearing this, felt a wave of despair washing over him. This misfortune was truly unwarranted, yet it was not the time for lamentation. How could he, in the face of someone even Fu Hanyuan regarded with caution, dare to oppose Yi Fei? He promptly addressed Yi Fei. "Esteemed guest, this piece of jadeite is now yours. To express our store's apologies, I would like to gift it to you. How does that sound?" Jiang Haifeng, upon hearing this, grew even more irate. It was no longer merely a matter of a piece of jadeite, but rather a question of his dignity. He stepped forward and stated to Fu Hanyuan, "President Fu, this jadeite is what I've set my sights on. Only then did Fu Honyuan seem to notice Jiang Haifeng, responding coolly, "Oh, so, it's young Master Jiang. What? Do you have an objection? An objection?" Jiang Haifeng nearly erupted in anger. "I have an overwhelming objection." Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Fu Honyuan interrupted him once more, saying, "If you have an objection, keep it to yourself." Chapter 74. The Jiang family? Is it well known? Just as Jiang Haifeng was about to speak, Fu Hongyuan's words left him blushing with frustration. After a lengthy pause, he glared at Fu Honyuan and said, "Fu Honyuan, I am a member of the Jiang family." "The Jiang family? Which Jiang family?" Zhou Peng, standing nearby, was taken aback and instinctively looked at Jiang Haifeng. "Of course, the Haizhou Jiang family." Jiang Haifeng replied with a cold laugh. "What?" Zhou Peng's complexion paled, and he gasped in shock, realizing that the individual competing against Yi Fei possessed an even greater background. The Haizhou Jiang family was renowned as the foremost aristocratic family of Haizhou, with a legacy that predates the current first family, the Song family. Prior to the rise of the Song family, the Jiang family had consistently held the title of the most prestigious family in Haizhou. However, with Song Yongchang's emergence alongside the entire Song family, they overshadowed the Jiang family's prominence. Nevertheless, the Jiang family had steadfastly maintained its position as the second aristocracy in Haizhou. "President Fu, what do you think of this?" Zhou Peng looked at Fu Honyuan with a troubled expression, knowing he could not afford to offend the Jiang family. Sensing Zhou Peng's unease, Jiang Haifeng sneered at Fu Honyuan. "President Fu, are you truly willing to make an enemy of my Jiang family for the sake of this inexperienced young man?" "Make an enemy of the Jiang family?" Fu Honyuan let out a cold laugh, remarking that the illustrious Jiang family was not someone he could afford to offend. "However, you are merely a distant relative of the Jiang family, unqualified to represent them." Jiang Haifeng's countenance immediately darkened upon hearing these words. Indeed, Fu Hongyuan's statement struck a nerve. Although he was a descendant of the Jiang family, he belonged to a collateral line. The Jiang family, being the most venerable lineage in Haizhou, had not only collateral branches, but also hundreds of direct descendants in his generation. Despite being associated with the renowned Jiang family, Jiang Haifeng's status was merely a facade. Apart from receiving a modest allowance from the family each month, he bore no distinction from an ordinary affluent heir. While he might boast about his lineage in front of others, in the presence of a top-tier tycoon like Fu Honyuan, his bravado paled in comparison. Jiang Haifeng gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You are slapping the Jiang family's face." Fu Honyuan remained indifferent. As a billionaire and a preeminent figure in Haizhou, he would not have risen to such heights if he were to cower before a mere collateral descendant of the Jiang family. "I reiterate, you do not represent the Jiang family." "Oh, if he cannot represent the Jiang family, then what of me?" A dispassionate voice resonated from behind the crowd as Fu Hongyuan's words faded. The young man who spoke exuded an air of exceptional distinction, as if wherever he stood, that place became the epicenter of the universe. Beside him stood a short-haired man in his 30s, clad in black, with a grim demeanor. Trailing behind them were several bodyguards. Upon seeing the young man, Fu Hongyuan's previously impassive expression shifted to one of dismay. Jiang Haifeng, however, was instantly invigorated, transforming into a sycophantic figure as he rushed to the young man, exclaiming, "Young master, what brings you here?" The young man glanced at Jiang Haifeng and replied coolly, "Had I not been here today, you would have utterly disgraced the Jiang family." He then turned his gaze away from him. Jiang Haifeng's face paled the young man's indifferent words, his body trembling with fear, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The young man ignored Jiang Haifeng and approached Fu Honyuan, smiling gently. "Mr. Fu, may I inquire if I qualify to represent the Jiang family?" Upon hearing this, Fu Honyuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Jiang Yifei, the foremost figure of the younger generation of the Jiang family, if he were deemed unfit to represent the Jiang family, who in Haizhou could? Fu Honyuan had never anticipated Jiang Yifei's presence at Honyuan Plaza today. He chuckled, "Young Master Jiang, you undoubtedly represent the Jiang family." Both Jiang Haifeng and Jiang Yifei were young masters of the Jiang family. One was referred to as Jiang Shao, while the other held the title of Jiang de Shao. Though the titles differed by merely one character, their statuses were worlds apart. Within the Jiang family, almost every descendant could be called Jiang Shao, but the title of Jiang de Shao belonged solely to one individual, the present Jiang Yifei. Well, that is reassuring. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifei chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "I am unaware of that. Might I request, Mr. Fu, that you grant me the courtesy of relinquishing this piece of jade?" A smile adorned Jiang Yifei's face, exuding an air of warmth. Yet for reasons unknown, an unsettling chill permeated the gathering. Throughout the exchange with Fu Hongyuan, Jiang Yifei did not cast a single glance at Yifei, as though he were oblivious to his presence. Fu Hongyuan, upon hearing these words, wore an expression of bitter conflict. On one hand stood Yifei, the savior of old song, and his son, a man he surmised was far from ordinary. On the other was Jiang Yifei, the prominent young figure of the Jiang family, likely to become its future head. He found himself in a predicament, wishing to avoid offending either party. With a pained sigh, Fu Hongyuan turned to Yifei, who remained composed, his expression unwavering despite his silence, suggesting he had no intention of yielding. With a heavy heart, Fu Hongyuan closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they were filled with resolve. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Jiang Yifei with a wry smile. "Young Master Jiang, surely someone of your stature would not covet this high-quality jadeite? I happen to possess several pieces of imperial green. Perhaps I could arrange to send them to you on another occasion?" Jiang Yifei's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Clearly, Fu Hongyuan intended to align himself with Yifei, urging Jiang Yifei to concede. He had not anticipated Fu Hongyuan would choose to side with Yifei despite his own overtures. Intrigued, Jiang Yifei scrutinized Yifei, noting his unremarkable attire. Aside from his slightly brighter eyes, he appeared no different from an ordinary person, not resembling any aristocratic offspring he knew. Fu Hongyuan was undoubtedly one of the wealthiest in Haizhou, and Jiang Yifei was reluctant to offend him lightly. With this in mind, he turned to Yifei and proposed, "Young brother, how about this? I will offer 100 million for the jadeite in your possession. What do you think?" "What? 100 million? Jiang Yifei's proclamation elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, followed by a collective intake of breath. Just moments ago, Zhou Peng had gifted this piece of jade to Yifei, and now Jiang Yifei was offering 100 million for it. This implied that Yifei would incur no loss, merely gaining a windfall of 100 million. Upon realizing this, the crowd's gaze toward Yifei shifted to one of envy. Nearby, Jiang Haifeng and Chun Feifei also regarded Yifei with a glint of jealousy upon hearing the sum. 100 million? Yifei raised an eyebrow, a playful smile creeping across his face. Indeed, Jiang Yifei nodded with a grin. Just as he anticipated Yifei's agreement, the latter's expression abruptly changed, and he replied calmly, "Not for sale." Jiang Yifei's smile instantly froze, his gaze toward Yifei darkening. Fu Hongyuan, upon hearing this, sighed inwardly, fully aware that this outcome was inevitable. "Young man, do you realize with whom you are conversing?" Jiang Yifei had yet to utter a word when Jiang Haifeng, standing behind him, abruptly interjected, shouting angrily at Yifei. "Oh, who might you be?" Yifei raised his eyelids to glance at Jiang Haifeng. "Humph." Jiang Haifeng let out a cold snort before continuing, "Listen closely, brat. This is our esteemed Jiang family's foremost heir, Jiang Yifei, the illustrious young Master Jiang." "Oh," Yifei replied noncommittally. Upon witnessing Yifei's demeanor, Jiang Haifeng's fury ignited, as if he'd been gravely insulted. Just as he was about to mock Yifei, the latter's voice rang out once more. "The Jiang family? Are they renowned?" As Yifei's words echoed, the entire jewelry store fell into a profound silence, and the onlookers regarded him with expressions akin to that of observing a fool. Jiang Yifei's countenance had darkened considerably, his gaze now laced with malevolence. Chapter 75. What can you do to me? A soft, chilling laughter unexpectedly emanated from Jiang Yifei, sending a shiver through the hearts of those present. Indeed, quite audacious. Jiang Yifei nodded at Yifei, seemingly impressed. However, in the next moment, his gaze turned frigid, and his voice dripped with iciness as he articulated, "Brat, youthful arrogance comes at a price." As his words fell, the dozen or so bodyguard behind him surged forward. "Ainjid Kudink, Yifi." Fu Hongyuan's expression changed dramatically as he urgently shouted, "Young Master Jiang, no." As he spoke, he commanded his own bodyguards to intervene, but Jiang Yifei's guards easily thwarted their advance. Regrettably, Fu Hongyuan's men were vastly inferior in both number and quality compared to Jiang Yifei's. It is worth noting that Jiang Yifei's bodyguards had been meticulously trained from a young age, each costing a considerable sum to cultivate. Nevertheless, Fu Hongyuan's intervention caused the bodyguards to pause, turning their gaze toward Jiang Yifei, awaiting his command. At a single word from him, they would swiftly overcome Fu Hongyuan's guards. Jiang Yifei's expression darkened further as he fixed his gaze on Fu Hongyuan, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. "Is President Fu truly willing to oppose me for the sake of this brat?" Fu Hongyuan's face turned grim. Under Jiang Yifei's piercing stare, he felt an immense pressure. If he failed to provide Jiang Yifei with a satisfactory explanation now, he risked irreparably offending the future head of the Jiang family. With that in mind, Fu Hongyuan gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to say, "Young Master Jiang, think carefully. Yi, the young divine physician, is the savior of old Master Song." What? The revelation that Yi Fei was the savior of old Master Song rendered the entire scene silent once more. The onlookers were taken aback, their gazes shifting to Yi Fei. Disbelief etched on their faces. The identity of old Master Song was well known to all present. He was the esteemed patriarch of the Song family, the foremost affluent clan in Haizhou. No one dared to use such a title lightly. They could scarcely fathom that Yi Fei, an inconspicuous young man, was somehow connected to the illustrious Song family, and shockingly, was the savior of old Master Song himself. As Jiang Yifei's gaze flickered with disbelief, Fu Hongyuan hastily declared, "Young Master Jiang, what I say is absolutely true. Old Master Song's grave illness was indeed cured by the young Dr. Yi." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifei felt a heavy weight in his heart. The news of old Master Song's serious ailment was hardly a secret within the elite circles of Haizhou. And for the Jiang family, rivals of the Song family, it was even less so. However, before their excitement could linger, news emerged that old Master Song had already recovered. This left many in the Jiang family feeling utterly deflated, including Jiang Yifei himself, who had previously sought information about the doctor, only to find the Song family extremely tight-lipped, preventing him from discovering the physician's identity. Little did Jiang Yifei anticipate that the very doctor who had healed old Master Song was the person standing before him. Yifei. Fu Hongyuan was unaware of the covert rivalry between the Jiang and Song families. His words inadvertently transformed Jiang Yifei's intention of merely reprimanding Yifei into a resolute determination to eliminate him. "Humph," Jiang Yifei scoffed coldly, indifferently remarking, "What savior of old Master Song? Merely a minor doctor who got lucky in curing his ailment. How audacious for him to elevate himself to such heights, claiming to be old Master Song's benefactor. It seems I cannot let him off lightly today." With that, Jiang Yifei signaled his bodyguards. Fu Hongyuan urgently called out, wanting to offer an explanation. "You need not say anything, Fu." Jiang Yifei interrupted. "Tell your men to withdraw, and I shall pretend today this incident never occurred. Otherwise, I shall take it as a provocation against the Jiang family." Fu Hongyuan felt a surge of anger and urgency. Jiang Yifei's words indicated a firm resolve to not spare Yifei. At that moment, Yifei's calm voice resonated in Fu Hongyuan's ear. "Mr. Fu, let your men step aside. I am curious to see how this young master from the Jiang family intends to deal with me." With an expression of serene composure, despite being surrounded by Jiang Yifei's numerous bodyguards, Yifei exhibited an air of unyielding confidence. "Little doctor, Fu Hongyuan attempted to speak further, but upon meeting Yifei's gaze, he was reminded of that night beneath Yifei's apartment building. With that thought, he ceased his insistence and waved his hand for his bodyguards to stand down. Jiang Yifei regarded Yifei with a hint of surprise on his face. "I did not expect you to possess a modicum of spirit." Yifei returned his gaze coolly and replied, "You are excessively verbose." Jiang Yifei was nearly choked with rage at Yifei's succinct retort. Once he regained his breath, he coldly chuckled, "What a sharp-tongued brat. I shall see if he can maintain such arrogance shortly." With a wave of his hand, he instructed his bodyguards, "Teach this young man a lesson in humility." "Yes." The bodyguards responded in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the second floor, a palpable aura of intimidation instantly enveloping the atmosphere, as if the very air had solidified. The onlookers retreated in haste, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Yifei's gaze became increasingly frigid as he fixed his eyes on the bodyguards, silently contemplating. "Having just broken through to the third level of Qi training, this is the perfect opportunity to hone my skills. The illustrious Jiang family? I hope you do not disappoint me." As this thought echoed in his mind, the numerous bodyguards surrounding Jiang Yifei sprang into action, their fists as large as bowls, raining down upon Yifei like a torrential downpour. Each bodyguard's hands were rough, adorned with callous patches, indicative of a lifetime spent practicing some form of rigorous martial arts. With a modicum of success achieved, with each punch thrown, a faint sound of wind was generated, rendering the onlookers unable to discern the actual fists. They could only perceive fleeting shadows. However, after the barrage of fists descended, a perplexing silence ensued, as if they had struck nothing but air. One bodyguard missed, then another, and soon a dozen followed suit. Despite encircling Yi Fei, not a single one landed a blow. When they withdrew their fists, they were astonished to find Yi Fei standing there, seemingly untouched. Jiang Yifei's previously calm demeanor faltered, shock filling his eyes as he instinctively exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Beside him, the previously drowsy figure in black suddenly awakened, his eyes wide with intensity, fixated on Yi Fei as if two beams of light had ignited within them. The bodyguards gaped in disbelief, fear creeping into their expressions. Were they facing an apparition rather than a flesh-and-blood adversary? How could so many fail to connect their blows? Yet, their doubts were swiftly dispelled as Yi Fei began to speak. "Ha!" He chuckled coldly. "Is this the prowess of the Jiang family? Impressive strength, yet alas, your speed is woefully lacking." With a measured calmness, he withdrew his hands from his pockets and clenched his fists. A sense of foreboding surged within Jiang Yifei. "You dare! Stop!" The simultaneous shouts rang out, the first from Jiang Yifei, the latter from his companion in black. Unfortunately, their warnings arrived too late, as Yifei had already made his move. In an instant, Yifei vanished from sight, akin to a bolt of lightning, weaving through Jiang Yifei's bodyguards with breathtaking speed. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed like a relentless drumbeat within the jewelry store, as one by one, Jiang Yifei's bodyguard were sent soaring into the air. A brief moment later, Yifei reappeared in his original position, and as he steadied himself, a cacophony of heavy objects crashing to the ground ensued. A collective gasp filled the jewelry store, as Jiang Yifei's expression turned ashen. In the span of a single breath, Yifei had effortlessly dispatched the elite bodyguards assigned to him by his family. The sound of the bodyguards landing, akin to a cacophony, resonated in his ears like the sharp slap of Yifei's palm striking his face.